Lin Ming, I'll kill you. Ma Junhui was burning with anger from the shame he had received. He gripped the long sword in his hand, a purple layer of light covering the blade. His entire body emitted a blue glow. He was about to unleash his full force. Lin Ming was calm as before. He held the heavy, profound, soft spear straight in his hands, waiting for Ma Junhui to come. Enough! At this time, Storm Valley's Valley Master gave a cold cough. A loss is a loss. Fall back. Ma Junhui's gathering of true essence was disrupted by Storm Valley's Valley Master's cold cough, his face flushing red. He argued, unwilling to accept this outcome. Honorable Sect Master, I merely underestimated the enemy. I still haven't even used the wind conversion art, and I still have the concept of wind. Shut up. Storm Valley's Valley Master was finally angry. An 18-year-old challenging a 16-year-old and being sent flying back with a single strike is already disgraceful enough. And yet you still have the face to give an excuse. Hurry up and get out of the way. You are shaming me on that stage. Ma Junhui gulped, then glared at Lin Ming with bitter hatred in his eyes as he stepped down in humiliation. Boy, just you wait. I will definitely return the favor someday. Before Ma Junhui left the stage, he sent Lin Ming a sinister true essence sound transmission. When he had fought a moment ago, he hadn't used the wind conversion art or the concept of wind. In his haste, he didn't even fully summon his true essence. In his own foolish self-confidence, he had hypnotized himself into thinking he could never lose to Lin Ming, and this was the reason for his sudden and immediate loss. Only thinking this made Ma Junhui feel a bit better. He had lost today's match in too miserable a fashion. He didn't even have any face left at all. If he scavenged some reasoning from somewhere, it would have a major effect on his future martial cultivation and confidence. Lin Ming didn't bother to respond. Against a blithering idiot like Ma Junhui, then there's no reason to bother with him. What he was more concerned was just who had spurred Ma Junhui and Zhou Shaoling to deal with him. This boy. Yan Fuhong clenched his teeth under the stage. Lin Ming's combat strength was secondary. It was Lin Ming's talent that was too terrifying. Ma Junhui was a core disciple of Storm Valley, and his talent could be arranged around the upper middle reaches of all the core disciples. Yet he was actually swept away by a single one of Lin Ming's spears. Although Ma Junhui said he had underestimated his enemy and hadn't used his complete strength, didn't Lin Ming not use his complete strength too? That meant that Lin Ming's talent was at least at the likes of Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing. Maybe he surpassed them. In another 2 or 3 years, Lin Ming would become the second Mu Dingshan. This caused Yan Fuhong to have a feeling of profound crisis. He had a likely chance of being one of the people able to enter the main ancient Phoenix Hall of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. But if Lin Ming came, then his chances of being selected would be greatly reduced. By the time Lin Ming walked off stage, Zhang Zhen was stunned. Sitting by Lin Ming, he gulped and said, "Big Brother Lin, you are really fierce." Big Brother Lin? Lin Ming had an amused expression. Zhang Zhen was older than him by 2 years and was someone that was naturally arrogant to the bones. This was not a good state of mind for anyone to have. To be more accurate, it could be said that this was a condition that every disciple of Divine Phoenix Island had. In the reaches of their hearts, they all looked down on those from smaller sects. But when meeting a truly amazing individual, such as Mu Dingshan, the Sunfire Princess, and so on, Zhang Zhen lost all of his proud nature and arrogance. If that person was even more amazing, such as Mu Qianyu or Mu Bingyun, then Zhang Zhen would even fall over in worship. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they understood just how terrifying these characters were. Brother Lin, you're so strong. Do you think you can win against that Zhou Shaoling girl? Zhang Zhen asked as he rubbed his hands. It seemed that he had taken his loss to that little girl to heart. Lin Ming laughed. You want me to challenge her and gain back some face for you? Zhang Zhen smiled, a bit embarrassed. I just think that little girl is a bit too rampant. Earlier, Zhang Zhen has narcissistically assumed that Zhou Shaoling had challenged him on stage because she had taken a fancy to him. But after he went on stage, he was defeated in a few blinks of the eye. Finally, Zhang Zhen understood that the reason that little girl had called him up was especially to defeat him. This greatly damaged Zhang Zhen's self-esteem. Lin Ming said, "Don't worry about that Zhou Shaoling. Even if I don't bother with her, she will challenge me." Ah! Lin Ming didn't speak anymore. He glanced over at Zhou Xiaoling and smiled. She was impishly smiling back at him, and her eyes held mischievous provocation. This girl, she definitely wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Although Lin Ming had sent Ma Junhui flying back with a single spear, he didn't look down on the 7 great sects of the 5-element region. Normally, a 4th-grade sect would have around 10 direct disciples and even more core disciples. Ma Junhui was only a core disciple ranked around the upper middle reaches, and he was ranked around 20th or so among the disciples of Storm Valley. The difference between the 1st disciple and the 20th disciple was humongous. For instance, taking the 7 profound valleys as an example, the total faction martial meetings tied 2nd and 3rd ranking were Magu Buyu and Jiang Baoyun, and the 11th place was Fang Qi. The difference in their strength was evident. But Ma Junhui's status in Storm Valley was even less than that of Fang Qi in the 7 profound valleys. Lin Ming wouldn't look down on Zhou Xiaoling because of Ma Junhui, even if she was only 17 years old. At this moment, a voice resounded in Lin Ming's ear. It was Mu Qianyu's true essence sound transmission. Good job. But don't be so hasty next time. Before you figure out your opponent's strength, just have a steady fight with them. Lin Ming followed the voice and looked at Mu Qianyu, seeing a happy smile touching her lips. He replied, "Don't worry. This Ma Junhui was just too rude. I only wanted to give him a little lesson." If he defeated Ma Junhui according to proper rules and conduct, then even if he spat blood it wouldn't mean much. To a martial artist, being injured was a normal event. After recuperating in bed for a few days and taking some pills, they would be spirited soon enough. But if he swept away his opponent's face and struck his confidence, this was the most vicious method that left a pressuring mark on his heart. This was the only way that Lin Ming would feel better. Mu Qianyu knew that the reason Lin Ming had sent Ma Junhui into such a miserable state was because of those words claiming he had whored himself out to become a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. Not only did these words castigate Lin Ming, but they also slandered Mu Qianyu's pure reputation. Lin Ming probably did all this as a means of avenging her honor. Thinking of this, Mu Qianyu smiled and didn't say anything more. After that fight a moment ago, Mu Yuwang's complexion was finally a bit better. Lin Ming truly hadn't disappointed her. It would be no problem for him to enter the top of the 2nd-ranked talents. If this generation of Divine Phoenix Island could have the trifecta of Mu Dingshan, Mu Shaoqing, and Lin Ming supporting them, that would truly be a fortuitous event. As old lady Yuwang was thinking this, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Lei Jingtian's bright smile, and her face sunk. That old fox. She hated Lei Jingtian's smile that seemed to think he had everything within his grasp. A few days ago at the negotiation table, this old man had been blocking her at every turn. Could this old man have something that he can rely on? The matches on stage continued. Ever since Lin Ming and Ma Junhui's battle, no one else competed with their skills or techniques. Now, everyone that went on stage was engaging in true battle. Storm Valley Core disciple Zhang Lin challenges the heroic youths of Divine Phoenix Island. Does anyone dare to compete with me? On the center of the stage, a youth in a green robe clearly spoke as he held 2 swords in his hands. He was one of the top 3 ranked core disciples of Storm Valley. Divine Phoenix Island's martial artists had very ugly expressions. Normally at this sort of banquet competition, besides fellow disciples challenging each other, it was a casual affair for other sects to challenge other sects. Divine Phoenix Island would challenge the sects of the 5-element region, but the sects of the 5-element region would also challenge each other. For instance, Golden Bell Mountain, Thundercrest Sect, and Sunfire Sect would also compete against each other. However, what had continually happened was that the sects of the 5-element region had gathered today to challenge Divine Phoenix Island. Now, this Zhang Lin had already spoken words that he was aiming at Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island was strong, but they were absolutely unable to cope one against 6. Divine Phoenix Island's Huahong, please advise? A young girl in red jumped on stage. She was the 5th-ranked core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island and was about the same as Zhang Lin in terms of strength. After the match began, Zhang Lin didn't hold back at all. He immediately used the core cultivation method of Storm Valley, the wind conversion art. It was clear that he was going to go all out from the start. Huahong clenched her teeth and used the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle with determination. She already realized that this would be an uphill battle, and even if she won, she would have to do so using every possible effort, and it would be impossible for her to fight again in the near future. True essence collided, and wind and fire swirled together on stage. A formidable true essence shockwave surged out, blowing away several nearby tables. An elder of Divine Phoenix Island who was skilled in array formations moved and sent out several array symbols with his hands, confining all of the terrifying true essence waves within the stage. After the two individuals exchanged dozens of moves, Hua Hong finally defeated Zhang Lin by the weakest margin. But she had already been forced to her utter limits. My technique is inferior, I admit defeat. Zhang Lin cupped his hands together across his chest and then stepped down from the stage. Although Hua Hong had won, her complexion was very pale. She wouldn't be able to restore her energy in a short period of time, and she could already see that the Thundercrest sect's Zhou Xiaoling was itching for a fight. She obviously was planning on going on stage, and the ones she would challenge would most likely be Divine Phoenix Island disciples. The top 5 core disciples of Divine Phoenix Island could match up to the top 3 core disciples of the 5 element region sections. But 1 against 6 was the same as 6 against 18. If this continued, Divine Phoenix Island might reach a situation where no one would be able to go on stage. Big Brother Lin, that little girl's thinking of going on stage. Zhang Xin had sharp eyes. He had already noticed the malicious intent in Zhou Xiaoling's devious smile. She deliberately waited some time to give me a break so that I could restore my condition, and so it wouldn't appear in poor taste for her to challenge me. Lin Ming indifferently smiled. The truth was that he hadn't really used any energy at all in his battle against Ma Junhui. Even if he did consume a great deal of energy, he was able to quickly recover. In terms of restorative ability, Lin Ming had absolute confidence in himself. After he had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, his blood vitality was like a raging inferno, and his recovery power was far above and beyond any martial artist of the same level. Afterwards, he had also completed 20% of Tempering Marrow. Now Lin Ming's restorative strength was even more terrifying than before. Maybe even a Xiantian Mater might not be able to compare with Lin Ming in terms of recovery power. Zhou Xiaoling had wanted to give the usual opening remarks and challenge someone to come on stage, but she found that Lin Ming had already stood up. She smiled, revealing her sharp canines. So you already knew? As soon as Divine Phoenix Island's Lin Ming and Thundercrest sects Zhou Xiaoling walked on stage, it caused an immediate sensation. Lin Ming and Zhou Xiaoling were both top second-rank talents among the juniors. Several years from now, they would be top-level characters equal to the Sunfire Princess and Zhan Yunjian. Naturally, this attracted the attention of everyone present. Lin Ming is 16.5 years old, and Zhou Xiaoling is 17 years and 1 month old. There's a 7-month difference between them. There were many nosy individuals that had collected as much information as they could, and were able to pinpoint their ages accurately to the month. I think that Lin Ming has a higher chance of winning. For better or worse, that Storm Valley Ma Junhui is still a core disciple ranked in the upper middle reaches. He was sent flying out by Lin Ming in 1 move. I don't think that's something that Zhou Xiaoling can accomplish. Don't be silly. That Ma Junhui was just an idiot. He was far too arrogant. He didn't even treat Lin Ming as a true threat and didn't use the wind conversion art. He deserves to be struck down like a fly. If he was serious, then the gap between Lin Ming and Ma Junhui wouldn't have been so great. I think Lin Ming might not be able to defeat Zhou Xiaoling. Don't forget, she's at the peak of pulse condensation, but Lin Ming is only at the late pulse condensation period. To a true genius, jumping ranks and fighting those above was natural matter. But when the one you were against was another genius, then that was another matter altogether. That was extremely difficult, and every small difference in cultivation was an extremely large gap. I think that Zhou Xiaoling has a higher chance of winning. In another half a year, if Lin Ming can reach the peak pulse condensation period, then it might be a fair match. All the nosy busybodies were speculating on the outcome of Lin Ming and Zhou Xiaoling's match. To these young heroic elites, they also liked to compare their sense of judgment. In any case, even if they were wrong, it wouldn't be a loss. Old Lady Yu Huang glanced at Mu Qinyu as usual, and Mu Qinyu nodded in return, indicating that this wouldn't be a problem. She had complete confidence in Lin Ming. In truth, a 7-month gap wasn't too great a difference. Even if his opponent was a top second-ranked talent, Lin Ming should still be able to win. Seeing Mu Qianyu's confidence, old lady Yu Huang was much more reassured. She thought to herself, it seems that Lin Ming's talent is even more remarkable than Ding Shan and Xiaoling's. Yue has really found a treasure for my divine Phoenix Island. Oh! On the stage, Lin Ming and Zhou Xiaoling were 100 feet apart from each other. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and then he asked with a true essence sound transmission, Miss Zhou, could you tell me who has such a great interest in me that they would send so many people after me? Zhou Xiaoling's eyes narrowed. She smiled, replying, someone offered 300 medium-grade true essence stones to beat you up really bad. If you defeat me, then I'll tell you. But if you lose, you lay in bed for a month like a good little boy and let me win those true essence stones. How about it? There was no foolproof plan in this win, especially since Yan Fuhong had no friendship with Zhan Yunjian. If there was a true investigation, Zhan Yunjian was unlikely to keep Yan Fuhong's secrets for him. Lin Ming's eyebrows rose in challenge. Oh, is that a promise? This little lady keeps her word. But it seems that you're overly confident in defeating me. Zhou Xiaoling unfolded her arms, and purple lightning twisted around her hands, snaking into the air around her, causing the surrounding space to tremble. She had high expectations of Lin Ming's strength. For heroic elites of similar age, engaging in a true battle with someone of similar strength was an extremely rousing and mentally stimulating event. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Against a thunder attribute martial artist, I will always be confident. He flourished the heavy, profound, soft spear, and the silver spear point droned as it began to shudder. True essence flooded into the heretical god seed, and the power of thunder erupted. In a split second, a purple-white electric current surged forth from the spear, tearing the void. There was the power of thunder that used the purple flood dragon divine thunder as its foundation. It was incredibly violent. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes instantly widened, her originally large eyes almost doubling in size, blinking as she stared at the power of thunder that wrapped around Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear. Those present were also shocked. They didn't think that Lin Ming would be a thunder attribute martial artist. Wasn't he a disciple of divine Phoenix Island? How could he be a thunder attribute martial artist? The common folk watched for fun, but the experts could see the true skill. The elders of the Thundercrest sect, as well as their core disciples' pupils narrowed as they saw Lin Ming release the winding thunder. This power of thunder contained the will of thunder. It absolutely had the support of a thunder soul. Zhou Xiaoling traced her pretty chin, praise on her lips. I never thought it would be like this. When I listened to that person say you knew how to control thunder, I thought you just had some minor skills. But now it seems like you even have a thunder soul. Things are getting more and more fun. As Zhou Xiaoling spoke, she took out a large golden ring from her spatial ring. This ring was 3 feet wide and was as thick as a thumb. Its edges were sharpened, but there was a blunt section that one could grab onto. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen such a strange weapon. Looks like a low-grade earth-step treasure made from gold thunder rock. When Lin Ming had his purple comet spear made, he had researched many different thunder attribute materials, and thus he was able to recognize the ring in Zhou Xiaoling's hands. This was a weapon made from gold thunder rocks. Although it was worse than the profound thunder stones that were used in his spear, it was still a very good thunder attribute material. This ring of Zhou Xiaoling's was a top low-grade earth-step treasure. It was far superior to the blood wave saber that the Zhang family from the 7 profound territory possessed. You aren't going to switch your spear? Zhou Xiaoling asked. Unnecessary. I don't want to take advantage of you. Zhou Xiaoling said, her eyes squinting. Even if I win, others will say it wasn't because of my skill. Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. This little girl was very confident in herself. Say that after you've won. We'll know after we fight. Purple thunder cut. Zhou Xiaoling trod the floor, and her body moved forwards like a slippery fish. The golden ring in her hand was completely engulfed in a shining purple light. The ring rapidly rotated, and arcs of lightning flashed out, turning into a vicious flywheel. Wherever this weapon went, even the air itself seemed to be sliced apart. The power of this move startled everyone. Just how was Lin Ming going to block such a fierce attack? If that silver spear struck the spinning flywheel, it would probably be cut in half. There was no way to undergo a direct confrontation. Lin Ming wasn't nervous or in a hurry. He languidly stepped back, and as the spinning flywheel was about to strike him, he stabbed his spear into the center of the ring. Although the heavy, profound, soft spear really couldn't meet this weapon head-on, as long as it was in the center of the ring, it would be absolutely safe. Zhou Xiaoling's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. You want to avoid a collision? Nice try. With a thought, the power of thunder within the flywheel burst out, and a thick current of electricity plunged into Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear like a snake. At such a close distance, this was impossible to dodge. In an instant, that purple snake of thunder had sunk into Lin Ming's body. Once one was struck by such a powerful electric current, they would be momentarily paralyzed. In a battle of masters, this momentary paralysis was fatal. Zhou Xiaoling maliciously laughed. She raised her fist and punched out towards Lin Ming's right eye. Let me give you a panda eye. To curse someone and then beat up their face was a style consistent with Zhou Xiaoling. To give Lin Ming a panda eye was a very fun idea. However, when her fist was halfway there, it was actually grabbed by another hand. In that moment, Zhou Xiaoling felt like her hand was stuck in an iron clamp. Even her bones were on the verge of breaking. Ah! Zhou Xiaoling screamed in pain, her beautiful eyes filled with horror and disbelief. How was this possible? Lin Ming was struck by her purple thunder, so how come he wasn't affected? Zhou Xiaoling desperately let out a burst of thunder from her left hand, wanting to shake free from Lin Ming. But Lin Ming was simply unafraid of this electric shock. Whatever thunder surged into Lin Ming's body seemed to disappear without a trace. Zhou Xiaoling clenched her teeth, waving her hand to try and loosen herself. However, Lin Ming's hand seemed to be cast from iron, immovable and unshakable. His hand gripped Zhou Xiaoling to the point where her bones nearly shattered. Lin Ming's expression was cold. There was no fun or entertainment in his eyes. In that moment, he would have been fine if he was struck. But if another martial artist was punched in the eyes, there was a high chance they would go blind. When a martial artist was paralyzed, their defensive power would be lowered by a great deal. How could a fragile eye withstand a fist that was flooded with true essence? This little girl seemed simple at heart with an innocent and childish spirit. But this childish spirit was no reason to play with the lives of others. This little girl was spoiled too much by her master. What she needed was a good awakening lesson. Let go of me, Zhou Xiaoling angrily said. Her right hand gripped the golden ring, slicing towards Lin Ming's arm. However, Lin Ming only gripped Zhou Xiaoling's arm and pulled. After tempering marrow had reached 20%, his strength had already reached tens of thousands of genes. It was impossible for Zhou Xiaoling to compare with such a terrifying strength. In front of Lin Ming, Zhou Xiaoling was nothing more a chicken being held. She had no power to resist at all. With just a slight movement, Lin Ming pushed Zhou Xiaoling to block the sharp-edged ring with her own arm. Zhou Xiaoling was shocked. She quickly stopped the attack. In a battle between two young masters, it had actually devolved into a close combat melee. This sort of scene was extremely rare. The audience stared with wide eyes, bewildered. In a normal battle between martial artists, it would usually be an exchange of martial skills, or a comparison of whose true essence was thicker, or whose moves were more vicious. How could there ever be a melee like this? Zhou Xiaoling blushed. She had never felt so powerless in her life before. With her hand gripped, it felt like it was about to break. There was just no way she could loosen herself. You idiot! Let go of me! Suddenly, her foot lashed out towards Lin Ming's vital male weakness between his legs. But this move was thankfully blocked by Lin Ming's knees. So young and yet your actions are already so inhuman. This fist is for your neglectful parents. As Lin Ming spoke, he raised his fist and directly punched Zhou Xiaoling's stomach. His fist was imbued with vibrating true essence, and his entire hand was wrapped in an azure light. Zhou Xiaoling's complexion changed. With her hand grabbed by Lin Ming, there was no way she could dodge this. Bright thunder shield. At this critical moment, a dazzling purple shield of thunder appeared around Zhou Xiaoling. Kacha! Vibrating true essence erupted, and the thunder shield shattered like glass. Lin Ming's fist smashed into Zhou Xiaoling's stomach. Ah! Zhou Xiaoling felt like her stomach had been struck by a heavy iron hammer. She cried out in pain as she flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Xiaoling smashed into the array formation barrier, then bounced to the ground, her entire appearance ruined and her face bloodied. The audience was stunned, their mouths hanging wide. They didn't know what to say. How could such a fight happen? Grabbing an opponent's arm, confining their motions, and then viciously punching them? Did I see something wrong? Can you tell me what happened? I saw Lin Ming struck by Zhou Xiaoling's lightning. So how come nothing happened? A disciple asked what everyone else was thinking. Nobody could answer him because this was already beyond their comprehension. He only used 10 breaths of time to defeat Zhou Xiaoling. The difference between them is too great. Not surprising. I don't know why, but Zhou Xiaoling's power of thunder is useless against Lin Ming. Zhou Xiaoling is a thunder attribute martial artist, and using the power of thunder is her only means of attack. Once her power of thunder is sealed, there isn't anything she can do. The martial artists of the Thundercrest sect had very ugly expressions. Immune to thunder? Then how could they defeat such a person? Wouldn't they also be suppressed and lose? They could already tell how their battles with Lin Ming would go by looking at how Zhou Xiaoling ended up. Because there weren't many thunder attribute martial artists to begin with, and their own combat strength also had its superior facets, they had always had a deep sense of superiority. Now, someone had appeared that could completely ignore anything they did. They were simply unable to accept this. Even the thunderclap Zhou Lai asked Lei Jingtian with a sullen expression, "Senior Uncle Sect Master? How is this possible? Why is the boy immune to the power of thunder?" Lei Jingtian frowned. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "He isn't immune to thunder. It's only that he's immune to Xiaoling's thunder. In other words, her cultivation is too low. If this boy faces someone much stronger than him, he would have no way to resist." I was carefully tracking Xiaoling's thunder a moment ago, and after it entered Lin Ming's body, it seemed to have been absorbed by him. Is that even possible? The truth is already set before you. He should have some sort of special body. The world is large, there are far more wonders out there than we can ever imagine. For instance, Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun both have spiritual fire and spiritual ice bodies. 100 years ago, there was even someone who appeared at our Thundercrest sect that had an astral thunder body. Lei Jingtian shook his head, looking regretful. This young genius had such a special thunder-type body, but he wasn't obtained by his Thundercrest sect. It was just too great a pity. Special body? After Lei Jingtian spoke, a young man standing behind him raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing with lightning as he locked onto Lin Ming. Things are getting more and more interesting. Limitless. Don't look down on the opponent, Lei Jingtian said with a true essence sound transmission. I'm not underestimating him. The youth called Limitless was very pale. There was a faint mark between his eyes like it were a piece of ivory. He truly has the qualifications to be my opponent. But I'll have to wait until he reaches the Hotian realm. On stage, Zhou Xiaoling bit her lips, her fingers touching the blood that leaked from her mouth. She stared at the bright crimson that stained her fingers, unable to believe what had happened. She was struck so hard that she had actually spit blood? Ever since she was small, because she was such a talent, she had never been beaten by those old fogies of her sect before. Yet now she had received such a beating. That punch had been so solid, and without even a single ounce of pity, even her internal organs seemed to have been severely injured. For a time, resentment and grievance swelled up within her heart. Tears began to shine at the edges of her eyes. Her talent was good, but her cultivation method was completely suppressed by Lin Ming. The power of thunder didn't work against him, and in a close-quarters fight, she was like the little girl she was, unable to resist his attacks at all. You're a meanie, a bad meanie. Zhou Xiaoling grit her teeth, a grinding sound coming out. Lin Ming watched her with cold eyes. He noticed that the old man from the Thundercrest sect had an ugly expression but didn't come out to defend her. It seemed that whatever doting master she had that had spoiled her to this point hadn't attended today's festivities. When you treat others so viciously, you should also expect that someone will treat you the same way another day. Do you want to have another go? Lin Ming's tone was frosty. Zhou Xiaoling's was enraged, her face flushing red. She knew that if she continued to fight with Lin Ming, there was no way she could win. But she still couldn't humiliate herself to admit defeat. Xiaoling, A loss is a loss. Now get down from there. From the Thundercrest sect area, the Thunderclap Zhou Lai shouted. He was Zhou Xiaoling's big brother. Zhou Xiaoling stamped her feet for a moment and then angrily stormed off stage. Lin Ming sent a true essence sound transmission. Don't forget the agreement. You have to tell me who it is that is aiming at me. I will ask. Zhou Xiao clenched her jaws, hating everything that had happened. The 5-element region's disciples suddenly began talking. Zhou Xiaoling was also defeated. Is this Lin Ming really 16 years old? Zhou Xiaoling was suppressed too greatly. It's impossible to see how deep Lin Ming's strength is from this match. We must ask a non-Thunder attribute martial artist to go up and test Lin Ming's true strength. Jin Yu, how about you go up and give it a try? The youth called Jin Yu came from Golden Bell Mountain. When a martial artist became famous, they would often establish a family clan or a sect that was named after the weapon or cultivation method they used. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys Zither faction founder had the surname Qin, meaning Zither. As for the 7 great sects of the 5-element region, there were many martial artists that took their own attribute as their last name. For instance, the Sunfire Princess Huoruyan. Jin Yu was the same. He was a famous talent within Golden Bell Mountain, and in terms of reputation of strength, he was the strongest disciple under the Hotian realm. Why would I want to go up? Jin Yu asked. Our 5-element region's 7 sects are inexorably linked together. We'll back you up, there's no need to be afraid. Are you trying to stir me up? How about you go up yourself? You're not a Thunder attribute martial artist. Naturally, you'll be able to test his true strength. How about it? Jin Yu said, faintly smiling. In the battle between Lin Ming and Zhou Xiaoling, it was truly impossible to see his true strength. But Jin Yu could approximately guess that Lin Ming's true strength was already comparably to an early Hotian realm core disciple. Although Jin Yu was known as the strongest disciple underneath the Hotian realm, and was also a direct disciple, there was still a very large gap between him and a core disciple that had stepped into the Hotian realm. Going up and challenging Lin Ming was just looking for trouble. Jin Yu was not accustomed to being a stepping stone for other talents. Also, Lin Ming was only 16 years old. Losing to such a young boy would be an unforgettable shame. The martial artist that had been trying to stir up Jin Yu immediately shut up, unable to speak from embarrassment. His strength was inferior to Jin Yu's. If he walked on stage knowing he would lose, then he would truly be a fool. After Lin Ming's and Zhou Xiaoling's match, all of the disciples from the 5-element region whose cultivations were below the Hotian realm had lost all interest in competing. Originally, they had been zealously trying to wipe out all the pulse condensation disciples of Divine Phoenix Island. But now Lin Ming stood in front of them. He was like a towering mountain that loomed over them. It was impossible for them to cross this chasm. Against Lin Ming, they didn't even have the courage to try and wear down his strength by repeatedly challenging him. Those whose cultivation was below the Hotian realm had already given up any hope of winning against him. If they couldn't defeat Lin Ming, then there was no meaning to defeating any of the other pulse condensation period martial artists of Divine Phoenix Island. The youth Ma Junhui who was defeated earlier by Lin Ming had a very pained expression. When he had fought with Lin Ming, he was already lucky that he wasn't disabled. Fortunately, Lin Ming's first spear had been a probing shot and he had managed to escape with his body intact. After Ma Junhui had lost, he had thought that he would seek out Lin Ming in the future and ruin him. But now that he looked back on his thoughts, he was terrified. If he tried to harm Lin Ming without understanding his true strength, the consequences of his actions would have been disastrous. This Lin Ming was simply not normal. The pulse condensation period disciples no longer dared to step on stage, so now only Hotian realm disciples could step up. Suddenly an 8-foot-tall youth jumped on stage. He growled, Deep Earth Sect's Han, 19 years old. I wish to challenge the heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island. Please enlighten me. As Han spoke, the truth was that his eyes had been on Lin Ming, and he was also hoping to fight him. However, to challenge him would be a complete loss of face. For a Hotian realm martial artist to challenge a pulse condensation period martial artist was bad enough, but Lin Ming was also 3 years younger. This challenge simply couldn't be justified. Han is the second-ranked core disciple of the Deep Earth sect. These damn kids are really trying to bully us. A Divine Phoenix Island disciple called out the injustice of the act. Since they cannot defeat the pulse condensation Linming, now they want to compare Hotian talents. Our divine Phoenix Island doesn't have too many Hotian elites, how should we deal with them? Within the sub-20-year-old younger generation of divine Phoenix Island, there were 10 direct disciples and around 30 core disciples. Of the 10 direct disciples, 7 were at the Hotian realm. As for the 30-something core disciples, there were a total of 8 that had reached the Hotian realm. Altogether, this was 15 individuals. A direct disciple wouldn't necessarily be stronger than a core disciple. This division of ranks only applied to talent and didn't consider strength. Although there were some direct disciples with high talent, because of their age, their strength wasn't too amazing. For instance, Golden Bell Mountain's Jin Yu and the Thundercrest sect's Zhou Shaoling were like so. The 5-element region sect situation was even worse than Divine Phoenix Islands. Every sect had around 10 Hotian elites, but with 6 sects added together, that was 60 individuals in total. They could simply pile up on the Divine Phoenix Island disciples until they died. To use many to bully the less, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples could only mutter their complaints. Mu Zhaoxian, the second-ranked core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, gave a cold snort and stood up, wanting to meet this fool head-on. But she was actually pulled down by the 4th-ranked core disciple, Xianxia. Senior apprentice Sister Zhaoxian, let me deal with this man. The more powerful individuals haven't moved yet, you must maintain your best condition to deal with them. Your battles will be much more important. The battles of those heroic elite core disciples that were ranked 1st or 2nd would naturally have a much greater significance than the battles of those behind them. Mu Zhaoxian nodded. Junior apprentice Sister Song, you need to be careful. The disciples of the Deep Earth sect have an amazing defensive power. They are very difficult to handle. I know. Song Xiaoya said as she stepped on stage. She clearly said, Divine Phoenix Islands Song Xiaoya, 19 years old. Please advise. Shi Hanshan stared at Song Xiaoya with a salacious expression. He thought to himself that Divine Phoenix Island really had many beautiful women. Out of every 10 disciples, 8 of them were women. Not only that, but all of them had exquisite looks. It was very different to the Deep Earth sect, which was like a temple of monks. After staying within the boring Deep Earth sect for 4 or 5 years, even if he saw someone grisly-looking, he would still finding it pleasing to the eye. Thus, as Shi Hanshan's vision fell upon Song Xiaoya, his gaze inevitably lingered upon her face and chest for several breaths of time. One couldn't blame Shi Hanshan for his blatant lust. After all, this was a completely normal bodily response for a man that had stayed in a temple of monks for so many years. Song Xiaoya's complexion immediately went sour. You disgusting pig. Watch where your eyes are going, Song Xiaoya said with a true essence sound transmission. Naturally, she could not say such harsh words out loud. Hee, little lady, what's wrong with someone looking at your body? Is it off limits? How are you going to stop me? If you were my wife, then I'd let you manage me. But you're not. Divine Phoenix Island has so many beautiful women. It's such a shame that they are all wasted. How about you marry into our Deep Earth sect? Shi Hanshan's words caused Song Xiaoya to explode into an apoplectic rage. Especially the "it's such a shame that they are all wasted." Just what did he take the female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island for? I'll kill you. Song Xiaoya gave a cold humph, and then a long sword appeared in her hands. She thrust straight towards Shi Hanshan. She immediately used the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, conjuring a shower of flames that looked like gorgeous fireworks, bombarding Shi Hanshan. Boom, boom, boom. Shi Hanshan created a thick brown wall to block all of Song Xiaoya's attacks. This brown wall weathered Song Xiaoya's barrage of attacks like a leaf swaying in a storm. Every time it seemed as if it would break, but it would always bounce back. After 20 to 30 moves had passed, Song Xiaoya hadn't been able to break through that defensive wall. What's the matter with Xiaoya? She lost her presence of mind. The Deep Earth sect disciples are famous for their defensive strength. What they wish for the most is for their opponent to crazily attack to consume their true essence. If Xiaoya's like this, the most she can hope for is a tie. Mu Zhaoxian anxiously said. Junior apprentice Sister Song is strong, but she lacks combat experience. She has only competed in a few sect martial meetings or core disciple contests and assessments. This is the first time that she's fought with a disciple from another sect. Against the Deep Earth sect, when they created a shield, the best method to deal with this was to just completely ignore it. This sort of Earth attribute safety mask consumed true essence. If one ignored it, then he would naturally not continue. But if someone were to madly attack him, then this was what he would wish for the most. Divine Phoenix Island's disciples worried. In such an intense fight, there was no way they could remind Xianxia about this with a true essence sound transmission. After over 30 moves had passed, Xianxia also realized that something was wrong. She had nearly consumed half her true essence, and her opponent's true essence hadn't weakened in the least. She couldn't help but slow down her offensive barrage. But at this time, Xianxia slyly smiled and punched out, slamming straight towards Xiaoya's face. Xiaoya clenched her shining teeth, cutting down on Xianxia's fist with her sword. Pong! The grating sound of metal colliding rang in the air. Xianxia had an Earthstep treasure glove on his hand. Most of the disciples of the Deep Earth sect were fist fighters. As he blocked Xiaoya's sword with his fist, he jabbed out at Xiaoya's stomach with his other fist. Sky-splitting strike. Xianxia's exposed a fierce and barbarous smile. With a punch, the air around him seemed to stir up. Xiaoya had consumed too much true essence. She was unable to summon the necessary true essence, and was continually forced back by the fist's true essence. As she retreated step by step, how could Xianxia give Xiaoya the chance to come back? As they reached the front of the stage, the hard stone tiles under Xianxia's feet that were reinforced by an array formation began to crackle. Stone King's Astral Sky Fist. Xianxia's fist was like the wind, dozens of fist shades dancing in the air. The fist potential was like a roiling tide that swept out, completely dissipating all of the flaming true essence that gathered on Xiaoya's sword. Fist-setting universe. Xianxia punched out one last time. The power of this first at the extreme, like landslide, like the shattering of a dam. Puff! Xiaoya flew backwards, her face pale, her mouth spilling blood, and several of her ribs broken. Xiaoya, senior apprentice sister. Several of the Divine Phoenix Island's female disciples gathered around her to help her up. Xiaoya, are you all right? I'm fine. Xiaoya sat up with some difficulty. She bit her lips in shame and said, I lost. I was too stupid. I've brought disgrace to everyone. Xiaoya understood that Xianxia was using words to provoke her, but his stupid and simple expression had caused her to relax her guard. In the end, this could only be faulted on Xiaoya having grown up as a child in Divine Phoenix Island and lacking the necessary real-world combat experience. Otherwise, there was no way she would have been stirred up by just a few words and lost in such a manner. If she could have fought slowly and steadily, then she could at least have obtained a draw. Xiaoya felt apologetic towards everyone that was counting on her. She had requested to go up on her own initiative, and in the end had lost in such a horrible fashion. Mu Zhaoxian looked over Xiaoya's injuries. She had several broken ribs, but to a martial artist, they would be quickly healed with a few pills and some rest. But it was no longer possible for Xiaoya to continue participating in this competition. Now, of the 15 Hotian juniors of Divine Phoenix Island, Xiaoya had lost her combat strength, and the 5th listed core disciple Huahong had consumed too much of her strength in her battle against Zhang Lin, and would be unable to fight in a short period of time. There were only 13 individuals left over with the ability to fight. But, of the 6 opposing great sects, the first-ranked core disciples still hadn't even taken action, nor had their direct disciples. Once several more rounds passed, there might not be anyone left in Divine Phoenix Island that could still fight. Mu Dingshan had a very troubled expression. He could only watch helplessly as his core disciple juniors fell into such a troubling position. Yet, he was unable to do anything about it. At these sort of banquet competitions, there was an established and unspoken rule that those entering the stage would do so in order of weakest to strongest. First, the weakest disciples would come on stage, and then the middle core disciples, the upper middle core disciples, the top core disciples, the direct disciples, and finally the chief disciple would step on stage. In terms of cultivation, it would be those at the pulse condensation period first, then those at the Hotion realm. This event would usually last the entire day, and the true masters would exchange blows last. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity for the common disciples to step on stage. If Mu Dingshan stepped on stage at this moment, it would ruin this rule. Not only that, but then the Sunfire Princess Zhang Yunjian and other similar characters would step on stage. He and Mu Shaoqing would be 2 against 6. This pressure would be no less than what the core disciples were feeling. When that time came, they would also fall into the position of not being able to sit down and having to give arguments like a loss is a loss. These 5-element region fellows really don't care about face. Mu Dingshan said with a dour expression. In usual years during these kinds of competitions, there would not be such obvious targeting. The 5-element region's 7 great sects would challenge each other, and also the South Horizon region would have Supreme Mystery Temple and Dire Space Sect participating to share the pressure. Every time our Divine Phoenix Island would be able to shine. But now because of the South Sea Demon region, everyone is competing against us and going all out each time. The various measures are endless. The one who answered was Tianguang Revered Master. Now that his 400th birthday celebration had devolved to this point, he could only ruefully smile. As the two spoke, more people stepped on stage. They were top-ranking core disciples from Divine Phoenix Island and Arctic Ice Palace. Fire and ice collided together, and the defensive barrier trembled. After several moves, their strength was about the same. The 5-element region's 7 great sects had contested with Divine Phoenix Island for a long time, and they each had an approximate understanding of the other's strength. When 2 opponents went on stage, their strength would be about the same. As the 2 battled for an incense stick of time, both of them were wounded, but they still continued, the match undecided. There's no more meaning to continue fighting. Call this a draw. An Arctic Ice Palace elder said. The 2 disciples were already severely wounded. If this continued, it would become a life and death struggle. The Divine Phoenix Island disciple stepped down with extreme unwillingness. At this time, the Deep Earth sect's Shi Hanshan unexpectedly jumped on stage. The nearly 9-foot-tall Shi Hanshan stood on the center of the stage, looking no different to an iron tower. He said, "Deep Earth sect's Shi Hanshan. I wish to challenge the young heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island." This bastard. He actually jumped out again. According to the unwritten rules of the banquet competition, one could continue fighting if they won without limit. But if they lost, they could only obediently sit in the audience. Only if others challenged them would they be able to go up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to step on stage and challenge others. Since Shi Hanshan won, he naturally had the qualifications to fight again. Shi Hanshan was very excited. This sort of opportunity for the 5-element region to battle the South Horizon region was very rare. If he achieved better results, not only would he become more famous and gain more honor, but he would be given additional attention by the sect, and would even have rewards after returning home. After exhausting Xianxia and then defeating her, he actually hadn't consumed much true essence. He had used the time after the match to take some restorative pills and meditate for an incense stick of time, restoring his condition to near perfection. The reason he stepped on stage was to continue challenging. I wonder which heroic elite of Divine Phoenix Island could advise me. Shi Hanshan's voice was like thunder to the ears. Xianxia grit her teeth, glaring with utter resentment at this duplicitous pig, wishing she could savagely beat him up. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th-ranked core disciples of Divine Phoenix Island had already stepped on stage. Now, only the 1st and 2nd-ranked core disciples were left. If they went up to deal with Shi Hanshan, later there would be no one else to deal with the top-ranked core disciples of the other sects. Hua Hong clenched her teeth, preparing to go on stage and meet this pig's challenge. She had won her match, and thus also had the qualifications to fight again. Although she had consumed a great deal of energy, she had been able to restore the greater portion of it in this last half hour. Junior apprentice Sister Hua, don't be so rash. This Shi Hanshan is a bad match for you. You haven't recovered to your top condition yet. Wait for a few more matches and then restore your best condition before going on stage again, otherwise you'll only let the villain become increasingly arrogant. As Mu Xiaoxian pulled back Hua Hong, she glanced at all the other Hotion core disciples. Besides her and the top-ranked core disciple Mu Dianxing, there was no one else that had the capabilities to step on stage. The only ones left over were the direct disciples who couldn't act yet. It seemed that the only path left was for her to step on stage. Mu Zhaoxian stood up, but at this time a true essence sound transmission resounded in her ears. "Senior apprentice sister, allow me to go up." Mu Zhaoxian turned around, astonishment in her eyes. She saw Lin Ming stand up. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, you will challenge a Hotian realm master?" Mu Zhaoxian was stunned. Yes. Lin Ming hadn't stepped on stage, and had instead observed the first two fights so he could get a grasp of the strength of a fourth-grade sect's Hotian genius. He had a plan from the start. He concluded that a top-ranked core disciple of a fourth-grade sect like Xianxia or Xianxia had a strength similar to Huang Zixuan, who it had killed 3 months ago. Although Huang Zixuan was a poor talent, he was still a peak Hotian master that came from a small sect. These fourth-grade sect core disciples could compare to a peak Hotian master at the early Hotian realm. When they reached the peak Hotian realm, they might even be able to compare with a Xiantian master. This strength was also aligned with Lin Ming's expectations. Xianxia saw Lin Ming stand up. He was surprised, and that surprise quickly turned to excitement. He raised his sleeves, rubbing his nose, and smiled as he said, "Hee hee, how interesting. Come. I've already wanted to challenge you." Xianxia wanted to have a match against Lin Ming. However, because their difference in cultivation was too great, he had no way to challenge him. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually offer himself up. Xianxia didn't look down on Lin Ming. Rather, it was because of Lin Ming's overabundance of talent that he had aimed for him. He believed that with Lin Ming's talent, he would become a lofty character in the future, a powerhouse on the level of Zhan Yunjian. But now his current ability was far too weak. Xianxia realized that he wouldn't be a match for Lin Ming in a few years. So while Lin Ming was still small and weak, he would take this opportunity to savagely crush him underneath his boot. To crush a monstrous genius beneath one's boot was a very rewarding experience. Thinking this, the smile on Xianxia's face became increasingly wide. He was originally a sorry and foul-looking figure, but now with such a bright, smiling face, it really caused one's skin to crawl. "Lin Ming, don't be so impulsive. Are you sure? If you aren't, then let me go on first. You've already taken the title of number 1 amongst the pulse condensation period. Even if you don't fight anymore, no one will say anything about you. If you lose, you'll also lose all the honor that you've gained." Mu Zhaoxian nervously said. Lin Ming nodded, his words honest. "I have complete confidence." Complete confidence? Mu Zhaoxian was shocked. She already thought it would be extraordinary if Lin Ming had a 60 or 70% assurance to win. That would leave some room for doubt. But she didn't expect that Lin Ming would directly say that he had full confidence he would emerge victorious. If he said this with such belief, then how could she possibly reject him? Lin Ming had just stepped on stage when Mu Qianyu's true essence sound transmission resounded in his ears. "Lin Ming, you won't have a problem this match, right?" "No problem at all." Lin Ming turned around and was surprised to see Mu Qianyu looking at him with a fond smile in her eyes. This startled Lin Ming. Was there something to be so happy about? I guess that since you walk on stage so decisively, you won't have a problem." After Lin Ming continuously defeated Ma Junhui and Zhou Shaoling, Mu Qianyu suddenly remembered that Lin Ming himself was a monstrous talent of preposterous proportions, and that all her worries had been in vain. At Thundercrash Mountain, he had even absorbed a low-grade Earthstep Thunder Soul, so what other matter could be impossible to him? She smiled as she said, "Lin Ming, Honorable Master bids me to tell you that if you can defeat Xianxia, she'll have a reward for you." Oh! Lin Ming was immediately happy. This was a great fortune. A reward that a top 4th-grade sect would give out would naturally be some fantastic treasure. What sort of reward? Lin Ming asked with gusto, his spirits stirred up. "Haha, you really wake up without some rewards. How about you take a guess?" Mu Qianyu said, keeping Lin Ming in suspense. Lin Ming paused. Whatever could have Mu Qianyu keep him in suspense would truly be a wonderful treasure. What could it be? Heaven-opening pills? Medium grade or even high-grade true essence stones? Although these objects were valuable, they were still relatively popular and common, and were equivalent to money. they shouldn't be able to enter Mu Qianyu's eyes. Maybe it was some miracle medicine like the shattered demon heart crystal that could help a Xianxia master reach the revolving core realm? That was impossible. Old Lady Yu Huang had no idea that he was hiding away his tempering marrow realm. And the shattered demon heart crystal was no different from the purest poison to a pulse condensation period martial artist. Old Lady Yu Huang would not reward him with something unreasonable that wouldn't help him at this stage. Is it some valuable material that can help increase one's strength? Lin Ming casually guessed. That sort of thing is useless to you. You already have enough heaven-opening pills, so you're probably tired of eating them. And if you eat too many, you'll build up too much pill toxin. What Honorable Master promised to reward you is the blood of the vermilion bird. This is the transplantation of a Saint Beast's bloodline. Transplanting a Saint Beast's bloodline? When Lin Ming had first heard about the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, he had also heard Mu Qianyu mention that the vermilion bird bloodline could be transplanted onto another person. In order to cultivate the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle and the blue lien abstract phantom code to their core realm, one had to have the bloodline of the vermilion bird or blue luan. Otherwise, it was impossible to cultivate. In Divine Phoenix Island, there were very few individuals that were truly born with the vermilion bird bloodline. Most of the disciples that had this bloodline had it transplanted within them during the Hotian realm. This so-called transplant was in fact taking the blood of the vermilion bird Saint Beast and sealing it into one's body using a secret technique, forcing the vermilion bird blood to penetrate into one's bone marrow and fuse with their own bloodline. This sort of bloodline transplant was very modest. It could only increase a disciple's fire attribute true essence fusion compatibility and ability to cultivate the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle by a small amount. Its effects were very limited, let alone expecting this bloodline transplant to allow one to cultivate the core sections of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle and blue lien abstract phantom code. But for Mu Qianyu to emphasize this reward so much, this would definitely not be the usual Saint Beast bloodline transplantation. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, Miss Mu shouldn't be speaking of the same bloodline that the inner court disciples have, right? Of course not. Mu Qianyu snapped back. You really are too greedy, you can't lose a bit at all. It is the vermilion bird's blood essence transplant. Honored Master has said that the more geniuses you defeat and the stronger they are, the richer the bloodline that will be bestowed to you. Honorable Master has the capital, and this is an extremely rare opportunity. Mu Qianyu laughed as she spoke. Because Lin Ming could have such a grand opportunity, her mood was also very good. Lin Ming was jubilant. This was actually the vermilion bird's blood essence transplant. Blood essence and blood were two completely different concepts. Whether it was a Saint Beast or martial artist, losing a bit of blood wasn't anything at all. They could easily recover it in several days. But if one lost blood essence, that would harm their very foundation. Once one's blood essence was drained, that was equal to one's life being damaged and also losing cultivation. If a martial artist lost their blood essence, that was an absolute death sentence. Even Lin Ming didn't dare to risk his own blood essence. The power of his blood vitality used his blood essence as its base. For a vermilion bird to leave behind blood essence, there were only two possibilities. The vermilion bird had either been killed or had died a natural death. Ultimately, a vermilion bird was a Saint Beast. It was not an endless and immortal being like a phoenix. Its so-called bathing in the fires of nirvana was really only used to treat wounds. Even the most grievous of wounds could be treated by undergoing the fires of nirvana. But undergoing nirvana would not actually lengthen a vermilion bird's lifespan. At the end of a vermilion bird's life, they would complete their final nirvana and also die in nirvana. After a vermilion bird died, they would leave behind a small cup of blood essence. If Lin Ming could obtain enough vermilion bird blood essence and transplant it within himself, his bloodline might not be as pure as that of Mu Qianyu or Mu Bingyun, but it was more than enough to cultivate the core section of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. This was too important to Lin Ming's future cultivation of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. Prior to this, the reason that Lin Ming had joined Divine Phoenix Island, besides Mu Qianyu, was that he had joint interests with Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island valued Lin Ming's talent, but Lin Ming also needed the resources that Divine Phoenix Island could provide. In the future, if Lin Ming could reach the revolving core realm, he would in turn be able to help lead Divine Phoenix Island to a stronger position and even help assist them in becoming a 5th-grade sect. Lin Ming didn't think that he was taking advantage of Divine Phoenix Island in any way. That was why he didn't even prostrate himself in front of old lady Yu Huang. But now, after Lin Ming heard Mu Qianyu mention the vermilion bird blood essence, even he found it difficult to keep his beating heart calm. This was vermilion bird blood essence. It was an enormous benefit to any Divine Phoenix Island disciple. From the founding of Divine Phoenix Island until now, just how many vermilion birds had died? How much vermilion bird blood essence could there possibly be? By comparison, after generation of Divine Phoenix Island disciples coming and going, who knew how many individuals there were? Since vermilion bird blood essence could be preserved this far, it must be precious to the point that even old lady Yu Huang was reluctant to use it. Yet she had taken out something so treasured and was even rewarding it to him. This act of kindness was enough to engrave itself upon Lin Ming's mind. But even though old lady Yu Huang had taken out the blood essence as a reward, the ultimate goal was a joining of mutual interests. Lin Ming also firmed his resolve. In his life, he would help Divine Phoenix Island become a 5th-grade sect. Once he became a revolving core supreme elder, this shouldn't be too difficult for him. Lin Ming couldn't help but glance at old lady Yu Huang. He was surprised to find that she was still sitting in her chair, her expression reticent and cloudy. Seeing Lin Ming look at her, old lady Yu Huang sent him a true essence sound transmission. Boy, don't be happy so early. If you lose, then you won't get anything. At that time, don't come crying to me. Lin Ming grinned. Hey, I can win. Humph, I believe you can defeat Xianxia. But once you win, there will be even more Hotian masters challenging you. Do you think you can defeat the dozens of Hotian masters from the 6 great sects? As old lady Yu Huang spoke, a wave of heroic pride and dignity flooded through Lin Ming. He took a deep breath, calmly saying, Whoever comes will come. I'll take all comers. Old lady Yu Huang was shocked. This boy was really too arrogant. But the young should be a bit arrogant, and they should also have an indomitable and cavalier attitude with absolute belief in their own abilities. Only then would they be able to bring out their true potential. Good. Then let this old woman have a look at just how many you can take. Old lady Yu Huang was also looking forward to seeing just how far Lin Ming could go. Old lady Yu Huang had just finished speaking when another voice sounded in Lin Ming's ear. Brother Lin, are we going to do this, or what? Lin Ming turned to see Xianxia grinning at him. He looked like a simple and honest man, but the truth was that it was only a veneer that hid his cunning edge. Lin Ming discovered that he had been speaking with Mu Qianyu and old lady Yu Huang too long, and was just standing at the edge of the stage, not even having entered yet. Xianxia naturally assumed that Lin Ming was afraid. Because he had impulsively stood up, he had walked halfway but suddenly regretted it. With Lin Ming's age and cultivation, if he decided to change his direction midway, although it was shameful, it was also an understandable action. This was not what Xianxia was hoping to see. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, Brother Lin, you're very strong. Perhaps within the entire 5-element region, there is no junior in the pulse condensation period that can defeat you. Even Thundercrest Sect's junior apprentice sister Zhou is not your match at all. Although I am at the Hotian realm, my talent is much worse than yours. Against a lesser saint talent like yourself, I'm not any better. However, Brother Lin is still young. If Brother Lin doesn't wish to fight, then I naturally will not force the issue. It's just that I will find it truly regrettable that I won't be able to experience the top Subhotian master of the South Horizon region. Xianxia's words seemed to be filled with yearning emotion, but that lesser saint title was intended to deliberately belittle themselves and raise Lin Ming's proud nature. This truth was that this was another method of provoking that was completely different from the demeaning kind of the idiotic Ma Junhui. Perhaps this method of prodding was even more effective. Xianxia spoke to everyone else so that when he dealt with Lin Ming, it wouldn't be the strong bullying the weak. With Lin Ming's strength that could even suppress Zhou Shaoling, he was able to challenge a Hotian master, so he should be able to fight. Xianxia had placed himself in the same position as Lin Ming, so if he won it would also be a satisfying win. As Xianxia's voice fell, the 5-element region's disciples began to engage in a heated discussion as to what the result of the battle would be. Lin Ming should have the ability to challenge a Hotian master, but going against Shi Hanshan is a bit too much. He should have started with a weaker opponent. This Shi Hanshan's defense is like a turtle shell. If Lin Ming's attacks aren't able to break Shi Hanshan's defense, there will be nothing he can do and he'll eventually lose. Not quite. Lin Ming has the advantage in speed. It's not to be trifled with. Even if he can't defeat Shi Hanshan, he still has a way to not lose. Humph. According to your idea, it's just a way to escape. At most it will be a tie. In the Thundercrest sect section of the banquet, Zhou Lai was sipping a cup of tea. He watched as his sister had a very resentful expression plastered on her face. He couldn't help but smile and ask, "Xiaoling, who do you think will win?" Zhou Xiaoling curled her lips in disgust, saying, "That big stupid one is going to lose in a big stupid way." "Oh? You're sure that Lin Ming can win? How do you know?" Zhou Lai was a bit surprised. He didn't think that Xiaoling would assume Lin Ming would win so easily. Since Lin Ming's body was immune to thunder, it was hard to tell just where the limits of his true strength were. "I just know." Zhou Xiaoling pouted, not bothering to explain anymore. In comparison to the disciples of the five-element region, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples were mostly worried, not interested in discussing the outcome of the match. Since things had come to this point, there were already many people who were jealous of Lin Ming and were hoping to see him beaten to a pulp. Divine Phoenix Island was already pushed to the end of the line by the collaboration of these sects. Lin Ming was the last one standing who could possibly earn some face back for them. If Lin Ming lost here, then Divine Phoenix Island might suffer a complete meltdown. On stage, Lin Ming and Shi Hanshan stood 100 feet apart. Shi Hanshan was quite happy. Lin Ming had come up and had finally accepted this match. He was looking forward to defeating Lin Ming and seeing just what miserable expression would appear on his face. "Lin Ming," Shi Hanshan called out with his true essence sound transmission, "do you know why I was hoping to fight you so much?" Lin Ming was silent, waiting for Shi Hanshan to finish his monologue. The truth is very simple. Your talent is just too amazing. People can't help but want to step back from your radiance. Back when I wasn't a disciple of the Deep Earth sect, I was only a poor kid in a big town. My city had a daughter from a wealthy family, whose looks were enough to cause the fall of nations. Looks, temperament, elegance. She had everything I ever wished for. And then I had an idea. I thought that no matter how perfect she was, or how many men she had entranced as their one true love, I would make her nothing but a slut that waited upon this father's crotch. Afterwards, I came back and took her maidenhead. That taste, even if I think about it now, is just to die for. Afterwards, that girl married a noble that matched well with her. Every time I think about how such a noble woman was once pressed under this father's body, I truly find it perfect. Now, you are the same as that woman. No matter how great you are in the future, you will have been defeated by my hands. You will be just like that slut that was ridden by me. Shi Hanshan was very happy, saying all of this with a proud and assertive expression. Lin Ming listened and then suddenly smiled. "You speak so much nonsense. Are you trying to use that same old trick again and provoke me into a fury so that I'll attack your shield with my full force? Are you such a loser with no confidence in defeating me that you have to use such an underhanded method?" After listening to Lin Ming's words, Shi Hanshan's expression slightly changed. "This boy, surname Lin, let alone me, even you aren't completely confident. I am confident, but I still use this trick to stir you up. But if you are so confident, do you dare to attack me?" Lin Ming took out the heavy, profound, soft spear from his spatial ring, grinning as he did so. "As you wish." With that last word, Lin Ming's entire aura suddenly exploded. The heavy, profound, soft spear flashed with a purple light, and the air surrounding him began to violently churn, creating a vortex of wind. "Against scum like you, I love beating them up." Lin Ming's feet trod the ground and he shot forwards like an arrow. Spear wind howled and the heavy, profound, soft spear was layered with an azure light. This spear was enveloped by the energy of the true dragon. "This is bad." It looks like Lin Ming was tricked. Mu Zhaoxian saw that Lin Ming and Shi Hanshan had stood across from each other for several breaths of time and felt that something was wrong. It looked like Han was using the same old trick again and was angering Linming with a true essence sound transmission. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Xianxia had also fallen for this trick. Mu Zhaoxian thought that Linming was a bit younger and had a slightly less immature disposition, so he wouldn't fall for the same trap that Xianxia had fallen into. But now looking at Linming's all-out attack, he was most likely stirred into a fury by Hanshan's words. Mu Zhaoxian could already foresee Linming repeated the same mistakes and finally being defeated. She couldn't help but feel a thick surge of despair in her heart. The nature of the young is just too impulsive. Linming will lose. I have no idea what he was thinking. Before this battle, the disciples from the five-element region had favored Linming by a small margin. But now they had all changed their judgment. Zhan Yunjian also shook his head. He had been favoring Linming to win, but a cool-headed martial artist should not be swayed by their emotions, not to mention that Hanshan's method of provocation was so clumsy. Hanshan's lips curved up in a sneer. He didn't think that there would be such an idiot. Linming knew his idea perfectly well but still decided to rush him like this. This simpleton was simply swayed by his personal feelings too much. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to remain a genius. He would die halfway. Earth Essence Shield. With both hands propping up a shield, a thick brown defensive barrier immediately flashed into existence. Han was far too familiar with this. No matter what attack was used, no matter what storm hit, he would steadfastly defend against them all. He had once gone into a mystic realm with other martial artists. When they had encountered a disaster, the ones to survive were martial artists from the Deep Earth sect. Han had full confidence in his defense. However, when that heavy, profound, soft spear that was wrapped in an azure light smashed down, Hanshan's complexion changed. He felt that it wasn't a spear that struck him, but a collapsing mountain. Bang! The heavy, profound, soft spear smashed into the Earth Essence shield. Han felt both of his arms tremble and he completely lost feeling below the elbows. A terrifying pressure passed down his arms into his legs, blowing up the tiles under his feet. What kind of strange power was this? Han felt an inexplicable horror rise in his heart. He had inborn divine strength and also practiced specialized horse stance techniques during the body transformation stage. Yet, this attack almost made him fall to the ground. Oh? You withstood it. Linming was a bit surprised. He had used the strength of tempering marrow a while ago, and struck down with a body strength of tens of thousands of genes. The Azure True Essence was only used to protect the heavy, profound, soft spear. A medium-grade human step treasure wouldn't able to withstand such a collision. This Han really did have the ability to back up his proud heart. Linming's lips curved up in a grin. He lifted his spear and smashed down again on the turtle shell-like Earth Essence shield. This strike was even more dangerous than the last. Power of Thunder. Within the heretical god seed, the silent purple flood dragon Divine Thunder suddenly erupted. The heavy, profound, soft spear shined with a purple light, carrying the prestige of rolling thunder. Bang! A spear smashed into the Earth Essence shield. Hanshan's 5 organs were shaken and his blood roiled. Under that terrifying strength, a faint power of thunder had penetrated through the Earth Essence shield. It was like a venomous serpent that drilled into Hanshan's body, causing his entire body to go numb. Damn! Han clenched his teeth and galvanized all of the true essence in his body to the limit, thickening the Earth Essence shield. The third spear, flow like silk. The heavy, profound, soft spear's azure true essence began to vibrate, sending humming sounds in the air. The azure-wrapped, heavy, profound, soft spear howled like a silver dragon going to sea. The heavy, profound, soft spear smashed into the Earth Essence shield. In that instant, a power of vibration pierced through the shield, spreading into Hanshan's body. Han only felt like his entire body was coming apart, all of his organs trembling. Fourth spear. Fifth spear. Linming's attacks were like a storm. Hanshan's true essence shield bent under this vicious barrage of attacks, but didn't actually break. This was the defensive shield technique of the Deep Earth sect, and was maintained by the caster's true essence. As long as true essence was supplied, it wouldn't break. The reason that Xianxia had been able to keep the shield from breaking was because he was crazily overdrawing the true essence from his body, injuring himself. Not only that, but while maintaining the shield, he also had to withstand the dual attacks from the power of thunder and flow like silk. This situation could be described as beyond miserable. However, because of the Earth Essence shield and the flashing purple light, most disciples only saw a brilliant and gorgeous collision of true essence. They didn't realize just what situation Xianxia was in. Xianxia and Mu Zhaoxian were extremely anxious. Yan Fuhong was filled with anticipation as he saw Lin Ming on the brink of defeat. As for the disciples of the five-element region, they talked about the match, comparing their insight of the battle and understandings of cultivation methods. Lin Ming is too naive. In a situation where their strength is about the same, breaking through the Deep Earth Sect's Earth Essence shield will require several times more true essence than the Deep Earth Sect disciple will use. It looks like no matter how fiercely Xianxia's Earth Essence shield is deforming, it is impossible to break. The Deep Earth Sect's Earth Essence shield can be strong when you want it strong and weak when you want it weak. There is simply no waste of true essence in using it. When Xianxia attacked, the Earth Essence shield had also fiercely distorted. After some thought, it seems that the only reason was because Xianxia wanted to save his strength. Haha, Brother Jin's experience is too extensive and broad. According to my knowledge, the Deep Earth Sect has many different kinds of defensive shields. As for the Earth Essence shield, that's quite an uncommon one. I'm surprised that Brother Jin has such a thorough understanding. It's nothing. I just happened to battle a Deep Earth Sect disciple who used the Earth Essence shield once. Lin Ming is talented, but he is just too impulsive. With such a disposition, it's very difficult to become a true master. Unless, maybe after he grows up. As Brother Jin was speaking, he was immediately interrupted. Brother Jin. What? The surnamed Jin asked, a bit annoyed. I think I saw that Xianxia in the Earth Essence shield cough blood. It seems like his entire body is covered in blood, a 15 or 16-year-old youth hesitantly said as he stared with wide eyes. What did you just say? He's coughing blood. The youth surnamed Jin couldn't believe this as he looked towards the center of the stage. He just happened to see the moment that Lin Ming withdrew his spear, and the brilliant purple light dimmed. The Earth Essence shield also lightened, and there was a short moment where he could see Xianxia's bleak and miserable appearance as he struggled to maintain the Earth Essence shield. His hair was disheveled, his face wan, his nose bleeding, and he was coughing blood. Even his clothes were stained crimson. The youth surnamed Jin was stunned, his mouth hanging open. As he witnessed Xianxia's incredibly tragic situation, he was aghast. Xianxia could be described as pathetic beyond belief. He was long on the edge of collapsing, but if he didn't stubbornly harm himself to maintain the shield, once the Earth Essence shield broke, his situation would be even worse. As Xianxia saw Lin Ming gather his strength to stab out with his spear again, he felt his heart shiver. What he encountered on this stage wasn't a man, but a vicious beast in human form. Not only that, but this vicious beast was above the 5th level. Because he was concerned about face, he grit his teeth and refused to admit defeat. He was hoping that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to continue such a barrage of high-intensity attacks. After all, he was in a defensive position, and in an extended battle he would be the one with an advantage. Not only that, but the Deep Earth Sect's Earth Essence shield was able to save a significant amount of true essence. Lin Ming's true essence consumption surely had to be several times his own. But after withstanding 4 or 5 more spear strikes, Xianxia was on the verge of breaking. He could not suppress the roiling blood in his chest much longer, and he felt like he was about to vomit out his organs. On the other hand, Lin Ming looked completely unconcerned, as if he were just standing there watching him. Spear after spear after spear. Each spear was faster and more ruthless than the last. He wanted to shout out and admit defeat, but Lin Ming's spear attacks were too quick. Before he had the chance to call out, another spear attack had already arrived. But this spear caused Xianxia's face to go white, his mind trembling. He wouldn't be able to block this. Stop! An old man from the Deep Earth Sect wearing a loose yellow robe stood up. But at the same time, Lin Ming's heavy, profound soft spear had already smashed down. Bang! Dazzling thunder sparked and blue light flashed. Xianxia's earth essence shield was finally at its limit, and it was no different than an egg struck by a hammer. It exploded into pieces. Xianxia felt like he was struck by a mountain as he flew backwards, his clothes torn to shreds. A sweet, coppery taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't know how many bones he had broken, but he was tossed back like a broken doll. Before Xianxia hit the barrier array, the yellow-robed old man appeared behind him, casually ripping open the barrier and taking Xianxia in his hands, gently falling onto the stage. The entire audience was silent. The youth surnamed Jean was stunned silly. Xianxia's earth essence shield had actually been broken? Not only that, but his opponent had been a pulse condensation period martial artist? Most people at the banquet hadn't even noticed that Xianxia had been coughing blood. They had been casually looking at the action on stage, comparing their knowledge of the martial arts match. They thought that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to persist, but after that sudden explosion, the Earth Essence shield had shattered and Xianxia had flown backwards. Such a quick reversal was completely unexpected. Mu Jiaxian, Mu Dianping, Hua Hong, and all the other Divine Phoenix Island core disciples that had been worrying about Lin Ming felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ming won, but he also did so in such a fierce manner. Zhang Yunjian sucked in a breath of cold. He casually glanced at Zhou Lai and saw that his expression was like the surface of a calm lake. This fellow Lin Ming is too terrifying. He hasn't even grown up, but he can already defeat Hotian core disciples. Not just that, but with plenty of strength left over. Such a fearful talent. Once he reaches the Hotian realm, Zhang Yunjian didn't dare to think about what would happen. 3 words echoed in his mind, causing his heart to tremble. Saint-rank talent. As long as another year or 2 passed, Lin Ming would step into the Hotian realm and become a saint-rank talent. He would be a saint-rank talent that was in no way inferior to Mu Qianyu from 10 years ago. How was this possible? He had heard that this Lin Ming had been found from a small 3rd-grade sect. A person that Divine Phoenix Island had dug out from some small 3rd-grade sect actually had such terrifying talent. Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. These twin-sister saint-rank talents were already enough to cause the 7 great sects of the 5-element region to be extremely jealous. Once Lin Ming was added, Zhang Yunjian was unable to think of the future. In just a mere 10 years, 3 saint-rank talents had appeared. He had a foreboding feeling that as long as Divine Phoenix Island would be able to endure this disaster from the South Sea Demon region, they would have a high possibility of becoming a phoenix that underwent nirvana, being reborn into a true 5th-grade sect. At this moment, it wasn't just Zhang Yunjian, but also many others that felt this. Lin Ming's talent was already enough to be considered at the saint level. It was just that he was too young, thus he was too weak at the moment. Stepping into the true saint rank was just a matter of time. He probably didn't even need 2 years. 1 year would be enough. The Sunfire Princess' beautiful eyes stared at Lin Ming, unblinking. Tianguang, revered elder, stroked his beard as he laughed. All of the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island gazed at Lin Ming with a mixture of disbelief, awe, and worship in their eyes. Even the indifferent Mu Bingyun was colored with surprise as she gazed at Lin Ming. This young boy that her elder sister had found had far surpassed any of her expectations. The yellow-robed old man from the Deep Earth sect examined Xianxia's physical condition and his face sank, his eyes filling with murderous intent. He stared at Lin Ming, an ominous color flashing in his eyes. "Young boy, you are quite ruthless. You've broken all his ribs, crushed his sternum, and severely injured his organs. It was only a minor match, and yet you were so vicious." The yellow-robed man wished to kill Lin Ming with a slap of his hand, but in the moment that he revealed his murderous intent, he felt a rich and blazing energy lock onto him. This energy came from Mu Yu Huang, and although it was smoldering hot, it caused his body to go completely ice-cold, as if he was sinking into the 9 layers of the abyss. This was the feeling of standing near death's door. The yellow-robed man's mind went cold. He, of course, had only thought this. It was impossible for him to truly do anything to Lin Ming. At most, he would emit an aura to suppress him. But he hadn't thought that just as he released his murderous intent, Mu Yu Huang would instantly lock onto him, and with such a terrifying energy. Everyone says that this old woman from Divine Phoenix Island has reached the late revolving core realm, but also that her life's fire comes from the silent 9 emerald flame found within the bottomless abyss. This fire is divided into 9 parts and contains extreme heat and extreme cold. With just a touch, not even your bones would be left. Its might is beyond terrifying. The yellow-robed old man didn't dare to provoke Mu Yuhuang. A character that could become an island master of Divine Phoenix Island was no ordinary character, especially since this was the territory of Divine Phoenix Island. He quashed his thoughts of suppressing Lin Ming with his aura. As he held onto Shuhanzhan, he flicked a white pill into his mouth. He coldly stared at Lin Ming and gave an icy cough. So young, and yet your actions are so evil. Yet you actually have the face to preach to Thundercrest sects Zhou Shaoling. Truly ridiculous. Since he wasn't able to punish Lin Ming, the yellow-robed old man could only mock him. Less than half an hour ago, Lin Ming had taught Zhou Shaoling a lesson for being too vicious. The yellow-robed old man planned to use this matter to embarrass Lin Ming. Lin Ming maintained his calm. He slowly put away the heavy, profound, soft spear and slowly said, "I don't understand what Senior is implying. Shuhanzhan used vicious words to provoke me, using shameless methods to stir me up. Should I have endured his baseless insults and humiliation and then stayed my hand and treated him with courtesy? The Deep Earth sect's defensive shield martial skills are tough and also conserve true essence. If I don't go all out with my attacks, then what happens once my strength is all consumed? When my strength is exhausted, will your good disciple easily defeat me and then proudly claim to everyone how he did so, wagging his silly little tail? If I'm verbally humiliated by others, should I stretch out my face and let them slap me? Does Senior think I am so cheap? Is the Deep Earth sect so sad that they shame the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, but don't have the guts to withstand retaliation?" Lin Ming's words were extremely insidious. Not only were they derisive, but they also pointed out the conflict between Divine Phoenix Island and the Deep Earth sect. After seeing the yellow-robed old man being berated, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples felt much more relaxed in their hearts. The yellow-robed old man's lips twitched. He coldly humphed, saying, "What a flippant tongue. Do you think that I'm blind? Your strength obviously surpasses Shuhanzhan by a great deal, and you could definitely have restrained your hand after breaking his shield so that you didn't injure Shuhanzhan. Yet you still made such a vicious attack, severely wounding him. How can you explain this?" Lin Ming unhurriedly said, "I can't explain and I don't want to explain, but if Senior really insists on asking for an explanation, then I also want Senior to explain a matter to me. The 5-element region's 6 sects together obviously surpass Divine Phoenix Island by a large margin. Yet, at this banquet, you dare to band together to bully my Divine Phoenix Island, taking several people to fight a single person to wear them out. Where's the honor in this? Where is the honor in trying to force Divine Phoenix Island into a situation where they have no one they can send out to battle? How can Senior explain this?" The yellow-robed old man suddenly looked ashen, unable to speak. In such an embarrassing debate, his own words had been thrown back at him, and he was completely lacking a means to respond. One had to feel sorry for this revolving core master. His strength far surpassed Lin Ming, and yet he had lost to Lin Ming in a war of words. Once this event was made known, he would become the laughingstock of the entire 5-element region. Well said. With such a fantastic matter, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island couldn't help but applaud. They had been holding their breath this entire time, refraining from speaking, and at this moment Lin Ming had spoken for everyone, maliciously ruining the face of this Deep Earth sect elder. This was just too refreshing a feeling. Even old Lady Yuhuang, whose expression had been sullen and icy from the start of the banquet, had a hint of a smile on her face. "Sure, Zhongkuan, you two have a day where you were defeated under the hands of a junior. I wonder just how you'll swallow this shame." In the texts, they often described wars of words between scholars who used their lips as spears to argue, piercing through the other's heart of understanding. Between martial artists, this was sometimes the case too. Although Lin Ming's words weren't able to shake Shi Zhongkuan's heart of martial arts, it was still enough to make him eat his own crap. It also made Mu Yuhuang, who had been very uncomfortable for these last couple of weeks, much happier. "Boy, well done. I'll also note this down as your win and reward you," Mu Yuhuang said with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming happily replied, "Thank you, Senior Yuhuang." Lin Ming had subconsciously changed from Master Ancestor Yuhuang to Senior Yuhuang. Calling this old lady master ancestor Yuhuang was just too weird. But Mu Yuhuang was very happy at this moment. Naturally, she wouldn't care about such minor matters. As Lin Ming looked up, he happened to see Mu Qianyu looking at him. She was brightly smiling at him, a vibrant shine in her eyes. She said with a true essence sound transmission, "Fantastically done." After Lin Ming brutally beat up Shi Hanshan and defeated Shi Zhongquan in a war of words, the morale of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples sharply rose. The morose atmosphere that surrounded them instantly swept away. After suffering the indignity of the six sects' actions and then also being suppressed by their joint effort, a simmering rage had been brewing within their chests. This wasn't only Lin Ming's victory, but a victory that emboldened everyone. With just a few words, he had been able to give voice to the thoughts of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples and vent out their frustrations for them. At this moment, Lin Ming's previous status as an outsider had been fully accepted by everyone else. No one envied him anymore. Instead, their admiration and fondness for him continued to grow. Several young girls gazed at Lin Ming, OING and ING at him, talking about him, their young and pretty faces flushed red with excitement. But the complexions of the five-element region disciples were actually not good at all. Their hearts were full of jealousy that showed on their faces. This Lin Ming is far too arrogant. Humph! His arrogance won't last for long. Since he has a Hotian realm strength, he'll be drawn into the battle of Hotian masters. Lin Ming's talent is real, but he's still far too young and naive. Yes, Shi Hanshan is a core disciple, but his talent is just SOSO. There are also direct disciples stronger than him, and above that are even disciples like Huruyan, Zhou Lai by Aoshuan, and other such characters. The six sects chief disciples aren't to be messed with. Not mentioning the other sects, Shi Hanshan's senior apprentice brother Shi Dingtian won't stand idly by after this. A beautiful tree in a forest will be destroyed by the wind. The six great sects won't let things end so simply. Now that things had come to this, the simmering anger between Divine Phoenix Island and the six great sects had reached the boiling point. Now it was no longer just a comparison of skills. As soon as one went on stage, they would be using their full strength and all of their special skills until the other party was defeated. Once they were defeated, it would be a miserable end. On stage, Shi Zhongquan's complexion had fallen to the ground. He was a revolving core master. Since when did he have to suffer the berating words of a junior? Wasn't this even more embarrassing than losing to those other old bags? Good, very good. Heroes always come from the young. This old man has truly experienced a wonderful scene. Hanshan's character is honest and his talent is low. He cultivates diligently every day and seeks the martial path with his whole heart. But now he was actually bullied by your strength today and wounded to this point. Since Hanshan is weaker than you, this old man has nothing to say. But let me tell you, there is always a higher mountain and always a stronger human. When you use your greater strength to bully others in such a cruel fashion, you should also expect that someone else with an even deeper cultivation will one day use you as a stepping stone and crush you under their feet. My five-element region's six great sects have countless masters all around. This old man wants to see, for just how long will you be able to win? Shi Zhongquan's words could be considered harsh, but Lin Ming only sneered. What a well-said, honest character, low talent. If such a scumbag could be considered honest and simple, then the Master Netherworld Demon Emperor of Silent Demon Emperor City could be considered the most kind and merciful of individuals. Lin Ming said loud and clearly, "The world is vast, and there are as many geniuses as clouds in the sky. I've never thought that I am among the top heroic elites of this world's youths. Even at my age, there are many powerful people that already surpass me. You said that I use my strength to bully others. And you're not wrong, but that's because I always wish to beat up the scum of the earth. If there are people of your five-element region that wants to rely on their cultivation to crush me under their heel, then I, Lin Ming, am standing right here. I will receive all comers. Whoever many come, I'll fight that many." Lin Ming's words were like a divine clarion bell. They reached the clouds, split the earth, and resounded through the entire audience. Even Shi Zhongquan was stunned. He stared speechless at Lin Ming. This boy was crazy. He wanted to single-handedly resist all the masters of the six great sects. With Lin Ming's word, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were seething in an elated frenzy. The men were yelling and the women were screaming. Big Brother Lin is too awesome. Big Brother Lin, well said. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is too sexy. Ah! Whether or not Lin Ming could fulfill his words, no one knew. But presently, when Lin Ming had spoken, his heroic spirit had speared straight into the skies, causing the Divine Phoenix Island disciples' blood to boil, as if their entire bodies had been lit with an explosive passion. People were creatures that were easily infected with emotion. But to those that were able to incite the mood of the crowd, this was the most charming time of their lives. At this time, even Mu Qianyu, who was sitting beside old lady Yu Huang, felt her heart speed up a bit. She lightly said, "This fellow Lin Ming really knows how to stir up trouble." Old lady Yu Huang showed a rare smile. She knew that the reason Lin Ming had said these words was that he wanted to repay her gratitude. She laughed a bit and said, "This kid, he hasn't even bothered with the rabbit but wants to shoe the eagle. If he wins the next 5 or 6 matches, all the treasures I've been saving will be robbed by him." Mu Qianyu covered her mouth as she giggled, not saying anything. Old lady Yu Huang glanced at Mu Qianyu with a sarcastic eye. How come you're smiling? Don't you feel bad? These things were meant to be passed to you later." Mu Qianyu was a saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, and the vermilion bird blood essence would naturally be passed to her later. As for Mu Bingyun, although she too was a saintess, she had the bloodline of the blue Luan within her body. The vermilion bird blood essence was useless to her. Mu Qianyu said, "Doesn't feel bad at all. Although the vermilion bird blood essence will be beneficial to my cultivation, it will be of far greater benefit to Lin Ming. Using it on Lin Ming would be the best use of it. Honorable Master will surely not regret this decision." Mu Qianyu was born with a very pure and rich vermilion bird bloodline. With the fusion of some vermilion bird blood essence, her bloodline concentration wouldn't increase by much. At best, it would enhance her fire attribute true essence fusion compatibility by a bit. But if given to Lin Ming, it would greatly increase his vermilion bird bloodline to the point where he would be able to practice the core sections of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle and thus greatly enhance his strength. "I didn't say I wouldn't give it to him, but you actually feared that I would go back on my promise." Mu Yu Huang meaningfully glanced at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu instantly panicked, and then quickly calmed her manner and restrained herself. Shi Zhongquan sneered, saying, "Boy, remember the words you just said. Words that you speak are the same as water that's thrown out. It can't be taken back. Now you've flaunted your fast tongue and made such a ridiculous and foolish challenge." This old man wants to take a good, hard look at just how many of the heroic elites from the 6 great sects you will be able to challenge. When Shi Zhongquan spoke to this point, he didn't bother to speak anymore. He lifted the half-dead Shi Han and stepped off stage. Against a stupid junior that was soon going to be turned into a complete fool, there was simply no need to argue. Of course, this was only a method of consoling his own mind. In fact, after he stepped down from the stage, his face remained livid to the point where the many disciples of the Deep Earth sect were afraid to even take a breath. As all the disciples of the banquet exploded in a range of emotions, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island madly cheered on Lin Ming. No matter whether or not he would be able to fulfill the words of his declaration, their anger had been vented. As for the 5-element region disciples, they were completely dismissive of Lin Ming. They held the mindset of watching the matches and waiting to see Lin Ming be tormented. "I wonder how long Lin Ming can last? I'm guessing at most 2 or 3 matches. The 6 great sects will not allow Lin Ming to keep showing off his arrogance. Once one is defeated, the next one to go up will be stronger. But as for the 6 chief disciples, they won't participate in this demeaning show, or else Lin Ming won't even be able to last past the first round." Senior Apprentice Brother Sun is right. Lin Ming is just disgracing himself. Senior Apprentice Brother Sun has extraordinary strength, and has also stepped into the Hotian realm. Perhaps Senior Apprentice Brother Sun would like to go on stage yourself and have a good match against this Lin Ming. The voice of the youth surnamed Sun paused. He wished he could slap this ass-kissing, idiotic junior apprentice brother to death. He hesitated, and then pretended to ponder for a moment before finally saying, "I'll have a look at how things go first." The Deep Earth sect disciples were suppressed too much by Shi Zhongquan's incensed expression. Finally, one disciple couldn't bear it any longer and jumped on stage. He stood at the center of the stage and clearly said, "Deep Earth sect's Chen Kuan, currently 19 years old. Please advise. Chen Kuan. He's a Deep Earth sect direct disciple. I didn't think that the first one to go on stage would be a direct disciple. This banquet competition has developed too quickly. It's been an hour or two, but the level of the participants has already risen to the level of direct disciples. The other people hadn't even had a chance to go on stage. Who knew that this random factor Lin Ming would show up from nowhere? But this Chen Kuan is not someone who can be easily played with. The outcome of this match is hard to determine, but he will definitely be able to force Lin Ming into using his full strength." Chen Kuan extracted a long staff from his spatial ring. This staff was one of the common weapons of the Deep Earth sect. "Boy, it's not that I, Chen Kuan, am bullying you, but it is that you are far too arrogant. You don't even place my 5-element region's 6 great sects in your eyes. Since you dare to challenge the 6 great sects with your lone strength, how could I fear you? Watch my staff." Chen Kuan fired his staff. This staff was naturally an elastic staff. The staff danced in the sky, creating brown phantoms that connected into a single stretch, as if sand had covered the entire sky. It was impossible to tell where Chen Kuan's attack would come from. Against these overwhelming staff phantoms, Lin Ming only thrust out his spear. This spear brought forth 10,000 filaments of vibrating true essence. The azure vibrating true essence flushed out like a tide. Under such a tide, all of the staff phantoms were dispelled, turning into nothing. In an instant, Lin Ming arrived in front of Chen Kuan, stabbing his spear towards Chen Kuan's stomach. Chen Kuan's complexion changed. Cliff rock barrier. As a disciple of the Deep Earth sect, he naturally knew several defensive martial skills. Chen Kuan waved his hand, and a thick wall of earth appeared in front of him. Lin Ming's spear smashed into the wall, shaking the origin energy that created it. Chen Kuan insidiously smiled. He took advantage of when Lin Ming's weapon was caught in the wall and raised his staff, pounding down on Lin Ming's shoulder. Earth opening staff. The long staff howled as it came down. The origin energy twisted around it, turning into a 3-foot thick staff shade. As it came down, it looked like a golden pillar that was about to smash Lin Ming. If the staff struck, it would definitely break his collarbone, causing Lin Ming to lose his combat strength. In that split second, Lin Ming cried out, "Explode!" Flow like silk erupted. The foot-thick earth wall was actually blown into powder by 10,000 vibrating azure true essence filaments. Lin Ming's spear swept out his spear potential like an unstoppable wave. It collided with the golden staff shade. Bang! As the staff and spear intersected, the golden pillar staff shade broke apart, but Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear curved into a crescent moon as if it were about to break. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. In that last moment, Lin Ming had actually held onto the spear with a single hand. With his free right hand, his punched out. At this moment, Chen Kuan was using his full strength to support the staff in his hands. Where would he have the strength to defend? He could only stare with disbelief as Lin Ming's fist punched his chest. Chen Kuan only saw his eyes go dark for a moment as he flew backwards. Chen Kuan flew back several dozen feet before finally managing to use his staff to ground himself. He kneeled on the floor, panting and taking in great gulps of air. The punch that had struck his chest was too strange. The energy in that attack had spread through his organs, causing his blood to roil. He stood up, an expression of shock coloring his face. In a battle of masters where both parties were using their full strength, they naturally had to also utilize their utmost concentration. If there was even the slightest mistake, it was possible that they would be defeated. But Lin Ming was actually able to hold a spear in one hand and use his other to attack. What sort of strange strength was this? After a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, their bodily strength wouldn't increase by much. They could only depend on using the true essence to indirectly enhance their strength. But because the Deep Earth sect martial artists had Earth attribute origin energy, they had a large advantage in the aspect of strength. But in that moment, Chen Kuan had been completely suppressed by Lin Ming's brute force. Chen Kuan could not accept this. I admit defeat. Chun Kuan clenched his teeth, then turned around and walked off stage. As he admitted defeat, there was a collective gasp among the banquet audience. This Lin Ming, I don't know, but he must have studied some cultivation method that gave him such a bizarre body strength. He was actually able to withstand Chun Kuan's earth-opening staff and retaliate. It's no injustice that Chun Kuan lost. Lin Ming defeated 2 Deep Earth sect masters in a row. Even the direct disciple Chun Kuan lost. After him would be the top 4 or 5 ranked direct disciples. It's impossible for Lin Ming to win. But even so, to win by wearing him down in a battle of attrition would be truly disgraceful. Even after they win, the 5-element region's 6 great sects will still lose face. Just look at the Thunderclap's complexion. At the Thundercrest sect's banquet table, Zhou Lai had a poor complexion. Ever since Lin Ming had said he would challenge the 6 great sects of the 5-element region, he hadn't been able to relax. He wasn't worried that Lin Ming would continuously win. After all, if dozens of Hotian martial artists all challenged a pulse condensation period martial artist, he would eventually slip and be defeated. This was inevitable. Let alone Lin Ming, even the Mu Qianyu of the past would not have been able to do this. What Zhou Lai worried about was the entire situation of the 5-element region's Hotian masters waging a protracted war against a pulse condensation period junior. Once this matter was made known, it would truly be shameful. He couldn't help but glance at Zhou Xiaoling. His little sister was actually still eating at this moment, her head nearly in her bowl. Zhou Lai frowned. You're still in the mood to eat? If I don't eat, then what am I going to do here? Zhou Xiaoling vaguely muttered as she looked at Lei Jinzi, puzzled. She had a very bored and tired look in her eyes. Anyway, fights of this level have nothing to do with me, so what about it? Zhou Lai was speechless. He sighed as she said, it's as you said, Lin Ming really won. As Zhou Xiaoling swallowed some food, she said, it's not simple for him to lose. Why don't you go up and finish this yourself then? Zhou Lai was exasperated with his little sister. To tell him to go up on stage himself, that was a complete joke. Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing still hadn't moved. Lin Ming had challenged the heroic elites of the 5-element region. But that didn't mean that the other disciples of Divine Phoenix Island would just stand there. Zhou Lai expected that if he or any of the other chief disciples took action, then Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing would come out to meet them. These 2 fellows were very difficult to deal with, especially Mu Dingshan. His cultivation was just a step away from reaching the middle Hotian real. Zhou Lai had to admit that his odds of defeating him were less than half. At that time, things would become a battle between the direct disciples of the sections. Meanwhile, Lin Ming would walk off stage and recover his strength. This was not what Zhou Lai wished to see. Even for Zhou Lai, he couldn't afford to lose or win against this fellow. He could already imagine that if he entered the stage, there would be a rumor spreading throughout the entire 5-element region and South Horizon region, that the 5-element region's 6 great sects had collaborated to besiege the 16-year-old Divine Phoenix Island Saint-rank talent Lin Ming. Even the chief disciple Zhou Lai had to use the strategy of having several others wear Lin Ming down, and then only managing to barely defeat him. These rumors were unpredictable, especially because those that spread these rumors would embellish many details to bring more attention to their stories. Therefore, no matter how Zhou Lai won, the end result would be that Lin Ming's status and influence would rise. As for his own reputation, he would be extremely discredited in the 5-element region, his face falling to the floor. Zhou Lai didn't want to place himself in this situation. At this time on the stage, Lin Ming had taken a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. In these 2 matches, he had consumed a small bit of his strength. Lin Ming's endurance was amazing. He had an excessively abundant amount of blood vitality, and after he had reached tempering marrow where his blood was like gold soup, Lin Ming's blood vitality was like a massive raging inferno. Such a martial artist that had an extremely blood vitality, even if they fell into the 10,000 layers of the abyss, no ghost of spirit would dare to approach them, or they would instantly be purified. After eating up a pill and revolving the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming rapidly restored the true essence he had consumed. Who wants to be next? Lin Ming's arm pressed against the barrel of his spear, the 9-foot 9-inch heavy profound soft spear proudly displayed. A man and his spear stood with complete pride in the center of the stage, challenging all martial artists from the 6 great sects to meet him. At this time, the only way to describe Lin Ming would be that his heroic spirit soared to the skies. A quarter of an hour ago, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples had been continuously challenged by the 5-element region disciples. All of the junior disciples had gathered, but they were overwhelmed facing against such an endless enemy. But now, with just a few words from Lin Ming, they suddenly all filled with a rapturous pride. At this moment, the image of this solitary figure on stage had etched itself into the hearts of many present. Of course, the reaction of the 5-element region disciples was the complete opposite. Fuck! This kid is too arrogant. He dares to bully my 5-element region? The youths were easily stirred up. Now, with someone challenging them while looking down on them at the same time, how could they sit still? A youth carrying a longsword that was sat near Zhang Yunjian stood up. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, I'll go up and compete against him. The youth was already itching to fight. In the last year, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was looking for a chance to display his newfound strength. Now that Lin Ming had won a series of battles, if he could stop his winning streak, he would surely become famous. Zhang Yunjian nodded. Since the 5-element region had already decided to defeat Lin Ming in a battle of attrition, they should double down on this plan. In any case, their reputation had already fallen. Several days from now, this series of events would spread regardless of what happened. Thus it was best to just send a few of the top direct disciples out and end this farce as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if Lin Ming defeated the next 7 or 8 challengers, that would truly be an ugly sight to behold. He shouldn't have much strength left. Just go up and directly defeat him, Zhang Yunjian said. The youth smiled. This boy is dreaming. Does he really think he can keep winning? Not even a chief disciple can accomplish this. I think that this boy wants to become famous so badly that he's gone insane. Since I'm going up, I'll make sure to awaken him from this fanciful dream. As the youth spoke, he leapt on stage. Zhao Yunjian let out a long breath. Even if Lin Ming lost, he would still become famous throughout the entire South Horizon region and 5-element region. His reputation might even compare to that of Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. This was not something that the direct disciples of the 5-element region could compare with. But in the end, Lin Ming was lacking time. This was as far as he came. Although he was able to defeat Chen Kuan, how would he fare against a top direct disciple? He would probably barely be able to win. In the worst case, even if he won, he would still exhaust his strength. If so, how many could he defeat? Storm Valley's Chu Yunfei, I wish to experience just what ability you have to be confident. Chu Yunfei pointed between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the provocation obvious in his voice and actions. Storm Valley's Chu Yunfei was the 4th-ranked direct disciple. It was worth mentioning that he was less than 19 years old and had an astonishing talent. He was considered one of the top 4 heroic storm talents. Because a 4th-ranked direct disciple had entered the stage, after that would be the 3rd and 2nd-ranked direct disciples. And after the top direct disciples were the chief disciples, characters like Zhang Yunjian, Bai Aoshuan, Zhou Lai, and others. However, Lin Ming also knew that the chief direct disciples were proud and haughty, and would not participate in this group siege. Since these chief disciples aren't going to move, I'll sweep clean the direct disciples of the 6 great sects and use these battles to consolidate my tempering marrow boundary and enhance my strength. Lin Ming never thought to take the initiative and challenge the 6 chief disciples. He couldn't discern the true strength of these individuals. Although Lin Ming had full confidence in a one-on-one fight, as for fighting several of them in a row, he wasn't arrogant to such a degree. As Lin Ming faced Chu Yunfei on the stage, he took out the heavy, profound, soft spear. Hee, your winning streak stops here. Chu Yunfei brightly smiled. Without any action at all, the blue sword that was in the scabbard on his back flew out on its own into his hand. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. This is the concept of wind? Lin Ming instantly realized that the sword was pulled out from the scabbard by wind, then sent to Chu Yunfei's hand. This was a sort of ability that allowed one to control wind. This sort of wind-controlling ability was truly eye-opening. The top-ranked direct disciples of the 5-element region really have their own strengths. For the Storm Valley martial artists to comprehend the concept of wind also makes sense. Oh, you saw through it? Not bad. My comprehension of the concept of wind ranks among the top of Storm Valley's younger generation. Xu Yunfei was completely confident in himself. He had broken through to the Hotian realm at 18 years of age and was also called one of the 4 heroic storm talents. Naturally, he had areas he excelled in. To be defeated under my hands is not an injustice. Xu Yunfei slashed out. His sword speed was fast to the point that only the sword light could be seen. His knees were slightly bent, his body flying, his movements strange. Strong winds formed a whirling blue vortex around him, his figure turning into a series of images. Every sword light turned into a thin light, hiding in the gaps in the air. This true essence was highly compressed but also had a strange attack pattern it was virtually impossible to defend against. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. He sent out his sense and captured the location of every sword light. Golden rock shattering the void. Under the support of the movement technique, Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. Cha-cha-cha. The floor tiles were torn apart by the sharp sword energy, the cuts smooth like a mirror. Lin Ming was like a fish in water. Every sword light was forced apart by flow like silk, and he danced within the storm of sword energy, seizing every chance to attack. Humph! In terms of speed, you cannot compete against me. Xu Yunfei's lips arced up. He flicked his wrists, and the sharp lines of sword energy dissolved into fluttering cotton, fusing into the wind. In that moment, wind swirled up into several vortexes. Several blue tornadoes appeared on the stage, swaying like massive snakes as they closed in on Lin Ming. 3 blue tornadoes twisted on the stage. Because of their rapid rotation, they issued a keening sound like a saber that was carving ice. Even the floor tiles that were supported by an array formation were grinded to pieces. If one was caught in this wind, their miserable fate could be imagined. These 3 tornadoes were likely sword formations created by wind. The power of the concept of wind lay in its ability to fuse sword and wind. The wind would never disperse. If wind was cut, it would still be wind, and in that wind was contained a sword energy that also wouldn't fade away. The sword energy formed a tornado formation. What a terrifying concept of wind. Xu Yunfei is truly a talent blessed by the heavens. He might have already touched upon the origin of all wind. Truly a rare spectacle. The 4 heroic storm talents truly live up to their outstanding reputation. The sword energy that formed the tornadoes cannot be cut. I wonder how Lin Ming will block this attack. Everyone under the stage watched with shining eyes, waiting to see if Lin Ming would be able to resolve this attack, or if he would lose. When masters exchanged moves using their full strength, it was normal for the winner to be decided in just a few moves. Lin Ming saw the tornadoes formed from sword energy and let out a light breath. This Xu Yunfei's comprehension of the concept of wind might even surpass his own. The 7 great sects of the 5-element region had studied and researched their sole attribute for countless years. It was normal for them to have comprehended the concepts of their various attributes. When Lin Ming had fought Shirhanshan, his Earth Essence Shield had also contained a shadow of the concept of Earth. It was only that he didn't truly understand the concept of Earth, so he was unable to realize it. Now that he though backed the tenacity that the Earth Essence Shield had displayed when it deformed but still didn't break, Lin Ming realized that this was probably some skill that belonged to the concept of Earth. Lin Ming still had a ways to walk on his own path of martial arts. He concentrated on the heretical god seed and began to revolve the true essence within his body. He could already hear the sharp wind edges begin to cut apart his true essence protection. This was the aftermath of the sword energy and wind fusion. Xu Yunfei sneered. True essence is fused into the wind, and the sword energy melts into the wind. The wind is the sword is the wind. If he truly wants to dodge the sword energy, that's only possible if he can dodge the wind itself. Now die! Sword energy erupted, and the 3 tornadoes rushed towards Lin Ming from all angles, wanting to strangle any path of escape. Lin Ming's hair fluttered, his flapping clothes only torn apart by the tornadoes. He quickened the true essence in his body to the extreme, and his hand grasped the heavy, profound, soft spear. The power of fire that was contained within the heretical god seed suddenly erupted. Hue! The azure light that covered the heavy, profound, soft spear faded away. In its place, a blazing fire combusted on the spear, a brilliant red light that shined like the setting sun, causing everyone watching to avert their gaze from such a blinding radiance. What? Chu Yunfei was shocked beyond measure. Dual attribute body? This Lin Ming actually had a rare thunder and fire dual attribute body. He could control thunder and control fire at the same time. No wonder he had been able to enter into the Vermilion Bird faction. In that split second, Chu Yunfei wasn't able to reflect on what was happening. Lin Ming's spear seemed to ignite the void, the heavy, profound, soft spear billowing with a deep scarlet red as it swept at a tornado. Suddenly, the wind that contained true essence was set on a blazing fire. Lin Ming's spear, to the utter disbelief of Chu Yunfei, broke apart a blue tornado. After sword energy and wind fused together, it couldn't be cut apart. But if the wind origin energy was burned to nothing, then the sword energy tornado would naturally be broken. At the moment he had cut apart a tornado, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. The power of fire within the heretical god seed seemed endless, as if it were about to explode at any given moment. Lin Ming suddenly realized that this was the result of continuously cultivating the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle for 4 months and reaching the second layer. The power of fire had gathered within the heretical god seed, tightly packing within. The qualitative and quantitative changes that had occurred had stirred up a resonance within the heretical god seed. The law formulas of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle flashed across his mind. Lin Ming passed through the gap between the tornadoes, his feet treading upon the golden rock, shattering the void movement technique as he suddenly accelerated. Flames spewed forth. The heretical god seed roared. Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his spear. Phoenix wings ascending sky. Bright flames soared forth. What Lin Ming had shockingly used was a fire attribute martial skill from the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. A raging fire wound out. A brilliant crimson phoenix spread out its wings from the tip of the heavy, profound, soft spear and soared out. Chu Yunfei was shocked. He gathered all of the true essence and wind origin energy that hadn't dispersed, cutting down with his sword. Bang! An inferno erupted. Chu Yunfei's hastily slashed sword naturally wasn't able to stop the phoenix wings ascending sky that Lin Ming had gathered his potential to use. The fire origin energy burned away the wind, burned away all. Soon, Chu Yunfei's figure was engulfed in flames. The true essence that protected his body severely trembled and suddenly broke. Chu Yunfei flew backwards, his hair and clothes singed in countless spots. In that moment, the power of fire had sunk into his meridians, causing him severe internal injuries. The disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were shocked. Lin Ming was actually a rare thunder and fire dual attribute martial artist. Not only that, but he had actually studied the core Divine Phoenix Island cultivation methods. Just when did he study it? Some disciples suddenly remembered that just a few days ago, there was an extremely fast ring of fire that had spread out from the parasol tree pavilion. It was like a tornado that suddenly grew, blowing away the leaves of the parasol tree forest. Now that they thought back on it, the center of this ring of fire was the small building 22, where Lin Ming was staying. Without a doubt, the one who had unleashed this ring of fire origin energy was Lin Ming during his cultivation. In order to have this sort of incident, one needed an extremely pure power of fire. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples' minds were still wandering in the clouds as if they were in a fog. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes widened. She looked to the sky in incredible disbelief, staring at the flames that were still burning. 4 months ago, she had handed the jade slip that contained the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle to Lin Ming. And now, he had already reached the stage of perfection. Although this was an extremely fast speed, it wasn't enough to make her lose her calm. But what she found inconceivable was the phoenix wings ascending sky. That was a martial skill that was only found within the second layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. But she had only given the jade slip with the second layer to Lin Ming yesterday. In that short time, he had actually learned it? What kind of monstrous learning speed was this? Mu Qianyu's chest was palpitating. At this moment, She met the puzzled eyes of old lady Yu Huang. Yuer. What's going on here? Honorable Master, Yue didn't violate the rules of the sect. 4 months ago I had only passed down the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle to him. It was only when I obtained Honorable Master's permission yesterday that Yue gave him the following jade slip as well as some supplementary notes. You mean that he took only 4 months to fully complete the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, and then used this as the foundation to learn Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky in just a single day? Mu Yuhuang stared with a charming pair of eyes that were filled with grace, making absolutely sure that Mu Qianyu wasn't making some joke. It should be like that. Mu Qianyu wryly smiled. She felt that her own words held no credibility either. Honorable Master, even Yuer is inferior to Lin Ming's talent at cultivating the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. When I had first passed him the first layer, I had only gone to take a bath. But by the time I returned he had already learnt how to create flame chains. Mu Qianyu had spent an entire day learning how to create flame chains. As for Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky, she had spent over half a month. Mu Qianyu was a 7th grade martial talent and she also had a 7th grade fire origin fusion compatibility while also having a body with an inborn Vermilion Bird bloodline. Compared to her, Mu Yuhuang had spent an even longer time. Mu Yuhuang was well aware what it meant for Lin Ming to have such a terrifying practice speed. Although even Mu Yuhuang found this hard to believe since Mu Qianyu had said it was so, this couldn't be fake. This Lin Ming. He has a dual attribute physique, his talent is amazing, and he has the perception of a monstrous genius. Not only that, but he has a martial intent and also controls an Earth-step Thunder Soul. How can such a person exist in this world? Mu Yuhuang's intuition told her that Lin Ming must have experienced some heaven-defying lucky opportunity. There were countless lucky opportunities that could be found within the Sky Spill continent, and there were many geniuses that had managed to obtain these chances. There were even some people that went from mediocrity to becoming a master overnight. However, Mu Yuhuang carefully analyzed Lin Ming's results, and came to the conclusion that his results weren't necessarily all because of the benefits from some lucky opportunity. His constitution and cultivation could be obtained by some lucky chance, but his perception and martial intent should be an inborn talent. As for that Earth-step Thunder Soul, Yuer has already told me the complete process of how that happened. It was all because Lin Ming had risked his life in order to obtain it. Luck was a factor, but Lin Ming himself was the most important part. Regardless of anything, Lin Ming himself is a perfect talent. If the heavens have given Lin Ming a lucky chance, then right now the current Lin Ming is also a lucky chance of Divine Phoenix Island. If my Divine Phoenix Island can overcome this South Sea crisis, then my Divine Phoenix Island will truly live in a prosperous time. Mu Yuhuang took a deep breath as she thought to hear. She glanced at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu's eyes weren't moving, it was unknown what she was thinking. On stage, Lin Ming stood with his eyes closed. His thoughts were still immersed in that fleeting moment when he had used Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky, perceiving its insights and letting the fire origin energy freely flow. A moment ago, he had only felt that the fire origin energy within his body had reached an extreme, and he had to vent it out or else he would have been sick. He had a revelation at that moment and was able to recall the law formula for the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle 2nd layer's Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky. Then he was able to smoothly use it without any jerky feeling, as if he had practiced the skill for a long time. The reason that Lin Ming was able to learn the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle to such a degree and at such a speed had little to do with his perception. It was almost completely because of the heretical God Seed. With the heretical God Seed, the power of fire within Lin Ming's body was constantly nourished. It was not only extremely powerful, but also extremely obedient. When necessary, it could suddenly erupt from its compressed state, instantly enhancing Lin Ming's strength by a large degree. With such a strong controlling force, cultivating the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was naturally much faster and easier. In this match, although he hadn't been able to reach a state where his cultivation was consolidated, it allowed Lin Ming to gain more insights and a deeper understanding of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. If he could lay such a foundation, it would be much easier to practice the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle later. There were many martial skills found within the 2nd layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method. This was also a very timely boon for Lin Ming. Before now, Lin Ming's style of attack had been too singular. Besides flow like silk, he had the coiling dragon steel needle and thunderfire annihilation. Thunderfire annihilation and the coiling dragon steel needle were both final master moves. As for flow like silk, that was not a pure martial skill. Thus, most of the time Lin Ming had used the foundation spear technique. For instance, Flood Dragon goes to sea, flowers in the storm, and so on. When his cultivation had been lower, this was completely sufficient. But now it was increasingly apparent that this was a weakness of his. A battle is really a good way to enhance my strength. The competition at this banquet is actually a really good place to temper myself. Lin Ming thought with some happiness. He swallowed down a pill and relied on his formidable blood vitality to restore his true essence. He held the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands, his clear voice ringing in the air. Who is next? Who is next? Wasn't this just a brazen challenge to them all? This was simply a naked slap to the face. As Lin Ming shouted these words, the faces of the five-element region disciples began to turn blue. Was this boy some invincible Iron Man? He had been in 3 continuous matches and had won all 3, each opponent stronger than the last. But Lin Ming didn't seem to show any signs that he was weakening. Too arrogant, he is far too arrogant. So fucking arrogant. A Deep Earth sect disciple turned red. He had to use 2 continuous curse words to express how angry he was. This is really angering me to death. How come our chief disciples aren't going on stage? Bao Aoxuan, Huruyan, Zhan Yunjian, or any of them can make this kid eat his own words. As soon as they go up, he'll be defeated. You idiot, once the chief disciples go up, what do you think Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing are going to do? Once that happens, when the chief disciples battle each other, won't that little punk be able to go down and rest? We've had to wear him down in a battle of attrition. But if we let all our efforts be for naught and start again from zero, what will happen to us? Damn, this father is going to go up and ruin this punk's haughty attitude. A disciple stood up but was instantly pulled down by someone next to him. Don't be dumb. Your strength isn't enough to reach the top 5 direct disciples. If you go up, you're just giving him more chances to show off. Humph. I don't believe his physical strength is so great that he can be fine even through 3 battles. Does he think he's made of iron or something? Even if I can't win, I'll still waste away his strength. As the 6 great sects argued amongst each other, they couldn't help but acknowledge the inconceivable situation that was laid before them. That was that Lin Ming's endurance was beyond terrifying. Although he had consumed true essence after every battle, this slow rate of consumption was simply outrageous to the point of making one's blood boil. It completely emitted a feeling that made one feel hopeless. In 5 full breaths of time, there was actually no one who dared to enter the stage. After Chu Yunfei, who had ranked 4th among the direct disciples of Storm Valley, had been defeated, besides Zhan Yunjian, there were only 2 people that ranked above him. Thus, even if the second-ranked direct disciple went to meet Lin Ming's challenge, even he might not be safe. In a war of attrition, Lin Ming would lose without a doubt. Even a saint-rank talent wouldn't be able to persist through dozens of Hotian masters. But the crux of the issue was just who would be the cannon fodder? Of the 6 great direct disciples, any of them were in existence that was far more outstanding than Zhang Baoyun. Their arrogance could be imagined. They were characters that valued their own image and pride above all else. Even though this war of attrition was a disgraceful matter, everyone still wished to be the last one who was able to finally defeat Lin Ming and gain fame. How could these arrogant and proud disciples tolerate placing themselves in the position of cannon fodder for others? Ah! Someone hurry and go up. That kid just took some medicine. He's recovering. After 10 breaths of time, some disciples of the 5-element region were beginning to turn green. They were actually challenged and stopped here by a mere 16-year-old boy who had trash-talked them, and yet no one dared to step up. What kind of situation was this? Especially since at this time, the newly converted Lin maniacs of Divine Phoenix Island began to raucously shout. Big Brother Lin, that's my boy. Big Brother Lin, you rock. Big Brother Lin is a true man. A man whose flesh and blood are iron. Lin Ming, you can do it, we believe. Ah, Lin Ming, you sexy beast. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were proud and jubilant. Before this they had been the ones who had been challenged to battle, and they were already stretched too tightly to deal with it. But now, when Lin Ming had challenged the 5-element region disciples to battle, no one dared to appear. There was simply no better feeling in the world. Of course, there were a few disciples like Yan Fuhong that had an increasingly ugly complexion. Their faces had already sunk as far as they could. Yan Fuhong was horrified. He didn't think that he had actually tried to mess with such an abnormal boy. If Lin Ming ever found out, Yan Fuhong dared not to think about what would happen. Just the possibilities already sent shivers running down his spine. Many of the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island had stepped on their chairs, some stripping their clothes and waving them. This was simply a revival of madness. It had to be known that Divine Phoenix Island disciples were always especially proud and arrogant individuals with a high view of themselves. Especially core disciples. They were the chosen of heaven among all chosen of heaven. The men cared much about their image, much less the women. Any random female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island already had a status that was hundreds of times superior to a country's princess. But now, these young infatuated girls had lost all restraints and disregarded any pride, screaming and crying out at the top of their lungs. Divine Phoenix Island had many female disciples. As these young Lin maniacs wept and moaned and screamed, even some of the other female disciples flushed red. These women were simply devolving into sex-crazed beasts. How could the disciples of the 5-element region possibly permit this? To male animals in nature, the most painful affront was to have many other beautiful female animals taken by another male animal, being unable to lift their heads. Although humans often flaunted their wisdom and morals, this sort of animal disposition was etched into their very bones. These were the most basic instincts that were impossible to suppress. The disciples of the 5-element region were unable to bear such a massive pressure. A desperate blue-clothed youth stood up, a calm expression in his eyes, like a spirit that was unafraid of walking on death's edge. He walked on stage with resolution, preparing to serve as cannon fodder and bravely face death for the 5-element region, becoming a heroic martyr. This self-sacrifice immediately ushered in looks of admiration and sympathy from those around him. The blue-clothed youth had a thought that echoed in his mind. That was that he could die, but he would not die on his knees, and other such sayings. To sacrifice one's life for honor and die as a martyr, for fame and justice, that was a worthy death. Lin Ming was utterly speechless as he watched this idiot stand up. The reason that he had participated in this war of attrition was because he wanted to repay Mu Yuhuang and also to force himself to his limits and use this chance to enhance his strength. But this fellow that came up was only wasting his time. His cultivation wasn't even at the Hotian realm. However, fortunately a direct disciple of Storm Valley was finally unable to watch such a sad scene and stood up. He was the 3rd-ranked disciple of Storm Valley, Xianxia. He was slightly stronger than Chu Yunfei, but against someone like Lin Ming, he didn't have much confidence in himself. Brother, which one of us should go up? The peak pulse condensation martial artist saw Xianxia stand up and asked him, his heart quivering. When he walked on stage, he was finally able to feel the pressure. This was a completely different feeling from the heroic self-sacrifice that clouded his mind earlier. This pressure made him intensely nervous, and as he heard the cheering from both sides, this pressure had reached the extreme. As he faced Lin Ming, who was standing calm and straight on stage, this pressure became a massive oppressive feeling, a crushing aura that he couldn't withstand. He finally understood why, even though there were dozens of Hotian realm disciples, no one had gone up for a full 10 breaths of time. With all the heaven-blessed talents and revolving core elders watching this fight, the pressure to succeed could be imagined. Under such a compelling pressure, every person had to be careful about walking onto the stage. Xianxia looked at this blue-clothed idiot and sighed. He sent a true essence sound transmission. Go back. In the time that you fight him, he'll recover more energy than you can make him consume. The blue-clothed youth turned green. At the moment that he wasn't sure what to do, Xianxia had walked on stage. Storm Valley's Xianxia, please advise. Xianxia pulled out his weapon, surprising everyone. This weapon was actually a whip. A whip was much more difficult to use than a spear. Xianxia's whip seemed to be made from twisted animal sinews. The surface of the whip was embellished with a variety of sharp metal features, every one with keen edges and corners. If one was really lashed by this whip, their flesh would be mutilated. This whip was very long, it was around 50 feet. Brandishing it was also very difficult in terms of control. Lin Ming casually waved his spear and drew a crescent move on the floor with the spear point. "Make your move." Xianxia's lips curved up, showing a trace of a sly smirk and also a taunt. Lin Ming frowned. What was this fellow planning? "Boy, consider it bad luck that you met me." As Xianxia spoke, he bent his knees and then suddenly leapt upwards. He jumped up. Xianxia jumped over 100 feet high, and then his ascending speed began to slow down. When he finally reached the point where he should fall back down, an unexpected event occurred. Xianxia opened both arms wide, the clothes around him fluttering in the wind as he stopped in midair. "He's floating?" The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were shocked. Besides Storm Valley, the disciples from the other 5-element region sects were also stunned. There were even slight changes in the expressions of some Divine Phoenix Island elders. "Oh, this fellow is quite interesting. Storm Valley truly does produce geniuses that have an amazing comprehension of the concept of wind." Xianxia is also one of the 4 heroic storm talents. This weird comprehension of a concept is no worse than Chu Yunfei's. Storm Valley's 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge truly lives up to its reputation. Haha, the sect inheritances are one thing, but this Xianxia boy also has very good perception. This sort of flying technique is not something that any Storm Valley disciple can learn. It is an extremely difficult and challenging skill to grasp. In the younger generation, only Xianxia has understood this concept utilization. Lin Ming's face revealed a very strange expression. Flying technique? He watched as Xianxia swayed in the air. Periodically, a small current of air formed around him. This was a sign of the unstable wind origin energy that he controlled. If this technique was compared to the golden rock shattering the void that Lin Ming cultivated, it had 0 combat value. It could only be described as an extremely shoddy and useless technique. However, Lin Ming was able to understand one matter. For someone below the Xianxia realm to fly was not a big deal at all. The reason that he had hid the secret of golden rock shattering the void was because he feared that this cultivation method would be too shocking and draw in a disaster. However, it seemed as if any heaven-blessed rare talent with good perception would be able to comprehend a flying technique from the concept of wind. Now he no longer needed to hide this. He had already revealed some secrets that had caused others to believe he had a monstrous perception. Even if he revealed his comprehension of the concept of wind, it shouldn't be too shocking. No one should suspect anything. If one could freely use golden rock shattering the void, it was possible to suddenly change directions in midair. If this skill was used in combat, it would be very difficult to guard against. At this time, Xianxia had already flown more than 200 feet high. There was only a palm-sized shadow left from him on the ground. He cunningly smiled, and then loudly said, "Lin Ming, in this battle I am now in an invincible position. Just what can you do to me?" Xianxia was smart. He realized that he wasn't a direct match for Lin Ming, so he used his flying technique to float in the air. Then, he could use the superior length of his whip to attack. With the addition of his true essence fused into the wind, he would have an advantage in long-distance attacks, and slowly consume Lin Ming's energy. With this, if the fight continued, even if he eventually lost, he would have used up all of Lin Ming's energy, and he wouldn't have the ability to fight any longer. Lin Ming could only passively be beaten by him. Although a martial artist was able to jump 200 feet high, by the time they did, they would have already lost their striking strength and velocity. At that time, all Xianxia had to do was move away from Lin Ming's jumping trajectory, calmly dodging him. Xianxia proudly floated 200 feet in the air, a smug smile crossing his lips. The art of war says that those with the higher ground occupy the overwhelming advantage. Lin Ming, you have already lost. The truth was that Xianxia was hoping Lin Ming would jump into the air and fight with him. For any martial artist below the Xianxia realm, they would not be able to find leverage in the air. Thus, they naturally wouldn't be able to block his attacks. At that time, Lin Ming would lose all of his jumping momentum and be at his weakest point. Also, he wouldn't be able to dodge any attacks, becoming nothing but an easy target. If Lin Ming dared to jump up, that was the same as putting his face out so that Xianxia could slap him. This was what Xianxia wished for. What a bastard! A divine Phoenix Island disciple openly denounced him. There were many other disciples that wished they could take the dishes and bowls on the table and throw them at Xianxia in the air. What a cheap and shameless method. Is this the way you fight? Are you 5-element region disciples turtles or something? If you've got the guts, come down and fight. This person doesn't care about face at all. So shameless. The young girls of Divine Phoenix Island made a simple judgment. The 5-element region disciples also had an ugly look. But as they remembered how Lin Ming had just stood there challenging them a moment ago, some calmed down, and some grit their teeth in anger. They didn't want to be belittled and impeded by Lin Ming. As long as they could defeat Lin Ming, any immoral and ignominious act would be permitted. As for Xianxia, he turned a deaf ear to the jeers from the Divine Phoenix Island disciples. In every true battle since ancient times, as long as a tactic one, that was the only measure that mattered. Lin Ming, just stand there and be beaten by me. I'll lash you to death. Watch my whip. Xianxia moved. True essence stirred within his entire body, and a blue light wrapped around his silver whip. There was a sharp sound as if the sky was split in half by the whip. The 50-foot-long whip naturally couldn't reach Lin Ming, but Xianxia had incorporated the concept of wind into his every attack. With the whip shades fused into the wind, it was simply unpredictable. Pa 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 pa. Dozens of whip phantoms slashed downwards. The silver metal mixed with a blue light brightening the sky. The thin lines of blue energy wove together, cutting apart the entire stage's tiles like a sharp knife, leaving deep scars. Lin Ming covered his body with azure true essence. Even moving, he was still struck by some true essence from the whip phantoms. He could instantly feel a faint icy energy contained within the whip phantoms that drilled into his body like a poisonous snake. This energy also contained a light corrosive nature, melting away the true essence in his body. Even though the power of the true dragon was endless and immortal, it still required a great deal of energy to counteract. Ka! A large hole was ripped in Lin Ming's clothing. The whip contains an icy energy that can pass through my protective true essence. What a bizarre attack method. The world is truly great. So many fantastic individuals exist. With the whip phantoms fused into the wind, one could manipulate the thousands of whip phantoms to simultaneously attack. One could even change attack directions at will. This was truly a breathtaking technique. Lin Ming was interested in studying this technique and having a little match with Xianxia to gain some insights. But now he had consumed a bit too much true essence. If he really wanted to have an extended match with Xianxia, he wouldn't have the ability to fight a chief disciple once they appeared. Although a chief disciple was arrogant and treasured their own pride, if he continued winning, they would definitely challenge him. Haha, Lin Ming, are you only planning on hiding? You're just like a rat in the street getting smacked around. Good. Since you want to hide, then I'll turn your clothes into rags. When you're finally naked, let's see just how you'll continue hiding. Xianxia was deliberately angering Lin Ming. It seemed that the disciples of the 5-element region really liked to use this approach. Lin Ming realized that since Xianxia was in the air and also attacking while maintaining his flying technique, his true essence consumption was much greater than his own. Xianhua's plan must have been to anger him so that he would jump into the air on his own. If he did that, Xianxia would have a great advantage. Before a martial artist reached the Xiantian realm, they would minimize any unnecessary jumping as to avoid any opportunity of being aimed at. This was a common-sense approach that even martial artists at the strength training or viscera training stage knew. As for jumping dozens of feet, that was simply a suicidal attack that only an idiot would try. Initially, when Huagong had tried to assassinate Lin Ming in the skies of the southern wilderness, because he had engaged Lin Ming in the sky, there was no place for him to leverage his strength. The result was that a high and mighty half-step Hotian master had been severely wounded by the altering muscle cultivation Lin Ming. Afterwards, he was even killed. Of course, Lin Ming was an exception to this rule. The air was his grand stage. Since you want to anger me so much, it will be as you wish. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile, and he waved his long spear. His knees bent down, and he prepared to jump high. Zhou Lai realized what Lin Ming was about to do, surprised in his eyes. He sneered, saying with disdain, if he jumps then he will lose. Facing Zhan Hua's roguish fighting style, the only way to deal with him was to compare consumption of energy with him. Since Zhan Hua was in the air, his true essence consumption must be much higher than Lin Ming's. Once Zhan Hua's true essence was fully exhausted, it would be Lin Ming's victory. Of course, Lin Ming would also consume a corresponding amount of true essence. But it was still better than being defeated. Jumping up into the air was tantamount to stepping into Zhan Hua's home turf. When that happened, Lin Ming would only be a target. There was nowhere for him to find leverage to counterattack. If he couldn't find a way to defend or dodge, he would undoubtedly lose. Mu Yuhuang furrowed her eyebrows. Although she only knew Lin Ming for a short time, she could still feel that Lin Ming wasn't an impulsive character. He was courageous, but not blindly so. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder within Thunder Crash Mountain. So why was he jumping into the air? Did he have some backup plan? Mu Yuhuang glanced at Mu Qianyu and saw that she was looking unsure too. They no longer spoke, instead turning their full attention to the match. Pong! The stage tiles that Lin Ming stepped on burst apart. Lin Ming shot upwards into the sky like an arrow. Ha ha! You're seeking death, boy. Zhan Hua raised his right hand and slashed out with his whip. This whip produced a wave of whip phantoms converging on Lin Ming from all sides. This was just like a massive hive of bees coming at him. He would be ripped to shreds. In a moment, Lin Ming would smash into this inescapable net. Lin Ming will lose. Zhang Yunjian's eyebrows rose and he shook his head. Lin Ming was too eager to win, leading to his loss. He hadn't expected that the 5-element region would win in such a manner. Still, in the end they won. The 5-element region disciples' eyes lit up. This idiot had actually jumped up of his own volition, running himself into an attack. Against such a dense and terrifying attack, one would be severely wounded after being stuck. But in such a match, once one was injured like this, it was the same as losing. The 5-element region disciples were elated. This palpable, joyful feeling revealed itself in their words and actions. You small fry, let's see how you'll challenge anyone again. What kind of act are you going to show now? What goes up must come down. You will pay the price for your rampant arrogance. Go die, you idiot. At this moment, Lin Ming didn't know that these 5-element region disciples had assumed they had won and were cursing him. Of course, in that split second, these curses were only in their hearts. Before they had even spoken halfway, Lin Ming had already run into the endless whip phantoms. All of the whip phantoms converged from all directions. From the audience's perspective, they could clearly see that all of these whip phantoms that covered the heavens formed a dome. And in the center of this deadly dome was Lin Ming. The dome of whip phantoms began to shrink at an alarming rate. As for Lin Ming, he rushed into the center. Lin Ming was about to run into this concentrated attack. Even if he had thick true essence that protected his body, he would still be bombarded by so many attacks and severely wounded. As all of the whip phantoms converged onto a single point, Lin Ming suddenly dropped. His speed approached an extreme, and all that was left was an afterimage. Bang! With a fierce explosion, blue air currents surged in all directions. But Lin Ming was like a swift bird that flew out from the storm. As soon as he dropped, he flashed forward at an incredible speed, crossing the air in a half-arc and bypassing this massive explosion. With his long spear in hand, he stabbed towards Zhan Hua from behind. At this time, Zhan Hua was watching the brilliant rainbow energy that was produced from the explosion, a happy smile on his lips. He didn't think that he would win so easily. This Lin Ming was nothing but a mediocre simpleton in the end. Although he was brawny, he couldn't handle the provocation and had jumped up like the idiot he was to die. But he wouldn't be killed in a terrifying explosion like this, right? If he had really died like this, that wouldn't be fun. It was best if he became a complete cripple, or at least if several of his meridians were destroyed. Maybe he could even win some true essence stones to spend. As Zhan Hua thought that he had completed his mission and was preparing to come down, He suddenly felt a horrific fire origin energy stirring behind him. The sound of a roaring flame reached the back of his ears. Mm? Xianxia turned around. To his horror, he saw a fiery crimson phoenix flying towards him, growing larger. It had already flooded his entire field of vision. Lin Ming held his long spear, the spear point directed at him, spear dancing in the clouds. Flames roared forth, reaching the heavens. Phoenix wings ascending sky. Bang! The massive inferno explosion produced a sound like a clarion phoenix cry, echoing throughout the world. Xianhua's body was suddenly engulfed in this blazing flare. As the explosion of fire passed, a shockwave of true essence blew out. Xianhua was like a dead fish, falling straight down from the sky. The situation had changed too fast. This was completely unexpected. Many of the 5-element region disciples that were cursing and making nasty comments suddenly had their words die in their throats. Their arrogant and prideful expressions froze on their faces, utter disbelief clouding over them. How is this possible? What just happened? Lin Ming's speed was too fast. In addition, because of the cover of the explosion of fire, only a few people were able to clearly see Lin Ming's movements. He had changed direction in midair. Not only that, but it was completely sudden, and he had done so twice. Such agility and deft movement was totally alarming. Even the Xiantian masters present gasped. Although they could fly, their movements in the air were inferior to their movements on ground. But Lin Ming's speed and ability to change angles in the air caused them to feel utter shame, especially the many masters of Storm Valley. They all had expressions like they had seen a ghost. This was absolutely the concept of wind. When had Lin Ming comprehended the concept of wind? And it was even more profound and wonderful than the concept of wind from Storm Valley. In comparison, Zhouhua's flying technique was nothing but a joke. A flying technique was a very peculiar utilization of a concept's comprehension. Not every disciple of Storm Valley was able to learn it. It had extremely high requirements of skill and perception, and usually within an entire generation, there would only be 1 or 2 people that were able to comprehend it. Xianhua's flying technique was already considered very good. It was just that his speed wasn't too fast, and it was impossible for him to hurry. In terms of combat potential, it was best used in the manner that Xianhua had just displayed, using crafty guerrilla tactics. But Lin Ming's flying technique was clearly usable in actual combat. In the air he was swift and agile, and he had completed 3 consecutive changes in direction. In just a breath of time he had managed to completely dodge the terrifying explosion, soaring away in an arc. This left a deep image in everyone's mind. Such flexible speed was not much inferior than a martial artist on the ground. How had he managed to comprehend such a powerful concept? Within the knowledge of Sky Spill Continent, something like a concept could only be realized by oneself. One had to comprehend it based on their own individual perception. If Lin Ming was a wind attribute martial artist and was exposed to wind origin energy every day and also practiced a wind attribute cultivation method, everyone would just be able to accept this. But Lin Ming was a dual thunder and fire martial artist, so how was he able to achieve such a high level of understanding of the concept of wind? It even overshadowed the disciples of Storm Valley. The Storm Valley people looked extremely depressed. The blue-clothed elder that led them there had a pathetic, heartbroken expression. He felt like he was a normal chess player who was matched up against a chess master. He had thought he had won, and now everything was crumbling before him. In the presence of so many people, where would Storm Valley recover its face? Just where had this Lin Ming boy come from? How could someone with such a high perception exist? In Divine Phoenix Island's seat of honor, Mu Yuhuang was taking a deep breath, her eyes shut, digesting the scene from just now. Within a single night, he was able to learn Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky. He wasn't a wind attribute martial artist, yet he was able to comprehend the concept of wind. Not only that, but his attainments in the concept of wind even surpassed the disciples of Storm Valley. Lin Ming's perception had already completely surpassed the scope of her understanding. Mu Yuhuang couldn't really believe that there was a youth that had such a terrifying degree of perception. Lin Ming must have experienced many lucky opportunities. But what was undeniable was that his perception was truly outstanding. This included his heart, mind, talent, persistence. In a few words to describe him, he was simply a man who lived for the martial path. Am I witnessing the rise of a peerless emperor? Mu Yuhuang muttered to herself. She wasn't really excited. Instead, it was better to say that she was disturbed. If Lin Ming was an ordinary saint-rank talent that would stop at the revolving core realm in the future, Mu Yuhuang would be incomparably happy. But if there was a chance that he would become an almighty peerless emperor, that was an outcome that caused her to worry. The birth of a supreme elder required the accumulation of destiny. Not only the destiny of that genius, but also the destiny of a sect. When such a character was born within a sect, it was no different than a very difficult childbirth. In order to birth one, it would require a massive twist of destiny. Some sects might not be able to bear this. To them, when such a monstrous earth-shattering genius appeared, it was not luck. Instead, it was the greatest of all disasters. This sounded absurd, but history had already repeatedly probed this point. A future peerless emperor would often live an extraordinary life from the time they were young. As a youth, they would cause great storms in the world, stirring wars and world-changing events. Causing a vast loss of life was nothing surprising. Some sects that were insufficient in their heritage would often disintegrate within such a storm. But because these peerless emperors were often influenced by the luck of their destiny, they would escape from the jaws of death, continuing in the world on their path to becoming a peerless emperor. Does Divine Phoenix Island have such a heritage? Mu Yuhuang was not able to answer this question. If they did, Divine Phoenix Island might be able to fly into the future with endless prosperity, becoming a fifth-grade sect, or even becoming one of the few holy lands within the entire Sky Spill continent. It had to be known that a peerless emperor hadn't been born within the Sky Spill continent for thousands of years. Mu Yuhuang had no idea how many of these powerhouses were left in the Sky Spill continent. Most of them were secretive, hidden masters that were rarely seen. Perhaps most of them had already flown up into the realm of the gods. But if Divine Phoenix Island was found to be lacking, Mu Yuhuang let out a loose breath, her mind in chaos. 27 years ago, the twin sisters Mu Chenyu and Mu Bingyun had been born into this world. They each had the respective Vermilion Bird and Blue Luan bloodlines. They were 7th-grade martial talents that also had a 7th-grade fire and ice origin energy fusion compatibility. A blessing like the appearance of these twin babies had never occurred within the entire history of Divine Phoenix Island. Now Divine Phoenix Island was facing a powerful enemy in the South Sea Demon region. But the 5-element region's 6 sects actually wanted to take this chance to loot them. Divine Phoenix Island was in a truly precarious and dangerous situation. But at this time, Lin Ming appeared. This tumultuous event was like a dense fog that covered Mu Yuhuang's eyes, giving her a sense of confusion. She was unable to predict what the future of Divine Phoenix Island would be like. Everything in this world has a destiny. The heavens give nothing but danger. If I act wrongly, there will be disaster. My Divine Phoenix Island stands at the crux of destruction and glory. If I hesitate in my actions, then I fear that the day of our doom is not too far away. Perhaps Lin Ming was a chance that the heavens bestowed upon Divine Phoenix Island. If they did not receive this chance, it might instead become a calamity. After a long time, Mu Yuhuang opened her eyes and looked at Mu Chenyu. She calmly said, after this banquet competition ends, I will receive Lin Ming as my official disciple. At that time, he will be your junior apprentice brother. Make sure that you guide him well. Mu Chenyu was stunned. She happily said, I was planning on it even if Master didn't say so. As Xianxia fell, he was received by Storm Valley martial artists who jumped up to grab him. Otherwise, if he fell from 200 feet in the air, he would be severely wounded. After assessing Xianxia's situation and seeing that he was only burned and not too injured, Zhang Yunjian calmed down. He turned to the blue-clothed old man from Storm Valley and said, Uncle Master, Xianxia is already the 3rd-ranked master of my Storm Valley's younger generation. He had used every means, even shameless means, to win, but was still defeated. Next would probably be the 2nd-ranked direct disciples of the 6 great sections. If they cannot win, I will personally challenge him. You want to challenge him? Yes, but we must first fight Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing. Us 6 against those 3. First we will fight Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing so that Lin Ming can restore his strength. I don't wish to take advantage of others when they are vulnerable. The blue-clothed old man traced his beard and then sighed, shaking his head, his heart filled with emotion. Divine Phoenix Island has a great destiny approaching them. This Lin Ming is a dragon in a deep pool. With 2 more phoenixes added together, I have no idea what this will mean for the future of the South Horizon region and the 5-element region. After defeating Xianxia, Lin Ming ate a true essence supplementing pill. A pill wasn't a cure for everything. The true essence from this pill was different from the true essence that one saved up. Eating too many would ultimately affect one's strength. Lin Ming hadn't even called out a challenge yet when a man stood up on his own. He was from the Golden Bell Mountain table area and wore a loose golden robe. He was bald and looked like a monk from a secluded monastery. Golden Bell Mountain's Xiaoqi, 20 years old. Please advise. The golden-robed youth's words and actions gave off a very stable and safe feeling. Lin Ming's pupils narrowed. Middle Hotian Realm. The 5-element region's 6 chief disciples all had cultivations at the top of the early Hotian realm, but none of them were truly at the middle Hotian realm. Yet this current youth, though he was not a chief disciple, was actually at the middle Hotian realm. That's senior apprentice brother Xiao, the elder disciple from Golden Bell Mountain. Hey! A heavyweight finally came out. He is the elder brother of Golden Bell Mountain, and has already been famous for a long time. This man's fame was like the shadow of a tree. When Xiaoqi was 17, he had already become known throughout the region. When he was 19 years old, he became the top-ranked direct disciple of Golden Bell Mountain. His talent was a bit lacking, thus he wasn't able to become the chief disciple of Golden Bell Mountain, but no one doubted his strength. Within the younger generation, Xiaoqi was the same as an elder senior apprentice brother. It could be said that within all of the non-chief disciples of the 5-element region's 6 sects, Xiaoqi was ranked at the top. Haha, senior apprentice brother Xiao also entered the stage. With senior apprentice brother Xiao here, Lin Ming will be nothing but a grasshopper jumping around. No matter how many matches Lin Ming won, the Golden Bell Mountain disciples all believed with their hearts that their elder senior apprentice brother would be able to sweep him away. Senior apprentice brother Xiao, you can do it. As if they were trying to overwhelm the cries from the Divine Phoenix Island disciples, the Golden Bell Mountain disciples began to raucously scream and shout. On the stage, Xiaoqi had a calm and serene expression. He didn't respond to the cries from the 5-element region disciples. Instead, he smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. In a few more months, I will be 21 years old. This banquet competition will probably be the last event that I participate in with my status as a junior. Originally, I had wanted to challenge Mu Dingshan. Even though I'm weaker, I wanted to have a fair and honorable match against him. However, I didn't think that my last battle would be against you. Not only that, but I'm taking advantage of you in a vulnerable situation. Really, this act is truly without integrity. As Xiaoqi spoke, he shook his head, laughing at himself. According to the customs of the large sects, one would no longer be a junior of the younger generation once they reached 21 years of age. Since Xiaoqi had long been famous, he was a figure that many of his younger juniors looked up to. Naturally, he attached a great importance to his own character and reputation. Yet now he was forced to battle against Lin Ming. But now that he was in this situation, he would stand up and face it. My talent is low, but I am taking advantage of my age to be in a superior position. Below the 5-element region's 6 chief disciples, I am confident that I will not lose to anyone. If you can defeat me, then you have obtained the qualifications to challenge the chief disciples. But don't look at the chief disciples' cultivations. Even though they are inferior to me in cultivation, their strength actually surpasses me by a great deal. A chief disciple had always been raised to become the next successor of the sect. These 4th-grade sects had pooled all of their resources to train a single chief disciple. Naturally, the strength of other disciples couldn't compare to them. Thank you for the advice. Now, make your move. Lin Ming had a very good impression of this Xiaoqi character. He truly was strong, and would be a very formidable opponent, especially since Lin Ming wasn't in his top condition. Then Lin Ming was surprised as he saw Xiaoqi take out a long spear from his spatial ring. The spear shaft was a deep gold 9 feet long, with another 9-inch long spearhead. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Xiaoqi actually used a spear? As Lin Ming and Xiaoqi stood across each other on the stage, within the Thundercrest section of the banquet, a pale youth was sitting, his hands folded against his chest. He had a hint of a smile on his face, and between his eyebrows was a light ivory mark. Limitless. Why are you smiling? Zhou Lai frowned. He didn't like this mysterious and powerful junior apprentice brother. Whenever he smiled, Zhou Lai could feel that there was a sinister and dark intent behind it. Hee. I just had a sudden idea. I was wondering if I could be like Lin Ming and challenge all the masters of the South Horizon region, including Divine Phoenix Island. How would that be like? You want to challenge the geniuses of the South Horizon region? Zhou Lai didn't think much of this, but Lei Jingtian was actually surprised. What for? The pale youth traced his chin. He watched Mu Qianyu from afar, darkly saying, I just remembered a legend about Divine Phoenix Island's saintess. It's quite interesting. The pale youth traced his chin. He watched Mu Qianyu from afar, darkly saying, I just remembered a legend about Divine Phoenix Island's saintess. It's quite interesting. Legend of the saintess? What legend? Lei Jingtian seemed to remember something, but he wasn't sure of himself. Zhou Lai's ears pricked up to listen. But what happened next left him speechless. His junior apprentice brother bluntly said, I saw some ancient texts that were found within the South Sea about Divine Phoenix Island. The legend was. As he spoke to hear, the conversation immediately switched to true essence sound transmission. This caused Zhou Lai to be extremely morose. He had been suffering because of this fellow recently. It was like he was acting against him. This pale fellow was truly abhorrent. He didn't know what was going on. It seemed as if this punk knew many matters about many things. Zhou Lai simply didn't know where he had read and heard about so many events. As Zhou Lai was daydreaming, the pale youth finished speaking. Lei Jingtian rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Then the pale youth said to Zhou Lai, Go challenge Lin Ming afterwards. If Mu Dingshan or Mu Xiaoqing come up, I'll deal with them. It's enough for you to fight Lin Ming. This command made Zhou Lai very uncomfortable. He really didn't want to answer him, but apparently this was also the intent of his master, so he could only agree. At this moment, on stage, Lin Ming looked at the long spear in Xiaoqi's hand. He had used the heavy profound soft spear for a long time, so he was able to determine that the spear in Xiaoqi's hand was 9 feet 9 inches, the exact same as the heavy profound soft spear. This spear was an entirely gold color all over. He had no idea what material the spear shaft was made of. It was like metal, but it was also very flexible. Lin Ming saw Xiaoqi shake his spear, and the spear trembled, creating a large flowery image. This spear's elastic properties were much better than the heavy profound soft spears. This was a low-grade Earth-step treasure spear. No, perhaps it was even a medium-grade Earth-step treasure spear. Lin Ming was surprised to discover that he wasn't able to actually determine the grade of this spear. He suspected that it was a medium-grade Earth-step flexible spear. But to forge such a high-grade flexible spear from metal was not something an ordinary refining master could do. Xiaoqi noticed the look in Lin Ming's eyes. He was very familiar with this look. When a martial artist saw a weapon that they liked, they would often reveal this expression. He smiled as he said, Lin Ming, are you sure that you want to use that heavy profound soft spear? I noticed that in every match you've had to separate some of your true essence to protect your spear, causing your combat strength to be reduced. If you like, I can lend you a spear. With Xiaoqi's eyesight, he was naturally able to see what material Lin Ming's spear was made from. It was heavy, profound, soft silver. To mortals, this was a rare and priceless material. But in a large sect, it was no different than common iron. Lin Ming's eyebrows rose. You have many Earth-step treasure spears? Xiaoqi smiled. Correct. My Golden Bell Mountain is the greatest refiner faction within the entire 5-element region. Within the entire area of several million miles, the best refining masters are all located within my Golden Bell Mountain. Especially spear refining masters. There are countless numbers of them at Golden Bell Mountain. And that is because the main weapon of my Golden Bell Mountain is the spear. Lin Ming's eyes shined, a sect whose main weapon was the spear. Spear, pikes, halberds, lances, the most charming of these is of course the spear. The spear is the king of 100 soldiers, and the best spear refining masters are those revolving core masters who are proficient with metal origin energy and have also comprehended the concept of metal. Only then can one create the best possible flexible spear. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Concept of metal. To create a spear using the concept of metal, just what kind of approach was this? Of the 5-element region's 7 great sects, each sect was extremely proficient in their correlated elements and also had an extremely high comprehension of that element's concept. The concept of metal, in addition to the top metal materials of Golden Bell Mountain, could allow an originally hard metal to turn into soft and flexible steel. Perhaps this level of skill could only be achieved once one understood the concept of metal and also comprehended the laws that governed the structure of metal. In addition, they were all metal attribute martial artists. The quality of the spears they forged could be imagined. This world truly has capable geniuses being born every moment. How laughable that I used to think that metal could never be used to create a top-quality spear. It seems that I was nothing but a frog in a well. If there was really a peerless emperor refining master, even creating a heaven-step flexible treasure spear from metal might not be too difficult. As Lin Ming thought this, he radiantly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Xiao, we shall be friends over wine, but opponents on the field. Today on this stage I have continuously defeated 4 opponents. However, this match with you is the one that I am most looking forward to. I'll be honest with brother Xiao. Before now I have never fought against an opponent that used a spear. Haha, I just happen to be the opposite. Ever since I was child, all of the martial artists around me use spears. I only practiced spear play and only looked at pictures of spears. But even though I've done so for 20 years, I still haven't had enough." Junior apprentice brother Lin spoke well. "The chance for me to fight you in a fair match is extremely rare. Without accident, I won't have an opportunity to fight junior apprentice brother Lin again in the future. In this match, I will also put forth everything I have." As Xiao Qi spoke, he lifted his right hand, a golden light flashing in his palm. A moment later, that golden light condensed into a golden metallic liquid, as if it were liquid gold. Lin Ming probed with his sense and was able to feel an extremely pure and strong metal origin energy coming from that golden liquid. Metal essence. It is the same as a flame essence, a spiritual existence of the world. This metal essence is bred from within heavenly materials, or at least earth-step treasures. After all sorts of rigorous and difficult conditions are met, it will finally be born if there is a heaven-defying lucky coincidence. If I relied on this metal essence, I could use it to create my life's treasure weapon. Of course, I don't have this ability, but it is still a possibility. Xiao Qi placed the metal essence in his palm on the spear shaft. Then an incredible scene took place. The metal essence seemed to be alive as it spread along the spear. A moment later, the entire spear was covered. The metal essence had even seeped within. After that, Xiao Qi's spear was officially upgraded to a medium-grade earth-step treasure. Not only that, but it was a top medium-grade earth-step treasure. Lin Ming was shocked. Metal essence could actually enhance a treasure by a single grade? It had to be known that a medium-grade earth-step treasure was able to tempt the heart of revolving core powerhouses. As for a high-grade earth-step treasure, that was enough to cause revolving core masters to go into a maddened frenzy. Flame essence, metal essence, water essence, and so on, along with wind souls and thunder souls, each and every kind of these spiritual existences that their own unique functions. The strange and magical things of this world could always cause one to fill with a sense of astonishment, novelty, and shock. If he could obtain his own metal essence and fuse it into the purple comet spear with a special technique, just what would happen then? Could his purple comet spear become a heaven-step treasure? Thinking this, Lin Ming was at first excited. Then he immediately shook his head, ruefully smiling. Heaven-step treasures were mostly weapons that only a peerless emperor could qualify to use. If he wanted to have his purple comet spear become a heaven-step treasure, he would most likely need a similar heaven-step metal essence. This was no easy matter at all. However, even if he had a low-grade metal essence to use, it would still be able to greatly improve the quality of the purple comet spear. The majority of the purple comet spear's weight was concentrated in the spearhead. The spear shaft itself was too light. Not only that, But the violet electricity spirit bamboo also lacked a sense of texture. There were many faults that could be found within this spear. Linming, let me ask you again, are you sure you want to use that heavy, profound, soft spear? I can lend you a low-grade earth step treasure spear. Although the quality might be too great, at least it will still be better than your spear by a great margin. Xiaoqi asked again. He had a magnanimous and generous disposition, truly a man worth knowing. He did not take advantage of someone when they were in a helpless situation, and had the aura of a true gentleman. However, the five-element region disciples weren't feeling too well about Xiaoqi's actions. Of course, because it was Xiaoqi, no one dared to loudly oppose him. They could only privately whisper to each other. Is there a mistake? He wants to lend this fellow a spear. He's already running so rampant with such a garbage spear. Just what will happen if he has a better spear? Isn't Senior Apprentice Brother Xiao just shooting us in the feet? These divine Phoenix Island bugs obviously have no one capable of forging spears. But what would happen if they learn how to forge spears from Golden Bell Mountain spears? Senior Apprentice Brother Xiao is too reckless. How can he give someone like this away? Although this five-element region disciple spoke in hushed tones, Lin Ming had extremely good hearing, and was able to listen to everything with extreme clarity. Lin Ming simply didn't care for this nonsense talk. He cupped his hands across his chest, bowing to Xiaoqi as he said, "Before now, the four opponents that I continuously defeated were either scum or villains. When I first met Brother Xiao, I felt like I was meeting up with an old friend. Good friends drink wine together. Naturally, the best wine and the best wares must be brought out. Only then can a truly hearty time be had. Since we are facing against each other, I will not be stingy in my actions." As Lin Ming spoke, he put away the heavy, profound, soft spear, and slowly extracted the purple comet spear from his spatial ring. Xiaoqi was a man who truly understood the spear. Lin Ming would need him to appraise the spear, how to join a metal essence to it, and just what type of metal essence would be the best. And another reason that Lin Ming had taken out his purple comet spear was to fight in his top condition, and use this match to increase his own understanding of spear techniques. Until now, his spear skills were limited to the foundation spear technique. Golden Bell Mountain had thousands of years of accumulated spear techniques. Towards such a heritage, Lin Ming naturally had an extremely vibrant yearning. The purple comet spear appeared, a purple light radiating outwards. Within the deep purple spear shaft, one could faintly see 9 bamboo nodes. Between the deep purple, there were also countless dense red lines, just like blood vessels that ran through it. This was what was left behind from the sacred flame parasol tree after it was blended into the violet electricity spirit bamboo. The spearhead was 8 inches long with a high ridge and thin edge, and an icy cold emitting from it. It was forged from the fusion of profound thunderstone, crystallized vermilion bird flames, and purple comet. All of these materials were priceless treasures. Lin Ming hadn't infused the spear with true essence, but the entire spear shined with a faint touch of thunder and fire, causing the air around it to slightly tremble. It was like an unrivaled divine weapon had appeared, slaughtering the world. Seeing this dazzling spear light, Xiaoqi suddenly froze, his heart full of wonder. This spear was actually a top high-grade earth-step treasure. The spearhead is made from purple comet, but also purple comet that was refined. Xiaoqi found this hard to believe. Purple comet was a top-quality metal that was good enough to create a heaven-step treasure. Besides his Golden Bell Mountain, there were actually others capable of refining purple comet. He didn't know what material the spear shaft was made from, but looking at the vast inherent power of thunder and fire, it was an inestimable top-quality material. Lin Ming just happened to have a dual thunder and fire attribute body. Could this treasure spear possibly have been especially forged for his unique body? Thinking this, Xiaoqi gasped. Just who had forged this spear? Everyone present naturally had an extraordinary breadth of experience. When Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear, it instantly became the focus of the audience. This was a top high-grade earth-step treasure spear. It was something that even revolving core masters would go crazy with jealousy over. A 5-element region disciple was already hypothesizing, if I'm not wrong, that's a high-grade earth-step treasure. Not only that, but at the top of its level. How could this weapon be given to a little pulse condensation boy to use? This is a weapon that an almighty revolving core elder should use. In fact, not every revolving core master would be able to have one. The spearhead is made of purple comet, but what is the spear shaft made from? Why does it contain such strong thunder and fire origin energy? The spear shaft is violet electricity spirit bamboo, and it looks no less than 10,000 years old. Profound thunderstone is also fused into the spearhead. This was said by some Thundercrest sect disciples. They were very familiar with all sorts of mystical thunder attribute materials. Naturally, they understood what it was. Not only is there violet electricity spirit bamboo, but there is also sacred flame parasol tree within it. It too looks no less than 10,000 years old. It's divided into threads and integrated into the violet electricity spirit bamboo. The one who spoke was a Sunfire sect disciple. In terms of their understanding of fire attribute wood materials, their understanding even went beyond divine Phoenix Islands. The spearhead also has crystallized vermilion bird flame. There were many experts present that had a great knowledge of thunder and fire attribute materials. Also, since Lin Ming knew that he would be exposing this spear in battle soon, he didn't activate the array formation that Ancestor Qiyan had left behind to conceal the spear. Thus, after just a short period of time, the audience was able to decipher every material that was used to forge the Purple Comet Spear. Refined Purple Comet Profound Thunderstone, 10,000-year-old Violet Electricity Spirit Bamboo, 10,000-year-old Sacred Flame Parasol Tree, Crystallized Vermilion Bird Flame Essence. Of these materials, any one of them would be top-quality materials. It was rare enough that everyone stood dumbfounded, staring in shock. With so many precious and rare materials gathered together, in addition to it being forged by a top refining master, the quality of this spear almost caught up to a heaven-step treasure. With such a treasure in front of them, many revolving core masters couldn't remain calm. In the Golden Bell Mountain banquet area, two elders looked at the spear, an amazing look of acclaim on their faces. In the path of refining, there are many roads. My Golden Bell Mountain understands metal refining to an exquisite degree, but we are lacking in those that can refine wood. The method in which this purple comet was refined is truly amazing. Yes, the keen sharpness of the spear cannot match with the treasures that my Golden Bell Mountain refines, but in terms of increasing the power of elemental attribute true essence, my Golden Bell Mountain is far inferior. The two Golden Bell Mountain elders were extremely modest. Since ancient times, Golden Bell Mountain had always been a very low-key sect that stayed out of most affairs. As a sect, they were usually refining various treasures in seclusion. In fact, their chief disciple had the least significant reputation out of all the other chief disciples in the five-element region. As for the Divine Phoenix Island banquet area, most disciples were excitedly talking. They were naturally able to recognize the crystallized vermilion bird flame and sacred flame parasol tree. These were all treasures of Divine Phoenix Island. Yan Fuhong's face had sunk until water was coming out. The crystallized vermilion bird flame and sacred flame parasol tree were extremely valuable and precious resources even within Divine Phoenix Island. Yet, this was all given to a stranger. How could he not be jealous? Damn it all! I had applied for some crystallized vermilion bird flame so that I could use it to cultivate the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, and I wasn't able to obtain any. Yet now, this was all given to some boy so that he could use it to forge a spear. Yu Fuhong grit his teeth, because he saw that Lin Ming was too strong. He had already lost all desire to oppose him. But now that he saw the difference in their treatment was so great, the simmering embers of his jealousy blew up. He couldn't even suppress it anymore. Good spear. It seems that we can have a hearty fight. Xiaoqi laughed. He had offered to lend Lin Ming a low-grade earth-step spear, but now he saw that the spear Lin Ming had was no worse than a spear that a Golden Bell Mountain elder would use. It seemed that his worries were unfounded. Take my spear. Supreme energy becomes one. Xiaoqi's kind eyes suddenly became fierce and wild. He suddenly grabbed his spear and thrust forwards. The long spear was like a golden beam of lightning, roaring as it stabbed towards Lin Ming. The surrounding air began to rumble, sending out howling sounds. This spear seemed solid and unhurried, but in a split second it had already rushed to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. This was pure spear play. In a normal situation, if someone sent out such an attack, he would have used the golden rock shattering the void movement technique to dodge. But now, he didn't want to hide from this move. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. This spear contained no power of thunder or fire, and it didn't have any vibrating strength. This was only the most common of spear moves. He wanted to use this opportunity to sharpen his spear skills. Compared to Xiao Qi's spear skills, Lin Ming's spear skills were beyond clumsy. He had taken the foundation spear technique as the foundation of his spear skills, but this so-called Flood Dragon goes to sea was what most mortal armies used for training. It was also the most common foundation spear move that a soldier would learn. Pung! As the two spears crossed, in that instant Lin Ming was able to hear the sound of metal screeching in his ears. Xiao Qi's spear contained a very strange energy. As soon as his purple comet spear was touched, it was like an earthquake had struck it apart. Xiao Qi's spear curved along the purple comet spear. It seemed to have intelligence as it climbed the spear shaft of the purple comet spear, like a snake crawling a tree, thrusting towards Lin Ming's throat. This spear skill. Lin Ming was surprised. His toes pushed the ground, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming's figure drew back, and he was just able to avoid the danger of this spear. The spear wind had blown against his bodily true essence, and Lin Ming could clearly hear the piercing chi-chi sound of his true essence being scratched apart. Good spear skill. Lin Ming was shocked. If this had only been a contest of spear skills, he would have already lost. With Golden Bell Mountain's thousands of years of heritage and accumulated spear skills, the popular and common foundation spear technique simply could not compare at all. Senior apprentice brother Xiao lives up to his fame. Well done. The 5-element region disciples had been too ruthlessly suppressed by Lin Ming. As a single man, he had blocked their path. Out of the dozens of them, none of them had dared to challenge him. The shame and aggrievement that came from such an awkward situation could be imagined. Thus, as Xiao Qi gained the upper hand in this first move, these disciples began to crazily cheer. Xiao Qi frowned. He ignored these people and looked at Lin Ming with a puzzled expression. What spear skills does junior apprentice brother Lin use? Foundation spear technique. Lin Ming casually said. What? Xiao Qi was stunned. It wasn't only Xiao Qi, but the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were shocked too. Even the 5-element disciples that were waiting for Lin Ming to be defeated were the same. Foundation spear technique? In the 5-element region, there were also similar things such as the foundation spear technique, foundation saber law, and other such manuals. But cultivation methods at this level didn't even have a formal name. They weren't even able to pass the threshold for basic entry. What Lin Ming cultivated was actually the foundation spear technique. Is this boy messing around? The first reaction of most people was to not believe this. But, as they thought more about it, they realized that Lin Ming's spear skills truly weren't worth much. Basically, they were simple stabs, chops, cuts, waves, and other such basic moves. The reason that he was able to defeat his opponents wasn't because of his spear moves but because of his thick true essence, the power of his thunder and fire, as well as his terrifying attack power. Maybe this boy studies a top-grade foundation spear technique. After some people thought about it, they came to this conclusion. A month staff, a year fist, and even longer for the spear. This spear is extremely difficult to practice. It turns out this boy is only a simpleton, he's just acting with the spear. Some people were immediately happy. They would never give up any chance to belittle Lin Ming. This was their psychological issue. Although they knew that Lin Ming was a ridiculously powerful individual, they still wouldn't admit this. They would only look for more chances to discredit and dismiss him. He doesn't know any spear moves, but still uses a spear. That is a top high-grade Earthstep treasure spear, you know. What a waste of a treasure. Xiao Qi remained silent. In fact, in his heart, he also felt that this high-grade Earthstep purple comet spear was a bit wasted on Lin Ming. This sort of spear was a weapon that would need a revolving core master to display its true strength. He said, Junior apprentice brother Lin, you seem to have this idea to fight me with spear play. But if you can only use the foundation spear technique, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Lin Ming said, in my match with senior apprentice brother Xiao, if I rely on my thunder and fire true essence to win, this fight no longer has any meaning to me. Xiaoqi's eyebrows curved up. He was provoked by Lin Ming's competitive spirit. You want to depend on just your spear skills to compete with me? Unless I'm forced otherwise. Lin Ming still gave himself a way out. This so-called spear play included spear skills as well as using one's true essence to display these abilities. If he didn't use martial skills, flow like silk, thunder and fire true essence, his thunder soul and flame essence, cutting away all of these abilities, then Lin Ming would hardly have anything left. He would only have the simplest of spear skills, and his combat strength would be greatly reduced. Much less that he wasn't in the best condition, nor did he know where Xiaoqi's bottom line was, so he didn't act tough. Lin Ming's words immediately caused a stir in the audience. Lin Ming wants to use the foundation spear technique to fight against the accumulated thousands of years of spear play knowledge of Golden Bell Mountain? Lin Ming is mad. It's just an act. Didn't you hear him say that he would use it unless forced? I wonder just how many moves he'll be able to last until he's forced. And then we'll have to use Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky or something else. A 5-element region disciple curled his lips in disdain, obviously not believing Lin Ming's boastful claims. Even the Divine Phoenix Island disciples that had always had faith in Lin Ming weren't sure. Lin Ming was strong, but in terms of spear play, how could he compare with Golden Bell Mountain? This Lin Ming, what kind of devilish plan does he have up his sleeve? A Golden Bell Mountain elder furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't think that Lin Ming's spear play would be able to compare with Xiaoqi's. If Lin Ming had hastily uttered these words without having some chance of winning, and then was forced to use the power of thunder and fire within a move or two, that would truly be laughable. If I'm not wrong, then Lin Ming wants to exchange blows with cheer to spur his limits and make up for his shortcomings in spear play. The reason that he participated in this banquet competition wasn't to win, but to hone his strength. Another Golden Bell Mountain elder slowly said, "A fight was always the best way to hone one's strength." There were many talents keen on learning from their challenges. In his view, Lin Ming was such a person. Interesting. The idea is good, but if he's only going to use pure spear play, I wonder just how long he'll be able to last. The Golden Bell Mountain elder began to sound very interested in what was about to happen. Junior apprentice brother Lin, spear skills are difficult to learn and even harder to master. Divine Phoenix Island has no heritage of spear skills. If you blindly practice spear skills on a whim, you will only end up harming yourself. In Xiaoqi's opinion, the reason that Lin Ming hadn't practiced spear skills was because Divine Phoenix Island mostly used swords. Perhaps even when Lin Ming was choosing a weapon, he had gone stupid for a moment and thought that since a spear dance was quite beautiful, he would choose a spear. "Since you insist, take my spear." The golden spear in Xiaoqi's hand stabbed out. His momentum suddenly rocketed to the sky. With a slide of his hand, the spear shaft slid out too. His hand slapped the spear shaft, and the entire spear moved like it was intelligent, waving around like a venomous serpent. The spear in Xiaoqi seemed to have its own consciousness. It could actively attack the enemy's weaknesses. It was very difficult to dodge. How will he defend against his? Whether it was a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island or the 5-element region, they all rubbed their eyes, waiting for Lin Ming to make a move with his spear. If he didn't use thunder and fire true essence, and only used the foundation spear technique moves, defending against the spear would be beyond difficult. Spear wind howled, spear light dazzled. Facing this flurry of golden snakes from the spear, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The true essence within his body erupted to the limit and his bones began to emit a popping sound. Behind Lin Ming, an azure true dragon's phantom appeared, clawing out. It was condensed to the point of seeming solid and lifelike. If one looked carefully, they could even see the flashing azure dragon scales. A clarion dragon roar burst forth from Lin Ming's body. The resonant dragon roar was loud and clear, slamming into the heavens, washing away all the cloud in the sky. Long spear manifesting dragon. Lin Ming's spear skills naturally had no area worthy of notice. Could even be said to be very clumsy and rough. But ever since he had absorbed the blood of the true dragon, as soon as Lin Ming struck out, the bloodline of the true dragon within him would animate, bringing forth the potential or rivers and mountains, containing the majestic prestige of a dragon that echoed between the heavens and earth. This was strength that originated from his bloodline. Seeing Lin Ming make the spear move, Xiaoqi was stunned. But the spears were too fast, and he couldn't respond. The two spears collided. Bang! It was like an azure dragon and golden snake had smashed into each other. A shockwave of azure true essence surged out, turning into hundreds of faint azure dragon phantoms scattering in all directions. The strange power that was contained with Xiaoqi's golden spear was actually lost within the vast sea of spear potential. Xiaoqi rapidly drew back, retreating dozens of feet. As for Lin Ming, he drawn back dozens of steps. In this one move, they had actually achieved parity. Xiaoqi looked at Lin Ming with incredulous disbelief in his heart, an inexplicable feeling of horror blossoming within him. It wasn't only Xiaoqi that was stunned, but everyone present was speechless. Lin Ming's potential had actually reached such a level. The so-called spear potential or sword intent referred to the inherent soul that was contained within a spear or sword. A martial artist that fought with spears or swords would normally only use the shape of the weapon itself to attack. But a true master could integrate the soul of the weapon into their moves. As the saying went, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. A good spear was similar to a true dragon. Its soul was also the soul of a dragon. At Lin Ming's young age, he had already achieved spear like dragon. The inherent dragon prestige within the spear was already thick to the point that it was able to manifest a true dragon phantom behind him. This was a talent that defied the heavens. If the advantage in Xiaoqi's spear skills hadn't been so great, that spear might have injured him a moment ago, and result wouldn't have been evenly matched. Mu Yuhuang breathed a light breath. She recalled the power and majesty of the spear move a moment ago. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a true dragon had appeared. The roar of a dragon had even pierced through the heavens. Long spear manifesting dragon? No, it shouldn't be. Whether it was the dragon roar or the azure dragon phantom, they hadn't been caused by Lin Ming's spear potential. No, just the opposite. The dragon roar and azure dragon phantom were the reason for Lin Ming's spear potential. This was why his spear power was like tsunamis and landslides, a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. The reason that Mu Yuhuang was so sure was that during that moment when the dragon roar had pierced through the skies, she could clearly feel the vermilion bird bloodline within her body shivering, a faint feeling of fear that suppressed her bloodline into submission. You said before that Lin Ming might have some strange flood dragon bloodline within him? Mu Yuhuang slowly asked with a true essence sound transmission. If she wasn't wrong, then this was Lin Ming's lucky opportunity. By relying on it, he was also able to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder. With a mere bone forging stage cultivation, Lin Ming had been able to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder that only a middle Xiantian master should have been able to. If there wasn't any secret within Lin Ming's body, Mu Yuhuang would never have been able to believe this. But if Lin Ming's bloodline was used as the explanation, she could reluctantly come to terms with it. After all, the purple flood dragon divine thunder contained the brutal will of a flood dragon. If it was to encounter a more formidable and ancient bloodline, this flood dragon bloodline would be awed into submission. With Yuer's help, this could also explain how Lin Ming was able to absorb it. Mu Qinyu nodded, saying, "This is also the first time disciple has seen the phantom behind Lin Ming." When senior apprentice sister Qinghong returned from the 7 profound valleys, she described to me what she had seen. It was probably a similar scene. Disciple believes that this is an ancient noble bloodline similar to my divine Phoenix Islands that Lin Ming managed to obtain through some lucky chance. As for Lin Ming's life and background, they had already been clearly researched by divine Phoenix Island. The common people of Sky Fortune Kingdom had been mortals for generations. It was impossible for Lin Ming to have this kind of bloodline from his family. Thus, the only other reason was that the heavens had gifted him a lucky miracle. Ancient noble bloodline? Mu Yuhuang hesitated. Perhaps matters weren't so simple. Just what sort of ancient noble bloodline could cause even the vermilion bird bloodline within her to shiver in fear? Could it be a god beast? Mu Yuhuang dared not believe this. A god beast did not exist in the Sky Spill continent. It was said that above the Sky Spill continent was the realm of the gods. But even within the realm of the gods, a god beast was an extremely rare existence. Where did Lin Ming find the blood essence of a god beast to transplant into his bloodline? Even if he had gotten that far, how could a mere bone-forging boy have absorbed such a bloodline? In any case, it was true that Lin Ming had a secret bloodline within him and that this bloodline had an extraordinary origin. However, Mu Yuhuang didn't wish to pry into his secrets. In truth, lucky chances were also a part of one's destiny. A great lucky chance came with a correspondingly great destiny. Destiny was the essential truth that an unrivaled talent needed to become a peerless emperor. Ever since ancient times, the birth of peerless emperors usually resulted from the accumulated destiny of a character that stood at the pinnacle. If one didn't have such a destiny but still coveted these things, they would instead attract an unexpected catastrophe upon themselves. History had proven this point again and again throughout the annals of time. These so-called unlucky calamitous treasures were often priceless. However, what was strange was that if one obtained it, they would die as if they had been struck by a curse. If one didn't have a great destiny, as if they were the protagonist of the world, they would not be able to gather such treasures to them. In order to birth a genius that would become a peerless emperor, perhaps not even divine Phoenix Island had such a destiny. Much less, Mu Yuhuang was just an old lady with a few hundred years of life left in her. This sort of calamitous treasure was not something she would be able to afford. Even if she managed to peacefully obtain it without accident, with her age, it was basically useless. What Mu Yuhuang most wanted to see now was only that her divine Phoenix Island would be able to enter an age of prosperity. On the martial arts stage, Lin Ming and Xiaoqi fought once more. Both spears clashed. One side was a spear-skilled genius of Golden Bell Mountain whose every move contained profound principles. But as for the other side, he had a deep comprehension of spear potential. Although his spear skills were simple and lacking, every spear was like a landslide. Every spear was like a tsunami. Every spear contained the power of endless mountains and rivers. These two were well matched against each other. Clang, 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 clang. With every strike, a violently raging true essence shockwave erupted, an azure color mixing with a golden color, causing the ground itself to shake. Because of the intense shockwaves in the air, the audience that witnessed this battle scene seemed to be watching it under the twisted ripples of water. Every spear that Lin Ming thrust out contained an enormous pressure. Even though Xiaoqi's spear contained a strange power, it was actually forcefully dissolved by Lin Ming's strength. The two youths fought for several dozen moves. Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of true essence, but so had Xiaoqi. This battle was the longest that Lin Ming had ever fought. With his strength, he could simply have used the Thunder Soul and won with overwhelming force. But he did not do this. He needed this battle to see what degree of skill one's spear play could reach. Xiaoqi turned, thrusting out his spear. Although the spear skill looked very slow, in just a split second the spear point would instantly arrive in front of you. This sort of strange and confusing spatial skill was nearly impossible to defend against. Pa! Even Lin Ming was unable to completely dodge the spear with such a confusing spatial skill. The spear point rubbed against Lin Ming's bodily true essence, and with a ripping sound, an incomparably sharp golden spear had pierced through Lin Ming's bodily true essence, taking just a touch of blood. Xiaoqi was surprised. What was going on? In that attack, he had felt like his spear had stabbed into iron. It simply hadn't been able to do much damage. But at the same time, Lin Ming's spear came smashing down like an avalanche. Xiaoqi quickly lifted his spear to block. Clang! As soon as this blow smashed down, the golden spear in Xiaoqi's hand curved into a crescent moon. He staggered back, every step creating a deep imprint in the ground. The tiles of the stage that were supported by an array formation were broken by the pressure of his feet, cracks littering the stage. After retreated 70 to 80 feet, Xiaoqi finally came to a stop. He felt like his right arm was numb, and even his fingers were shaking. What a terrifying strength and spear potential! Although he managed to block that last attack, he felt the blood within his body roiling and his meridians in crazy disorder. In the audience, the Golden Bell Mountain Elder gasped. What a terrifying boy! Cheer used a special technique to unload the force on his body. Lin Ming's strength and spear potential that he unleashed poured along Cheer's muscles and skeleton, entering the ground through his feet. Even though he had let so much strength pass through him, he was still wounded. The power of this spear potential is simply like having a mountain fall on you. Indeed, this boy is truly a spear genius, but it's such a pity that he doesn't have a great master that can teach him spear skills. If all he learns is some foundation spear technique skills, then it is truly wasteful. Another Golden Bell Mountain elder said with some regret, obviously sad that Lin Ming hadn't joined his Golden Ball Mountain. Haha, what a great fight! Xiao Qi suddenly put away his spear. His entire forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was flushed red. Blood was surging within his body, and he had obviously consumed a great deal of strength. Same here. Lin Ming was also panting for breath. After several continuous battles, even with pills to supplement him, he had consumed over 70% of his true essence. Not only that, but within the true essence of his body, there were many complex and strange factors. Lin Ming's current combat strength was less than half of his optimal condition. You're just a monster. You fought through 5 straight fierce matches and yet you can still fight to this degree and have energy left over. I admit defeat. Xiao Qi sighed, lamenting the result. He had been evenly matched with Lin Ming, but it turned out that Lin Ming's endurance was much greater than his. If they continued, his defeat was simply a matter of time. Well fought. Lin Ming cupped his hands together and bowed. During this match against Xiao Qi, he had learned many things and gained many insights. It seemed that he really needed to look for a spear art manual in order to make up for his deficiencies there. After Xiao Qi admitted defeat on his own, the entire audience was silent. The strongest direct disciple under the 6 great chief disciples had actually lost. Senior apprentice brother Xiao was defeated. Even the 5 element region disciples that were desperately cheering for Xiao Qi were unable to accept this. The truth was, when Lin Ming hadn't used this power of thunder and fire, yet was still able to fight evenly with Xiao Qi using just his spear play, they had already foreseen the ending that Xiao Qi would lose. It was just that they weren't willing to accept this truth. Senior apprentice brother Xiao lost. Above Xiao Qi, there are only the 6 great direct disciples. Although everyone knew that Lin Ming was already spent of all energy, there was no direct disciples that went on stage to challenge him. Lin Ming's winning streak had left them breathless and no one had the courage or qualifications to challenge him. Lin Ming swallowed a pill and propped himself up on the stage using his spear. This time, he did not challenge anyone to battle. He was well aware that if he fought again, it would be against a chief disciple. 6 great chief disciples. It was unknown just how many he could fight. Lin Ming turned to look at Mu Dingshan and saw that he was preparing. Next would be a contest between chief disciples. Dingshan. Xiao Qing. If you fight, try to delay as much as possible so that Lin Ming can have more time to recover. Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing simultaneously heard the true essence sound transmission of old lady Yu Huang. Yes, honorable sect master. Oh. Within the Thundercrest sect banquet area, the pale youth glanced at Zhou Lai, ordering him to go on stage. You challenge Lin Ming to draw out Mu Dingshan. I'll help you take him, the pale youth tersely said. Zhou Lai frowned. He absolutely did not wish to do something so insidious like taking advantage of someone while they were in a vulnerable situation. This was not how a true gentleman acted. With such a large audience present, he couldn't afford to lose. Hee, what's the matter? You think you're taking advantage of someone while they're down? Alright, we'll take a break and look for another reason when they lose. The pale youth casually spoke, his words carrying an imperious tone that made Zhou Lai feel uneasy. This fellow seems very keen on what he said before, and wants to challenge the direct disciples of Divine Phoenix Island by himself. What does he want from all this? Zhou Lai thought, baffled. At this moment, the pale youth used a true essence sound transmission to communicate with Lei Jingtian. Then, Lei Jingtian stood up and smiled. Hi, Master Yu Huang. Your great island's Lin Ming is truly a hero that from among the young. However, after he competed against 5 masters from my 5-element region, it seems that he has already exhausted himself. How about we have a truce and take a break so that Lin Ming can rest? Afterwards will be the final competition between chief disciples. How about it? Mu Yu Huang's willowy eyebrows rose. This fellow, just what did this little weasel want? What was he thinking about? He actually offered to call a momentary truce? It had to be known that Lin Ming had consumed too much energy. Even if Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing were able to delay for a few matches so that Lin Ming could rest, he still wouldn't be able to fully recover in this short time. After Lei Jingtian spoke, He sat down with a cheerful laugh before waiting for Mu Yuhuang's answer. Zhou Lai was confused. Just who was this pale youth? It seemed that his master seemed to care about his opinion a great deal. This fellow is shrouded in mystery. He's just like a frosty snake. Master said that he was a saint-rank talent that he found in the northern domains, but I always felt that this explanation was too far-fetched. His martial talent is surprisingly good, and he also understands many different cultivation methods. His cultivation is only at the early Hotian realm, yet he can easily defeat me. Not only that, but he seems to know some secrets about Sky Spill Continent, such as the legends of the Saints. There was definitely a problem with this man. Just who was he? For some time, Zhou Lai even suspected that the pale fellow was possessed by some ancient monster. Of course, this was something that only existed in fantasy novels. He had no idea if things like possession existed. As Zhou Lai was daydreaming, Lei Jingtian was exchanging a true essence sound transmission with the pale youth. We'll follow everything as you planned. Events should progress smoothly. Very good. The interim break was decided to be 2 hours. On stage, a thick and tall incense was placed as a timer. Lei Jingtian sat in his chair, his eyes closed in contemplation. Zhou Lai sat beside him, sullenly watching the pale youth, seeing him on the other side of the banquet table, a 100-year-old pot of excellent wine in one hand and a jade cup in the other, freely drinking. Shaoling, who do you think that Lei Mubai fellow is? Zhou Lai had a deep sense of suspicion in his heart that had weighed on him for too long, and he couldn't help but ask his little sister. Huh? What person? Zhou Shaoling looked bewildered as she picked up a spirit fruit and bit into it. Isn't senior apprentice brother Lei a saint-rank talent that master found from the northern domains? Speaking of which, our 5-element region hasn't had a saint-rank talent for the last few hundred years. This time, the 6 other sects will truly be scared silly. I can't wait to see their stunned expressions. How funny would they be? Zhou Lai frowned, thinking something just didn't seem right. Zhou Shaoling continued to proudly say, Big brother, you don't know, but when the banquet started and that idiot Zhan Yunjian was talking about Lin Ming, he was also sighing about how great Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun were. I wanted to smile at that time, but I pressed it down and didn't mention senior apprentice brother Lei. Otherwise, if Zhan Yunjian knew that senior apprentice brother Lei was even fiercer than Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun at their age, I wonder what kind of funny expression he would have. How hilarious that cocky braggart Zhan Yunjian thought he had a good understanding of our Thundercrest sect's talents. This time his jaw will definitely drop. As Zhou Shaoling spoke, she had an extremely smug expression on her face, her small face flushed as if that great honor was also her own. She stopped eating her spirit fruit, instead vacantly gazing out with a longing expression. I really want to see senior apprentice brother Lei go out on stage and defeat everyone. That Mu Dingshan, Mu Xiaoqing, and especially that damned loser Lin Ming. I hope that Lin Ming gets beaten up until he can't walk anymore. As Zhou Shaoling spoke, she became more and more animated as if she couldn't stop spouting off. But as she spoke, Zhou Lai's expression was becoming increasingly ugly. He had a very dark, foreboding feeling in his heart, as if his doom was arriving. As he saw Zhou Shaoling's expression flush red with joy and excitement, that scary premonition was finally fulfilled. He used a true essence sound transmission and sharply asked, Shaoling, don't tell me you like that boy. Shaoling suddenly froze, then immediately blushed. She was just like a small kitten whose tail was stepped on. Big brother, stop making stuff up. Zhou Lai's heart shook. This was bad. If his little sister liked that boy, then this would be an absolute tragedy. Even if there wasn't a problem with Lei Mubai's status, Zhou Lai knew that this pale and sinister-seeming fellow would never take his sister seriously. At most, she would be some play tooey. But now, he knew that Zhou Shaoling would never listen to anything he said. Not only that, but the key was that all he had were baseless assumptions, and not even a shred of evidence to back up his suspicions. This fellow. As half an hour passed, many of the people at the banquets had already left to rest, go to the restroom, chat, laugh, or have small competitions with each other. The entire mountain was bustling with activity. Lei Mubai sat at the banquet table the entire time, slowly drinking. Mu Yuhuang noticed me. Lei Mubai suddenly said using a true essence sound transmission. Lei Jingtian's eyes were still closed in meditation, as calm as before. Mu Yuhuang is already at the late revolve core realm. Even if you try to conceal your energy, you cannot escape her sense, nor can you hide the thick true essence of your body. Lei Mubai sneered. At most she only sees that my cultivation is deep, but she won't be able to see through the ancient devil arts that I cultivate. I joined the Thundercrest sect 3 years ago when I was 14, and have already been there for a long time. I've also practiced the core cultivation methods of the Thundercrest sect. Truly, I'm not different to a real disciple. When she discovers that I am a saint rank talent of the Thundercrest sect, at most she'll be suspicious, but she won't be able to find any fault with me. The pale youth was very confident in himself. He practiced a cultivation method that his master ancestor had found 300 years ago within a scroll inside some ancient ruins of the South Sea. Even if Mu Yuhuang was a peerless emperor, she wouldn't be able to see through his status using this point. Once that ancient devil art was mentioned, Lei Jingtian suddenly moved. He opened his eyes, his voice low. Your master will not go back on his words, right? The pale youth slyly smiled. Of course not. This war between the South Sea Demon region and Phoenix Island will be a perpetual war that draws in the entire South Horizon region. It's not something that will be settled in just a year or two. When the time comes, we will also be relying on the Thundercrest sect sovereign's help. So how could my master go back on his promise? Since master has promised to bestow a scroll of the first layer of the ancient devil art to the Thundercrest sect sovereign, it will be delivered to your hands a month from now. Lei Jingtian humphed and icily said, you better not be playing any tricks. Otherwise, I'll have you regret your words. Haha, of course. Otherwise, if you galvanize the alliance between the 5-element region and Divine Phoenix Island, my South Sea Demon region would find this war increasingly difficult. Of course, since you have now ruined the alliance between Divine Phoenix Island and the 5-element region, that is truly an act worthy of praise. I shall truthfully report this to my master, so that sovereign shall gain merits. Then I'll have to trouble the saint's son. As long as this old man's conditions are met, then everything will be fine. Rest assured, my South Sea Demon region is only interested in cooperation with the 5-element region and isn't interested in conflict. The 5-element region is several millions of miles away from the South Horizon region. Even if my South Sea Demon region becomes a holy land in the future, we won't threaten the 5-element region. Lei Jingtian showed no expression. Although this South Sea Demon region's saint's son was like a cold and calculating serpent, his words about this matter still sounded truthful. Throughout the ages, he hadn't heard of a holy land crossing 2 domains to conquer others. Initially, even Silent Demon Emperor City didn't cause waves within the South Horizon region. Lei Jingtian closed his eyes and slowly said, once the South Sea Demon region conquers Divine Phoenix Island, will they be able to become a holy land? It will probably be much more difficult. In order to become a holy land, we will most likely need to swallow the Dire Space Sect and Supreme Mystery Temple. Lei Mubai said, shaking his head. A normal 5th grade sect was a far, far distance from becoming a holy land. They would probably need hundreds or even 1,000 more years of accumulated power. In order to become a holy land, plundering more resources is useless. What is most important is developing a peerless emperor. I believe that Your Highness the Saint's son will have a promising chance of achieving this. Lei Jingtian said as he looked at Lei Mubai, a rare compliment coming from him. Haha. Lei Mubai smiled. Even though he knew he was only flattering him, it still caused his mood to become much better. In the past, I might not have been so confident. But now I have the ancient devil tome in my hands, and with my 7th grade Thunder Origin Energy Fusion compatibility, I truly have a chance of succeeding. However, I will also need a great destiny to fall upon me. Something like destiny was truly an elusive and enigmatic idea. Within the 100 million miles of the Sky Spill continent, there were trillions of people. Within so many people, there were also countless geniuses. However, those who were able to claim the title of Peerless Emperor were extremely rare. Besides the old monsters that hid in their own areas and sought a breakthrough, those that were truly known to the world were no more than 10 individuals. Even these 10 individuals were secretive in their movements and locations. Perhaps there were some that had already ascended to higher realms. This near-zero chance had caused many geniuses to sigh in utter disappointment. Even if they were saint-rank talents, they would most likely stop in the late revolving core realm, or even the extreme revolving core realm. Those geniuses that wished to become a peerless emperor had to experience a massive lucky opportunity, or even many of them. This was the so-called destiny that one needed. In a sense, that Lei Mubai could be born into a 5th-grade sect, be accepted as a disciple of the sect master, and even later cultivate the ancient devil tome could also be considered a kind of destiny. Every peerless emperor would accumulate a vast destiny upon their bodies. As youths, they would be geniuses that encountered major fortuitous events, endless lucky chances, and their strength would leap past all others. They would shake the world, showing disdain for all other heroes. When these peerless emperors were young, they might meet many formidable opponents. For instance, those peers that were known as invincible powerhouses. Within their domain, they would be called the top junior of their sect. However, when such a person fell under their boot, defeated by another that was at their cultivation, or even someone that had jumped realms in order to defeat them, then that victory would gradually seep into their bones, becoming a faith that implanted itself into their heart, becoming a part of their strength and talent. Against any odds, they would be unafraid. This faith, in addition to the destiny that gathered to them, would be enough for a genius to soar into the heavens, to break into the revolving core realm before 30, to reach extreme revolving core before 50, and to become a peerless emperor before 100 years of age. However, once one passed this age, it would become too difficult to progress in their cultivation again. For instance, someone like Mu Yuhuang. That old bag Mu Yuhuang would only be able to increase her own cultivation by a small realm even if she used 100 years of time. To her, this was already a great fortune. For instance, someone like Lei Jingtian. He had already been stuck at the middle revolving core realm for a full 150 years, crazily trying to overcome the mire he was in. Otherwise, how would he have come up with such a dire plan to cooperate with the South Sea Demon region? This was all so that he could cultivate the ancient devil tome. Lei Jingtian suddenly remembered something. He calmly said, "That boy called Lin Ming might become your opponent in the future. I never imagined that Divine Phoenix Island would actually produce such a good weapon. Aren't you afraid that he'll steal your position? How do you plan on dealing with him?" "Haha. I'll think about this issue once Divine Phoenix Island is destroyed," Lei Mubai lightly said. In normal circumstances, when two top sects declared war on each other, they would first destroy the core of their enemy's strength. These would be the Xianxia and revolving core powerhouses. As for the disciples of these sects, they wouldn't be deliberately aimed at. A war between large sects would last at most 1 or 2 years. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible for a junior to become a revolving core master in that time. Thus, they would have no influence on the war. On the contrary, after the war ended, the disciples of the sect that was destroyed would be under the threat of death. Under this pressure, there were many people that would be willing to betray their sect and join the victor. They would be willing to have a restricting seal placed on them and be used. This was what a demonic sect would usually do after a war. Because they too would suffer a massive loss of monsters, they would require additional manpower to rebuild their sect. Lei Mubai glanced at Lin Ming, derision thick in his voice as he said, "Once Divine Phoenix Island is destroyed, if he knows what's good for them, he'll be a good little boy and let my South Sea Demon region place a restriction seal on him. Otherwise, I'll suck out his blood essence and use it to cultivate my martial arts, and I'll use his corpse as a zombie protector for myself. That should be making the best use of him." As Lei Mubai spoke, the long and thick incense on the stage began to slowly burn to its end. The Divine Phoenix Island and 5-element region disciples had already returned before the 2-hour break had ended, anxiously waiting to see the unparalleled clash that would follow. Within the memories of these disciples, this would be the highest-level duel that had occurred between the 5-element region and Divine Phoenix Island since they could remember. This was a rare event that wouldn't even happen once in a decade. Naturally, no one wanted to miss it. "Haha! It's about to start. I can't wait." Lin Ming, senior apprentice brother Ding Shan, senior apprentice sister Xiaoqing, the ultimate trifecta. Can the 5-element region manage to stop them? I'm most looking forward to seeing senior apprentice brother Lin Ming fight. In order to allow senior apprentice brother Lin Ming to recover his top condition, he should be the last one up. I wonder how many chief disciples Lin Ming will manage to overcome. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were excitedly discussing. They had a great deal of confidence Lin Ming. Lin Ming had used just his spear to evenly match with Xiao Qi. He absolutely had the strength to fight with a chief disciple. Therefore, these minor Divine Phoenix Island disciples had taken Lin Ming as their idol, and instead of saying that Lin Ming couldn't win, said that he could in fact defeat several chief disciples. Of course, the disciples of the five-element region would never admit this. They still believed that Lin Ming would suffer a disastrous defeat in his last battle. The six great chief disciples were the most outstanding disciples of their sect that had passed through multiple selection processes. But in terms of these five-element region disciples' mental states and morale, if the most powerful junior of their sect was defeated by someone who was even younger than them, this would be a serious blow to their self-esteem. The incense finally burnt out. As Mu Yuhuang was about to stand up to speak, she actually gasped in surprise. She turned her head towards the banquet square's entrance, as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. A moment later, she quickly rose up to meet the new arrival. The audience didn't know what was happening. Then they saw an old woman with shining silver hair walking into the square, leaning on a walking stick with a smile on her face. She wore a long shawl embroidered with 100 birds and phoenixes, and a crimson phoenix coronet was placed upon her head. She was very old, looking no different than a mortal woman who was around 70 or 80. Everyone was petrified. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were stunned speechless. Is that the High Ancestor? The High Ancestor has actually come. I've been in the sect for dozens of years. Yet this is the first time that I've seen the High Ancestor. Divine Phoenix Island's High Ancestor was a woman named Mu Fengxian. Her cultivation was at the extreme revolving core realm, and in the past she was the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island. In her youth, she was also a saint rank talent. Of those present, besides a few revolving core masters, the rest of them had only seen Mu Fengxian's appearance in portraits. Over 200 years ago, Mu Fengxian had gone into seclusion within the back mountains of Divine Phoenix Island, no longer caring about human affairs. No one thought that during this banquet competition, Mu Fengxian would actually appear. It had to be known that Mu Fengxian had seen this rare high-level competition seen many times. When she was young, she had also participated in many of these events, and had even been a champion, conquering all the heroic elites, her name shaking the land. It could be said that these sorts of events were trivial matters to her. She simply didn't need to bother with attending. Thus, when Mu Fengxian had arrived, everyone was incomparably surprised. Elder Master, how come you personally came? Mu Yuhuang asked, puzzled. Ha! Within the back mountains, I saw purple air rise from the east. A pair of dragons will struggle. Today, a grand event will occur. A true dragon will be born. Though I do not know who will win. This old body wants to come out and take a look. A true dragon will be born? A pair of dragons will struggle? Mu Yuhuang was startled. Mu Fengxian was without a doubt referring to Lin Ming. But, was the other dragon that strange youth from the Thundercrest sect? Mu Yuhuang noticed that Mu Fengxian was really scrutinizing Lei Mubai, and her willowy eyebrows pressed together. The Thundercrest sect really had a saint rank talent. No wonder Lei Jingtian was so emboldened earlier. Even in the face of Lin Ming's stunning performance, he maintained the sense that he was in control of all events. After Mu Fengxian glanced at Lei Mubai, she only smiled as she looked at Lin Ming. After several breaths of time, she then nodded with a satisfied expression. As Mu Yuhuang held her hand, she walked over to the seat of honor and quietly sat down. Lin Ming gazed at this old woman. Extreme revolving core. That was only a step away from becoming a peerless emperor. Of course, this single step was no different than a moat. To cross it was beyond difficult. Within the Thundercrest sect banquet area, Lei Jingtian saw Mu Fengxian appear and lost a bit of his calm. This old bag, why would she come out? She shouldn't have seen any flaws. Lei Mubai frowned. She shouldn't have. Even though Mu Fengxian is like some old ghost, it should still be impossible for her to recognize my cultivation method. Not only that, but I also cultivate the Thundercrest sect's 9 heavens profound thunder law, and I control a thunder soul. Saying that I am a true Thundercrest sect disciple is no exaggeration. I hope so. After thinking about it some more, Lei Jingtian also thought there wouldn't be anything amiss. Not even the Thundercrest sect vice-sovereigns knew of Lei Mubai's status. Lei Mubai's expression was cloudy as he said, "This old bag Mu Fengxian, I wonder how many dozens of years of life she has left. Looking at how old she is, she's probably no less than 700. After a martial artist reached the revolving core realm, depending on their state, they could reach 500 years of life to 800 years of life. A martial artist also aged very slowly. For instance, although Mu Yuhuang was already 400 to 500 years old, she still had the appearance of a very beautiful middle-aged woman. But, when her life was about to reach its end, she would rapidly age until she became like Mu Fengxian with just several dozen years of life left. Originally, the South Sea Demon region was planning on waiting until Mu Fengxian died before they attacked Divine Phoenix Island. But Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun were growing too quickly. If Mu Fengxian didn't die and these two sisters still broke through to the revolving core realm, they would have wasted all their time. The gains simply didn't balance out the losses. So they had no choice but to take action first, taking advantage of the fact that the two sisters hadn't grown yet. Mu Fengxian put away her walking stick and said, "This old woman just wants to have a look at the fun. You do not need to be so formal, go about as usual." Although Mu Fengxian had said this in her presence, the Divine Phoenix Island disciples were extremely careful and respectful. To them, Mu Fengxian was an existence that only existed in ancient texts. Within many of the ancient texts of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Fengxian's portrait was recorded. But as for Mu Fengxian herself, younger disciples never saw her. Mu Fengxian was just a character of legends, no one dared to be rash in front of her. However, even though they were careful, with Mu Fengxian's arrival, the grand spectacle of this competition had reached the ultimate height, causing the disciples to shiver with excitement. With Mu Yuhuang's announcement, the competition could finally begin. A blue-robed girl moved, appearing like a burst of smoke on the stage. This girl was Mu Xiaoqing. Although Mu Xiaoqing looked comparatively ordinary, she had a very majestic and elegant temperament that gave off a fresh feeling. Divine Phoenix Island Blue Luan Faction Chief Disciple Mu Xiaoqing, 19 years old. I challenge all heroic elites of the 5-element region's 6 sections. Please advise. It seems Mu Xiaoqing is going on stage first. Within the Thundercrest sect banquet area, Lei Mubai faintly smiled. Mu Xiaoqing was weaker than Mu Dingshan, thus the reason that she was sent out first. Without waiting for the other chief disciples to respond, Lei Mubai entered the stage. As Lei Mubai walked on stage, he aroused the attention of everyone immediately. Even the Sunfire Princess, Huoruyan, who was readying herself to step up, was shocked. Who is this fellow? Did he just come out of nowhere? Thundercrest sect? It isn't the Thunderclap Zhou Lai entering the stage? A new person? I don't remember seeing such a character within the Thundercrest sect. The 5-element region disciples began talking amongst themselves. In this level of fight, only a chief disciple should have the qualifications to participate. For someone else to go on stage, that was truly disgraceful. There were even many Thundercrest disciples that didn't know who this Lei Mubai was. They only saw this pale fellow walking with the Thunder Sovereign. They believed he was a new disciple and didn't pay much attention to him, but it seemed that the fellow had the gall to openly step onto the stage. What was going on? Mu Xiaoqing frowned, not speaking. No matter who it was, since they came on stage, she would treat them equally and impartially. She took a blue sword in her hand and coldly said, "Make your move!" Haha, Senior Apprentice Sister Mu, there's no need to be so hasty. There are still several words I wish to say. Lei Mubai smiled. However, as the smile crossed his face that looked like it had never seen the sun, the smile instead gave off a very spooky and disturbing feeling. Lei Mubai cupped his hands across his chest, saying, "Thundercrest Sects Lei Mubai, 17 years old." With these words, the audience was startled. 17 years old? Lei Mubai was very tall and it was difficult to see how old he was. But he was actually 17 years old and his cultivation was already at the early Hotian realm. This result was on par with Mu Qianyu. However, a 17-year-old genius that was able to reach the Hotian realm wasn't necessarily a saint-rank talent. Although there were those whose martial cultivation talent defied the heavens, they could still be weak in terms of their true combat strength. Thus, these individuals could not be considered as saint-rank talents. Mu Qianyu had a 7th-grade fire origin energy fusion compatibility and also had a very pure and rich vermilion bird bloodline. In combination with her outstanding cultivation method, she was able to qualify as a saint-rank talent. As for Lei Mubai, it was impossible to determine whether he was strong or weak. Zhan Yunjian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lei Mubai. He remembered that as the banquet started, Zhou Xiaoling had been mischievously smiling about something, like there was some wicked secret she was holding in. Now Zhan Yunjian finally realized what that was all about. So that's how it is. What Zhou Xiaoling was thinking about was this man. A saint-rank talent? The Thundercrest sect actually managed to raise a saint-rank talent. Zhan Yunjian's complexion sank. The Thundercrest sect already had 2 masters in Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Lai. If they also had a saint-rank talent. Lin Ming sat below the stage, deeply gazing at Lei Mubai. From this man's body, he was able to sense thick true essence and a savage aura hidden within. It was as if this person was a monstrous beast that came from the abyss. This fellow is not simple at all. Lin Ming gave a judgment in his heart. This Lei Mubai gave him an unfathomable feeling. On stage, Lei Mubai crossed his hands across his back, no intention of moving from his pose. He waited for the buzz to calm down and then slowly said, "To all the seniors of Divine Phoenix Island, I have 2 small propositions to make. I wonder if we can discuss it here." "What propositions?" The one to speak was Mu Yuhuang. Lei Mubai slightly bowed to Mu Yuhuang and smiled as he said, "The first proposition I want to make is that I would like to challenge all of the young heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island." With this sentence, all of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples were at first stunned. Then, together, they all exploded into rage. Challenge all the heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island? Although Lin Ming had done so a moment ago, he had been compelled to do so by the Deep Earth sect elder. The Deep Earth sect's Shi Zhangquan had verbally mocked him. This Lin Ming had to do so, or it would have only weakened his momentum. However, no one had forced Lei Mubai. Not only that, but Lei Mubai had no reputation. There was simply no one who had an idea of who he was. For a 17-year-old to reach the Houtian realm was a very amazing event, but one's cultivation speed didn't necessarily correlate to an equally good combat strength. To so openly shout a challenge at all of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples was not different than kicking them in the foot. How could these Divine Phoenix Island disciples possibly tolerate this? This boy wants to die. Who the hell does he think he is? He wants to challenge all the heroic elites of my Divine Phoenix Island? Fuck, who does he think he is? Does he think he's Junior Apprentice Brother Lin? Even Junior Apprentice Brother Lin challenged the direct disciples and hadn't fought the chief disciples. This fellow is too arrogant. Junior Brother Apprentice Lin should just come up and finish him in a flash. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples were scolding this Lei Mubai while they cussed. Even the 5-element region disciples didn't believe that Lei Mubai would be able to do so. Even if his cultivation was high, that didn't mean he would have a combat strength that defied the heavens. Even if his strength reached that of a saint-rank talent, he wouldn't necessarily win. Divine Phoenix Island had more than 10 Houtian juniors. Not to mention anyone else, but just Mu Dingshan, Mu Shouqing, and Lin Ming, these 3 people were able to have Lei Mubai eat dirt. Seniors, please be patient. I haven't finished speaking yet. As Lei Mubai stood on stage, he smiled with complete confidence. There was a calming true essence fluctuation that was hidden between his words. In a flash, all of the disciples that were lower than the Houtian realm were affected and the commotion began to die down. Lin Ming was a bit stunned, directly impacting soul force? Although these disciples that were affected were the lower grade disciples, the effect was over an extremely wide range. To be able to affect so many disciples at the same time was a truly remarkable feat. It's just, this sort of soul force fluctuation gave Lin Ming a sense of déjà vu as if he had sensed it before. But as he thought about it, he couldn't remember just where he had felt it. Did he sense incorrectly? Lin Ming carefully thought for a moment, but ultimately wasn't able to come up with anything. He could only attribute this to being a coincidence or an error of his own. After all, sometimes there would be similar soul force fluctuations between 2 people that had no relation. It was just like 2 strangers that had similar looks. On stage, Lei Mubai continued to say, "I did such not because I have any evil intentions, but only for one thing, and that is to prove my strength and talent. With this, I would like to propose a marriage to Divine Phoenix Island. Propose marriage? After Lei Mubai spoke, everyone present was frozen. Lin Ming was also shocked, speechless. What was this fellow trying to accomplish? Yes, this is my second proposition. My Thundercrest sect would like to propose marriage to Divine Phoenix Island, and hope that we can forge an alliance to jointly resist the demonic sect together. Propose marriage to Divine Phoenix Island, forge an alliance, and resist the demonic sect together. Such important words could only be spoken by the top figures of the Thundercrest sect. No one else had the qualifications to do so. Mu Yuhuang frowned, turning to look at Lei Jingtian. Lei Jingtian laughed and then stood up. He said, High Master Yuhuang, Mubai is the limitless envoy of my Thundercrest sect and carries the Purple Thunder Command. The words that he says can also represent my Thundercrest sect. Limitless envoy? Mu Yuhuang's eyebrows arched up. Within the Thundercrest sect, the one that held the title of Limitless was one that was a saint-rank talent. The Limitless Envoy was also equal to the Divine Phoenix Island Saintess, and would be able to inherit the position of sovereign. As for the Purple Thunder Command, that was a symbol of great authority. With it, one could appoint or dismiss outer court elders, or command inner court elders. If Lei Jingtian's words were true, then Lei Mubai was already a top power figure within the Thundercrest sect. If such a powerful figure wanted to propose marriage, and also wanted to prove their strength and talent through battle, the object of this marriage was obvious. Who do you want to marry? Mu Yuhuang asked, straight to the point. Her two eyes flashed with an icy coldness, aggressively staring at Lei Mubai. If someone with a weak will met these eyes, they would feel weak at heart and wouldn't dare to look back. However, Lei Mubai seemed extremely confident. I hope that High Master Yuhuang can marry Her Highness Qianyu to me. If so, the Thundercrest sect is willing to assist Divine Phoenix Island in any way to resist the South Sea Demon region. As Lei Mubai spoke, Mu Qianyu was petrified. He actually wanted to marry her? But as for the Divine Phoenix Island disciples, they were like a pot of sizzling oil that was poured into a vat of cold water. They instantly exploded into an apoplectic rage. Especially the male disciples. Their hearts erupted with rage. Mu Qianyu was the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island. In the minds of these disciples, she was no different than a goddess. Wanting to marry Mu Qianyu as a wife? This was an unthinkable act, because in the eyes of these male disciples, Mu Qianyu was a sacred and inviolable existence. Now some fellow had actually come from the Thundercrest sect and dared to blatantly profane the goddess of their hearts? This was beyond tolerable. If this wasn't in public, all of these righteously indignant male disciples would have already all rushed towards this Lei Mubai and torn him limb from limb. You're just a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Marry Her Highness the Saintess? Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? What qualifications do you have? He's just a stupid idiot. He must have gone crazy when he cultivated his thunder skills and fried his brain, turning into a retard. Stupid child, you haven't even grown all your hair. Stop talking like this is a dream. Get out of my sight and fuck off home. Compared to the stormy furor of these Divine Phoenix Island disciples, Lin Ming's response was much more calm. Marry Mu Qianyu? This sort of marriage proposition had to have some sort of nefarious scheme behind it. Either it was a combination of interests or other reasons. In short, it was impossible that Lei Mubai wished to marry because of love or desire for beauty and then decided to take Mu Qianyu's marriage as the price for cooperation between the Thundercrest sect and Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Although he didn't know the exact reason why Lei Mubai proposed this. All he knew was that he wanted to go on stage and flatten that smile on Lei Mubai's stupid face. Against the verbal abuse of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples that was like a rolling tide, Lei Mubai still smiled all the same. In truth, what he wanted the most was to take both Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun into his harem. Not to mention, how great would the feeling be to be able to enjoy twin sisters as his wives. That was simply utter bliss. And what was most important was that Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun both had the bloodline of a saint beast. Whether it was the vermilion bird bloodline or the blue luan bloodline, both would be a great benefit to his cultivation. Not only that, But he could also study the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Blue Luan Abstract Phantom Code. That would be a great cause for rejoicing. If he could obtain everything, then that would not just be a lucky chance, but simply a massive destiny that fell into his hands. As for the Thundercrest sect assisting Divine Phoenix Island, he would definitely be able to circumvent that. First, he would begin a bumbling attack against the South Sea Demon region and kill a few people to assuage Divine Phoenix Island. Then, once he managed to obtain Mu Chenyu's virginity, he would have the Thundercrest sect make a sudden betrayal. When that time came, perhaps Divine Phoenix Island's war with the South Sea Demon region would be finished much earlier than expected. The only regretful matter would be that he wouldn't be able to obtain Mu Bingyun. When Divine Phoenix Island broke under his hands, Mu Bingyun would probably prefer death. What a pity that her bloodline would perish along with her pretty body. As Lei Mubai thought of this regretful future, he smiled and glanced at Mu Bingyun, covering up the greedy desires that sprung up within his heart. You want to marry Chenyu? Mu Yuhuang smiled as she looked at Lei Mubai. Yes, I ask High Master for help. Dream on. Lei Mubai hadn't yet finished, when he was violently interrupted by a thunderous roar from Mu Yuhuang. Lei Mubai's smile stiffened. In his opinion, the conditions he had placed out were already very good. Divine Phoenix Island was current in a very precarious position. One could even say that they were facing the threat of extinction. To take the marriage of a saintess in exchange for the support of a fourth-grade sect seemed like a completely reasonable matter. Moreover, it was marriage and not like she was selling her body. With his status, looks, and strength, he was completely worthy of Mu Chenyu. Marrying her wouldn't be dishonoring her in any way. Why does Master Ancestor Yuhuang say this? Mu Yuhuang sneered, her expression vicious as she said, This old woman is disinclined to argue with such a disgusting, lecherous womanizer like yourself. If you want to challenge all the juniors of my Divine Phoenix Island, then you may. But if you wish to marry Chenyu, then dream on. Lei Mubai's pale complexion was very ugly. In this situation, he was actually berated as a disgusting, lecherous womanizer. This was truly embarrassing. He only reluctantly managed to keep the smile on his face, suppressing the simmering anger in his heart. He turned to glance at Mu Fengxian. After all, this old bag was still the supreme authority of Divine Phoenix Island. But as he glanced at her, he saw that Mu Fengxian's eyes were half closed, a smile playing across her lips like she was dreamily asleep. Lei Mubai's pale face completely sunk. High Master Yuhuang, please be careful of the manner in which you speak. If you do not wish to offend others, you shouldn't make such indiscreet and irresponsible remarks in public. Otherwise, you might regret it if you affect the alliance between the Five-Element region and Divine Phoenix Island. You might regret it if you affect the alliance between the Five-Element region and Divine Phoenix Island? Are you threatening this old woman? Ha ha ha. Mu Yuhuang suddenly pounded the table with her fist. With a crumbling sound, the banquet table that she slapped completely turned into powder. Even the jade bowls and dishes shattered into tiny pieces. Little ignorant boy, do you believe that this old woman won't slap you to death with a single hand? You think that the alliance between the Five-Element region and my Divine Phoenix Island can really be so easily promised by a junior like yourself? What a joke! If Lei Jingtian really had this intention, he wouldn't have created so many stupid obstacles in my way, trying to block me at every turn. Do you think that this old woman is gullible like a snotty 3-year-old child? You had no intention of forming this alliance to begin with, so this old woman has no interest in asking you for anything. You really think that my Divine Phoenix Island is destined to perish just because I won't have help from your sect? If you wish to challenge the heroic elites of my Divine Phoenix Island, then go ahead and fight as much as you want, but don't blather so much foolish nonsense in front of me. Shao Qing, make your move. Mu Yuhuang's rapid series of retorts that barraged Lei Mubai caused his face to turn ashen. Even Lei Jingtian was shocked. He hadn't thought Mu Yuhuang would have such a staunch and violent reaction. Lei Jingtian coldly snorted and said, Mu Yuhuang, I gave you 3 points of respect, and yet you ignore all decorum and bully the weak. Mu Yuhuang sneered. So what? I will bully you, and what can you do about it? For several days you've blustered with your stupid swagger in front of this old woman, repeatedly ridiculing in your snide tone and even destroying the alliance that this old woman proposed. To friends and guests, this old woman is polite, but to such a cheap little bitch like you, this old woman only wants to spit in your face. After Mu Yuhuang spoke, there was complete silence. Even the drop of a pin could be heard throughout the entire banquet square. Every Divine Phoenix Island disciple had been stunned silly. This was Lei Jingtian, the sovereign of the Thundercrest sect. With just a stamp of his feet, he could cause waves to rise within the 5-element region. Yet during such a formal event, Mu Yuhuang had derided him and called him a cheap little bitch. You. Lei Jingtian trembled with rage. Well said, Mu Yuhuang. This old man. Lei Jingtian had also wanted to spit out several ruthless words. But, after he noticed Mu Fengxian, who was sitting near Mu Yuhuang, he stopped himself, the words dying in his throat, swallowing his saliva and panting like he was short of breath. Lei Mubai's face had fallen to the point that it was almost dripping water. Since High Master Yuhuang has spoken, let it be so. Then, I still ask for advice from all the young heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island. Since High Master seems so self-assured, I would like to ask, if I can defeat all of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples by myself, what then? Lei Mubai's face had fallen to the point that it was almost dripping water. Since High Master Yuhuang has spoken, let it be so. Then I still ask for advice from all the young heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island. Since High Master seems so self-assured, I would like to ask, if I can defeat all of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples by myself, what then? Lei Mubai's words were obviously daring her to act. He calculated that Mu Yuhuang had a very tough and unbending personality that wouldn't accept defeat, so he could only provoke her like this. You want to incite me, so that I'll somehow take the matter of Chenyu's wedding as a gambling stake with you? Lei Mubai calmly stared at Mu Yuhuang, this idea clearly in his heart. Mu Yuhuang bleakly laughed twice. Suddenly, her willowy eyebrows shot up, and the aura of her entire body erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, a visible crimson ring of fire burst forth from around her. This was the terrifying power of fire condensed from fire origin energy. Q. That ring of fire instantly spread throughout the entire banquet audience. It caused no damage, and not even a single dish was broken in half, but everyone present felt a terrifying pressure like a mountaintop was crushing down on them. Especially Lei Mubai, who bore the brunt of this ferocious aura. He felt like his organs had been struck by a sledgehammer and was forced several steps back, his feet hitting the floor with a dang sound. Mu Yuhuang's voice was chilling. Give up on this idea in your heart. This old woman has never feared anyone in making a gambling bet. But this old woman will also not take Chenyu's marriage as a gambling stake. If you wish to bet on anything else, this old woman will accompany you. As Mu Yuhuang spoke, Mu Chenyu had slowly moved behind her, looking at Mu Yuhuang's hair that had long turned silver and pursed her lips. Mu Chenyu didn't say anything. She was aware that Mu Yuhuang had never married in her entire life and also never had children before. She knew that Mu Yuhuang had viewed her as her own flesh and blood daughter. The scene was tense, as if it could blow up at any moment. Lei Mubai took deep breaths, slowly suppressing the roiling true essence within his body that was aggravated by Mu Yuhuang's terrifying aura. I'm not interested in betting anything else. Since High Master is not interested, then that too is fine. With my status as the Thundercrest sect's limitless envoy, I challenge all the heroic elites of Divine Phoenix Island. Lei Mubai's words were filled with arrogance and contempt. As the saint son of the South Sea Demon region, and also the top talent of a 5th-grade sect, he naturally looked down on the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island. I had wanted to use this method of marriage to take Mu Chenyu's virginity and then use this chance to have the Thundercrest sect betray Divine Phoenix Island. But I have no idea what sort of drugs this old bag Mu Yuhuang took that she immediately labeled me as a lecherous womanizer and didn't even consider the matter before rejecting me. Does she want Mu Chenyu to end up like her and never marry in her lifetime? Could this old woman have found something wrong with my body? Lei Mubai thought of this and his heart tightened on the spot. However, he immediately shook his head. No, that's impossible. With her personality, if she really did recognize me, then she would probably capture me right here. Not just that, but there is no flaw with my body. Could it have just been her intuition that told her I had another scheme in mind and thus flatly refused me? Lei Mubai grit his teeth. wishing in his heart that he could tear Mu Yuhuang to pieces. Since I can't take Mu Qianyu's virginity, I'll ruin all the chief disciples of Divine Phoenix Island. Since I have determined to become a peerless emperor, I must step over the corpses of a massive number of geniuses to arrive at that peak. I will shatter their confidence and engrave this experience in my heart. Mu Yuhuang, since you dare to act like this to me, I will break the spirit of your disciples so that they'll find it difficult to ever step into the revolving core realm. This is the revenge that I will take for your insults against me today. Thinking this, Lei Mubai looked at Mu Xiaoqing, the corners of his mouth curving up in a nefarious grin. First, he would start with this girl. What a pity that the Blue Luan bloodline within her body was too thin, otherwise having a taste of her would be very delicious. Mu Xiaoqing frowned. She felt that this Lei Mubai in front of her was no different than a cold and dangerous snake. His eyes filled with aggressiveness. She flourished her long sword, coldly saying, "Take out your weapon." Weapon? Lei Mubai crossed his arms behind his back, speaking with utter disdain. To deal with the likes of you, I don't need my weapon. If you can last against 5 of my moves, I'll consider this your win. What? Mu Xiaoqing's slender eyebrows shot up, anger pulsing in her heart. It wasn't just Mu Xiaoqing, but all the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were angry. This Lei Mubai was simply too arrogant. These words were all said to humiliate the other party. Normally when other martial artists fought, even if one knew their opponent was far inferior, they would still respect their opponent. But these words were obviously all said to shame the other party and attack their confidence. You are too detestable. Mu Xiaoqing clenched her teeth. When had she ever been humiliated like this before? Lin Ming shook his head. Since Lei Mubai had already spoken such words, this battle would continue, and not only that, but continue in the most violent and desperate manner possible. There was no point in trying to persuade Mu Xiaoqing otherwise. If she was humiliated by her opponent like this and chose to retreat, swallowing this fateful shame, the result would even be worse than suffering a crushing defeat. Xiaoqing, Lei Mubai is a saint-rank talent. If you do not have the ability to cope with him, admit defeat now. Mu Yuhuang feared that Mu Xiaoqing would be provoked into doing something completely irrational, so she cautioned her with a true essence sound transmission. Saint-rank talent? Mu Xiaoqing gasped. The truth was that she had already expected this. If Lei Mubai had dared to speak ruthless words, how could he not be confident in his strength? But deep down, she had an unyielding disposition that had no intention of conceding. So what if you're a saint-rank talent? Even if I'm weaker than you, I will still force you to use your weapon. At least, even if I lose, I won't let you defeat me within 5 moves. Mu Xiaoqing stimulated the true essence in her body to the extreme, revolving the Blue Luan abstract phantom code. Although she was angry, she still maintained her calm reasoning, not losing her heart. If she violently attacked him, she would just be defeated faster. Hehe, you're quite smart, but still useless. Lei Mubai gathered his hands together and red arcs of lightning flashed in his hands like a beautiful living spirit. A faint crackling sound lingered in the air. These red arcs of lightning faintly exuded the aura of blood. Red lightning. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen lightning of this color. As the red light began to radiate more brightly, becoming increasingly dazzling, the thunder in Lei Mubai's hands seemed to become a floating blob of blood. Thunder Soul. It's actually an Earthstep Thunder Soul. A Thundercrest sect disciple shouted out, stunned. Even Zhou Lai was stunned. He had a Thunder Soul in his body, but that was a high-grade human step Thunder Soul. Even so, his Thundercrest sect had paid a great price in order to assist him in completing its absorption. Mu Qianyu let out a light breath. This was actually the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. In the legends, it spoke of many ancient battlefields on which countless powerhouses fell from the sky, creating a dark and ominous land. These battlefields also happened to be places where there was intense thunder. After tens of thousands of years passed, a Thunder Soul would be born from absorbing the blood essence of the countless powerhouses, thus becoming this blood-extinguishing demon thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder could swallow an enemy's blood essence and use it for oneself. This was an extremely evil and diabolical kind of thunder. Not only that, but it was a low-grade Earthstep Thunder Soul. It was on par with Lin Ming's Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Such a grade was not something that a non-middle Xiantian realm master would be able to absorb. Even if a large sect used all sorts of supplementary materials and provided all sorts of facilities and assistance, paying a massive price, at most they would be able to assist an early Xiantian master in absorbing this. But now it was actually absorbed by this Lei Mubai. Of course, this didn't mean that Lei Mubai had strength equal to an early Xiantian master, but it meant that in the aspect of thunder talent, it was possible that he was a peerless monstrous genius. Naturally, this was far worse than Lin Ming, who had absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder with a cultivation at the peak of bone forging. Lei Mubai had absorbed this blood-extinguishing demon thunder at the early Houtian realm. This fact was enough to cause the shock in Mu Qianyu's heart to subside some. Mu Yuhuang's voice was heavy. This Lei Mubai already has the talent to become a peerless emperor. As long as he can gather destiny around him, he will become a peerless emperor 100 years from now. In order to become a peerless emperor, talent and destiny were indispensable. Mu Yuhuang had believed that Lin Ming had a great hope to become a peerless emperor, and that was because she saw a great destiny upon his body. As for this Lei Mubai, he had a sufficient heaven-defying talent. All he lacked was a great enough destiny. Honorable Master, if that truly is the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, then Xiaoqing will be in danger. If something goes wrong, there will be invisible injuries left within her, affecting her future cultivation. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder could swallow a martial artist's blood essence. But once lost blood essence, it was very difficult to recover from this loss. With just a bit gone, it would affect one's future achievements. Mu Yuhuang's eyebrows twitched. Against the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, it was naturally a dangerous situation. But if Mu Xiaoqing retreated without a fight, this would also create an evil spirit within Mu Xiaoqing's heart. It would be extremely difficult for her to ever overcome this hurdle. Not just that, but Lei Mubai was younger than Mu Xiaoqing, and his cultivation was only at the early Houtian realm, whereas Mu Xiaoqing was at the peak of the early Houtian realm. Mu Xiaoqing surpassed him in age and cultivation. If she was humiliated and didn't fight back, this sort of disgrace would become a fatal blow to a martial artist's hearts of martial arts. In the square, Lei Mubai's blood-extinguishing demon thunder had twined around his entire body. It was just like a venomous serpent that was wound around a man. Take my first move, Blood Thunder Claw. Lei Mubai suddenly stepped forwards, the red light around his hand condensing into a giant claw. The red light in his hands rushed out, expanding into a massive bloody claw that grasped at Mu Xiaoqing. The bloody claw wasn't even close, but Mu Xiaoqing felt the blood essence within her body experience attraction force, causing turbulence within her true essence. In this situation, Lei Mubai didn't dare to flagrantly swallow Mu Xiaoqing's blood essence. With that old lady Yuhuang behind her shielding her, he had to let this go. Still, he could severely injure her. The claw flew out, bringing the rolling sound of thunder with it. Mu Xiaoqing bit her lips, and a deep and vibrant blue light burst forth from the blue sword in her hands. The phantom of an ice lotus appeared behind Mu Xiaoqing, the ice lotus flower beginning to blossom. Blue lotus sword. The spinning blue lotus flower collided with Lei Mubai's crimson bloody claw, and a brilliant light flashed out. Extremely gorgeous. Countless blue ice crystals were like flowers scattered in the air by celestial beauties all around, with red arcs of lightning savagely flying throughout. True essence surged, blood vitality tumbled. A terrifying cold air flew out in all directions and a layer of ice instantly covered the ground. However, these ice crystals were all coated with a strange blood red as if they were exquisite red crystals. In the moment that the true essence shockwave passed over Lin Ming, his heart shook. It's this feeling again. Lin Ming felt a very familiar soul fluctuation within this true essence shockwave. At the time when Lei Mubai went on stage, he also felt this once. He thought he had sensed wrongly, but now he had felt it once more. What was causing this? Lin Ming was anxious, his heart doubtful. In the brief time that Lin Ming was lost in thought, Mu Xiaoqing's ice lotus had already been crushed by Lei Mubai's blood claw. After the blood claw tore apart the icy blue lotus, it continued on, striking at Mu Xiaoqing. Mu Xiaoqing flew backwards, her blue sword shining with a keen cold light as she thrust it out. Ding ding ding. There was the sound of metal colliding. Mu Xiaoqing let out countless sword lights that pierced the blood claw, sparking a cloud of bloody fog. Bang! The blood claw finally exploded, the blood mixing with the crimson lightning to splash onto Mu Xiaoqing. Mu Xiaoqing's clothes and body were completely stained red with blood. Her face paled. She took several heavy steps backwards, each step creating a bloody footprint on the stage. Lin Ming could clearly see that the truth was, this blood was generated from the blood-extinguishing demon thunder's blood essence that it had absorbed after it was stimulated with true essence. This was real blood. This blood-extinguishing demon thunder truly seemed like an evil weapon. Mu Xiaoqing looked at the bloodstains on the ground and then at Lei Mubai's grinning face. A sense of deep humiliation surged within her heart. She knew that she had already lost. Lei Mubai was simply playing with her. In that single strike from a moment ago, if Lei Mubai hadn't stood idly by afterwards, there was nothing she could have done to defend against it. It wasn't just Mu Xiaoqing who realized this. Many of the 5-element region disciples also saw what was happening. Many of them began to feel pity towards Mu Xiaoqing. Anger, shame, and unwillingness swelled up within Mu Xiaoqing's heart. She knew that she was inferior to Lei Mubai, but in this situation, how could she possibly allow herself to admit defeat? She clenched her teeth, sending a true essence sound transmission. You and I have no past hatred or injustice against each other, so why are you demeaning me like this? Haha, if you want to blame anyone, then blame your master. She suppressed me, frustrating my spirit, so naturally I must retaliate against her. I don't have the ability to directly oppose her, but within the rules of this banquet I can still ruin you. Having her feel sick and nauseous also isn't a bad idea. Since this is all done within the proper rules, all she can do is swallow her insults. As for you, just consider it a stroke of bad luck. So that's the reason. Mu Xiaoqing dismally smiled. Not just that. Since I've resolved myself to become a peerless emperor, in order to walk that road I must step over the corpses of a massive number of geniuses and etch onto my bones the belief that I am at the apex of existence. As chief disciples of a top 4th-grade sect, you reluctantly qualify to be a body that paves the road for me. After I become a peerless emperor in the future, you can also consider this an honor. These words caused Mu Xiaoqing to be thoroughly incensed. Die! Mu Xiaoqing attacked, her figure rapidly rushing forwards. With every step she took, ice lotuses bloomed on the ground. She slashed out her sword and a strong wind howled, carrying a terrifyingly freezing ice energy. Hey! Anything you do is useless. Lei Mubai disdainfully smiled. His eyes filled with pity as he looked at Mu Xiaoqing. Then he spread out his arms, and a deep crimson light erupted outwards. Blood prison. Who? A massive amount of blood essence gushed out like a tide. All the space within dozens of feet around Lei Mubai seemed to thicken as if it were overflowing with sticky blood. As Mu Xiaoqing rushed in, she felt as if there was a pressure bearing down on her chest. She found it difficult to breathe. Lei Mubai cruelly smiled as he thrust a palm towards Mu Xiaoqing. In the moment that the blood prison erupted forth, Lin Ming suddenly remembered something. When Lin Ming had first swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal to break into the tempering marrow boundary, he had seen a true illusion. This was the evil will that the Netherworld Great Emperor had left within the shattered demon heart crystal. And the feeling that the Netherworld Great Emperor's soul had given him was somewhat similar to Lei Mubai's soul fluctuations. Could it be? Lin Ming was alarmed. After he had swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal, he had borne witness to the endless war that followed. It had left a very deep impression within Lin Ming's mind. The Netherworld Great Emperor was similar to an ancient demon god. He held a large bloody red axe in his hand, the shaft over 10 feet long and as thick as an arm. The axe blade was 3 feet wide, and with a single cut it was able to slice a devil in half. Every time he killed a devil, the Netherworld Great Emperor would drink its blood. Until now, Lin Ming wasn't able to understand what the devils that the Netherworld Great Emperor killed were. These devils were naked, their skin a dark blue and gray metallic color, their entire bodies threaded with thick and angry muscles. Their entire bodies were clasped with large hoops, and there were even those that were wrapped in chains. They had devilish, exaggerated features and were incomparably ugly beings. They weren't human at all. As for the Netherworld Great Emperor, he was actually over 10 feet tall. His hair was a deep red, his skin a pale blue, and pupils a dark gold. Although he had the face of a human, his height, skin, eyes, could there really be humans that grew up into that sort of appearance? Lin Ming could never be sure if the Netherworld Great Emperor was human or not. Or perhaps, was this appearance the result of deeply cultivating the devil arts? At the time, this scene had etched itself onto Lin Ming's heart. The Netherworld Great Emperor's great axe pointed to the heavens. His feet stepped upon the earth. Within the universe, he alone ruled all. This overwhelmingly lordly spirit had caused Lin Ming's heart to race. And now, Lin Ming had truly felt the same kind of energy coming from Lei Mubai's body. This was demon energy, although it was very faint, there was no way he was wrong. Was he the descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor? This thought suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's heart, leaving him absent-minded for a moment. If he was the descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor, then what sort of concept would that be? Was he someone from the South Sea Demon region? As Lin Ming thought of this possibility, all sorts of scenarios flashed in his mind. From Lei Jingtian's destruction of the proposed alliance to his self-confident smile to when he had even supported Lei Mubai to propose marriage to Divine Phoenix Island, and all the way to now, Lei Mubai had even used the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder didn't have a problem in itself. Although it was considered evil, the evil factions within the Sky Spill continent weren't too clear. For instance, the Seven Profound Valleys Acacia faction and Puppet faction both practiced devil arts. As for Lin Ming, his heretical god force wasn't an orthodox ability either. But with the blood-extinguishing demon thunder added with all the previous issues, Lin Ming had a guess. And that was that this pale youth's real name wasn't Lei Mubai. In fact, that was just an alias he used within the Thundercrest sect. He was most likely a very important character within the South Sea Demon region. There was too much at stake on this speculation. Even Lin Ming couldn't easily confirm it. If he were right, then there would be nothing left of Lei Mubai. But if he were wrong, it would create a horrible mess. It might even cause the Thundercrest sect to ally with the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming suppressed his desire to tell Mu Qianyu of his guess. Instead, he calmed his mind and closed himself off until there was nothing left but his sense, using this to observe each and every action of Lei Mubai. On the stage, Lei Mubai and Mu Xiaoqing's battle was reaching its conclusion. Mu Xiaoqing was obviously not anywhere near being Lei Mubai's match. She was stuck within the blood prison and was completely unable to free herself. As Lin Ming compared the aura that Lei Mubai emitted to the residual will of the Netherworld Great Emperor within the shattered demon heart crystal, he was increasingly sure that this Lei Mubai had a very close relation with the Netherworld Great Emperor, and was most likely a descendant of some sort. At the very least, he would be a person who cultivated the same kinds of devil arts as the Netherworld Great Emperor. The South Sea Demon region was at war with Divine Phoenix Island and would soon invade. Now, Lei Mubai had suddenly appeared at this time. In addition to all of Lei Jingtian's various actions, this was enough to confirm the relation between Lei Mubai and the South Sea Demon region. Otherwise, how could there be such a perfect coincidence in this world? As Lin Ming made up his mind, he opened his eyes. At this time, he witnessed Lei Mubai's final strike. Bang! The crimson blood claw burst apart. Mu Xiaoqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and she flew backwards like a broken kite, her face paler than paper. This was the home of Divine Phoenix Island. No matter how brave Lei Mubai was, he still wouldn't dare to suck out Mu Xiaoqing's blood essence. But this level of injury was enough for her to be bedridden for at least 10 days. The truth was that being bedridden for 10 days wasn't too big of a deal. The crux of the issue was that Mu Xiaoqing's confidence had suffered a heavy blow. In the future, this could possibly affect her cultivation. Mu Yuhuang was pale. No matter how she justified matters, in this case her disciple was simply weaker. Thus she had been humiliated. There was nothing she could say. Otherwise, this so-called competition of learning from each other was meaningless. Lei Mubai wickedly smiled at Mu Xiaoqing. Then he swept his eyes across the entire audience. Who's next? All of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples had extremely ugly complexions. Their hearts were filled with extreme resentment, and they wished that they could rip apart this Lei Mubai. But this time, who would dare to go up? That would simply be disgracing themselves. Lei Mubai smiled as he glanced at Mu Dingshan. As for Lin Ming, he wanted to save him for last. The one that was the greatest eyesore to him here was Lin Ming. "Brother Dingshan, if you don't come up then how can we have a match?" Mu Dingshan's expression was pale. He tightly clenched his fists together. Ever since he was born, when had he been oppressed like this? Someone was looking down their nose at him, openly provoking him, and yet he was helpless in this situation. However, this time he had to step up no matter what. In the end, he was the elder senior apprentice brother of all the direct disciples. He grit his teeth and was about to step onto the stage when he was stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder. He turned and saw that the one who stopped him was Lin Ming. "Senior apprentice brother Mu, I'll do it," Lin Ming frankly said. There was much at stake. Through an actual battle, he would be able to more precisely determine Lei Mubai's true identity. Mu Dingshan's heart filled with a tender and touching emotion as he looked at Lin Ming. This Lei Mubai was simply too strong. Even saint rank talents were separated by the disparity in their talents. He feared that this Lei Mubai was much stronger than Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun when they were at this age. Even if Lin Ming was also a saint rank talent, he was just 16.5 years old. Not only that, but there was a great gap in their cultivation. Mu Dingshan didn't believe that Lin Ming had the assurance to deal with Lei Mubai. Lei Mubai had defeated Mu Shaoqing and hadn't even used his weapon. Who knew what else he had up his sleeve? He was simply an unfathomable character. There was no way that Lin Ming was able to completely understand the enemy's full strength. In order to challenge Lei Mubai, one needed have considerable courage. But, since this competition had progressed to this stage, a loss would be a great blow to one's confidence. Could Lin Ming win? To Mu Dingshan, this hope was too faint and uncertain. He heartily patted Lin Ming's shoulder, a bit like he was stepping onto an execution stage. "Brother Lin, please be silent. You are the last hope of my divine Phoenix Island, so let me go up first. My cultivation is higher than Xiaoqing's, so I should be able to test out some of the cards he has in his hand. With that, it will be easier for you to deal with him." Lin Ming faintly smiled, no longer attempting to persuade Mu Dingshan. Instead, he took out his purple comet spear and directly leapt on stage. "Divine Phoenix Island's Lin Ming, please advise." As Lin Ming leapt on stage, he immediately aroused the attention and cries of the audience. Everyone fell silent, their breath abated. All of them had been waiting for this battle between the two greatest talents of the Five-Element region and the South Horizon region. However, everyone also thought it was very unfortunate that Lin Ming and Lei Mubai weren't on the same level. For one at the late pulse condensation period to go against someone at the early Hotian realm, that wasn't a small gap at all. Lin Ming, this damn fellow, he's just disgracing himself. At the Thundercrest sect banquet area, Zhou Xiaoling was glaring at Lin Ming with resentment in her eyes. She raised her fists that were covered in soy sauce, waiting for Lin Ming to be defeated. As for Zhou Lai, he helplessly looked at his little sister. He thought that after Lei Mubai had proposed marriage to Divine Phoenix Island, Zhou Xiaoling would drop whatever fond desires she held towards Lei Mubai. But it seemed as if she hadn't changed her mind about him at all. He had no idea what she was thinking. "Lin Ming isn't so simple," Zhou Lai said. "We have already underestimated him once, do not underestimate him again." "Humph. Just you want and see." Zhou Xiaoling didn't bother to argue. She was a staunch supporter of Lei Mubai. Zhou Lai shook his head. Although he couldn't help but admit that in comparison to Lei Mubai, Lin Ming was sorely lacking. If another year passed and Lin Ming stepped into the Hotian realm, then they would be able to see a fierce competition. But this had happened far too early. He too hoped that Lin Ming would win, but this hope was very faint. Whether it was Lei Mubai or Lin Ming, neither of them had displayed their true and complete strength. But comparatively speaking, Lei Mubai was much more profound and unfathomable. In front of him, Mu Shaoqing didn't even have the strength to resist. "Oh, Lin Ming, you are too impatient. I was prepared to face you last, but I didn't think that you would be the second to come on stage." Lei Mubai looked at Lin Ming as he leapt on stage, his arms crossed behind his back. From his entire body he emitted an arrogant attitude, that of someone who held complete confidence in themselves and looked at all the heroes of the world with nothing but disdain. As a saint-ranked talent from a 5th-grade sect, facing Lin Ming, who was not only from a 4th-grade sect but also had a lower cultivation, he naturally looked at him with contempt. I had originally wanted to experience the many chief disciples of the five-element region one at a time. After all, this sort of event to compete against so many masters is a very rare occasion. But because some matters have occurred, I've changed my mind. A faint smile touched upon Lin Ming's lips, a deep meaning behind it. Lei Mubai frowned. He didn't know why Lin Ming was smiling, but this smiling expression caused him to feel disgust. You think that you have a chance of winning? You don't seem to have realized the situation you're in. Lin Ming shook his head. No, it's just the opposite. You haven't realized what situation you're in. Lin Ming spoke, but at this time, Lei Mubai ignored him. Lei Mubai only thought that Lin Ming was trying to provoke him. Haha, I haven't realized my situation? It looks like you're quite confident in yourself. Lei Mubai suddenly took his hands out, then clenched his fists. An enormous force arose within him and a thick true essence emerged, nearly substantial. It spilled out like mercury, crushing all the stone tiles of the floor and sending them flying back with true essence. What a thick true essence! The hearts of everyone present at the banquet were shocked. Was this true essence something that an early Hotian martial artist could have? If they let out their perception, they would be able to feel a thick swirling vortex of true essence with Lei Mubai at the center. It was hard to believe that he was just at the early Hotian realm. Words are useless. Facing Lei Mubai's true essence that swept out at him, Lin Ming's clothes fluttered in the air. Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear, pointing it towards the ground. His indifferent eyes touched with a hint of scorn. Your eyes really disgust me. Make your move. I'll have a look to see whether or not you can force me to use my weapon. Lei Mubai's hands gathered together and the dazzling blood-extinguishing demon thunder sparked within his palms. Chi chi chi! Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he stared at the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. He sneered in his heart. If you were a true Thundercrest sect disciple, I wouldn't be able to take anything from you. But since you're not, don't blame me for stripping you of everything you have. Phoenix wings ascending sky. Lin Ming suddenly stepped forwards, a luminous flame burning across his entire body. It was like the mountains and rivers had erupted. He thrust a spear towards Lei Mubai's chest. Under the spear, the space around it seemed to tighten, a flame phoenix swirling around it. Flames surrounded Lei Mubai. This is your move? Too bad. It's useless against me. Lei Mubai's demeanor was calm. He lifted his palms and launched the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. In an instant, it vanished and turned into a pair of bloody netherworld blood claws that shot towards the flame phoenix. Bang! The blood claws and the flame phoenix collided. The blood claws latched onto the flame phoenix's wings, dispersing the fire. The blood claws issued a chi-chi-chi sound as plumes of blue smoke spewed into the air. Die! Lei Mubai gave a loud shout and suddenly twisted his hands, the blood claws following. There was a sad and shrill phoenix cry that pierced the air, and Lin Ming's flame phoenix was ripped in half by Lei Mubai. The hearts of the divine Phoenix Island disciples suddenly skipped a beat. Even Mu Dingshan's expression changed. Lin Ming's phoenix wings ascending sky had been so easily broken. I said it was useless, Lei Mubai jeered. But at this time his smile froze on his face. After he tore apart Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky, a purple light split the smoke, shooting towards him at an incredible speed. This needle was 2 inches long and a purple flood dragon coiled around the shaft. This was the coiling dragon steel needle. This is... Lei Mubai was beyond shocked. He could feel in that purple light a thunder origin energy that had been compressed to an extreme degree. Thunder Soul? Lei Mubai flew backwards, but the purple light followed him. No matter how fast he was, how could he compare to the speed of that coiling dragon steel needle? As Lei Mubai saw the coiling dragon steel needle about to stab him between the eyebrows, he gave a shout and swiped at his spatial ring, pulling out a deep red blood halberd. This halberd had a 9-foot-long shaft and a foot-long blade edge. It was a deep crimson like fresh blood, and its murderous aura soared into the sky. It was just like a terribly vicious beast all over, causing those who saw it to feel a deep and abiding fear. Lei Mubai gripped the blood halberd and instantly slashed down at the coiling dragon steel needle. In that moment, It was like the entire space was blocked by the blood halberd, and the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was trapped within. The blood halberd carried a vast and endless violent momentum as it fiercely chopped down. Bang! The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was cut by the blood halberd. Countless arcs of purple thunder splashed out, like purple snakes chaotically writhing in the air. Lei Mubai bore the brunt of this shock, and his entire body was numbed by electricity. But Lin Ming was no better. His mind was connected to the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, and when it was cut he had turned pale. Lin Ming waved his right hand, and the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder that possessed an intelligent will flew back towards Lin Ming, revolving within his hand. Lei Mubai held the halberd, standing his ground. He looked at the small steel needle in Lin Ming's hand, and tumultuous waves surged in his heart. It wasn't just Lei Mubai, but the eyes of everyone in the audience were fixed upon that normal-looking steel needle. Most of them didn't know what this coiling dragon steel needle was. They could only marvel at the power of this small object. It looks like Lin Ming's strength is greater than I anticipated. He might have the ability to fight with Lei Mubai, but that is only to fight. As for what will happen, that will all depend on how much strength Lei Mubai is still hiding. A Deep Earth sect disciple analyzed the situation with an air of self-importance. But this analysis only caused the surrounding Thundercrest sect disciples to glare at him with derision. "You idiot!" a Thundercrest sect thought in his heart. As disciples of the Thundercrest sect, they naturally recognized what this coiling dragon steel needle was. It was a low-grade Earth-step thunder soul. It contained an extremely terrifying compressed thunder origin energy. In this aspect, it was far superior to the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. A boy with a late pulse condensation cultivation was actually able to absorb a low-grade Earth-step thunder soul? How is this possible? Zhou Lai cried out. He was unable to accept this. He was well aware of how difficult and painful it was to absorb a thunder soul of that level. With his Hotian realm cultivation and also with the support of many of the Thundercrest sect's treasures, Zhou Lai had managed to jump ranks and absorb a high-grade human-step thunder soul. But the pain that followed had him wanting to kill himself. Finally, he had broken through his limits and forcefully absorbed it. Zhou Lai thought that he had achieved the ultimate heaven-defying act, and was pleased with his talent. But afterwards, he had discovered that Lei Mubai had absorbed a low-grade Earth-step thunder soul with his Hotian cultivation, and suffered a heavy blow to his self-esteem. But as Zhou Lai thought that Lei Mubai was an existence that had a chance of becoming a peerless emperor in the future, he was just able to accept this reality. But now, it seemed that Lin Ming, with his mere late pulse condensation cultivation, had actually managed to absorb a low-grade Earth-step thunder soul. Heavens! Was he really a human? Zhou Shaoling stared with wide eyes. It was also because of the act of absorbing a thunder soul that her admiration of Lei Mubai had risen so high. But now in just a few days that act had actually been surpassed by Lin Ming. She also found this hard to accept. In her eyes, Lei Mubai was the most talented and gifted individual in the world. It was impossible for anyone to exceed him. But now it looked like Lin Ming had already eclipsed him. Within the Divine Phoenix Island banquet area, Mu Qianyu bore witness to the intense and violent reaction from the Thundercrest sect disciples, and her lips curved up in a satisfied smile. These fellows are already so surprised. If they knew that Lin Ming had already absorbed the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder over half a year ago and that his cultivation had only been at the peak bone forging stage when he did so, just what sort of reactions would they have? Now that Lin Ming's cultivation has reached the late pulse condensation period, with a sect's help, he might even be able to absorb a medium-grade Earth-step thunder soul. I never thought this was possible. I never expected this at all. Lei Mubai shook his head. I really underestimated you. I have to admit that you have the qualifications to make me a bit serious. But that is also only a bit more serious. Lin Ming smiled, a light laugh touching his lips. This idiot, he was knocking on death's door, and yet he still felt so smug about himself. This was also the reason that so many other geniuses died like dogs. Pride blinded their eyes and arrogance blinded their hearts, letting them believe that everything was under their control. But the truth was that he couldn't blame Lei Mubai. In this situation, he would also never have imagined that his identity was seen through by Lin Ming. If there was anything to blame, one could only blame Lei Mubai for having such bad luck. Since ancient times, peerless emperors were existences that had a heaven-defying talent as well as a great destiny that gathered unto their bodies. Lei Mubai's talent was satisfactory, but it was a pity that he had no great destiny to follow him. Instead, what had fallen upon him was a calamity. Unfortunately, in this life, he had now encountered Lin Ming. And what was most tragic was that he never would have dreamt that Lin Ming had swallowed a shattered demon heart crystal and that within that shattered demon heart crystal was the blood essence of the Netherworld Great Emperor. As for Lei Mubai, the Netherworld Great Emperor bloodline that he was so proud of and that he had hidden, had actually been recognized by Lin Ming. Lei Mubai slapped the blood halberd and held it across his chest. In that instant, a fierce and violent energy broke forth. This was a top medium-grade earth-step treasure. This halberd is a desolate and dangerous treasure. It is a replica of the Forsaken Blood halberd. Although it is a replica, it has been tempered through 1,000 years and stained with the blood of countless lives. I'm anticipating that today this halberd will drink freely of your blood. Forsaken Blood halberd replica? Even Lin Ming, who didn't know much about the top sects of the Sky Spill continent, had heard the fierce name of this Forsaken Blood halberd. The Forsaken Blood halberd's former name was the Great Desolate Blood halberd, and it was a heaven-step treasure that was excavated from an ancient ruin. It was 10 feet long, as thick as an arm, and blood red all over. It was rumored that this halberd was a high-grade heaven-step treasure. The original master and creator of this Great Desolate Blood halberd had long been lost in the vast stretches of time. But it was known that this halberd had existed at least 70 or 80,000 years ago. Afterwards, the Great Desolate Blood halberd was spread through the Sky Spill continent and passed through several owners. Of those who held this weapon in hand, it could be said that any of these characters were masters that could shake the world, among which were many peerless emperors. However, this blood halberd was simply too dangerous and portentous a treasure. According to the ancient records, everyone that had ever possessed the Great Desolate Blood halberd eventually died a miserable and violent death. Even the so-called peerless emperors were no exception to this rule. It could be said that their destiny, which was described within the ancient texts, wasn't enough, and they died to the curse of the blood halberd. For instance, 1,000 years ago, the Netherworld Great Emperor had managed to obtain the Great Desolate Blood halberd. Unfortunately, he perished under the hands of several peerless emperors. Afterwards, this blood halberd was said to have been obtained by a supreme elder. But according to rumors, this supreme elder had gone into an ancient mystic realm and had been missing for hundreds of years. Until now, there still wasn't anyone that had a hint of where he was. Thus, the Great Desolate Blood halberd had vanished along with him. Humans were wonderful and contradictory creatures. The more ominous a treasure was, the more it would arouse the crazed envy of others. This was because many of them assumed that they were fated for great deeds, as if the heavens themselves had mandated that they would succeed. They believed that a great destiny had come to them and that they wouldn't die from the blood halberd's curse. The Great Desolate Blood halberd even became a symbol of being a peerless emperor. Thus, replicas of this Great Desolate Blood halberd had spread everywhere, and it wasn't unusual for a genius whose ambition was to one day become a peerless emperor to have one. So you also use a long weapon. Lin Ming's expression was calm. Compared to the spear, the halberd head had many crescent blade tips that could be used to slash and kill. Those that wielded the spear could also wield the halberd. Allow me to remind you. With this blood halberd assisting me, my blood-extinguishing demon thunder can become 50% stronger. Oh, what a coincidence. With the help of the purple comet spear, my purple flood dragon divine thunder can also display its greatest strength. As the two stared each other down, the young heroic elites present held their breaths, their hearts rapidly racing. This battle was far more wonderful than they had assumed. They thought it would be a one-sided match, but it had actually stayed even until now. Such a fight was what these people desired to see the most. They opened their eyes wide, fearing that they would miss any of the exciting moments. Lei Mubai swept out his blood halberd, and his aura suddenly erupted. The true essence within his body revolved to the limit, and a thick bloody energy surged forth from his body. Chi! The blood-extinguishing demon thunder flowed into the Great Desolate Blood halberd. the entire halberd shaft growing increasingly bright red as if it were dripping blood. The savage halberd blade began to issue out a keening cry. Blood war throughout the world. Kacha! The tiles under Lei Mubai's feet suddenly shattered, cracks spreading throughout like a spiderweb. Lei Mubai waved his halberd, and a bloody storm twisted into existence, sucking in all the surrounding stone, tearing it to pieces. Facing such a powerful attack, Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear. The spear point drew a crescent moon on the ground and began to howl. The coiling dragon steel needle had fused into the purple comet spear. Spear and thunder became one, thunder flashed, arcs of lightning danced in the air. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, the phantom of an azure dragon appearing behind him once again. With this strike, it carried a primal azure true essence as well as a massive snake of thunder that was as thick as a tree trunk. With a cry from the audience, this spear contained an unstoppable momentum as it thrust towards the bloody storm. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded in the air. The bloody light mixed with the smashed tiles and the purple electric radiance. All of the stones within were smashed into dust. As the dust mixed into the bloody storm, it transformed into red sand. The protective array formation that the revolving core master had laid down began to vibrate. Cracks appeared out of thin air, and with a light chi-chi-chi sound, the protective curtain of light was punctured. A savage beam of true essence pierced through. Be careful. Everyone was shocked. Several revolving core elders hurried to lay down a new enchantment. However, because it was too quick, the new enchantment wasn't able to be instantly laid down. The electric light and true essence explosion shockwave flooded out, overturning the banquet tables and smashing apart the jade dishes. All the heroic elites of the sects began to revolve true essence around their body to protect themselves. The ones with high cultivation protected those with low cultivation. As the true essence shockwave collided against their true essence, it created a rainbow of colors that dazzled everyone present. Who are these two? The true essence shockwave from their battle can break open the protective array formation and also force our disciples to resist with all their strength. This is too terrifying. Look over there. Even the Deep Earth Sect's Hotian disciples who excel at defense find this difficult to resist. Can a Hotian master truly have strength of this level? What Hotian master? That Lin Ming is clearly at the pulse condensation period. With these words, everyone felt as if they were living a waking dream. That's right. Lin Ming wasn't at the Hotian realm. He was even a step away from reaching the peak of pulse condensation. Because of Lin Ming's strong and dominating performance, everyone had faintly forgotten the fact that Lin Ming wasn't a Hotian master. Just what was wrong with this world? The ones most shocked were the Xiantian masters. As the backbone of their 4th grade sects, they were above 30 years old, and there were even some around 40 or 50 years old. Such a strong attack power. Is this really the strength of the younger generation? When I was at the peak Hotian realm, even I didn't have such abnormal attack power. Those that were able to attend this banquet celebration weren't average martial artists. When they were at the Hotian realm, they were also outstanding martial artists that surpassed others. If this continues, they won't need much time to compare to a true Xiantian master. An early Hotian realm youth can actually compare to a Xiantian master. Just how strong will they be in the future? They might even become peerless emperors. The difference between the Hotian realm and the Xiantian realm was like a moat that separated the two. As one stepped from the Hotian realm into the Xiantian realm, a martial artist would be reborn as they eliminated the foul Hotian air within themselves and experienced a qualitative change to their true essence that greatly increased the intensity and thickness of it. The Xiantian realm was also considered a massive bottleneck. Every normal Hotian martial artist that had an unstable foundation would be stuck there forever. The only ones left that had a chance of ascending were the most outstanding of individuals. Even Xianxia, who was considered a top-class Hotian master, would only be the lowest of Xiantian powerhouses. This showed just how strong a Xiantian realm martial artist truly was. Therefore, it was especially difficult for a Hotian powerhouse to be able to jump realms and fight against a Xiantian master. Within a small sect like the 7 Profound Valleys, it was already good if there existed 2 or 3 people that could accomplish this. Not only that, but these 2 or 3 people would often be at the peak Hotian realm or even a half step into the Xiantian realm. On the stage, Lin Ming and Lei Mubai had already separated from each other. All of the tiles within a 100-foot radius of them had been completely demolished, and the spot where the two youths had collided had been turned into fine sand. After this sand was stained red by the blood essence within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, it had turned the center of the stage into a crimson desert. Lei Mubai hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be powerful to such a degree. When he was Lin Ming's age, he didn't possess the strength. Did that mean that Lin Ming's talent exceeded him? Lei Mubai's heart had always been heavy with pride. How could he tolerate a fourth-grade sect genius ever surpassing him? I really underestimated you, but my strength is far more than that. For you to be able to force me to use my true strength, that alone is enough for you to be proud of. The true essence within Lei Mubai's body began to rapidly revolve. Within his meridians, the bloody energy became increasingly thick and concentrated. His entire skeleton began to crackle, and his aura exploded along with it, frightening everyone who sensed it. Ancient devil arts. Q. The space around Lei Mubai seemed to become its own separate space. His aura increased several times over. What he was using was the power of the ancient devil tome that his master had found within far-off ruins. He didn't fear using this cultivation method. This wasn't a cultivation method of Silent Demon Emperor City, but rather a recently unearthed ancient cultivation method manual. Regardless of whether it was Mu Yuhuang of Mu Fengxian, neither of them would be able to recognize it. Although this wasn't an orthodox strength, the South Horizon region sects had never distinguished between good or evil. Everything was based only on the respect for the strong. So, there was nothing wrong with using this ancient devil art technique. Even if there was something wrong with using this, he no longer cared. If he didn't defeat Lin Ming here, then he would only frustrate his own spirit. This cultivation method. Mu Yuhuang's eyes shined. With the breadth of her knowledge, she was able to instantly recognize the uncommon and extraordinary nature of this cultivation method. This was obviously not the cultivation method of the Thundercrest sect, and even if it was, it would be recently obtained by the Thundercrest sect. There was even a high chance that it was this Lei Mubai who had found it. Master Ancestor, do you recognize this cultivation method? Mu Yuhuang asked Mu Fengxian with a true essence sound transmission. Mu Fengxian squinted her eyes as she looked at Lei Mubai, thoughtfully deliberating for a moment. Then she hesitated and shook her head. This cultivation method should have recently appeared in the world. This boy's lucky fortunes are very great. Mu Yuhuang let out a light breath and turned to glance at Lei Jingtian. She saw that his own eyes were shining with acclaim. Suddenly, Mu Yuhuang's heart went cold. There was an absolute chance that this cultivation method was found by Lei Mubai. With such a great lucky opportunity falling upon him, she feared that Lei Mubai really might become an almighty peerless emperor. Lei Mubai's ancient devil arts were truly amazing, but Lin Ming was indifferent. Among everyone present, there was no one who was more experienced in the highest level cultivation methods than him. In the fragmented memories of the realm of the gods' supreme elders, there were countless incomplete cultivation methods, most of them being sporadic and fragmented worthless bits. But Lin Ming still looked over these one at a time. As he compared them to Lei Mubai's ancient devil arts, he came to the conclusion that these ancient devil arts were probably created by a peerless emperor that originated from the Sky Spill continent. Perhaps this peerless emperor died of old age, or perhaps he soared up into the realm of the gods. Regardless of what happened, this cultivation method that he left behind as his legacy could only be considered the lowest third-rate cultivation method within the realm of the gods. Under the shadow of the crimson light, Lei Mubai gripped the great desolate blood halberd, his clothes fluttering in the wind and his jet-black hair recklessly flying. With the bloody lightning that twined around his entire body, he was like an ancient demon god that descended into the world. Lei Mubai stood there, his aura filled with utter disdain for the world. All the young heroic elites felt that Lei Mubai was no different than a giant mountain that stood before him, an unattainable and distant existence. As for the young female disciples of the five-element region, their beautiful faces blushed and their hearts wildly beat. As for Zhou Xiaoling, her eyes never left Lei Mubai for a second. Zhou Lai saw the entranced expression on his younger sister's face and sighed. He didn't say anything further. Whether it was Lei Mubai or Lin Ming, they were both characters that had already surpassed the realm of his comprehension. Lin Ming, do you still think you can defeat me? Lei Mubai slowly said, his every word dripping with overbearing arrogance. His strength had grown twofold. If he used blood war throughout the world again, the power of that move would also be doubled. Facing the blazoning might of the ancient devil arts and the crazy Lei Mubai, whose hair was bathed in a blood-red light, Lin Ming was finally able to completely confirm that Lei Mubai was from the South Sea Demon region. The ancient devil arts can multiply one's own strength? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. If I hadn't completed 20% of tempering marrow, then I would absolutely have lost this battle. But now Lei Mubai is able to have me fight to the limits of my strength. With 20% tempering marrow added together with the opening of the heretical god force, just what would the result be? Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear horizontally and stood tall on the stage, his body exuding a virtuous light. Suddenly, his aura began to thicken, becoming increasingly swift and fierce, and a spear intent that could sweep away all surged forth. At this moment, Lin Ming was like an unrivaled treasure spear, immeasurably keen. With a single thought, he could pierce through the world. Lin Ming's aura is also intensifying. It's not only his aura that is intensifying, but the true essence in his body is becoming increasingly thick. Heavens! How can a pulse condensation period martial artist have such thick true essence within their body? In this instant, everyone was able to clearly feel the vast aura emitting from Lin Ming's body like an endless ocean. His true essence was like the wild waves of a storm, boundless and infinite. With just Lin Ming's meridians and acupoints, he was naturally unable to release such terrifying true essence. A great deal of Lin Ming's true essence had been hidden within his marrow, and now all of that hidden true essence had spewed out. The power of 20% of tempering marrow completely broke free. On the banquet seat of honor, Mu Fengxian's sleepy eyes suddenly popped open, an expression of disbelief coloring them. She quietly watched Lin Ming for several breaths of times, took a deep breath, and then said to herself, "This child is a dragon within a deep pool. If my divine Phoenix Island has a great enough destiny and we are able to survive the incoming cataclysm to wait until the day that this dragon soars into the sky, my divine Phoenix Island will also be a phoenix that rebirths through nirvana, soaring along with it." As Lin Ming's aura increased, all of the juniors beneath the stage stared with wide eyes. Their mouths were dry, and they watched with utter astonishment. Lei Mubai couldn't bear it. As this aura rose, he was no longer willing to wait. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder erupted. Lei Mubai cried out, "Blood dyes the world." The blood halberd swept out. After this move broke forth, the aura of the stage suddenly changed, as if tumultuous and violent waves of blood were crashing around. Lei Mubai tread forwards, and his body was like a phantom as he instantly flashed in front of Lin Ming, his spear sweeping towards his waist. This halberd strike carried a heavy, roaring potential. Even a small mountain peak would be crushed by this sweeping blow. In the halberd, Lin Ming could feel all the blood of his body being pulled by an invisible force, rushing to the surface and boiling in his veins as if it would break out of his body. This is the blood-extinguishing demon thunder's effect on blood essence? Lei Mubai has no intention of staying his hand at all. If a normal martial artist were to be swept by this halberd, their blood would flow backwards and they would have already died from shock. Lin Ming's mind raced. The coiling dragon steel needle had fused into the purple comet spear, and now the spear seemed to contain its own indelible will. A spear swept out, and because of the instant acceleration, the purple comet spear slightly bent like a whip as he crashed into the blood halberd. Gotcha! As soon as the blood halberd collided with the purple comet spear, the blood halberd was suppressed. It was like a blood-red massive shark that was abruptly pressed down in the water. The purple comet spear pressed down on the great desolate blood halberd. The compressed blood vitality of the halberd broke free, creating crashing waves of vibrant blood. The two young masters struggled, their spear and halberd clashing with each other as red and purple thunder sizzled the air. The impact of the intense purple and red true essence formed a howling tornado. The tornado picked up the countless crushed stones on the ground and sent them shooting towards the protective light array enchantment. Ping, ping, ping. The reinforced light screen severely trembled once more. The complexions of all the heroic elites changed, especially the Xianxia realm martial artists. They were all frightened, unable to comprehend what was happening. With two juniors fighting, their auras were actually filled with the power of crushing avalanches and tsunamis. Was this really battle between two of the younger generation? Lei Mubai clenched his teeth, all of the muscles of his body bulging, his blue veins popping up. He had no choice but to admit that Lin Ming had the qualifications to fight him on equal standing. This boy, his true essence is as thick as my own even after I used the ancient devil arts. How is this possible? A frontal attack is not possible. I have to avoid his purple comet spear and only attack his body. As Lei Mubai thought this, he suddenly rapidly dashed around, his footwork accelerating. As he stepped back, his form began erratic, drifting from place to place. The blood halberd in his hand also became a series of blood shades. You want to compare speed? Lin Ming smirked. Lei Mubai was not a martial artist who specialized in speed like Jiang Baoyan. If he wanted to have a battle of speed, then he was not afraid. Not to mention that his comprehension of the concept of wind deepened with every day, and his golden rock shattering the void also drew closer to the second layer with every passing day. Soon it would break through to the next level. See? Lei Mubai appeared like a ghost behind Lin Ming, his halberd cutting down. However, this halberd directly cut through Lin Ming's waist, but passed straight through. At this moment, Lin Ming had vanished, leaving nothing behind by an afterimage. It was just an instant, but Lin Ming had already moved dozens of feet away. You are fast, but your weapon is a halberd. A halberd is not suited for speed. Lei Mubai's pale face darkened. In terms of speed, a halberd was naturally inferior to a sword. This was common knowledge. But now, since he couldn't directly confront Lin Ming, he could only compare his speed. I don't need you to teach me anything. Lin Ming sneered, and suddenly an invisible cyclone of wind formed around his body, propping him up. After he had exposed his ability to fly, he had no more need to conceal the secret of golden rock shattering the void. How skillful! In terms of speed, I too am confident in myself. On the stage, forceful gales rampaged through the air. Lin Ming stepped forwards with golden rock shattering the void, and his body became a series of phantom images. With the concept of wind fused into the purple comet spear, every spear strike contained a whistling wind origin energy. In that moment, Lin Ming's spear shade turned into wind, and the wind became the spear shade. It could not be dispersed, it could not be avoided. Who? Suddenly, all of the red and purple lightning on the stage was swept up into a massive vortex, Lin Ming and Lei Mubai disappearing together. Where are they? There's only the afterimage left. I can't see them. Those whose cultivation was below the Hotian realm had already lost track of Lin Ming and Lei Mubai's shadows. Even the Hotian realm disciples found it hard to see just where they were. Zhan Yunjian took a deep breath, sighing as emotion filled his heart. So this power was that of the kings of the younger generation? Perhaps in his entire life, he would never be able to surpass them. Their strength can actually compare to a Xiantian master. Within the banquet area of Golden Bell Mountain, an early Xiantian master shook his head, overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. Before, I had thought that their strength was slightly better than when I was at the Hotian realm. But it seems that now, even I don't dare to say that I could defeat them. Oh! Blood scattering endless sky. Lei Mubai gripped the great desolate blood halberd and smashed down. With an explosion, a massive hole dozens of feet deep was created within the stage. However, Lin Ming had already dodged early, avoiding this attack. Even so, the blood within his body still violently tumbled within him. This fellow is too strong. Lin Ming forcefully suppressed his surging blood. He still had his two final cards, the Heretical God Force and Thunder Fire Annihilation. However, these two moves could only be used once, and he had to do so wisely. Otherwise, if he missed or failed, he would instantly be defeated. Lei Mubai grinned. You forced me to this point. Now that the battle has reached this stage, even if I have to sacrifice my strength, I will still cut you underneath my halberd. As Lei Mubai spoke, the skin all over his body began to crack open with a ka-ka sound. Clouds of bloody fog ruptured forth from these cracks. Blood Shadow Avatar. As Lei Mubai cried out, The blood fog actually turned into a red human's shadow that took Lei Mubai's form. This shadow had no weapon. Instead, there was a long devil claw that was its hand. Lin Ming was surprised, but he didn't panic. He had already seen a similar attack method at the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial meeting. Go! Suck dry his blood essence. The Crimson Blood Shadow Avatar uttered a shrill scream, and then reached out its giant claw towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming appeared calm. His moved with golden rock shattering the void, and his figure instantly drew back. At the same time, the purple comet spear in his hand flashed with thunder. The power of thunder was the most effective counter to demons and ghosts. He didn't believe that this blood shadow avatar would be able to block the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Your opponent is me. Lei Mubai's cold words resounded within Lin Ming's ears. At the same time, the great desolate blood halberd slashed down. Pincer attack? Lin Ming frowned. The purple comet spear in his hand thrust forth to meet the great desolate blood halberd. Dang! As the spear and halberd collided, the blood essence within Lin Ming's body roiled and his true essence went into disorder. As for Lei Mubai, his organs were violently shaken by the azure true essence and his face turned ashen. Ah! At this moment, the blood shadow avatar cried and extended its claw. The claw grasped at Lin Ming's throat. But at this time, Lin Ming's purple comet spear was already thrust out. He would not be able to pull it back in time and then thrust out again. At this crucial moment, Lin Ming's right hand released the purple comet spear. A deep azure light formed on his fist, carrying the power of thunder. This fist punched towards the blood shadow avatar's blood claw. Humph! You are seeking death. Lei Mubai grinned like a demon. The blood shadow avatar's claw was as hard as a divine weapon. Its toughness was comparable to a low-grade earth-step treasure. To use a flesh and blood fist to meet this claw was no different than courting death. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. In that moment, Lin Ming's true essence revolved to the limit. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments roared forth, carrying the integrated power of the purple flood dragon, divine thunder, as well as the power of the 20% completed tempering marrow. This strike contained his full strength. Bang! Lin Ming's fist smashed into the blood shadow avatar's claw. The power of vibration and the purple flood dragon divine thunder erupted. There was a loud chi-chi-chi sound as the blood claw was ignited by the thunder before it suddenly exploded into a bloody fog. What? Lei Mubai's mind shook, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood shadow avatar was connected to his body. If it took damage, so would he. As Lei Mubai spat blood, he kneeled on the floor, a look of incredible disbelief in his eyes as he stared at Lin Ming. How was this possible? A bare human fist had shattered the blood shadow avatar's demon claw. Lei Mubai is injured. Heavens! This is too fearful. Lei Mubai's strength is already so terrifying, but he was actually severely wounded by Lin Ming. All of the young heroic elites present sucked in a deep breath. Everyone believed that Lei Mubai had been hiding his strength, but no one imagined that he would be so strong. However, what was even more unbelievable was that this amazingly strong Lei Mubai was actually severely wounded by Lin Ming. The entire audience was shocked speechless. No one imagined that the battle between the kings of the younger generation would be at such a terrifying level. The stage floor underneath the two youths' feet had been strengthened by an array formation, becoming as hard as iron. But now it was all left in ruins. Lei Mubai's blood shadow avatar that he released had been destroyed by Lin Ming, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were definitely serious. Although Lin Ming wasn't wounded, his face was very pale. Obviously, he had also consumed a great deal of blood vitality. Originally, with Lin Ming's astonishing recovery ability, this wouldn't be a problem. But Lei Mubai's extremely strange moves were able to affect the blood essence within Lin Ming's body, causing it to tumble within him. In order to suppress the roiling blood essence, he had to waste a massive amount of energy. And that was why he was exhausted to this degree. Lin Ming's hand is also injured. The audience discovered that Lin Ming's right hand was slicked red with blood. Obviously, this was the result of the collision from a moment ago. His fist was injured when he shattered the blood claw. This is normal in such a violent collision. After all, Lin Ming doesn't practice fist fighting, nor did he bring any treasure gloves. All of the heroic elites present expressed their views. But as Lei Mubai heard these, he could only grimly smile. Normal? Lin Ming didn't practice fist fighting? Didn't bring treasure gloves? This group of idiots knew nothing. Besides Lei Mubai, no one was aware of just how terrifyingly hard the Blood Shadow Avatar's Demon Claw was. It was able to compare to a low-grade Earthstep treasure. If Lin Ming was able to crush it with his fist, did that mean that his fist was comparable to a low-grade Earthstep treasure? How is this possible? Lei Mubai took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering as he looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you are the strongest junior that I have ever met in my life. I have an incomparable desire, and that is to personally destroy you. Lei Mubai grinned, showing his white teeth within his blood-stained mouth, his expression still grim and savage. You want to destroy me, and I want to destroy you. Not just that, but perhaps I will kill you much sooner. Lin Ming wiped off the blood from his right hand, his expression cold and resolute. His words revealed his murderous intent. He had no desire to hide the fact that he wished to kill Lei Mubai. Haha, you want to destroy me? Good, then I will give you the chance. I didn't think that I would be compelled to use my final card in this battle. I will use my own blood essence as the price to make this attack. After I use this move, if you cannot block it, you will die. A move that costs one's own blood essence? Lin Ming's eyebrows curved up. Blood essence was extremely important to martial artists. Even if Lei Mubai swallowed other martial artists with the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, this didn't mean that he could easily waste his own blood essence. If this move cost him his own blood essence, it would surely be Lei Mubai's strongest attack. This would also be his final move. Lin Ming. Mu Qinyu sat behind Mu Yuhuang, her lips slightly trembling. Now that the battle had come to this point, it was a life-and-death match between two great geniuses. Even they wouldn't be able to control their own strength, and neither would they want to. Once this match was decided, one could be severely wounded or even crippled. However, this time it was clearly unrealistic to ask them to settle this with a truce. Don't worry. With the High Ancestor here, there won't be a problem. Mu Yuhuang noticed Mu Qinyu's anxious expression and rapidly beating heart, and knew what she was worrying about. Mu Qinyu nodded, slightly calming down. Oh. As these two young kings were about to make their final blows in this desperate battle, all of the martial artists present held their breath. Not to mention the young heroic elites, even the old revolving core masters were the same, staring with round eyes as they gazed at the center of the stage, none of them daring to miss a single second of this exciting match. On the stage, the two fighting in this match had the possibility of becoming future peerless emperors. So this was a match between two young peerless emperors. This battle was destined to be written down in the ancient texts, left behind as a legacy for future generations, lasting tens of thousands of years from now. Who could miss such a grand event? On the stage, strong winds blew, blood sand drifted into the sky. Ha! The blood shadow avatar that was severely wounded by Lin Ming merged into Lei Mubai's body, melting into him. As this happened, a strange blood-red color emerged over Lei Mubai's body. Blood prison descends. Lei Mubai gave a loud shout, and his aura started to become increasingly wild, increasingly manic, surging forth with a monstrous wave. His entire body was wrapped with red lightning, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His foot stepped upon the blood-stained sand, his blood halberd directed straight towards the endless skies. At this moment, he was like a descended demon god, insufferably arrogant, above all others. Lin Ming let out a light breath. No wonder this Lei Mubai had been so rampant. He actually had so many cards in his hand. With one killer move after another, it was hard to find a martial artist at this level that could defeat him. This blood prison descends took one's own blood essence as the price in exchange for doubling one's strength. This was a move that damaged oneself at the cost of damaging the enemy even more. In this situation, Lin Ming no longer planned to withhold anything anymore. In this final strike, he didn't need to care about how much true essence he consumed. He could use everything he had, putting forth his complete strength to meet this strike of Lei Mubai's. Heretical God Force, open. Bang! The highly compressed true essence within the heretical God seed erupted. Lin Ming's aura soared again, and his thick true essence was like a dangerous, unstoppable force of nature. In that instance, his momentum was like an unstoppable spear light, piercing the skies. What? Impossible. His aura increased again, and his true essence has strengthened by another 60 to 70%. At this time, Lin Ming was still hiding such a massively great strength? The shock that Lin Ming had created was too great. Even Mu Fengshen's expression changed. This turn of events was even more startling than Lei Mubai. Lei Mubai had burnt his own blood essence in exchange for strength, but Lin Ming hadn't done so at all. This was only the compressed true essence that had been hiding within his body. How can a pulse condensation period martial artist hold so much true essence within himself? Is his body a bottomless pit? Everyone present, from the young heroic elites to the old revolving core masters, all stared with eyes wide, filled with shock and disbelief. A Xianxia martial artist shook his head, ruefully smiling. Can he really be considered a pulse condensation martial artist? The thickness of his true essence is already equal to mine. For a pulse condensation martial artist's true essence to be as thick as a Xianxia master's, this was simply unthinkable. If he hadn't confirmed with his own eyes that a true essence vortex hadn't formed within Lin Ming's dantian yet, he would rather die than believe Lin Ming was only at the trivial late pulse condensation period. However, although the strength that Lin Ming has been hiding is impressive, it is still worse than Lei Mubai's. A Golden Bell Mountain disciple evaluated as he compared the auras of Lin Ming and Lei Mubai. The strength that Lin Ming had now was inferior to the strength that Lei Mubai had obtained at the cost of burning his own blood essence. After all, that was blood essence. One would forever lose what they burnt away. Now, Lei Mubai's hair was crazy and his momentum filled the skies. His strength had approximately doubled. As for Lin Ming, his spear intent spread through the world, sharp and keen. But in terms of his momentum, it was slightly worse. His strength had increased by about 60 to 70%. Originally, their strength had been about the same. But now after they increased their strength, a gap was immediately opened up between them. Lin Ming is in danger. This is Lei Mubai's final move with everything he has. If he cannot block it, Lin Ming will be seriously injured or even crippled. The Divine Phoenix Island disciples held their breath. The young female girls that had a favorable impression towards Lin Ming felt their hearts hanging in their throats. Their beautiful eyes were wide and unblinking, lest they miss what was about to happen. Mu Qianyu let out a light breath as she folded her hands together, her grip tightening. She prayed in her heart, "Lin Ming, please, don't let anything happen to you." Lei Mubai's mouth was full of blood, because of the constant and insufferable pain from the blood vessels in his body rupturing. His face was bleak and ghastly. "Lin Ming, I never imagined that you would still be holding a final finishing move in your hand. Your strength truly shocks me to an endless degree. But this is as far as you go. In the end, your final card is inferior to mine." Because of the combustion of his blood essence, Lei Mubai's voice had changed. It was hoarse and deep, as if he were laboring for breath. He slowly and clearly spoke, enunciating every syllable, "Take my final strike. Demon, King, descends." As he spoke these words, Lei Mubai grabbed his halberd with both hands, slashing out. Monstrous and dreadful waves of blood surged into the sky. At that moment, even the void itself seemed to tear apart. With the strike of Lei Mubai, an indomitable momentum was brought forth. It was an unstoppable, apocalyptic momentum that seemed as if it could destroy the very world. Even those people outside the protective light curtain felt their entire body's blood essence swelling forth, their blood tumbling. This was an unbearable feeling. Too strong. Just the shockwave of this attack was enough to have many disciples with low cultivation to vomit blood from the sick feeling in their bodies. How could Lin Ming possibly stop this attack? Everyone's hearts seemed to stop beating. Mu Qianyu wringed her hands together, her heart tightly clenching. On the stage, facing this crazy storm of blood, Lin Ming's clothes fluttered in the wind, his long hair blown around by the chaotic storm. At this time, his expression was calm like a placid lake. He linked his sense to the heretical god seed. Above the purple comet spear, a purple arc of thunder and a tiny flame began to tremble. 10,000-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo. 10,000-year-old sacred flame parasol tree. With the increased power from these top-quality materials, flames twisted, thunder howled. The savage and manic power of thunder and fire burst forth, like the dam holding back a raging river had been shattered. The spear point was straight, endlessly driving forwards. The power of thunder and fire gave off terrifying explosive sounds that reverberated in the air. The purple comet spear was like a meteor wound with thunder and fire, piercing forwards. In that instant, the Earthcore Crimson Flame and the purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder connected. Thunder Fire Annihilation. Bang! An extremely horrific energy detonated. In that moment, it was like all sound had been swallowed and the sun itself had lost its color. Time seemed to suddenly slow down. Lin Ming's vision was completely flooded with a blinding light. It was like he had been instantly sent into a separate dimension. He could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating and even the billowing heat and excited cries within the heretical god seed. Kacha, the protective barrier array enchantment that had been reinforced, was able to resist the all-out attack of an early Xianxia master. Now this protective enchantment shattered once again. The true essence shockwaves that originated from the explosion were too terrifying. Even the master who had laid down this protective enchantment would never have thought that the battle between a late pulse condensation martial artist and an early Hotian realm martial artist could reach such a level. The blazing white light lasted for several breaths of time. All of the tables at the banquet celebration had been completely overturned. Fortunately, the masters present had already foreseen that something dangerous was about to happen, and they created shields just in time to protect everyone from injury. The martial arts stage had already been blown to ruins. Lin Ming propped himself up with the purple comet spear, finding it difficult to stand. But at this time, Lei Mubai's entire body was dyed red with blood and even his eyes had glazed over. Plop! Lei Mubai fell to his knees, his body shaking. Seeing this scene, everyone was petrified. They needed time to digest just what had happened. Lin Ming. He won? The Thundercrest sovereign sect Lei Jingtian was shaking in disbelief. No one understood more than him just how terrifying Lei Mubai's strength was. But now, this Lin Ming had actually jumped realms and defeated him. The mental impact that this brought was too great, he simply couldn't believe it. As for the young disciples of the five-element region, all of them were still in a daze. Whether it was Lei Mubai or Lin Ming, the power of these two had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. And now, Lin Ming's victory made them feel like they were living a lucid dream. This was the first time they ever realized that a late pulse condensation martial artist and an early Hotian martial artist could achieve such a degree of power. This shock was too intense. None of them were able to open their mouths to speak. Even a saint-rank talent wasn't insufficient to describe Lin Ming. In their view, he was like a character that had only existed in ancient legends. For instance, the Netherworld Great Emperor, who had once taken the heads of all the sect leaders of the five-element region. Within the Sunfire sect banquet area, the Sunfire princess stared at Lin Ming, her heart pounding and her face flushed red, sighing. She had been feeling a bit resentful because the spotlight had been stolen from her. But after bearing witness to the glorious battle between Lin Ming and Lei Mubai, she instead felt that she was very lucky. With her strength, if she went on stage, it would be nothing more than a good laugh. How deplorable. I once thought that I was a top talent, but now it seems I was just a frog in a well. It wasn't just the Sunfire Princess, but even the proud Zhou Lai, the clear Zhan Yunjian, and the indifferent Bai Aoxuan. All of them had the same idea. Ever since they were children, they had grown up under the aurora of being top geniuses, and they had no peers that were able to compete on their level. This inevitably gave birth to thoughts that they would become the future heroes of the world. But now, if they compared themselves with Lin Ming, they feared that they would never catch up to him in their lifetimes. Mu Fengxian withdrew her gaze, her eyes slowly closing. Lin Ming was a genius that had exceeded the ability of Divine Phoenix Island to raise. Such an existence should have appeared in a fifth-grade sect, or even a holy land. Only a great power that had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of accumulated destiny would be able to raise a genius like Lin Ming so that he could one day become a peerless emperor. He would one day ascend to the skies, eventually leaving behind an indelible legacy in his people, being known as an unrivaled peerless great emperor. Within the entire square, no one spoke for several breaths of time. The audience was starkly silent. The revolving core elders were sighing in their hearts, and the young heroic elites were etching the details of this battle between young kings in their mind. This battle had simply left too great an impression on their minds, and had completely subverted the way in which they view the world. Before, many of them had dreams of being a chosen of heaven that would ascend to the heavens. But now, it was as if they had been rudely awakened from this dream. Perhaps to them this wasn't a bad thing at all. In the silence of the square, as the audience was still disoriented, Lin Ming recovered the purple comet spear and moved towards Lei Mubai, one step at a time. At this time, Lei Mubai was kneeling on the floor, the light in his eyes dim and his mouth wet with blood. He still remained conscious, but because his injuries were too heavy and he had consumed too much blood essence, he was on the verge of teetering over on the floor. Seeing Lin Ming walk towards him, Lei Mubai's once dim eyes turned a bright blood red. His murderous intent and will to kill burst forth. He wanted to open his mouth to spit out several words, but as he tried to speak, all that came flowing out was blood, and he simply couldn't say a word. Today's shame had forever etched itself into Lei Mubai's heart. If he didn't avenge this disgrace, this would become a barrier in Lei Mubai that would frustrate his spirit and stymie his every effort. Those that cultivated in the demonic path were much more focused on making sure that their thoughts flowed freely and their spirit was unburdened. The demonic path had always been synonymous with doing whatever one wished, unlike the righteous path where there were still many morals and principles one had to follow. Those that cultivated the demonic path took the world as their enemy and went against all living beings. If they didn't act in a manner that satisfied their own desires, then what was the point of cultivating the demonic path? They may as well pray to Buddha. Lei Mubai couldn't speak, thus he only cursed in his heart. On the day that divine Phoenix Island is exterminated, I will have you beg for death. I will waste your martial arts, break your 4 limbs and stick you in a box. I will have you watch as I freely use all of the resources that divine Phoenix Island has accumulated. I will also waste Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun's martial arts and strip their clothes naked in front of you. I will ravage them, humiliate them, and obtain their bloodlines. As Lei Mubai thought this, his lips curved up in a smile. The destruction of divine Phoenix Island would happen sooner or later. That day was not too far away. As he saw Lin Ming's eyes contain a murderous intent that wished to kill him, he sneered. Pitiful. No matter how talented you are, you're still trapped in the 4th grade sect that is divine Phoenix Island. This is no different than placing shackles on your feet. You will never ascend to the heavens. Lin Ming, one day, I will avenge today's shame, Lei Mubai said with a true essence sound transmission. With his current condition, even using a true essence sound transmission was very difficult. Lin Ming acted as if he didn't even hear Lei Mubai's true essence sound transmission. Instead, he brightly smiled as he sauntered over and placed his hand on Lei Mubai's shoulder, a friendly gesture as if he wanted to help lift him up. Lei Mubai's entire body stiffened. Before I had said that you didn't understand the situation you were in. And even now, you still don't understand just what situation you're in. Avenge the shame of today? I'm sorry, but it seems that you'll never have the opportunity to do so. Lin Ming's lips moved, his bone-chilling true essence sound transmission sounding in Lei Mubai's ears, making him feel like he had fallen into an icy sea. You're crazy. Now die. Lin Ming's smiling face suddenly turned cold. He lifted his palm and smashed it down on Lei Mubai's chest. Pulse-cutting palm. Pong. Lei Mubai's body shook. He was already weakened to the point that he could no longer resist. Lin Ming's brutal power broke into his meridians, shredding them all to pieces. Puff. Lei Mubai crazily spat out blood, his mind filled with incredible disbelief. This Lin Ming, he was utterly mad. This incident had happened so suddenly that when Lin Ming had struck Lei Mubai with his palm, none of the revolving core masters were able to stop him. Everyone thought that Lin Ming was about to support Lei Mubai up by his arm. But none of them thought that Lin Ming would take advantage of this time when Lei Mubai had lost all strength to resistance to lay down such a heavy strike. What was he doing? Was he trying to provoke a war between Divine Phoenix Island and the Five-Element region? Divine Phoenix Island was already in a very precarious situation. If they provoked such outrage and stirred up a war with the Five-Element region, they would absolutely die. Lin Ming's actions were only digging his own grave. Even if he was a character that was destined to become a peerless emperor in the future, at this moment, Divine Phoenix Island would not dare to protect him. Boy, you are seeking death. No one was more enraged than Lei Jingtian. Lei Mubai was the saint son of the South Sea Demon region. He was the future leader of the South Sea Demon region. If he died here, the South Sea Demon region would vent their rage upon him. Even if the South Sea Demon region didn't bother with him now because of their war with Divine Phoenix Island, they would not pardon him in the future. As for his dreams of the ancient devil tome, that had all fallen apart. Lei Jingtian had never felt so angry before. His hands flashed with a purple electric light and his palm slammed down towards Lin Ming. This palm strike was able to instantly kill a late Xiantian realm master. Lin Ming would absolutely die. Everyone was too surprised to even call out. Lei Jingtian's palm was already coming down. Under the violent compression of energy, the space around Lin Ming tightened as if it were rooting him in place, not allowing him to move. But the truth was, even if Lin Ming could freely move, he still wouldn't be able to dodge. Lei Jingtian, what are you doing? At this critical moment, Mu Yuhuang appeared like a blaze of flame on the stage, her palm coming up to meet Lei Jingtian. A loud thunderclap roared through the square. Bang! Lei Jingtian was forced back several steps. As for Mu Yuhuang, she shook for a moment before firmly steadying herself. Lei Jingtian's was shaking with fury. What am I doing? I should ask you what you are doing. Mu Yuhuang, are you planning on allowing your disciple to recklessly murder others? At this moment, Mu Yuhuang had a very ugly complexion. In the moment that Lin Ming had taken action, she had heard a true essence sound transmission from him. Lei Mubai is a spy from the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming had completely taken action first and worried about consequences later. Mu Yuhuang hadn't even had the time to respond. Even the strong-willed Mu Yuhuang was in a complete mess. The consequences of this incident were simply too great. 6 of the 7 great sects of the Five-Element region were present today and closely watching. This boy Lin Ming, how was he planning on revealing everything? If he didn't have proof to back up his thoughts, even Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't be able to maintain his life. She wanted to rebuke Lin Ming, but now was not the time to reprimand him. Since what had happened, first she had to resolve this issue. The elders of the Five-Element region's sects had also stood up, anger on their faces as they glared at Lin Ming. No matter what, the Five-Element region's 7 great sects of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder were all connected to each other. How could they tolerate something like this occurring? At this point, Lei Mubai already seemed to be dying, the faint embers of his life flickering away. All of his meridians had been shattered, but he still clung to his single breath and didn't faint. He wasn't even able to make an expression of anger on his face. He could only relentlessly stare at Lin Ming, unadulterated hatred in his eyes. It was absolutely alarming. Lei Mubai hadn't yet realized just what Lin Ming had done to him. He only felt that the meridians in his body had broken in many places. Although it was difficult to treat damage to the meridians, a 5th grade sect still had the means to do so. It would only require him to stay in bed for several months. Of course, this was only Lei Mubai's one-sided wishful thinking. Lin Ming completely ignored the hate within Lei Mubai's eyes and faced the anger from the elders of the Five-Element region's 6 sections. He confidently cupped his hands across his chest in a polite ritual and said, "Thunder Sovereign said that I killed him, but that is wrong. Even though my method was extreme, Lei Mubai is still alive." Lei Jingtian didn't think that these would be the first to come out of Lin Ming's mouth. He began to tremble with anger. You shattered all his meridians, and yet you speak such sarcastic words. Today, this old man will beat this little bastard to death. Lei Jingtian's momentum exploded. But with Mu Yuhuang in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Lin Ming said, "All of the actions I've taken naturally have a reason, and that is that Lei Mubai is from the South Sea Demon region. Don't tell me that the Thunder Sovereign doesn't know this fact." What? With Lin Ming's words, The entire audience was startled, their minds shaking. Even Lei Jingtian was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How had he discovered this? However, he had lived for several hundred years and managed not to lose his composure. He immediately denied this. What irresponsible fiction! Mubai is the genius that I personally discovered within the northern domains 3 years ago. His background is clean. How could he possibly be a spy? Although Lei Jingtian was very skilled at covering his expression, there was still a slight true essence fluctuation that he emitted from the shock of a moment ago. All of this was keenly captured by Mu Yuhuang's senses. Although Lei Jingtian was very skilled at covering his expression, there was still a slight true essence fluctuation that he emitted from the shock of a moment ago. All of this was keenly captured by Mu Yuhuang's senses. This old fox! Mu Yuhuang's face darkened. She finally understood why Lei Jingtian had been so adamantly opposing her, obstructing her repeatedly. It was highly likely that he was collaborating together with Lei Mubai. Lei Jingtian most likely sold himself out to the South Sea Demon region. There's a high chance that what Lin Ming said was true. Action first, consequences later. What a brave boy! The key is, how can he prove this? In this situation, it's impossible to torture the information out of this Lei Mubai. Mu Yuhuang knew what was at stake. If Lin Ming couldn't provide a clear and adequate explanation, he would most likely die a horrible death. It was impossible for Divine Phoenix Island to protect him in that case. Lei Jingtian's entire body flashed with arcs of thunder. His eyes were like those of a savage beast staring at its prey. Even the Deep Earth sect's Shi Zhongkuan was standing behind him. Before, he had been humiliated and defeated by Lin Ming in a battle of words. Now that he had an opportunity to kick Lin Ming while he was down, how could he possibly miss it? You are making false allegations, boy. Good. What vicious thoughts you have. Because of some dispute, you even shattered all the meridians of nephew Lei Mubai. If you do not give an explanation for this, then I will break all of your meridians. Otherwise, how much face will my 5-element region still have? As Shi Zhongkuan spoke, the aura of his body erupted, with the combination of 2 middle revolving core masters suppressing Lin Ming together. Even though Mu Yuhuang stood in front of him, he still felt the pressure on him surging. Lin Ming didn't have a single good impression towards this Shi Zhongkuan. His voice was low as he said, "Elder Shi, it's irresponsible to speak nonsense." Shi Zhongkuan sneered, "As if you know not to blabber nonsense. You say that nephew Lei Mubai is a spy from the South Sea Demon region? Then what evidence do you have? If you cannot produce evidence, then prepare to pay with your life." As Shi Zhongkuan spoke, the 5-element region disciples were stirred into a frenzy, especially those that had been so miserably oppressed by Lin Ming, such as Chu Yunfei, Chen Kuan, and Shi Hanshan. All of them were clamoring to have Lin Ming pay with his life. Lin Ming, this isn't a trivial matter. If you have evidence, then quickly produce it. Otherwise, I cannot protect you, Mu Yuhuang said with a true essence sound transmission. There was a faint hint of criticism in her heart. This was such a great matter, but he hadn't even spoken to her before acting. Lin Ming took a deep breath, then replied, "Senior Mu, I didn't have a choice. I just didn't have conclusive evidence at the time to confirm my suspicions. If I had told you in advance, the Council of Elders might even need to be convened. If that happened, I fear that someone might be informed in advance, and the result would be Lei Mubai escaping somehow. Thus I had no choice but to act first and explain later." Lin Ming was aware that even though Mu Yuhuang trusted him, she wouldn't act with just his side of the story. She would absolutely bring this matter up with the Council of Elders, and then the matter would be dropped. After all, this spy was just a junior. Even if he was killed, it wouldn't have a big impact on anything. But if they were wrong, then that would be a catastrophe. When that happened, Lin Ming would only be able to helplessly watch Lei Mubai leave Divine Phoenix Island and return to his South Sea Demon region. He would become a serpent that lay in wait to bite him. Lin Ming had family, he didn't want someone like that aiming for him. One Ouyang Boyan was already enough for him. Ouyang Boyan was from the 7 profound valleys, so he wouldn't dare to act too recklessly. But as for Lei Mubai, he wasn't restricted by these scruples. Therefore, he had no choice but to cripple Lei Mubai to cut off any path of retreat for him. Mu Yuhuang's complexion completely changed. What did you say? You don't have conclusive evidence? This was only a guess? Lin Ming said, No, I still have assurance that I'm right. As Lin Ming spoke, he stepped forwards and stood in front of Shi Zhongquan and Lei Jingtian, directly facing the pressure of these two great elders. Shi Zhongquan's expression was a taunting sneer, as if he had already seen the future where Lin Ming's meridians would all be broken. As for Lei Jingtian, he looked very savage. He felt his heart speeding up a bit, but he still didn't believe that Lin Ming had evidence. As long as Lin Ming couldn't put forth any evidence, he could insist that any accusations Lin Ming made were nothing but baseless lies and slander. Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest in a polite gesture and calmly said, Thunder Sovereign, please be patient. If you are able to confirm that I am lying, then you may kill me or torture me or do anything else you want. Lei Jingtian frowned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. This is what you said. If you do not have evidence, this old man will beat you to death. As Lei Jingtian spoke, his eyes were actually on Mu Yuhuang. He said to her, Hi Master Yuhuang, this is what your disciple personally said. Do you have anything to say? Mu Yuhuang's complexion became increasingly ugly. At this moment, no matter how strong she was, it would be impossible to justify any reason to protect Lin Ming. My Yuhuang's voice sunk by several points, her voice reaching Arctic temperatures. Since Lin Ming made this promise himself, naturally I will not interfere. If Lin Ming is truly making false allegations, then Thunder Sovereign may handle this matter however he wishes. But if Lin Ming is able to produce evidence and there are also those who would deny it, then this old woman will personally act and kill everyone who does. As Lei Jingtian heard these words that were filled with murderous intent, his heart stilled for a moment. But he still sneered and said, High Master should remember the words that she has said. Since the matter had reached this stage, Mu Qianyu could no longer sit still. She nervously looked at Lin Ming, her heart in tumult. The entire audience's eyes were locked onto Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and then asked in a completely calm voice, There are several questions I would like to ask Thunder Sovereign. Go ahead. I want to know just what you ask. Lei Jingtian responded in a contentious tone. Lin Ming said, First question, when Lei Mubai fought me, was the cultivation method he used from the Thundercrest sect? Lei Jingtian frowned, no. The cultivation method that Lei Mubai used was one that he found in some ancient runes. Since ancient times, true geniuses have always had a great destiny fall unto them. Obtaining a lucky opportunity from some ancient ruins is a completely normal matter. Then it is as the Thunder Sovereign said. Lin Ming nodded. Second question, is Lei Mubai's Thunder Soul handed down from the Thundercrest sect? Lei Jingtian's voice spoke. This boy, was he trying to set up verbal traps for him to jump into? After thinking about it and not finding out where any of these traps might be, Lei Jingtian said, No, Mubai found his Thunder Soul after adventuring into an extremely dangerous and ominous land. It is not from my Thundercrest sect. Lei Jingtian had made up his mind that he would distance himself from everything as much as he could in order to prevent Lin Ming forcing him to give unclear explanations in the future, forcing him to lie more. Lin Ming nodded. Third question, who are Lei Mubai's parents? And did Lei Mubai ever mention his own background to Thunder Sovereign before? Lei Jingtian said, Mubai was orphaned as a child. His parents were mortals, and they died in the chaos of war. Mortal parents, and they also died. Lei Jingtian believed that no matter how great Lin Ming's ability was, he didn't have the means to prove otherwise. Lin Ming said, My questioning is over. Senior Mu, may I request that you lay down an enchantment that can inhibit true essence sound transmissions? Mu Yuhuang's eyes shot up. She didn't know what Lin Ming was planning, but she still looked for a divine Phoenix Island array master and had an enchantment laid down to his specifications that could inhibit true essence sound transmissions. After Lin Ming confirmed that the enchantment had been laid down, he swiped his spatial ring and took out a red crystal that was the size of a drop of water. Do you know what this is? Lei Jingtian's eyes narrowed. From this small little thing, he could feel an ancient and endless energy emitting. Obviously, it was some sort of extraordinary object. Just what was this? Lei Jingtian didn't know, but Shi Zhongquan's expression changed. He had seen something similar recorded down in the ancient texts before. This boy actually had such a treasure. Mu Fengxian stood up, her eyes bright. She looked at Lin Ming with a profound expression before saying, after the fall of the Netherworld Great Emperor, the devil demon heart he cultivated was crushed into 3 fragments. Rumors said that each of these 3 fragments were obtained by separate revolving core powerhouses and used to produce many shattered demon heart crystals. After one dissolves and absorbs this blood essence, it is able to increase a Xiantian master's chances of reaching the revolving core realm. This old woman has seen one before. If I'm not wrong, then this red crystal that Lin Ming has is a shattered demon heart crystal. The Netherworld Great Emperor had fallen over 1,000 years ago. The revolving core old monsters present were only a few hundred years old, and there were very few people that knew just what a shattered demon heart crystal was. Most people had only seen such an object recorded in the ancient texts. As for someone who had seen one with their own eyes, that would only be Mu Fengxian. At the time, she had already broken through to the revolving core realm, and the shattered demon heart crystal was no longer very useful to her. Lei Jingtian's eyebrow arched up. A treasure that could increase the chances for a Xiantian master to break through to the revolving core realm? This boy actually had such a precious object. Lin Ming said, "That is exactly what this is." Lin Ming had obtained a total of 10 shattered demon heart crystals from Zhou Xinyu. When he was being pursued by Huang Zixuan, he had been forced to take half of one. Now, he had a total of 9.5 crystals left over. Half of a shattered demon heart crystal was able to help Lin Ming's full body tempering marrow reach 5%. After that, he had gone into seclusion on Dark Moon Island for 3 months. Lin Ming had swallowed many heaven-opening pills that had been massively enhanced by medicinal inscription symbols, and had managed to raise his tempering marrow to 20%. As for the shattered demon heart crystals, Lin Ming worried that he had too many pill toxins within his body, so he hadn't taken any more. Now within his spatial ring were a total of 9.5 shattered demon heart crystals. Now that he had to take one out, even Lin Ming felt his heartache. "Boy, what are you planning on doing?" Lei Jingtian felt a faintly foreboding feeling in his heart. Lin Ming said, "Thunder Sovereign may not know, but the shattered demon heart crystal contains the remnant will of the Netherworld Great Emperor. After swallowing it, one can sense the energy of the Netherworld Great Emperor. When the time comes, you will naturally know what I mean." As Lin Ming spoke, he glanced over at the crowd and said, "I would like to request several seniors to come on stage and confirm a matter." Lei Jingtian's expression changed. This contained the will of the Netherworld Great Emperor? What did that mean? If he swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal, would he be able to sense something? He inadvertently glanced at Lei Mubai. He saw that at this time, Lei Mubai was lying on the ground, his face ashen, his lips pale, and his eyes glazed, as if the embers of his life were burning to an end. Lei Jingtian's heart sank. Lei Mubai was finished. "Elder Jean, may I ask that you step up? And also Elder Bai." Lin Ming separately asked the Golden Bell Mountain Elder and the Arctic Ice Palace Elder. In his opinion, these two forces would be relatively fair. Golden Bell Mountain had always been very low-key. As for Arctic Ice Palace, they were rather cold and proud individuals. They shouldn't have any reason to cover for Lei Mubai. In fact, besides Lei Jingtian, there shouldn't be anyone there that would risk the wrath of the world and sell themselves out to the South Sea Demon region. Lei Jingtian's heart went completely cold. He now knew why Lin Ming had asked for an enchantment to be laid down that inhibited true essence sound transmissions. And that was to prevent him from discussing anything with these two great elders. What about those earlier 3 questions? Why did he ask them? Lei Jingtian was confused, brooding over this. The foreboding feeling in his heart was becoming increasingly intense. He thought that if something happened, he would find a way to leave by himself. As for Lei Mubai, he could die here alone. Lin Ming coolly divided the shattered demon heart crystal into thirds and then gave 1/3 to the Golden Bell Mountain Elder and another to the Arctic Ice Palace Elder. These two were still confused about what was happening, so Elder Jean asked, "Lin Ming, what's the meaning of this?" Lin Ming faintly smiled and said, "Once you swallow this shattered demon heart crystal, you will be able to feel the energy of the Netherworld Great Emperor. When that happens, you too will discover that this energy is the same as Lei Mubai's. Elder Jin's expression chanced. If Lin Ming was willing to use his life as the stake in this matter, he was most likely confident in this. Elder Jin gave Lei Jingtian a deep look. After he saw the ugly expression of Lei Jingtian, he already had certain conclusions made up within his mind. Lin Ming bowed and said, "Since this matter is related to my life, I would like to kindly request that 2 seniors take a pledge to their heart of martial arts that their words will ring true." Taking a pledge on one's heart of martial wasn't truly effective for any situation. When it came to matters that were extremely important to oneself, one could still break it. But in this situation, the 2 elders naturally wouldn't renege on their word. That's understandable here. Then this old man will swear on his heart of martial arts that every word I say will be true. Elder Jin frankly said. After Elder Jin made his pledge, the female elder from Arctic Ice Palace followed him. The 2 of them fused their blood with the shattered demon heart crystal and prepared to swallow it. The shattered demon heart crystal only had a very small effect on a revolving core elder, but it would still be able to slightly increase their cultivation. After the 2 of them swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal thirds, they sat in meditation and steadily breathed. The 2 of them had a cultivation at the middle revolving core realm. Naturally, once the shattered demon heart crystal's energy was released into their bodies, it wouldn't be dangerous at all. The 2 elders had agitated expressions. They too had seen the same scene as Lin Ming. They saw the Netherworld Great Emperor as he fought against countless demons. This sort of boundless and unreachable magnificence and momentum that resounded through the universe really made one's mind tremble in awe. A moment later, Elder Jin let out a long breath. He was the first to open his eyes. Mu Yuhuang's eyebrows rose. Mu Chenyu's heartbeat also quickened. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Elder Jin. Lin Ming was silent. He only quietly watched Elder Jin, waiting for his final judgment. Elder Jin meaningfully looked at Lin Ming. He didn't directly respond, instead asking, "Lin Ming, have you swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal? Otherwise, there's no way you would have known this so clearly." Lin Ming nodded, acknowledging this. "Haha, you are truly a 1,000-year talent of the South Horizon region. You only have a cultivation at the mere pulse condensation period, yet you can swallow the shattered demon heart crystal." This old man is too surprised. Elder Jin heavily sighed and then spoke in a clarion tone that resounded through the square. What Lin Ming said is true. This old man truly felt the energy of the Netherworld Great Emperor come from Lei Mubai's body. This kind of energy can only originate from a bloodline legacy. If this old man guesses correctly, then this so-called Lei Mubai is most likely a direct descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor. As Elder Jin spoke, the entire audience was petrified. Lei Jingtian's face was already colored like liver. As for Shi Zhongquan, he also had a very ugly expression. He had come up to antagonize Lin Ming, but he was once again humiliated by him. Arctic Ice Palace's Elder Bai also opened her eyes at this moment, slowly nodding, fully agreeing with Elder Jin's words. Mu Yuhuang was finally able to relax, her heart calming down. She looked at Lei Jingtian and coldly asked, "Lei Jingtian, do you have anything to say about this? Lin Ming just asked you a question a moment ago and you said that his parents had been mortals. But according to this old woman, the Netherworld Great Emperor's descendants had all ran away to the South Sea Demon region, now becoming the core of that evil sect. This old woman had never once heard that there were any mortals that had this bloodline, and had also died in the chaos of mortal wars." Lei Jingtian was forced speechless by Mu Yuhuang's words. He simply had no way to respond to this. He finally clenched his teeth and said, "Everything that I knew about Mubai's background was told to me by him. How was I supposed to know what is true or false? Moreover, even though Elder Jin was likely correct in his assumption, that doesn't mean that it is absolutely true." Elder Jin glanced at Lei Jingtian with contempt. At this time, he was still speaking his useless sophistry and attempting to leave a way to back out by saying that he may have been wrong. Compared to Lin Ming's fuzzy judgment, Elder Jin was much more clear in his assessment. Lin Ming had swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal a long time ago. As for Elder Jin, he was able to contrast the energy within the shattered demon hearty crystal with Lei Mubai in front of him. Naturally, his assurance of the facts was much greater. Seeing Lei Jingtian quibble over such minor issues, Lin Ming grinned and said, "Thunder Sovereign, I just happen to know some methods of torture that are good at extracting information. If Thunder Sovereign isn't opposed, I can attempt to try these methods on Lei Mubai, and perhaps we may be able to obtain some unexpected information." As Lin Ming bit out the word, unexpected, Lei Jingtian suddenly felt a cold chill run down his spine. This boy, he was actually threatening him. As Lei Jingtian looked at this dead-eyed Lei Mubai who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, he felt fear grip him. He wasn't able to guarantee that this fellow wouldn't randomly bite him in his desperate state. The South Sea Demon region had a very vile reputation. If Lei Jingtian was known to have formed an alliance with the South Sea Demon region for his own personal gain, then everything he had ever done would be vilified. He would lose any face he had, and he would be held in contempt by everyone. Lei Jingtian's face changed colors, alternating between red and blue. As he stood on the stage, there wasn't a single word he could say. Lin Ming whispered some words into Mu Yuhuang's ear, and Mu Yuhuang suddenly smiled. She waved her hand to release the True Essence Sound Transmission inhibiting enchantment, allowing Lei Jingtian to speak. "Boy, what do you want to do?" Lei Jingtian asked with a True Essence Sound Transmission. At this time, Lei Jingtian was fuming with outrage. He was a proud and dignified sovereign of a fourth-grade sect, and yet he was actually pushed to this point by Lin Ming. He even had to humbly talk conditions with Lin Ming. How could he not be angry? "Thunder Sovereign, perhaps you can speak with Senior Mu about creating the alliance again. How about it?" Although Lin Ming hoped that he would be able to cripple Lei Jingtian, this was only a fanciful thought. Even it was proven beyond a doubt that Lei Jingtian had secretly made deals with the South Sea Demon region. He wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, he could only ruin his reputation forever. After all, Lei Jingtian was the Thundercrest Sovereign, and also an almighty revolving core Supreme Elder. What could Divine Phoenix Island do against him? If they killed him here, that would rouse retaliation from the Thundercrest sect. "Are you threatening this old man?" "Threatening you?" Lin Ming smiled. "Does the Thunder Sovereign still believe that your deal with the South Sea Demon region can continue in these circumstances?" Lei Jingtian grit his teeth. As for Mu Yuhuang, she was smiling. She had never expected that this banquet competition would have such a dramatic result. Lei Jingtian had fallen into his own trap. Just thinking about made her feel extremely satisfied. Mu Yuhuang intentionally spoke in the presence of everyone. "It seems as if Thunder Sovereign has been deceived by Lei Mubai. If I were the Thunder Sovereign, I would immediately kill Lei Mubai here and clean the sect of this trash." Mu Yuhuang's words had instantly placed Lei Jingtian into a dilemma. If he killed Lei Mubai, that would directly make him an enemy of the South Sea Demon region. If he didn't kill Lei Mubai, everyone would suspect that he had an unclear and dangerous relationship with him. Lei Jingtian clenched his teeth and sent a True Essence Sound Transmission to Lin Ming and Mu Yuhuang. "Don't push things too far. Early tomorrow morning I will speak to the 5 Element Region's elders again about forming the alliance. Now give me Lei Mubai." Now that matters had devolved to this point, Lei Jingtian only wanted to obtain the ancient Devil Tome in Lei Mubai's spatial ring. Although it was only the first volume and the rest would be impossible to obtain, it was still better than nothing. Lin Ming said, "Lei Mubai can be handed to Thunder Sovereign, but he cannot be brought down the mountain. As for Lei Mubai's Thunder Soul and spatial ring, these will be left behind." Lei Jingtian frowned. "You still want to loot in this chaos? Most of what is in Lei Mubai's spatial ring belongs to my Thundercrest sect. Why should I give anything to you?" Lin Ming smiled. "Thunder Sovereign is really forgetful. Before, didn't Thunder Sovereign say that Lei Mubai's Thunder Soul and Cultivation method were found in some ancient ruins somewhere?" Thunder Sovereign also added that since ancient times, geniuses had always had great destinies fall on their bodies. Since what Lei Mubai has doesn't belong to the Thundercrest sect, and Lei Mubai is also a spy who was captured by me, then according to this, it stands to reason that everything he has should belong to me. What does Thunder Sovereign think of this? As Lin Ming leisurely spoke, his words almost caused Lei Jingtian to vomit blood on the spot. Lei Jingtian felt that today he had been made into a complete fool, being led in circles all day. He pointed at Lin Ming, his fingers shaking, but ultimately didn't say anything. Finally, he grit his teeth and turned around to leave. As the Thundercrest sect disciples saw Lei Jingtian's anger that was like a billowing inferno, none of them said anything, only quickly following behind him. Only Zhou Xiaoling was left, slumped over on her chair. She watched Lei Mubai, who was lying prone on the ground like a dead dog, and her eyes glazed over. Lei Mubai was defeated by Lin Ming. Lei Mubai was a spy. Lei Mubai's meridians had all been wasted by Lin Ming. As her mind echoed with these thoughts, she felt as if she was going crazy. Zhou Lai glanced at his little sister and deeply sighed, not saying anything. He knew that at this moment, no matter what he said, she wouldn't listen to him. On the stage, the only elder left was Shi Zhongquan. His expression wasn't much better than Lei Jingtian's. He also felt like he had been made into a clown. He had stupidly jumped onto the stage to get some revenge, but not only did he fail, he also attracted scorn and ridicule. Elder Shi, is something wrong? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Shi Zhongquan coldly humphed. Truly, heroes come from the young. Young hero Lin. This old man admires you very much. After Elder Shi said this, he quickly walked off stage. As for the Deep Earth sect disciples, they began to file out of the square. At this time, there were only disciples of the 4 other sects left over. Because of the fight between Lin Ming and Lei Mubai, all of the tables had been overturned and the dishes had all been shattered. Naturally, there was no way to continue the banquet celebrations. The other 4 great sects bid their farewells and also left. Mu Yuhuang was in an extremely good mood. Even if tomorrow's alliance didn't work out, the fact that she could ruin Lei Jingtian's face today also made her feel fabulous. Not only that, now that she had his weakness, it was highly likely that Lei Jingtian would yield tomorrow. The reason that the last meeting with the 6 great sects from the 5-element region hadn't worked out was because Lei Jingtian had bit down and wouldn't let go, not allowing concessions anywhere. Since the other sects didn't want to lose out, the whole negotiation had broken down. But as long as Lei Jingtian would seal his loud mouth, the negotiations could smoothly proceed. Mu Yuhuang looked at Lin Ming, revealing a grateful and happy smile. Lin Ming was truly Divine Phoenix Island's lucky star. At today's banquet celebrations, Lin Ming had single-handedly earned the greatest merit. Lin Ming had not only displayed a magnificent performance as he defeated all the heroic elites that challenged him, allowing Divine Phoenix Island to gain face, but he had also made Lei Jingtian eat his own shit, making it so that he had no choice but to renegotiate with Divine Phoenix Island. This reversal of fortune that was impossible for Mu Yuhuang to accomplish had actually been accomplished by Lin Ming. That night, the usually silent Parasol Tree Pavilion was seething with a festive atmosphere, the entire island overflowing with excitement. Within the glades of the Parasol Tree Pavilion, massive bonfires were held in celebration, with giant parties roaring in full swing. At Divine Phoenix Island, disciples would rarely eat something like barbecue. Usually, what they ate originated from the spirit valleys. There were spirit grains, spirit vegetables, tender bamboo, and other such delicate and soft foods. There were even many female disciples that hadn't touched meat for years. This was truly a land that was untouched by the tainting smoke and fire of the mortal world. Divine Phoenix Island was a very serious and no-nonsense land, and the amount of rules one had to adhere to was breathtaking. The chance for one to indulge themselves in a massive bonfire party like tonight rarely happened even once in several years. Without explicit approval, if one attempted something like this, they would be punished and forced to reflect on their faults. The young core disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, no matter how high and lofty their status, were still youths, and thus still had the mindset and disposition of youths. At night, they would usually seclude themselves in their rooms, cultivating, and then cultivating some more. This sort of monotonous activity would continue for months on end. After a long time, the suppressed unrest in their hearts made them feel anxious. Thus, with tonight's chance of being able to participate in such a rare bonfire celebration, none of the core disciples or direct disciples dared to miss this chance. The inner court disciples could only mix in by finding an entrance through their connections. vowing to enjoy the absolute revelry that was occurring tonight. Within Divine Phoenix Island, 80 to 90% of the disciples were women. Not only that, but most of them were the beautiful and exquisite of women. At a glance, a group of these women chattering together was truly a beautiful sight to behold. Among these individuals was actually the moon-seizing sect's Xianxia. As a new disciple, she didn't have the qualifications to enter a core disciple bonfire celebration like this, but Zhang remembered that this girl had arrived at Divine Phoenix Island together with Lin Ming, and it was also Zhang who had received them. Zhang guessed that Zhou Xinyu might be Lin Ming's maid or even something like a concubine, and that was why he had deliberately brought her here. In Zhang's opinion, with Zhou Xinyu's talent, she would also be placed as a maid within Divine Phoenix Island. Of course, she might be the head maid and have the fortune of serving the daily living arrangements of a direct disciple. When Zhou Xinyu had been led forwards by Zhang, she had felt a bit foggy. She didn't have the qualifications to participate in the morning's birthday banquet, so she hadn't witnessed the fight between the kings of the younger generation that everyone was abuzz about. She had only heard the details through Zhang, who had also exaggerated many parts. But in her heart, she still found it hard to believe. A pulse condensation period youth was able to compare to a Xiantian master? Zhou Xinyu didn't need to listen to anything else. Just this thought was enough to be a demonic curse that branded itself onto her heart, making her feel as if she were living a waking dream. The Xiantian realm. That was once a goal that Zhou Xinyu had struggled towards, and was also the symbol of being a moon-seizing sect elder. If Zhou Xinyu ever saw any of these elders, she had to be completely respectful and bow. But now, Lin Ming had attained strength that was equal to an inner court elder of the moon-seizing sect. As Zhou Xinyu was lost in thought, suddenly she heard Zhang cry out, "Big Brother Lin! Big Brother Lin!" As Zhang held a roasted blue-eyed pheasant in one hand, he madly waved to the approaching Lin Ming with the other. If she didn't see this with her own eyes, Zhou Xinyu would hardly have believed it. This core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, who had just been full of swagger and bluster a few days ago, was actually charmingly smiling at Lin Ming, taking the role of a little brother greeting his big brother. Lin Ming had just come back from meeting with old lady Yu Huang and had been invited to participate in this bonfire party. Without a doubt, he was tonight's center lead. The entire bonfire party was suddenly in pandemonium, everyone's eyes turning to look at him. In most of these eyes shined worship and admiration. Of course, there were also some eyes that were filled with envy. And for most of the people here, this was the first time that they had seen Lin Ming. He's Lin Ming? He doesn't seem like he would be as strong as a Xiantian martial artist. A 15 or 16-year-old inner court disciple suddenly said. As he looked at the aura that Lin Ming exuded, it was much worse than a Xiantian realm master. "You stupid idiot, you know nothing." Senior apprentice Brother Lin usually keeps his aura hidden. When he needs to, in a critical moment he can erupt with endless strength. Not only that, but he can erupt twice. It's no problem for his momentum to increase by 5, 6, 7, 8 times over. In the battle with Lei Mubai, Lin Ming's true essence had erupted twice. The first was when he has used the power of tempering marrow, and the second time was when he had opened the heretical god force. The impression that this had left on everyone's mind was simply too deep. After Lin Ming arrived, he saw Mu Shaoqing and Mu Dingshan and smiled at them in greeting. Then he walked over to Zhang and sat beside him. Zhou Xinyu. Lin Ming discovered that Zhou Xinyu was also there. Senior apprentice Brother Zhang allowed me to come. Zhou Xinyu carefully put down the barbecue in her hands and said, "I want to thank you. I became an inner court disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, and Her Highness the Saintess also allowed me to study a jade slip with the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. She also promised that within a month she will transplant the Vermilion Bird bloodline within me." Zhou Xinyu's voice was a bit cautious. Lin Ming's halo was simply too bright and dazzling now. She unconsciously spoke to him in a respectful manner. As for the young and fanciful thoughts of a girl that she had held for Lin Ming after he had repeatedly rescued her from danger, she had already deeply suppressed these within her heart. "Good, I'm happy for you." Lin Ming had mentioned Zhou Xinyu's matter to Mu Qianyu. With a word from Mu Qianyu, this situation was quickly resolved. Of course, the vermilion bird bloodline that Zhou Xinyu would have transplanted within her was far inferior to the one that Lin Ming would receive through the vermilion bird blood essence. Although each inner court disciple had the vermilion bird bloodline, it was also divided by rank. Mu Qianyu had promised a very high rank to Zhou Xinyu, enough for her to practice the first few layers of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle and also to obtain a certain fire attribute true essence fusion compatibility. With the pleasant and enjoyable atmosphere of the party, Lin Ming was introduced to everyone by Zhang Xin. Among many of these were the direct disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, including Yan Fuhong. Senior apprentice Brother Yan. Lin Ming smiled as he cupped his hands across his chest. Yan Fuhong's face was somewhat stiff. Originally he would rather die than attend this party, but all the other direct disciples and core disciples were participating. If he didn't come, that would be a blatant admission of his guilt. Yan Fuhong's heart was troubled. If he had known earlier just how abnormal this Lin Ming was, he would never have had the courage to oppose him. In the future, Lin Ming had the possibility to be a character that exceeded the likes of Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. If old lady Yu Huang felt like it, she might even randomly assign a title on Lin Ming like the Saint Son of Divine Phoenix Island. Even though Yan Fuhong wasn't a small fish, he wouldn't even be enough for Lin Ming to stick between his teeth. Yan Fuhong barely managed to cling to the bitter and pained smile on his face. He didn't know whether or not Zhang Yunjian had sold him out, but with Lin Ming's current influence, if he had asked Zhang Yunjian would absolutely speak the truth. As he thought this, Yan Fuhong's face was like a beaten-up eggplant. He raised his head and took a drink of his wine, hesitating as to whether or not he should confess everything and beg for mercy. But at this time, Lin Ming had already turned to leave. Yan Fuhong let out a long sigh of relief, his palms sweaty. After he had been introduced to most of the disciples present, Lin Ming found a free seat near a bonfire and sat down, placing his total concentration into cooking barbecue. Lin Ming liked barbecue and he was also very talented at cooking. Quickly, Lin Ming became the focus of everyone at this bonfire. Of course, the attention of the female disciples was unavoidable. The female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were famous throughout the entire South Horizon region. They were top in both quantity and quality. Most of the disciples at this party were women, and they were dressed in exquisite clothing. This was truly a gathering of beauties. During this period, from time to time an amazingly gorgeous and well-dressed girl would intentionally or unintentionally sashay over to where Lin Ming was at this bonfire. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, that fire origin energy fluctuation I felt during that evening at the Parasol Tree Pavilion was so fierce. I heard that Senior Apprentice Brother Lin has studied the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle for only a few months to reach this level. I've practiced for 2 years and have just broken through to the second layer. Perhaps Senior Apprentice Brother Lin could come over some time and personally guide me. A cute and lovable 15 or 16-year girl gazed at Lin Ming with her black eyes shining, hope and longing within them. Well, I've also only reached the second layer. If I can cultivate to a higher layer, I will have the opportunity to assist you. Really? If Senior Apprentice Brother Lin says so, then a promise is a promise. Promise is a promise. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, can you taste this chicken wing that I've roasted? Another cute girl came along. She had brought a carefully selected pheasant wing. This was the best one that she had managed to roast after a long time. Thank you. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he received it, feeling a bit helpless. He was beginning to think that an imbalance between men and women wasn't necessarily a good thing. Divine Phoenix Island had an excess of female disciples. If any one of these Divine Phoenix Island girls were to be placed in the mortal world or a small sect, they would be the proud and most talented woman there. Naturally, they had no liking for mortal men. Without mentioning, just the gap of youth between a martial artist and a mortal was enough. As for marrying the disciples of other fourth-grade sects, they would have to face the choice of leaving the sect. But once they left, they wouldn't be able to continue practicing Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods. And as for staying to enhance the vermilion bird bloodline purity in their bodies, that would become impossible. Because of these reasons, the female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island tried as hard as they could to marry within the sect. Therefore, all of the male disciples were extremely sought after. In fact, it was common for very outstanding male disciples to have many wives and concubines. For instance, with Xianxia, a disciple of his level might have several maid disciples serving him in the bedroom even after he was married. A disciple like that within Divine Phoenix Island was equivalent to a janitor disciple of the 7 profound valleys in status. There was simply a massive number of them. Most of the female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island would rather be a concubine than marry into strange and distant 4th-grade sections. But as a concubine, they also had to settle on someone. Appearances were secondary. What was most important were their talent and potential. Someone like Lin Ming, who was very handsome and was also strong to the point of being abnormal, would naturally be their top choice. Although the female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island had a very noble and virtuous personality, when they were looking for a man, they would drop any qualms they had. Especially when it came to such a top choice like Lin Ming, the slightest bit of hesitation would cause them to lose out. At first, there were just some girls that came up to chat with Lin Ming out of accident or design. Then, there were girls that started to come up to him, giving him barbecue to taste. Soon a massive plate near Lin Ming was piling over with barbecue. When Zhang saw this, he was speechless. His stomach was rumbling with hunger, and yet Lin Ming wouldn't even be able to eat all this. Zhang couldn't help but take out a few pieces of barbecue from that giant pile. He hadn't even bitten into it when he felt a chill climb up his back. He turned around and was surprised to see several young girls glaring at him with deathly murder in their eyes. Zhang's neck shrank, and his courage dimmed as he quickly and meekly placed back the barbecue. Oh! As the bonfire party reached its peak, Mu Qianyu arrived. Several of the surrounding disciples saw her and quickly stood up to bow. Mu Qianyu smiled and said, "Everyone relax. Please be casual. Today I've only come to have a look at the fun. There's no need to pay attention to me." As Mu Qianyu said this, she walked over to the bonfire that Lin Ming was sitting at. At the central region of the bonfire party, there was a bevy of 6 or 7 young girls excitedly speaking as they formed a circle. Along with everyone else, it was simply packed tight with people close enough to push each other. "Lin Ming." A woman's crisp and clear voice sounded. Lin Ming turned his head to see that the one who spoke was Mu Qianyu. All the disciples that were sitting around the fire quickly rose up to salute. Compared to an elder of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qianyu's status was even higher than some. Mu Qianyu smiled and said, "Lei Mubai is locked up in the dungeon. Would you like to go and see him now?" Lin Ming was slightly stunned, then he happily said, "All right." Before this, Lin Ming had been called over to Mu Yuhuang, and they had conversed for a good 2 hours. He didn't even have time to spare a thought to Lei Mubai. When Mu Qianyu arrived, the entire atmosphere of the party became wary. Mu Qianyu glanced at all the young girls that surrounded Lin Ming and faintly smiled, sending him a true essence sound transmission. "Do you think my Divine Phoenix Island is heaven on earth for male disciples?" Lin Ming's voice paused. He ruefully smiled. "Miss Mu, please don't joke with me. It was just a short time, but I've already had to make many promises to them." "Ha ha," Mu Qianyu chuckled. "From now on you may call me Senior Apprentice Sister. Honorable Master has already received you as a disciple. Also, Master Ancestor would like to see you. Master Ancestor should probably want to discuss the matter of entering the Divine Phoenix mystic realm." "That's right. Weren't you interested in all those things that Lei Mubai had?" "I am indeed interested," Lin Ming honestly replied. Master said to hand everything to you as long as you don't kill him. As I remember, your methods were sufficiently ruthless. The elder that was healing Lei Mubai used a great deal of top medicines. But that fellow is still lying half dead without much hope to live longer. All of the meridians in his body have been depleted and shattered, and his martial arts have been wasted. Mu Qianyu looked at Lin Ming, a deep expression in her eyes. This was the first time that she had seen such a martial arts crippling technique. She had no idea where Lin Ming could have studied this from. Lin Ming laughed twice and didn't answer. The realm of the god's pulse-cutting palm was an extremely sinister and cruel move. As for wanting to heal the damage, well, not even the miracle medicines of the realm of the gods might be effective, much less anything that could be found within the Sky Spill continent. "Let's go." The two of them left the Parasol Tree Pavilion together and walked towards Divine Phoenix Island's dungeons. The Divine Phoenix Island dungeon was located within the hillside and extended several hundred feet deep. Within the depths of the dungeon was an array formation. Once this array formation was fully activated, its defensive capabilities were strong enough to withstand even the full bombardment of a revolving core master. Within the deepest reaches of the dungeon there was a sealed stone chamber. Lei Mubai was lying there on the ground as if he were dead. His complexion was wan like he had lost all his blood. His spatial ring had already been taken out and placed on a table where it was sealed up, and the great desolate blood halberd replica was also set aside. Lin Ming looked at Lei Mubai in this state and knew that his heart had already died. A proud man whose arrogance had sunk into his bones and had vainly dreamed to one day rule the world and control the fate of all others in his hand had suddenly suffered such a great attack. In this situation, losing all hope was a completely normal event. Lin Ming, you seem to care about the Thunder Soul in Lei Mubai, right? Mu Qianyu asked. Lin Ming nodded. Mu Qianyu's eyebrow arched up. If I'm not wrong, the final move that you defeated Lei Mubai with not only used a Thunder Soul, but also a Flame Essence? Mu Qianyu had a special physique and was very sensitive to anything related to fire. Lin Ming's Thunder Fire Annihilation had passed in an instant, but the energy of the Flame Essence had been sensed by Mu Qianyu. Lin Ming hesitated a bit before honestly acknowledging this. He would be in contact with Mu Qianyu for a long time. Sooner or later, she would find out his secret. Lin Ming said, "My body is special. I can absorb many Thunder Souls and Flame Essences." Although she had speculated about this earlier, hearing Lin Ming's affirmation caused Mu Qianyu to take a deep breath. Just what kind of bloodline did Lin Ming have? He was actually able to absorb multiple Thunder Souls and Flame Essences? This was simply unheard of. Normally, as a martial artist's strength grew, they would need to replace the Thunder Soul or Flame Essence within their body. After someone had a Thunder Soul or Flame Essence within their body for a long time, they would be able to smoothly utilize its strength. But once they traded it in for another, more powerful one, they would need to adapt to the new properties of the Thunder Soul or Flame Essence, completely learning and developing new skills. This was a process that took a very long time. But Lin Ming was actually able to absorb multiple Thunder Souls and Flame Essences. Not only would he be able to avoid the hassle in this aspect, but he could also increase the power of thunder and fire within his body. This was simply a talent that defied the heavens. Mu Qianyu looked at Lin Ming as if she were looking at some spooky monster. Just how many Thunder Souls and Flame Essences can you absorb? Well, I don't really know. Lin Ming didn't know whether or not the heretical godseed had an upper limit. The supreme elder of the realm of the gods hadn't possessed this secret skill for a long time. Before he could thoroughly research it, he had been reduced to ashes. Now everything was left over for Lin Ming to ponder himself. Not wanting to continue this line of questioning, Lin Ming took out a small crystal bottle from his spatial ring. There was a small red crystal sphere sealed within. "That's right. This is for you." Mu Qianyu looked at the small crystal bottle and a surprised expression crossed her face. "This is the shattered demon heart crystal? You still have it?" Mu Qianyu saw that this shattered demon heart crystal looked complete, very different to the 1/3 he had left from proving Lei Mubai's guilt. This sort of treasure would make Xiantian masters of any sect jealous. How could Lin Ming have so many? This is a gift for you." Lin Ming placed the small crystal bottle in Mu Qianyu's hand. He smiled, jokingly saying, "Since I entered the sect and have a master now, I should give senior apprentice sister a gift on the first meeting." Mu Qianyu was in the process of breaking through to the revolving core realm. Although reaching the revolving core realm was only a matter of time, if she had the help of the shattered demon heart crystal, she might be able to make her breakthrough several months earlier. To a top genius, several months was an incomparably precious amount of time. Mu Qianyu stared at the small crystal bottle that Lin Ming had placed in her hand and muttered, "I really don't know what sort of special body you have. You actually ate this shattered demon heart crystal." I ate a bit more than half," Lin Ming casually said. Mu Qianyu already felt a bit numb. This was a top miracle medicine that even a Xiantian master had to be careful when taking. As for Lin Ming, he had swallowed half with a mere pulse condensation period cultivation. Really, this special body of his was too abnormal. She eventually took the shattered demon heart crystal. She had wanted to say some word of thanks, but as the words reached her lips, she felt a bit sentimental and decided not to say anything. As she thought back, Mu Qianyu remembered that just half a year ago, she and Lin Ming were strangers. But now, their relationship had developed to the stage where she could accept such a gift without needing to thank him. It was just like they were close siblings. As she realized they had such a close relationship, Mu Qianyu felt warm in her heart. She looked at Lin Ming with a trace of happiness in her eyes and smiled. "Are you going to absorb the blood-extinguishing demon thunder? Would you like me to help?" It would be great if you could stay around, just in case something happens." As he opened the dungeon seal, Lin Ming went to investigate Lei Mubai's condition. At this point, his cultivation had already dropped to the flesh training stage. Not only was that, but the residual true essence in his body continued to dissipate. Sooner or later, it would all disappear. After another day or two, Lei Mubai would become a cripple. His body would even be worse than a normal mortal's. Lei Mubai's eyes opened as he looked towards the heavens, his mouth spasming as he spat out this hateful name that had become unforgettable to him. Lin Ming didn't respond. Instead, he undid the seal on the table and took Lei Mubai's spatial ring. "You will die. Wait until the day that the South Sea Demon region tramples over Divine Phoenix Island. On that day, you will be flayed alive and destroyed without even a body to bury." Lei Mubai's life was at its end, and his heart was like dying embers. Now, the only thing that supported him was his undying and eternally utter hatred of Lin Ming. Lin Ming grabbed onto Lei Mubai's arm and began to link his true essence to the heretical god seed. As he clearly felt the energy coming from the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, the heretical god seed within him began to restlessly spin about. This was a low-grade Earth-step thunder soul that was no worse than his purple flood dragon divine thunder. If it wasn't for the fact that Lei Mubai's cultivation was completely wasted at this time, it would be impossible to seize it. The heretical god seed began to excitedly whine. Lin Ming poured true essence into Lei Mubai's body, turning it into a net of true essence that covered the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Because of Lei Mubai's weakened state, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder didn't have much ability to resist. After a quarter of an hour passed, Lin Ming's true essence net had finally tightly wrapped around the thunder soul. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder fiercely struggled under the true essence shackles. However, under the formidable coercive pressure of the heretical god seed, there wasn't much trouble it could cause. Puff! With a light sound, the blood-red blood-extinguishing demon thunder was violently pulled out. Lei Mubai's entire body fiercely trembled, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He immediately went limp on the ground as if someone had pulled out his spine. All of Lei Mubai's ambitions and hopes had come to an end. As Lin Ming looked at his pitiful and wretched appearance, he didn't feel a single ounce of pity or compassion in his heart. Someday, if Lei Mubai ever became an extreme revolving core supreme elder or even a peerless emperor powerhouse, there was no telling how many rivers of blood would flow or how many people would die because they had been used for him to cultivate his martial arts. As the blood-extinguishing demon thunder appeared, it was just like a red serpent. Crimson energy recklessly erupted from it, as if it wanted to fly into Lin Ming's body and suck up all his blood essence. Lin Ming locked his hands together, and according to the method of sealing a thunder soul, drew up dozens of runes. All of these runes fell onto the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, causing its radiance to dim by a few degrees. After several breaths of time, Lin Ming was able to galvanize his azure true essence into forming a cage, imprisoning the savage blood-extinguishing demon thunder. The deep red thunder soul smashed against the cage that imprisoned it. However, it was unable to break through the endless azure true essence. This really is a sinister and evil thunder soul. Lin Ming let out a light breath. Even though it was trapped in a cage, he could still clearly feel the rich blood energy and atmosphere that emitted from the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. It was as if he had been caught in a hellish blood pond, and all the blood vitality in his body was being sucked out. "There's a quiet room at the side. I'll guard you," Mu Qianyu said. After he walked into the nearby quiet room, Lin Ming sat down on the stone bed and placed a hand on the cage. Suddenly, the true essence he was revolving erupted. A powerful force filtered through the heretical god seed and began to influence the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. In that moment, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder that was crazily smashing against its cage suddenly felt uneasy. The vast pressure coming from the heretical god seed was causing it to feel fear. As the immense cover of pressure began to fall down, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder felt increasingly uneasy. Its manic efforts of breaking out of the true essence cage increased as it impacted the cage again and again. A crack had actually developed in the endless azure true essence, spreading out. "Do you need me to help?" Mu Qianyu asked. Lin Ming had to handle the last and final absorbing process himself. But she could still assist in suppressing the Thunder Soul at the start. "No need." As the azure true essence cage finally broke, Lin Ming reached out a hand and grabbed the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Then he pressed it into his chest. As Mu Qianyu saw what Lin Ming had done, she was scared into a cold sweat. Lin Ming had actually directly pressed the blood-extinguishing demon thunder towards his heart. But the blood-extinguishing demon thunder was an evil existence that could swallow blood essence. Directly putting such a thing into your heart was just too risky. "Lin Ming, you..." Chi. The clothes on Lin Ming's chest were burned to ash. In that instant, his skin there had also lost color. This was the direct result of the blood-extinguishing demon thunder absorbing one's blood essence. Mu Qianyu's mind jumped. But as she thought of the repeated miracles that Lin Ming had accomplished in the past half-year, she didn't say anything. Instead, she fished around in her ring for some pills that could help replenish blood. She found a 9-revolution blood vitality pill and gave it to Lin Ming. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder could swallow one's blood essence. Having a pill that could restore the power of blood vitality a bit would greatly assist in alleviating the pressure on Lin Ming. Lin Ming swallowed the 9-revolution blood vitality pill and waved his head, saying, "I'm all right." Initially, when his cultivation was only at the peak bone forging stage, he had been able to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Now that his cultivation had increased by a great deal, it naturally wouldn't be dangerous to absorb the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. In fact, as the blood-extinguishing demon thunder entered his heart, it was already completely suppressed by the heretical god seed. Due to their toughness and strength, Lin Ming's meridians were already able to withstand nearly any impact it could offer. As for the blood that the blood-extinguishing demon thunder was swallowing, or even the blood essence, Lin Ming simply didn't care. This was a necessary process in absorbing the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. One had to use their own blood vitality and blood essence to feed the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. If the power of one's blood vitality wasn't enough, then the blood-extinguishing demon thunder would suck dry all of that person's blood, and that person would die. Afterwards, the Thunder Soul would just escape. On the other hand, if one's power of blood vitality was robust enough and their meridians were also tough enough, they would be able to suppress and control the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. As for their blood essence that it had absorbed, it would all become their own again. As long as the blood-extinguishing demon thunder didn't escape, there would be no loss. But the feeling of having the blood-extinguishing demon thunder absorbing his blood essence was also a very unpleasant sensation. Lin Ming felt half his body go cold and his hands and feet became dull. His sense of touch was becoming less sensitive, and he felt like the other half of his body didn't even belong to him. The power of thunder within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder had a very powerful corrosive effect. When it circulated in one's meridians, it was no different than a strong acid. It was an incomparably burning and painful feeling. Along with the mass consumption of blood essence, one would feel like they were dying. Mu Qianyu could clearly see thin black strings running out from Lin Ming's heart like words, spreading everywhere throughout his body. They spread to his arms, his legs, and even his neck. This was the breath of death. It was caused by the loss of a massive amount of blood essence. Mu Qianyu had a certain understanding of the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Although there were many martial artists that were able to finally absorb it, their body would suffer a major deficit in their blood and undergo necrosis in certain parts because of a lack of blood. Afterwards, they would have to spend a long period of time recuperating in bed. She didn't hope that this was what would happen to Lin Ming. If the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm officially opened and Lin Ming wasn't able to attend, he would need to wait another 3 years. Once he was almost 20 years old, he would have missed the best time to participate. As Mu Qianyu thought this, she also took out a blood yang pill from her spatial ring. This blood yang pill was refined from 1,000-year-old blood yang lingji and was a priceless treasure. It was also one of the pills that Mu Qianyu saved as life insurance. Lin Ming, I'm all right. I'm just letting it absorb whatever blood essence it wants. I have an idea of what I'm doing. Lin Ming pushed away the blood yang pill. His power of blood vitality was extremely formidable. In addition, he also had the endless azure true essence. With these things, he would be able to restrain the breath of death that spread in his body. There was no need for Mu Qianyu to waste such an important pill that was used to ensure her life. The reason that he was allowing the blood-extinguishing demon thunder to crazily swallow whatever blood essence it wanted to in his heart was to fuse with it on a deeper level and have better control over it. Finally, he would completely integrate it into the heretical god seed. But he didn't expect that the savage and greedy nature of the blood-extinguishing demon thunder had even surpassed his imagination. At this time, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder in Lin Ming's body was like a massive leech that was plump with blood. With the great attractive force of the heretical god seed acting on his entire body, no matter how hard or frantically the blood-extinguishing demon thunder struggled, it still wouldn't be able to escape from this vortex of suction. Ah! The blood-extinguishing demon thunder suddenly uttered a hoarse scream. At one end, an open mouth formed. This mouth was only the size of a bean, but it had long rows of dense and sharp fangs. As Lin Ming looked within his body, his heart suddenly went cold. It was too spooky and unnatural for a thunder soul to suddenly develop a mouth with fangs in it. Ah! Ah! The blood-extinguishing demon thunder screamed over and over, and suddenly bit into the walls of Lin Ming's heart. Puff! Flesh and blood splattered out. Lin Ming's body shook, his face went pale. No matter how extremely formidable his blood vitality was, it was very difficult to withstand the pain of his heart being injured. Lin Ming grit his teeth and then conjured up a net of azure true essence that fell over the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, forming a cocoon that wrapped around it. I see. You're the one that's making trouble. Lin Ming became aware of a will that was placed within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, and his mouth curved up in a smile. With a thought, a crazy surge of true essence emerged around the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. In that moment, there was only a tearing chi sound as if a flame was going out. A wisp of a residual soul turned into smoke as it was destroyed from within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Lei Mubai, who had been lying down on the stone floor next door, fiercely trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and this blood even contained a faint hint of blood essence. His complexion was now no different than golden funeral paper. His lips trembled. He knew that the wisp of residual will that he had hid within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder had been exterminated by Lin Ming. He humorlessly smiled, his entire mouth wet with blood. He had placed that wisp of remnant will within the blood-extinguishing demon thunder a long time ago, before his cultivation had been wasted. He thought that even if he couldn't prevent Lin Ming from absorbing the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, he should still at least be able to damage the blood vitality of his enemy. But he didn't that his residual will would be so easily destroyed. Lei Mubai was filled with a sense of despair. His eyes looked up at the ceiling, and now there was no longer any light left within them. Oh! After Lei Mubai's residual will was destroyed, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder seemed to have lost its strength and vigor. It no longer had the ability to resist the massive attractive force, and it was sucked flying into the vortex of the heretical god seed. Ah! The blood-extinguishing demon thunder gave out a final miserable shriek before it was received into the coiling dragon steel needle. The 2-inch-long coiling dragon steel needle suddenly grew to 3 inches, and on the surface of it appeared a small red snake. This small red snake coiled around steel needle a total of 8 times. It connected together with purple flood dragon divine thunder. Bang! In that instant, a new coiling dragon steel needle was born, and an unbridled power of thunder erupted forth, flooding through all of Lin Ming's meridians. This power of thunder was so brutal that Lin Ming only felt his entire body shake and his skeleton pop all over. The impure pill toxins within his meridians were all burned by a blazing hot power of thunder, instantly turning into ash. Lin Ming stuffily coughed, then vomited a mouthful of black blood. Mu Qianyu was shocked. She quickly held onto Lin Ming and propped him up, disregarding the taboos that existed between men and women. She extended her perception into Lin Ming's body, and suddenly she was shocked, and then immediately overjoyed. Lin Ming's meridians had linked up once more, and the tenacity of his meridians had increased by another great margin. He had finally stepped into the peak pulse condensation period. Lin Ming, you broke through. It was a breakthrough. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He had already been stranded in the late pulse condensation period for far too long. During the 3 months he had spent at Dark Moon Island, he had built up too many pill toxins within his body. He had been constantly refining and eliminating them, but it was still very difficult to cleanly remove them all. He hadn't thought that this time, with such a savage power of thunder coursing through him, it would completely remove all of the impurities in his body. The black blood that Lin Ming had spat out was all of the pill toxins and impurities in his body. Lin Ming's cultivation had already approached the peak pulse condensation period. At the banquet competition, his cultivation had consolidated once again, and in addition to breaking through to the second layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle as well as clearing up all of the pill toxins in his body, he had successfully reached the peak pulse condensation period. I wonder if my strength can exceed an early Xiantian master now? When Lin Ming opened the heretical god force, he was able to attain the strength to suppress a common early Xiantian master. But the heretical god force could not last in perpetuity. When a battle dragged out for a long time, he would most likely lose. At best, he would fight to a draw. Now that he had broken through to the peak pulse condensation period, Lin Ming's strength had surged upwards again. He wanted to find an early Xiantian master and test out his newfound strength. Being comparable to an early Xiantian master and defeating one were two entirely different concepts. He immersed his sense in the newly evolved Thunder Soul. Suddenly, Lin Ming was surprised. There's this change. On the new coiling dragon steel needle, he felt two energies. He felt the manic and violent purple flood dragon divine thunder that was like an unstoppable force, but he also felt the evil and cruel blood-extinguishing demon thunder that thirsted for life. It actually completely retained both Thunder Soul's characteristics. Not only that, but it was also improved to a medium-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul. Although it was currently the weakest and most basic of the medium-grade Earth-step Thunder Souls, Lin Ming was satisfied. As Mu Qianyu saw Lin Ming's excited appearance, she finally relaxed. It seemed that Lin Ming had managed to keep everything under control. At this time, even the black lines along Lin Ming's body were beginning to fade away, and they soon disappeared. His original healthy-looking skin was also restored to its vibrant color. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes turned. She suddenly had an idea that she wanted to take a close look at Lin Ming's Thunder Soul. But the truth was that this sort of request was very rude and impolite for martial artists. Even between friends, one wouldn't rashly ask to see the other's final resort. Not only that, but this Thunder Soul also involved the secrets within Lin Ming's body. However, once a girl's curiosity was aroused, it was very difficult to restrain. Mu Qianyu really wanted to know why Lin Ming was able to contain two Thunder Souls in his body. She blinked and then softly said, "Lin Ming, may I have a look at your Thunder Soul?" Such a soft and sweet tone was very comfortable to hear. Lin Ming also didn't have much hesitation towards Mu Qianyu. He directly took out the Divine Demon Thunder Soul. Chi! The 3-inch-long Thunder Soul steel needle immediately leapt out from Lin Ming's fingertips and paused atop his palm, circling there as it floated. On the steel needle there was a purple flood dragon that coiled around the body. But there was also a red serpent. One dragon, one snake. Both were very vivid and lifelike. Every scale was outlined, and even their clear eyes could be seen. It was just like a real dragon and snake had been trapped within the steel needle. As the Thunder Soul appeared, reddish-purple arcs of electricity scattered out in all directions, and the thunder origin energy of the entire stone chamber suddenly became frenzied, as if it were constantly being sucked into the divine demon Thunder Soul, forming a purplish-red vortex. Mu Qianyu's bright eyes widened, shock coloring her expression. This is the Thunder Soul? This was the first time that Mu Qianyu had seen a thunder soul that looked like this. A thunder soul could manifest into an object, but a martial artist needed to compress their true essence to an extreme degree. But Lin Ming's thunder soul didn't seem to have any compressed true essence to it, and yet it already had this appearance. "Can I touch it?" Mu Qianyu asked, after hesitating for a moment. "Of course you can," Lin Ming replied. There wasn't any danger in touching the divine demon thunder soul when it was in this state. Not only that, but the truth was that even if he stimulated the divine demon thunder soul to its maximum strength, it was just impossible to wound someone like Mu Qianyu who had an extreme Xiantian cultivation. Mu Qianyu stretched out a jade-like finger and gently placed her fingertip firmly on the divine demon thunder soul. As she traced her finger up Lin Ming's steel needle, she was able to feel an ice-cold sensation, as if this thunder soul steel needle was really made of metal. How amazing! Mu Qianyu was aware that this was part of Lin Ming's secret and was certainly related to his special physique. That Lin Ming would be so unreserved in sharing such a secret with her really caused a strange sensation to flutter in her heart. She faintly smiled, and then retracted her jade-like finger. She said, "The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm will open half a month from now. You should rest well tonight. Tomorrow the High Ancestor will see you. She'll also pass down vermilion bird blood essence as well as the transplantation method so that you can obtain a greater harvest at the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm." Yes, the shattered demon heart crystal that I gave to you earlier. You should absorb it here if it's convenient. Mu Qianyu thought about it for a moment and then said, "Okay." In order to take the shattered demon heart crystal, one needed to fuse it with their blood essence to guide it into their body. Mu Qianyu bit her own finger, and then forced a drop of blood essence into the crystal bottle. After the dark red blood and the shattered demon heart crystal touched, the blood immediately began to bubble in excitement, the blood rolling around in waves. The shattered demon heart crystal began to melt until it finally became a thick, viscous red liquid within the bottle. An endlessly vivid energy spread out along with it, as if this bottle of dark red liquid came from an unknown world. It was like an ancient and undiscovered gate was slowly opening its doors to Mu Qianyu. "It's so mystifying," Mu Qianyu said. "This shattered demon heart crystal contains the residual will of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Once I absorb his will, my understanding of the origin of all martial arts will also deepen by a bit." Mu Qianyu nodded and swallowed down the bottle of sticky red liquid. The sweet, coppery taste of blood began to spread within her mouth. As the red liquid entered her body, she immediately felt the blood within her body move, as if it were boiling. A scalding heat began to swell up, spreading along her meridians and heating up her body. Mu Qianyu's mind shook, and she was suddenly pulled back to her spiritual sea. The scene that Lin Ming had seen before was now replaying itself in front of Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu saw the Netherworld Great Emperor grasp his great axe and crazily slaughter 10,000 demons until the heavens themselves were dyed red in blood. This was truly a shocking sight. Mu Qianyu had a profound cultivation. Although she hadn't yet reached the revolving core realm, she was already comparable to a common early revolving core martial artist. As for her combat strength, it was even beyond that. Thus, the remnant will of the Netherworld Great Emperor wasn't able to shake her mind. It was just the energy that was contained within the shattered demon heart crystal. But Mu Qianyu wasn't able to absorb in a short time. This was a complete shattered demon heart crystal, and her cultivation was lower than Elder Jean and Elder Bai's by a great degree. Mu Qianyu's breathing quickened and she began to perspire with drops of fragrant sweat. "How do you feel?" "A bit hot." Mu Qianyu took a handkerchief from her spatial ring and wiped away her sweat. Her neck was flushed red with blood. As Lin Ming saw the beads of crystal-clear sweat drip down Mu Qianyu's pale cheeks, he was dazed for a moment. To him, it seemed as if there were simply no impurities within her body. Otherwise, if she ate this sort of pill that washed the muscles and marrows, she should at least have discharged some impurities. However, as he remembered Mu Qianyu's daily life in Divine Phoenix Island, where she only ate the rare and valuable fruits of spirit valleys and drank the sweet morning dew, he realized that it was normal for her to have no impurities in her body. When Lin Ming had first eaten half of the shattered demon heart crystal, his entire body had bled from the head down, but Mu Qianyu had only sweat a bit. The sweat matted her hair and caused her clothes to stick tightly onto her body. This was quite an uncomfortable feeling. Mu Qinyu couldn't bear this, so she tugged at her wet clothes, accentuating the contours of her body. Seeing this sight, Lin Ming couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. A bit embarrassed, he said, "I'll go and get some ice water." "No need. I'll finish soon. I've already absorbed more than half. After this, I'll take a bath." As she spoke, Mu Qinyu seemed to suddenly realize something and her cheeks flushed red. She moved her fire attribute true essence and all the sweat on her body evaporated. As her clothes dried and loosened again, that beautiful spring scene disappeared. "Tomorrow morning I will take you to see the High Ancestor." Lin Ming awkwardly coughed. "Okay." On the back mountains of Divine Phoenix Island, there was an abundance of green plants in bloom. At this time in the morning, a dense mist shrouded the mountain, the entire mountain looking like a picturesque scene from a painting. A spring stream trickled, and a gentle breeze rolled in. The music of the morning faintly sounded in the air. Between the bamboo groves, there were deep and winding trails that spread through. On the bamboo leaves was fresh morning dew that dripped down. As Lin Ming walked down the trail, he sighed. This was truly like an immortal paradise on earth. This bamboo grove was where Mu Fengxian lived in seclusion, Emerald Bamboo Pavilion. At the end of the path there was an elegant bamboo house. As one walked up, they could smell the fragrant bamboo mixed with a deep earthy scent, causing anyone here to feel relaxed and comfortable. As Mu Qinyu and Lin Ming arrived, they were about to announce themselves when Mu Fengxian's voice sounded out. "Come in. Lin Ming, Honorable Master, has called for you. I'll wait for you here." Lin Ming nodded, then opened the bamboo leaf door and strode in. The furnishings within the bamboo house were very simple. There were a few wicker chairs and a plain wooden table. As one walked on the bamboo floor, they could even hear a creaking sound. Mu Fengxian was sat on one of these wicker chairs and wore a long red dress. Her silver hair was tied back with a hairpin, and she smiled as she looked at Lin Ming, glancing over at a wicker chair opposite to her. "Sit down." Lin Ming politely sat down. Mu Fengxian had already heard the news that Lin Ming had broken through to the peak pulse condensation period and wasn't surprised. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Ming, slowly saying, "As Yu Huang's personal disciple, you may call me Master Ancestor. Half a month from now, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm will open. Do you know what the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is?" Lin Ming shook his head. Before now, all he had heard about the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm were some vague rumors, and he didn't know any specifics. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is a legacy that the ancient Phoenix clan left behind. Its history goes back tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Ming was shocked. That long? But Divine Phoenix Island is only... Divine Phoenix Island only has a history of 3,000 years. My Divine Phoenix Island may claim to be descendants of the ancient Phoenix clan, but the truth is that 3,000 years ago, my Divine Phoenix Island was just a third-grade sect with mostly female cultivators. At that time, Silent Demon Emperor City had just risen to prominence. Because my Divine Phoenix Island had many young female disciples, the sect feared that they would be attacked by Silent Demon Emperor City and the women captured as slaves to use in sexual cultivation. Thus, the sect decided to relocate and escape to the South Sea's Divine Phoenix Island. This island wasn't originally called Divine Phoenix Island. Instead, it was named that afterwards. After the sect was stationed here, the sect master came across a great lucky chance within Divine Phoenix Island. She was the first person to enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. After she came out, she had managed to obtain the Vermilion Bird bloodline, the Blue Luan bloodline, and a massive amount of treasures. Afterwards, she founded Divine Phoenix Island. Therefore, to my Divine Phoenix Island, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is its origin and also its lifeblood. As Lin Ming heard this, he was shocked. This was the first time that he had heard the history of Divine Phoenix Island. Because the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm could only be accessed by the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, he had assumed that it was a smelting trial that the disciples used to practice. But this explanation also made sense. Master Ancestor, what happened to the sect master afterwards? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. That sect master was also the founder of my divine Phoenix Island. Afterwards, she paused at the extreme revolving core realm, and her immortal soul entered the eternal samsara over 2,000 years ago. Lin Ming sighed. This was to be expected. Otherwise, there was no way that divine Phoenix Island would only be a 4th-grade sect. The founder obtained such a great lucky chance but still wasn't able to become a peerless emperor. No wonder they say that there are only a mere 10 peerless emperors within the entire Sky Spill continent. Ha ha ha, Mu Fengxian smiled. The path from revolving core to peerless emperor is truly a long and unbearable road. Break into revolving core before 30, extreme revolving core before 50, and become a peerless emperor at 100 years. Just this step is able to trap countless unrivaled geniuses for 50 years. But although there are countless hardships and obstacles, there are far more than a mere 10 peerless emperor powerhouses. It's just that you are too weak, so you have no way of knowing any of this. Many peerless emperor powerhouses live in seclusion in certain desolate lands of the world. Of course, even if there are some that occasionally appear, you would never know this. Lin Ming nodded. As one climbed up to a mountain peak, they would also be able to see the scenery below that mountain peak. If he ever became a peerless emperor powerhouse, he would also be able to step into the world of a peerless emperor. Mu Fengxian stood up. She took a red box from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Ming, saying, "This is vermilion bird blood essence. Place it onto your bodily acupoints a drop at a time, and you will gain the qualifications to practice the core sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. You must slowly build this up and then diligently work towards stepping into the revolving core realm. As for becoming a peerless emperor, your talent is enough, the rest will depend on your destiny." Throughout the ages, there were many martial artists that had the talent to become a peerless emperor. But the vast majority of them fell or had an accident, and were ultimately unable to step foot in this realm. Lin Ming took a deep breath and respectfully thanked Mu Fengxian. He then put away the vermilion bird blood essence. He would etch this kindness into his heart. Mu Fengxian nodded and said, "Now go. Half a month from now, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm will open, and you will gain one of the spots to enter the Ancient Phoenix main hall. During this time, make sure you practice well." Lin Ming bowed and then left. Mu Fengxian sighed, a deep emotion swelling in her chest. Destiny was an illusory dream. As for how great Lin Ming's destiny was, it would manifest during his trip to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. To people, destiny was like a rainbow. For instance, the founder of Divine Phoenix Island was able to obtain a great lucky chance inside. However, it was a pity that the founder's talent was missing a single step, and they were ultimately unable to become a peerless emperor. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was an extremely broad and profound cultivation method. As Lin Ming practiced more and more, he increasingly became aware of this point. Not only was the cultivation method to practice contained within, but there were also many techniques to control fire, fire attribute martial skills, and most importantly, there was also the understanding of others regarding the origin of fire. That is to say, the concept of fire. Something like a concept could only be realized through one's own contemplation. It couldn't be explained. Just a few words were enough to provide many nights of deep reflection. In addition, there were also ways to cultivate the mind and heart. There were ways to adjust one's mentality to communicate with fire origin energy so that a martial artist could completely immerse themselves in a sea of fire origin energy and break through their shackles. However, these mysterious skills all depended on one's own understanding and studying. As for Lin Ming's perception, it was considered quite good. In these recent days, he had learned a great deal. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming would wake up every morning and absorb the rising energy from the fire of the sun, practicing all day. At night, he would again ponder the cultivation methods. Such a day seemed boring, but the wonderful feel of advancing in one's cultivation let Lin Ming be at ease and happy. Of course, not every day was spent on statically practicing from dawn till dusk. Occasionally, there would be a 15 or 16-year-old girl or even a group of them together coming to Lin Ming, asking him for guidance on some puzzling questions about the cultivation method. These girls, with their soft-spoken voices, sweet tone and flushed cheeks, as well as watery eyes that were filled with hope, Lin Ming found it hard to refuse them. Every time he would try to carefully explain to the best of his knowledge. In truth, Lin Ming's theoretical knowledge wasn't much, but fortunately, these girls were usually the lower-end disciples at the pulse condensation period, so he was able to barely deal with their questions. Every night, Lin Ming would take a drop of vermilion bird blood essence and place it on the acupoints of his body. In 12 days, he had used 12 drops of blood essence, half of which were placed between his eyebrows. As the vermilion bird blood essence touched the skin between his eyebrows, he had a faint dizzy feeling as it slowly penetrated through. At this time, Lin Ming felt as if all the blood essence of his body was moving towards the spot between his eyebrows, as if it were trying to turn into a crystal there. As this feeling slowly vanished, the vermilion bird blood essence was also thoroughly absorbed. Lin Ming then felt his entire body fill up with blood vitality, and energy surged within him to the point of overflowing and roughly moving everywhere in his body. With a casual movement, he could even hear popping sounds in his bones. This was an extremely comfortable feeling. Every time it happened, he wanted to bend back and let out a great yawn. Drinking the immortal dew wine from the realm of the God's Supreme Elder's memory is probably like this feeling. These past 2 years, Lin Ming had eaten a great deal of medicines. But most of these medicines were extremely overbearing and contained a cruel energy. It was almost the same as eating poisoned food. This vermilion bird blood essence was the first one that had felt thoroughly pleasurable as he transplanted it within himself. In order to promote the absorption within his body, Lin Ming would take out the purple comet spear after he placed a drop on his body and then practice his spear skills. After Lin Ming had his match with elder senior apprentice brother Xiaoqi from Golden Bell Mountain and competed in spear skills with him, Lin Ming's skill at spear play had made great progress. He repeatedly practiced what he had left, and he felt the strength of his body endlessly growing. Lin Ming looked at the leftover vermilion bird blood essence. There was only around 10 drops of so left. It was enough for 10 days. Seeing this made Lin Ming feel some regret. Also, this vermilion bird blood essence was like the heaven-opening pill. The first drop would have the greatest and most obvious effect. Afterwards, each following drop would be continuously weaker. Now, on the 12th drop, the effect wasn't even half of the first drops. As this continued, he estimated that the last drop might only have around 20% of the first drop's effect. This was truly a waste. As Lin Ming thought this, his mind suddenly stirred. Maybe he could save these last remaining drops and give them to Qin Xingxuan? Qin Xingxuan's talent could only be considered the most basic within Divine Phoenix Island. But with the help of the vermilion bird blood essence, she would have a ray of hope that she could one day step into the revolving core realm. However, Divine Phoenix Island had given the vermilion bird blood essence to Lin Ming, and that was to let Lin Ming use it. He had no right to give it away to someone else. The only way would be if Lin Ming's status rose once again, and he gained a strong enough influence and authority to do so. Lin Ming shook his head and temporarily erased this thought, putting away the vermilion bird blood essence. He would wait until he had the strength to do so before thinking about this again. In a flash, another 3 days passed. Finally, it was the day to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Within the depths of the Divine Phoenix Island mountain range, a spirit boat slowly landed within a clearing of the mountain valley. A line of people stepped down from the spirit boat, including Mu Yuhuang, Mu Qianyu, and Lin Ming. This was where the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was located. Just by looking at the surrounding scenery, it was no different than anywhere else on Divine Phoenix Island. It was just that the surrounding mountains formed a tight formation around this mountain valley, and the heaven and earth origin energy here was very vibrant, especially fire origin energy and water origin energy. Lin Ming glanced at the disciples that would enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm with him. Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing were impressively among them. In fact, nearly all of the core disciples and direct disciples had arrived. Even Zhang Zhen was among them. It was just that he wasn't eligible to enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Seeing Lin Ming, Zhang Zhen happily smiled at him and waved. During this trip into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, your primary concern should always be your own safety. Do not try anything beyond your capabilities. Understand? Mu Yuhuang asked. Every time the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was opened, there might some disciples that died. Although this was a very small probability, these people, especially those that entered the ancient Phoenix main hall, were those most outstanding talents that Divine Phoenix Island had cultivated. If they died every time, then Divine Phoenix Island would truly suffer. And what was most horrifying was that life or death within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm didn't depend on one's talent or strength. The weak might live and the strong might die. This was mainly because those geniuses that were strong and had immense talent would always be particularly confident in their own ability and try to reach out to a great lucky chance. Finally, the results of this would only be that the dangers that followed would multiply by several-fold, and they would fall like a meteor from the heavens. For the weaker, lower-tier disciples, having several die was bad enough. But if direct disciples on the level of Mu Dingshan died, that would cause Divine Phoenix Island to be pained like their heart was bleeding. Mu Yuhuang's eyes swept over all the disciples that would enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm one at a time. Finally, her eyes paused on Lin Ming. She said to him in a true essence sound transmission, "Lin Ming, the ancient Phoenix main hall has a history of tens of thousands of years. The ancient Phoenix clan also had a much richer and purer Saint Beast bloodline than we do. In fact, they might even have had the bloodline of a god beast, and the talents that existed in their era are beyond our understanding. You may be considered a monstrous talent in this life, but compared to those existences from tens of thousands of years ago, you might not necessarily be too outstanding. Therefore, do not be blinded by your confidence and do not try to do anything that is beyond your capabilities in the smelting trial. If something happens to you, that is a blow that my Divine Phoenix Island may not be able to bear." What Mu Yuhuang was most anxious about was Lin Ming. She knew that back when he had been at Thundercrash Mountain, Lin Ming had scaled the summit when he only had a cultivation at the mere peak bone forging stage. He had taken advantage of the battle between Mu Qianyu and the Thunder Flood Dragon to directly sneak into the Flood Dragon's cave and then loot the treasures within, finally obtaining the Violet Electricity Spirit Bamboo and the Magnetic Birthstone. Because of this Magnetic Birthstone, he was able to absorb the Purple Flood Dragon, Divine Thunder. That was a thunder soul that only a middle Xiantian realm master could absorb, but Lin Ming had done so with just a pitiful bone forging stage cultivation. At first, Lin Ming was not a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, when Mu Yuhuang had heard of this from Mu Qianyu, she thought highly of and also appreciated Lin Ming's decisive actions and courage in the face of danger. But now, Lin Ming had become her disciple, and Mu Yuhuang's feelings had undergone a complete change. When most people saw others' children taking risks and placing themselves in danger, they might praise them. But when they saw their own children doing the same, they might not feel the same way. Instead, they would only be anxious. If Mu Yuhuang had a choice, she would rather Lin Ming would be able to steadily and calmly reach the extreme revolving core realm in the future. This would also be a great additional strength to Divine Phoenix Island. As for the path to becoming a peerless emperor, one needed to constantly seek opportunities. It could be said to be a dangerous path with many narrow escapes. Mu Yuhuang didn't dare to guarantee that something as illusory and vague as destiny would be able to accompany Lin Ming through his journey. Through the ages of the Sky Spill continent, there were countless top geniuses that had tried to become a peerless emperors. But the number that succeeded was mind-bogglingly low. Disciple understands. Lin Ming nodded. Good. Well, now I will join forces with the other elders to open up the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. The ordinary disciples usually stay inside for 3 days. After those 3 days, they will automatically be transferred outside. As for those disciples that enter the ancient Phoenix main hall, they will have 7 to 10 days. When the time arrives, everyone will also be sent out. Now, would any of you like to withdraw? After Mu Yuhuang casually asked, no one volunteered to quit. Of course, this was natural. All of the disciples were struggling for spots to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Such insignificant danger was simply nothing to them. As people that walked on the path of martial arts, they had to experience countless life and death dangers. Even in a friendly competition of martial arts, it was possible that a situation would arise in which they would be killed. If they feared death, they would forever be stranded in the Hotian realm or Xiantian realm, and find it near impossible to ever reach the revolving core realm. Very good. Mu Yuhuang nodded. Tianguang, we'll work together to break the seal, so that these juniors can go in. As the powerful figure of the Blue Luan faction, revered Master Tianguang was the representative of the Blue Luan faction disciples. He nodded, waved his hand, and a shining blue sword flew out. This was splendidly a high-grade earth-step treasure weapon. Mu Yuhuang gathered her hands together and released a series of flaming runes that blended together with revered Master Tianguang's blue treasure sword. A moment later, there was a zzz sound and the space in front of the crowd began to tremble as if it were the surface of a still lake that was being disturbed, ripples constantly appearing. Suddenly, a jet-black vortex appeared out of thin air, constantly spinning with the faint sound of wind and thunder coming from it. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy frantically converged on this vortex. The origin energy around was restless and great gusts of wind picked up, causing everyone's clothes to flutter in the wind and all the rocks and sand to fly in the air. Finally, after several dozen breaths of time, the swirling vortex slowly stabilized and the wind died down. In front of the crowd, there was a black entrance that was 10 feet wide. This opening through the void was suspended in the air, and it was impossible to see inside, as if it were the gateway to another world. Go! And remember, do not do anything that exceeds your limits, Mu Yuhuang repeatedly urged. Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing were the first to jump in. Their figures flashed for a moment, and they were suddenly swallowed up by the black opening. Lin Ming followed them and also jumped in. Lin Ming was dizzy from the feeling of space warping around him. By the time he opened his eyes, his heart shook. Before entering the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, Lin Ming had imagined many times just what the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm would look like. But he had never imagined that it would be such a shocking scene. In front of Lin Ming was an endless expanse of dark red rock. It was barren without a single touch of green, and between the red rocks were large flowing rivers of lava. These rocks seemed to have been roasted red by the lava. Giant pools of boiling lava appeared everywhere, with giant bubbles of air tumbling upwards through the lava. With a thick popping sound, the noxious smell of sulfur washed out along with a billowing wave of heat. This haze was toxic. A normal person would have suffocated and died here after just a moment. If it was this alone, Lin Ming wouldn't have been so shocked. But what he found unbelievable was that behind him was a vast field of ice. Wind and snow mixed together, and the fields of ice were as smooth as a mirror. The tips of massive glaciers stuck up through the ground like high towers, and they glowed with a cold sheen, shining and twinkling like a field of stars. The strong wind brought a thick hail of ice that scattered in all directions, its speed like arrows. If a normal person stood here, this hail would have been enough to pierce through their body, ripping an opening through flesh. On one side was a land of lava, and on the other was a field of ice, one side blazing hot and the other freezing cold. This extremely contradictory feeling was unbelievable. This is the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, Mu Dingshan said in one breath. This was the second time that he had come here, and he had seen this scene before. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm had a prohibitory limit based on one's skeletal age. In addition, the time gap between each opening was very long. Normally speaking, a martial artist would only be able to enter here twice in their lifetime. On the road that Lin Ming stood on, bright lights flashed periodically. With every flash of light, a new disciple was warped in. After they adapted to the strange feeling of space warping, they opened their eyes and were dumbfounded after seeing the same scene that Lin Ming saw. This was the first time that these people had come to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Although some of them had already heard others describe the scene within, truly seeing it for the first time was an inexplicably shocking feeling. After all, hearing and seeing were two completely different matters. After all of the disciples had arrived, Mu Dingshan said, "Good. This Divine Phoenix Realm is an independent world. It isn't part of the Sky Spill continent. The two lands of fire and ice are actually divided by an enchantment and extend a great distance. Choose one according to your attribute and enter. Blue Luan faction disciples enter the ice field, and the Vermilion Bird faction disciples enter the lava world. Remember, do not forget Honorable Sect Master's warning, and take your own safety as the highest priority. Now, either go with others or go by yourself. Disperse." Independent world? As soon as Lin Ming looked up, he saw that there were actually two blazingly hot suns hanging in the air. The sun of the fire world was extremely hot and even emitted a faint blue light that looked like a massive fireball in the sky. Around the edge of the sunlight, the air itself was distorting from the heat, making the sun seem like an illusory mirage. But the sun in the ice world seemed lifeless, like a distant and unaffected object. As the sunlight from there shined down on one's body, there wasn't even the slightest sense of heat. Instead, it only caused one to feel like they had fallen into a pool of ice water. This marvel, if not an illusion, was truly impossible to be seen within the Sky Spill continent. If this wasn't the Sky Spill continent and was a separate and individual world, then was this a world that was naturally formed, or was it a world that was created by a supreme elder? Lin Ming couldn't help but indulge in his fanciful daydreams. At this time, Mu Dingshan asked, "Lin Ming, would you like to go together? Or would you like to go by yourself? If I go by myself, will I be able to reach the ancient Phoenix main hall? Or would I become lost? No, this world has endless layers of profound principles and enigmas that direct it. No matter where you go, 3 days from now you will eventually come to the ancient Phoenix main hall. Then I'll go alone. Haha. I also suggest you go alone. This divine Phoenix mystic realm is an incomparably broad and vast land. Until now, there has never been any disciple in any generation that has ever managed to trace the end of the divine Phoenix mystic realm, even though every time we are warped here brings us to a different location. The divine Phoenix mystic realm contains countless lucky chances waiting around, but if several people go together, the area they will be able to cover is much smaller. Even if they come across some lucky chance, it would be difficult to split it between multiple people. If you go alone, then everything will depend on your own destiny. Naturally, that is the best path to take. I would also like to advise junior apprentice brother Lin that the deeper you go, the more dangers there are. If you would like to remain conservative and a bit safer, then stay around in the vicinity of the edges. There won't be any danger there. 3 days later, you can also enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Of course, if you do so, you won't encounter any lucky chances. Mu Dingshan was the one here with the highest understanding of the divine Phoenix mystic realm, so he told Lin Ming everything he knew. The deeper one went, the more danger there was, but correspondingly, the lucky chances they would encounter would be greater too. Lin Ming understood this, and he was also increasingly clear why within the divine Phoenix mystic realm it was possible to die no matter how high your strength or talent, or why it was possible that if one was exceptionally talented, their chance of dying was higher. This was because the temptation of exploring the deepest and most unknown parts of the mystic realm was too hard to resist. To those that walked on the martial path and dreamed of climbing to the peak of all martial arts, these individuals had the blood and will of adventurers flowing through them. This was a desire that was impossible to suppress. Lin Ming also wanted to journey to the depths. If he stayed nearby on the edges, he would only walk through the paths that others had crossed, and there would be no meaning to it. Thank you for the warning, senior apprentice brother Mu. I shall go first then. Lin Ming cupped his hands together, bowed, and then left alone. The direction that he chose was naturally the world of fire. The more he walked, the faster he went, until he was nearly to the point of flying. As Mu Dingshan saw Lin Ming disappear into the endless red mist and lava, he sighed. Although Mu Yuhuang had urged over and over to be safe, she was probably well aware that Lin Ming would journey through thick and thin to explore the deepest parts of the divine Phoenix mystic realm. Otherwise, what point was there in entering the divine Phoenix mystic realm? The blazing hot wind blew in his face as if it were roasting him. The air was filled with the pungent and sour smell of sulfur, and as he looked in the distance, everywhere he saw was covered by a thick red fog. Lin Ming's vision was already reduced to around 1,000 feet, but the deeper he continued to go, the more his field of vision would decrease. After flying at high speed for almost a full day with Lin Ming's endurance, he simply didn't need to stop and rest. This sort of speed was rare even through all the previous generations of Divine Phoenix Island disciples. The Divine Phoenix mystic realm had no night. The fierce and fiery sun simply didn't move. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound coming up from above him. As he looked up, he immediately sucked in a breath. In the sky, there were dozens of rainbow-colored beams of light that were crashing down at an alarming rate. These were shockingly 10 feet wide meteorites, or even larger. They were wrapped in burning flames and had long tails of fire. They whistled as they came smashing down onto the ground. How much power was contained within these meteors? A meteor just a few dozen feet wide might be able to completely level a village with the impact. This was not something that mortal flesh was able to resist, unless it was a supreme elder from the realm of the gods. Bang! 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 As meteorites crashed in the distance, they smashed into the dark red rock or into the giant pools of lava, sparking massive explosions. Lin Ming could see lava shooting hundreds of feet into the sky, or even 1,000 feet and more. The ground trembled and a dreadful shock wave billowed past. It was impossible for someone to stand firmly on the ground here. Lin Ming maintained complete concentration. The speed of the meteorite shower was simply too quick. Although the area was big, he couldn't outrun the explosion, he could only escape in advance. Fortunately, the shower of meteorites wasn't too dense, and massive meteorites were in the minority. As Lin Ming stimulated the bodily true essence that protected him to the max, he moved according to the trajectory of the rainbow-colored lights he saw. From this, he was able to determine the direction and speed at which the meteorite was falling. At this moment, his eyes widened. He saw a 3-foot-wide smaller meteorite rapidly approaching him. It would crash not too far from where he was. Golden rock shattering the void instantly erupted. Lin Ming let loose his entire perception to track the path of the meteorite while he galvanized the true essence, protecting him to the limit in order to avoid the full impact of this meteorite. If the shock wave of the collision hit him from such a close range, the true essence that protected Lin Ming would be torn apart like paper. Bang! The meteorite hit the ground, and the resulting explosion was like a deafening thunderclap to Lin Ming's ears, nearly blowing apart his eardrums. He was sent flying by the shockwave and fell directly into a pool of thick lava. Fortunately, the azure true essence that protected Lin Ming was endless. Being in this lava for a short period of time was nothing. As Lin Ming instantly jumped, he saw that the rocks in the ground around him had cracked for hundreds of feet. The lava shot up into the sky, and fire blazed like a soaring inferno, directly piercing through the sky. This is the... Lin Ming stared with wide eyes. He could clearly feel the active whining of the heretical god seed within him as well as the restlessness of the fire essence. Suddenly, Lin Ming was enlightened. Originally, there wasn't any fire in the giant pool of lava, but after the meteorite struck, it actually formed a massive flame. Bang! 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 As meteorites crashed down in the distance, the roaring flames reflected in Lin Ming's pupils. It was like he could see the origin of fire. The origin of fire was its law, and also the concept of fire. The collision, movement, and the following terrifying explosion created a massively blazing flame. The more violent the explosion was, the more terrifying the flames would become. If a high-speed meteorite strike the ground and creates such a terrifying fire, then what if it were true essence instead? If high-speed true essence struck, would it create an even more terrifying fire? Whoosh! Another meteorite came crashing towards Lin Ming. It was even larger than the last one. Lin Ming flew away with golden rock shattering the void. However, he didn't go too far. His intention was to be a bit close so that he could keep his perception in constant contact with the meteorite. Bang! The earth seemed to tear apart. The billowing lava and violent destructive shockwave that followed was even more terrifying than the last time, and waves of lava were sent surging out. Lin Ming stood within the ensuing storm and was instantly sent flying backwards. Lin Ming felt like his internal organs were struck by a hammer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes were filled with joyous ecstasy. The concept of fire, I've touched it. Even though he was just severely injured, Lin Ming didn't care. He summoned his true essence and thrust out with the purple comet spear. Facing the wave of flame and lava that approached him, the purple comet spear swept through the flames, colliding with the tide of lava. The essence of the fire and heat was produced through impact. With true essence simulating this, the power of fire could immediately be doubled. Ho! Under the thrust of the spear, the tide of surging lava was like a tsunami that was split in half. Phoenix wings ascending sky. A blazing crimson phoenix soared into the skies. This phoenix's body was actually several times more powerful than the one displayed at the banquet competition. And the flames, the flickering on its body, were also several times more luminous. Without a doubt, this was related to breaking through to the peak pulse condensation period and also gaining a deeper understanding of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. But the greatest factor was that Lin Ming had suddenly touched upon the origin of fire and had now comprehended the concept of fire. with the concept of fire supporting the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. His move now seemed to contain a soul. The long spear sliced through the lava, spear light shining through. Lin Ming's spear skills were becoming increasingly swift and increasingly fierce. With each thrust of his spear, flames howled as they burned. In that moment, the purple comet spear itself seemed to have turned a fiery force of nature, unstoppable. Lin Ming's mind flashed through the formulas and laws of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. Then his spear potential turned 10,000 flames burning world. This was another fire martial skill contained within the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. That was a level harder than Phoenix Wings ascending sky. In order to use it, one would normally need to reach perfection of the second layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. But, with the help of the vermilion bird blood essence and the concept of fire, he was able to use this technique. Ho! Dozens of true essence flames shot out, piercing through the wall of lava like arrows. The flames split in all directions, incinerating the void. 10,000 flames burning world could be used in a large area attack, but it could also be concentrated all onto a single target. It was the strongest move within the second layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. As Lin Ming continuously used 10,000 flames burning world, at this time the shower of meteorites began to thin. At the final moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a terrifying oppressive presence falling down towards his head. As he looked up, he gasped. Far in the sky, there was a giant flaming meteor that was dozens of feet wide, wantonly smashing down. It had dozens of flaming tails that trailed its presence. Without regard for anything else, Lin Ming instantly turned around and bolted away. This massive meteor would undoubtedly be able to shatter even a mountain. The moment that the meteor landed, Lin Ming plunged headfirst into a pool of lava. Bang! The collision was as if the hand of a god had struck the earth, completely tearing apart the land. Lava everywhere flew thousands of feet into the sky, breaking through the clouds. Lin Ming hid within the lava while stimulating the azure true essence to protect himself, also releasing his perception to investigate what was happening on the surface. The final meteor had impacted around 5 or 6 miles away from Lin Ming, and the intense damage had caused a massive amount of rocks to swell back like a wave, forming a crater in the earth. The lava around it began to flow into this crater. Lin Ming gasped, and then jumped out from the lava. If someone were to be hit directly by such a giant meteor, even a revolving core elder would perish. As the last meteor fell, the meteor shower completely stopped. Unfortunately, even though the last meteor had caused a massive explosion, Lin Ming had to hastily dodge and hadn't been able to release his perception to sense the concept of fire. The fires still raged as before, and the ground was left in a complete mess. The choppy lava boiled up, and scorching waves of heat erupted. Lin Ming stood on the hot rocks, carefully feeling and grasping what he had just experienced. The faint touch he had of the concept of fire was becoming increasingly clear. The divine Phoenix mystic realm is truly wonderful. Without being able to witness such a rare and fantastic scene, wanting to touch upon such an ethereal concept of fire would be far too difficult. Comprehending the concept of fire was more difficult than comprehending the concept of wind. One needed a fire attribute physique that had a high fusion compatibility, perception that was higher than others, and also years of practicing with fire origin energy. This was the only way to gain a bit of insight into the concept of fire. For instance, the Sunfire Princess was a character on this level. Concepts were an idea that could not be explained, only personally understood. Lin Ming had relied on simulating the meteorites smashing into the ground with his true essence in order to understand the concept of fire. But in truth, this was only a single kind of comprehension of the concept of fire. Even if he were to tell others, they wouldn't be able to imagine this, and they also wouldn't be able to simulate this scene with their true essence. They would most likely blindly attempt and waste their time, ultimately amounting to nothing. After Lin Ming received his spear, he was about to leave when he had a very strange feeling come over him. This is the heretical god seed began to restlessly move in agitation. The surrounding fire origin energy trembled. The source of all of this seemed to be from the impact site of that giant meteor. Lin Ming couldn't help but take a couple of steps towards this peculiar sensation. Suddenly, he heard the wind whistle, and all of the surrounding fire origin energy seemed to be pulled in by some absorbing force, flowing past him and into that giant meteor crater. The fire origin energy began to speed past him faster and faster. The cries of the heretical god seed became increasingly rapid. A moment later, a giant vortex of fire origin energy formed within the meteor crater, crazily absorbing the fire origin energy from a massive radius. A strong wind picked up from this vortex, scraping past Lin Ming's body like a knife across his skin. What a horrifying, absorbing force! Lin Ming could even feel the fire origin energy within his own body being hauled towards this force. But, under the pressure of the heretical god seed, the fire origin energy was eventually contained within him. The absorption was becoming increasingly wild. Even the lava ponds began to seethe and boil in excitement, and the giant bubble of lava became increasingly violent, the level of the lava pools rising by a great deal. Bang! With a muffled sound, a column of lava burst dozens of feet into the air, and was pulled in by the absorbing force, rushing towards the meteorite crater. After this first column of lava burst out, more and more columns of lava began to erupt into the sky, all of them flowing into the central crater. The crater was like a whale that greedily absorbed everything. The red rocks on the floor were broken apart by the raging fires, and shattered pieces of stone flew into the air. The entire earth began to collapse as avalanches occurred all over. Lin Ming was stunned. Just what was going on? The heretical god seed in his body was screaming in an increasingly urgent manner. He helplessly watched as lava filled the giant crater that was produced by the meteor collision and then even began overflowing past the high ridges. In the heart of the lava lake, a deep blazing crimson light shot into the sky. This blazing crimson light was only a foot thick, but was like a divine sword that stabbed the vault of heaven. This shining crimson light began to slowly coalesce into a fist-sized object. Within this red light, Lin Ming felt a terrifyingly rich and pure fire origin energy. This was flame essence? Lin Ming's mind shook. Was he witnessing the birth of a flame essence? The flames of the world had spirit. In some strange and dangerous lands with an incomparably rich fire origin energy, it was possible that a fire essence would be born. The requirements for a flame essence to be born were extremely harsh. It was similar to the qualifications a martial artist needed in order to become an emperor-level powerhouse. Not only did there need to be an exceedingly rich fire origin energy, but it also required the hand of destiny. The birth of a flame essence often required many different coincidences to coincide together into an accidental result. This was simply impossible to duplicate. In many cases, lands where special types of fire had existed for thousands of years would be unable to give birth to a flame essence. Witnessing the creation of a flame essence was thousands of times more difficult than finding a flame essence. Thus, as Lin Ming watched this flame essence continuously grow with wide eyes, he was beyond shocked. This was the fallen star flame, a flame essence that was born from the combustion of a meteor. The amount of this type of flame essence that existed in the world was rare to the point of sending those who searched for it into despair. It was nearly a unique existence in the Sky Spill continent. The divine Phoenix mystic realm originally contained an incomparably rich fire origin energy. As the lava surged for countless years, undoubtedly many types of flame essences had been born. And in this place, a flame essence was already being formed. But it was far from completion. And then a miracle had happened. The massive meteor had smashed the ground, and terrifyingly high temperatures had skyrocketed along with a fervid impact, becoming the primer to manifest the gathering of the power of fire. However, the original flame essence that was brewing here was still unable to form. As the fallen star flame absorbed the fire origin energy that had gathered here for tens of thousands of years, a new flame essence was born. The flame essence that was being born had actually become the nutrition of the fallen star flame. In turn, the fallen star flame's grade had climbed to an even higher level. Lin Ming was short of breath. Just what grade was this fallen star flame? Lin Ming took out his purple comet spear. He tread his feet, flying forwards until he reached where the fallen star flame was. The speed at which he flew was very slow. He was being vigilant of any and all dangers. The energy of the flame is increasing. It's already at the medium-grade earth step level. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. A medium-grade earth step flame essence would be intelligent. Combined with its extremely fiery power of fire, he didn't know whether or not he would be able to deal with it. Lin Ming approached a foot at a time. When he was only 200 feet away from the fallen star flame, a sudden change occurred. The fallen star flame violently trembled and suddenly the lava pool exploded. A thin column of lava shot towards Lin Ming's chest like an arrow. It's quite intelligent. It even knows to attack me. Lin Ming drew back, circulating the true essence in his body. The purple comet spear slashed down and the thin column of lava was dispersed. However, the lava pool growled again and dozens of the small magma columns shot up, striking towards Lin Ming like a fiery python. Lin Ming calmly wielded the purple comet spear in his hand and thrust out at each lava column. Every spear strike contained the concept of fire and the columns of lava broke one after another. Lin Ming launched golden rock, shattering the void, and gradually moved forwards, slowly approaching the fallen star flame. When he was once again 200 feet away, this time another change occurred. The fallen star flame suddenly issued a sharp wailing scream that caused one's scalp to tingle. The vortex of origin energy suddenly began to violently move, the absorbing power increasing. The ground was crushed and huge holes appeared. Large chunks of rocks flew into the air until there were hundreds, then thousands, all shooting towards the fallen star flame. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The pieces of rocks constantly fell onto the fallen star flame. Because the speed of the rocks was so fast, a whistling sound rang in the air. The fire of the fallen star flame was extremely hot and savage. All of the rocks that touched it were instantly refined, turning all of the impurities into black smoke with only the purest essence left behind. This rock essence constantly gathered and compressed until it completely wrapped the fallen star flame. The volume continued to increase. Gradually, it unexpectedly cemented into a rock beast. Its body was 100 feet long and 50 to 60 feet tall. It was a deep crimson red all over and had the appearance of a leopard. Lin Ming sucked in a breath. What was this? Roar. The crimson rock leopard let loose an earth-shattering roar, and the ground trembled beneath Lin Ming's feet. The higher grade of flame essence was, the more intelligent it would be. Some high-grade flame essences could even use attribute skills. This fallen star flame had probably used such a skill. The crimson leopard roared and rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming wanted to swallow the fallen star flame, but the fallen star flame also sensed the rich and pure fire origin energy within Lin Ming's body and wanted to eat him to evolve. As this 100-foot-tall and several dozen thousand gene heavy rock beast ran, the entire ground shook and lava shot out. Lin Ming held his spear flat in front of him, revolving the true essence in his body to the limit. As the fiery rock beast was about to lunge at him, Lin Ming's pupils contracted and he thrust out his spear. Ka! The purple comet spear pierced through the fiery rock monster's chest. But the powerful impact had caused the purple comet spear to bend like a crescent moon. Lin Ming used his waist and pushed forwards. The true essence that was hidden with his bone marrow completely exploded and his strength instantly reached a terrifying degree. He forcefully picked up the giant rock monster. Phoenix wings ascending sky. Bang! A flaming phoenix soared into the sky, striking the stomach of the fiery rock beast and violently detonating. No damage. With a single phoenix wings ascending sky, it had managed to create some cracks within the belly of the fiery rock beast. But compared to its giant body, it was simply negligible damage. Ho! As the fiery rock beast landed, it opened its mouth and spat out a giant purple fireball. Lin Ming was too close and wasn't able to dodge it in time. Instead, he flourished the purple comet spear and struck the fireball. The fireball blew up, and the purple flames landed on Lin Ming's body before sputtering out. The true essence that surrounded Lin Ming's body made chi-chi-chi sounds as it was melted away. Lin Ming's blood tumbled. The power of fire in that attack was like a serpent that snuck into his body, where it rampaged along his meridians. Finally, the heretical god seed shook, and used its suppressive power to restrain the power of fire. This purple fire can actually corrode the true essence that protects my body? Lin Ming's heart went cold. This monster was truly tricky to deal with. Not only was it immune to fire-based attacks, but the purple flame attacks it sent out were extremely fierce. If a normal Divine Phoenix Island disciple had run into the spook fellow, they would have been unable to deal with a single attack. The Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was a world of fire and ice. To the Divine Phoenix Island disciples that specialized in the fire and ice elements, there were lucky opportunities to be found everywhere. However, even if one came across a lucky chance, wanting to take hold of it wasn't an easy matter. For instance, the flame essence would rebel to protect itself, and fire attribute or ice attribute valuable materials had powerful vicious beasts protecting them. If one wished to comprehend concepts, they would also have to place themselves in danger. However, if one wasn't lucky, it would be extremely easy to die. Roar! The fiery rock beast opened its gaping jaws and took a deep breath. All of the nearby fire origin energy nearby began to rapidly gather, forming a vortex of energy. Lin Ming's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he activated Golden Rock, shattering the void, and threw himself to the side. Bang! A purple beam of intense fire shot out from the fiery rock beast's mouth, striking the lava pool that had been behind Lin Ming. Plumes of lava soared hundreds of feet into the sky. After the strike missed, the fiery rock monster suddenly sped towards Lin Ming. Although it had a massive body, its speed was extremely quick, and every step it took was like a clap of thunder. At this time, Lin Ming had flown in the air. His figure paused for a moment as he connected true essence to the heretical god seed. The thunder soul howled. At the moment that the fiery rock monster lunged at Lin Ming, he became like a feather that was blown back by the wind. As he flew backwards, he opened his hand and a 3-inch long steel needle appeared, shooting out like a flash of electric light. Its target was the fiery rock beast's left eye. Pa! The divine demon steel needle pierced into the fiery rock beast's eye and then exited from the other side. Rock exploded and purple-red blood sprayed out. As Lin Ming took a closer look, that blood was actually thick magma. To use fire rocks as meat, magma as blood, and a fire essence as its heart, such a vicious beast caused Lin Ming to be amazed in acclaim. However, it had just taken form and still hadn't absorbed enough fire origin energy. Thus, its strength was reduced by a great deal. As its left eye was ruined, the fiery rock monster let out a painful and angry roar. It aimed towards Lin Ming and spat out several purple fireballs. However, each one of these fireballs was dodged by Lin Ming. With a flick of his fingers, the divine demon steel needle roared out and pierced through the fiery rock monster's right eye. A wood dash! The fiery rock monster issued a pitiful cry. Lin Ming saw an opportunity and shot forwards like an arrow. The purple comet spear in his hand thrust straight towards the fiery rock monster's gaping mouth. The power of thunder and fire intersected. Thunderfire Annihilation. Bang! Thunderfire Annihilation exploded within the center of the fiery rock monster's mouth. For a period, crushed rock and magma scattered in all directions, filling the sky. From the front of the fiery rock monster, half of its body had been exploded into bits. Lin Ming's concentrated his true essence into protecting his body and resisting the shattered rocks and magma that struck him. At the same time, he released his perception, accurately sifting through the tens of thousands of fragments until he found the true body of the fallen star flame. There it is! Lin Ming saw that around 100 feet away, there was a palm-sized ball of purple flame. It had a very glum expression. Lin Ming waved his sleeve and his body was like a fish as it passed through the 100 feet distance, immediately grabbing the fallen star flame. The fallen star flame instinctively felt a deep and abiding fear, wanting to escape. But it had suffered a great blow a moment ago, so it was impossible for it to escape Lin Ming's grasp. As Lin Ming held onto the fallen star flame, the azure true essence he surrounded his hand with began to issue chi-chi-chi sounds. In an instant, a hole had burned through the azure true essence that protected his body. This fallen star flame has such a strong corrosive strength. There were many special flame essences and thunder souls that were born in special conditions and locations, thus obtaining different properties. For instance, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder was born in desolate lands that were filled with blood and death, so it had to have bloodthirsty characteristics. As for this fallen star flame, it actually had corrosive properties. Because of the extreme rarity of the fallen star flame, the ancient texts only contained a vague and cursory mention of it. There hadn't been a description of just what sort of properties it had. Lin Ming first drew up a few dozen azure runes, letting them all fall onto the fallen star flame. This was the technique to seal a flame essence. Chi chi chi. Every rune that touched the fallen star flame was corroded into ashes. Lin Ming remained unperturbed, his fingers moving faster and faster until they were just shadows. As the number of symbol runes continuously increased, the fallen star flame fiercely struggled. Many runes were destroyed, but there were a number of runes that managed to stick onto the fallen star flame. Finally, the layer of runes became thicker and thicker, and the light of the fallen star flame became increasingly dim, until it was completely sealed. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He locked his fingers together and released winding threads of true essence that wound around the fallen star flame, eventually forming a cocoon around it. Success. Lin Ming took out a special jade box and placed the true essence cocoon within, and then placed it into his spatial ring. Now was not a good time to absorb the fallen star flame. After all, it was still a medium-grade earth-step flame essence. With Lin Ming's current strength, he would just barely be able to absorb it. Not only that, but there were boundless dangers within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, and there was no one here to stand guard over him. If anything went awry at all, he would most likely die. The environment within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was incomparably complex and convoluted. The lucky chances here had accumulated for 100,000 years, or even several 100,000 years. Because the fire origin energy within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was incomparably pure and rich, it was extremely easy for all sorts of fire attribute materials and treasures to develop here, including even flame essences. Within the Sky Spill continent, there was an extremely low number of flame essences. Each one of these flame essence was exceedingly rare. But within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, there was comparatively many of them. However, it was a pity that there were too many limitations on entering the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. The time limit was only a few days, and even then, if one wished to find a flame essence, they would need extremely good luck. After Lin Ming obtained the fallen star flame, for the following 2 days he only found a common stalk of flame grass within a pool of lava. Besides that, he had found nothing else. As the 3rd day ended, that would also be the last day to explore the wide open land of the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. The sun began to fall close to the ground, and then it rose again. Afterwards, at the end of Lin Ming's sight, a fire-red palace appeared. The palace waved in his eyes, as if it were a mirage in a desert. This is the ancient Phoenix main hall. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and traced a jade tablet within his spatial ring. This was the key to entering the ancient Phoenix main hall. There was a total of 16 jade tablets. If one didn't have this jade tablet, then as the 16 people entered the ancient Phoenix main hall, they would be sent out of the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, thus ending their trial. At the same time, within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, Mu Dingshan, Mu Shaoqing, and the rest of the 16 individuals all saw the ancient Phoenix main hall appear in front of them. These past 3 days, they each had their own harvests. Mu Dingshan had found a very precious fire attribute, he also found a valuable material that could be used to increase the fire attribute true essence within one's body. As for Mu Shaoqing, she had obtained a snow lotus ice blossom after subduing an ice attribute spirit beast. However, these were all inferior to the precious fallen star flame that Lin Ming had obtained. Not only was Lin Ming's destiny greater, but even if Mu Dingshan had come across this medium-grade earth-step flame essence, he wouldn't have had the strength to deal with it. The only route he would have been able to take was a hasty escape. In similar situations of luck, the ability one had corresponded to how much of an advantage they could grasp from their lucky chances. Lin Ming looked in the direction of the ancient Phoenix main hall, activated his movement technique, and then flew towards it. The people had a saying that one would run their horse dead before reaching the mountain in sight. Lin Ming thought that the ancient Phoenix main hall was only a palace, and it would take about an incense stick of time to reach. However, he hadn't expected that all his ideas were incorrect. It had taken him nearly 2 hours to reach the palace. As he approached the ancient Phoenix main hall, Lin Ming gasped. This was just too big, way too big. Big to the point of horrifying him. No wonder it had seemed so close when it had been so far away. The towering walls of the ancient Phoenix main hall reached the skies, and were completely made of dark crimson rock. They were no less than 1,000 feet high. Above that, there was a massive circular phoenix totem image that was no less than 200 to 300 feet in diameter. Every column of the ancient phoenix main hall would take at least a dozen people holding their arms to fully encircle it. On these columns were all sorts of pictures. There were saint beasts, god beasts, masters of mankind, all sorts of treasures, pills, valuable materials, and mounts. Among the columns, there were even those with large groups of nefarious-looking demons. They grasped large axes or scythes, and their entire bodies were entwined in thick chains, the muscles of their bodies bulging like dragons under their skin. As Lin Ming saw these depictions on the columns, his pupils shrank. He had seen this race of beings before. After swallowing the shattered demon heart crystal, he had seen the Netherworld Great Emperor take his great axe and slaughter a nearly endless amount of demons. After he killed one, he would always drink their blood. The demons that the Netherworld Great Emperor massacred were entirely alike with the reliefs depicted on these columns. However, the ones that the Netherworld Great Emperor massacred were apparently nothing but small fries. The ones depicted on the columns were all supreme experts. The mounts they rode were flood dragons, hornless dragons, and other such saint beasts. These demons on the columns should at least be revolving core realm masters and even many extreme revolving core masters and almighty peerless emperors. As he looked from a broader perspective, there were hundreds, if not thousands of these demons engraved onto the columns. Lin Ming was shocked. These hundreds and thousands of great masters also had hundreds and thousands of saint beasts. Not even a holy land of the Sky Spill continent would have power on such a massive scale. If these reliefs weren't exaggerations, then it could only be said that the world of the past era that the ancient Phoenix clan once lived in was many times more terrifying than the present. Lin Ming sighed. It seemed that the present Sky Spill continent, in terms of the quality and quantity of its powerhouses, was much lower than that of the past. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you've arrived here so quickly. As Lin Ming was gazing at the reliefs, he suddenly heard an affable and hearty voice from behind him. Lin Ming turned to see Mu Dingshan enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Mu Dingshan had a very worn-out expression that was covered with dust, and his clothes were torn or charred in several places. Even his hair was scorched. It seemed that in these past 3 days he had experienced a great deal of trials. As Mu Dingshan saw Lin Ming look at him, he smiled and brightly laughed. Junior apprentice brother, please don't laugh at me. My luck has been quite good. I found a flameheart flower that could be used to enhance one's fire attribute true essence. However, it was guarded by a nearly 6th level fire python. My strength is limited, so I was barely able to wound fire python and then take the flameheart flower. However, I was also heavily injured in the process. Mu Dingshan smiled with a self-deprecating expression. At this time, Mu Shaoqing and the other direct disciples arrived one after another. Whether they were from the Vermilion Bird faction or the Blue Luan faction, they all eventually came to the same ancient Phoenix main hall. The 16 disciples all arrived together. Not a single one of them had died. This was good news indeed. The 16 disciples had all received some wounds, but all of their faces were filled with excitement and passion. Especially the third-ranked direct disciple Sun Yu. He was finding it hard to conceal the happy pride on his face. Senior apprentice brother Sun, it seems that you had a very great lucky chance during this time in the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm? What did you get? Why are you so happy? A cheerful-looking youth asked. He was the 8th-ranked direct disciple, Zhang Yan. After they entered the ancient Phoenix main hall, they still had around an hour to rest. During this time, it was inevitable that they would discuss whatever harvests they managed to obtain during their jaunt into the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Sun Yu smiled and then took out the treasure he had obtained in the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. As disciples from the same sect that had friendly relations, there weren't many taboo subjects between them. Not only that, but after exiting the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, they also had to register whatever they found. There were some things that even the sect would bid for. Sun Yu took out an exquisite jade box and carefully opened it. A dim, hazy red light suddenly shot into the sky, causing all of the surrounding disciples to exclaim in awe. If I'm not wrong, that's Sunfire Jade. That's right. I've seen one from my master before. You're definitely not wrong. Within the delicate jade box, there was a small red jade the size of a longan. The surrounding fire origin energy continuously gathered onto the small red jade, creating a small vortex. It's really Sunfire Jade. Junior apprentice brother son, your luck is awesome. Even Mu Dingshan was moved. In comparison, even what he had obtained was lacking. Haha, I just have good luck. I'm sure that everyone's harvest is not much worse than mine. Although Sunny spoke modestly, his eyes were shining with excitement and pride that he couldn't suppress, and his body was shaking in giddy joy. This Sunfire Jade could not be refined, nor could it be taken to increase one's own strength. But as long as one wore it on their body somewhere, they could increase the amount of fire origin energy that gathered around them. Thus, they could speed up their cultivation speed to a certain extent. In battle, it would also increase a martial artist's recovery capability. This was truly a rare treasure. After being stimulated by the appearance of the Sunfire Jade, the other disciples began to take out the treasures they had obtained. The ones that had greater harvests naturally showed off more. As for the ones with smaller harvests, they could only sigh and watch on in envy and longing. There were even 2 disciples that looked sad and dejected, not bothering to even speak. They had searched everywhere that was in their capabilities for the last 3 days, but hadn't managed to find anything. Many disciples believed that if they didn't find anything within the divine phoenix mystic realm, then that would signify that their destiny was poor. This was not an auspicious sign. Even the quiet and low-key Mu Xiaoqing showed off her harvest. Although the snow lotus ice blossom was valuable, it was still far from being able to compare with Sun Yu's Sunfire Jade. Sun Yu couldn't hide his smile, feeling sublime in his heart. Although Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing were stronger than him, they hadn't obtained a better treasure than him. This meant that he had the greater destiny. After Mu Xiaoqing finished showing off what she had found, Sun Yu turned to Lin Ming, who was staring at the reliefs on the columns. He said, Junior apprentice brother Lin, what did you obtain in the divine phoenix mystic realm? Let us have a look. Oh. Lin Ming turned his head. He said, my luck was good. I managed to obtain a flame essence. Flame essence? Everyone was immediately interested. Something like a flame essence would sell for a great price, even if it was a low-grade human step 1. Junior apprentice brother Lin has such great luck. Even the most basic of flame essences are worth many true essence stones. Junior apprentice brother Lin's luck is too amazing. As expected of our junior brother Lin. Sun Yu also complimented, smiling as he continued, Junior apprentice brother Lin, what level of flame essence is it? Take it out so we can have a look. Yes, yes, let us take a look. The many disciples were very eagerly waiting to see. Even Mu Dingshan was looking expectant. Lin Ming didn't bother hiding anything. He immediately withdrew the jade box from his spatial ring and took out the cocoon that was formed from azure true essence. As he undid some of the true essence threads, he revealed the tightly sealed fallen star flame. This purple flame, although sealed, still released an aura that made one's heart race. As soon as the azure true essence that contained it was undone, the fallen star flame once again made a racket as it was exposed to the world, struggling and roaring like a small leopard. The symbol runes that bound it released chi sounds as they were unexpectedly being constantly corroded by the fallen star flame. At the same time, the surrounding fire origin energy instantly became restless, howling as it flew towards the fallen star flame and formed a giant fire origin energy vortex from thin air. This vortex was countless times more formidable than the one that had been produced by the Sunfire Jade. Mu Dingshan's complexion immediately changed. He could clearly feel the fire origin energy with his own body being pulled, as if it wanted to break free from his body. Sun Yu also stared with wide eyes, his expression full of shock and disbelief. After he repeatedly confirmed the truth in front of him, he finally realized an incredible fact. Medium-grade Earth-step flame essence. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you managed to subdue a medium-grade Earth-step flame essence? Mu Dingshan and Sun Yu nearly spoke at the same time. As their voices fell, the other disciples that didn't understand what level of flame essence this was were immediately bewildered, their eyes widening and their hearts shaking. Medium-grade Earth-step flame essence? This sort of flame essence could kill someone. If they encountered it, it would already be a good result if they didn't die. But Lin Ming was actually able to subdue it? In order to subjugate and obtain a medium-grade Earth-step flame essence within the divine phoenix mystic realm, It wasn't only a question of one's destiny. One also needed sufficient strength. As Mu Dingshan thought back to half a month ago when he had witnessed a battle between two kings of the younger generation, he could only sigh with emotion. Junior apprentice brother Lin, good thing it was you. If I were the one that encountered this flame essence, I would be lucky to even escape with all my limbs intact. In fact, the last time that Mu Dingshan had entered into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had also come across a great lucky chance. Within the center of a lava pool, he had seen a rainbow blaze fruit growing there. This kind of miracle medicine was able to extend the life of a fire attribute martial artist. Although it had a limited effect on one's cultivation, if the news that he had managed to obtain it was spread to the old revolving core monsters or even the emperor-level powerhouses, then they would most likely desperately bid for it. When that happened, Mu Dingshan could just open his mouth and request any treasures he wanted, from high-grade flame essences to top medicines. Unfortunately, this rainbow blaze fruit had been guarded by a top 6th level vicious beast. Mu Dingshan had instantly turned tail and ran away. Luckily, he had quickly and decisively run away. Otherwise, if that vicious beast had caught scent of him, he would certainly have died there. Although he regretted it, he realized it was the only path he could take. With his strength, Mu Dingshan simply wasn't able to attain a treasure like that. This is a fallen flame star? Mu Dingshan had a wide breadth of experience and recalled the name of this flame essence. Yes. Lin Ming nodded. The fallen star flame is rare even within the entire Sky Spill continent. That junior apprentice brother Lin can obtain one means that you have tremendous luck, Mu Dingshan praised. He wasn't clear that this fallen star flame had already mutated. When the meteor had crashed down in a terrifying explosion, it had caused the fallen star flame to absorb the flame essence that was forming in the lava pool, creating an unknown chance. A fallen star flame was originally extremely rare. As for this mutated fallen star flame, it was simply a singularly unique existence in the world. Hearing the name of the fallen star flame, the surrounding disciples also began to sigh in admiration. As they spoke, the envy in their voices was thick. Absorbing a flame essence could not only increase one's combat strength, but also enhance their cultivation. With Lin Ming's strength and talent, it probably wouldn't be long before he was able to absorb this flame essence. When that happened, his cultivation might make another breakthrough. At that time, who else could be Lin Ming's match? All right, we have less than an hour before the Ancient Phoenix main hall opens. At that time, 16 jade platforms will appear. Every person can select any platform they wish to enter to Ancient Phoenix main hall. I hope that all of you will take advantage of the time available to rest up and adjust to your best condition by the time the Ancient Phoenix main hall opens. I do not want any of you to die here. This is also the mission personally given to me by the Honorable Sect Master. Mu Dingshan repeated his warning, his voice serious and humorless. When they were traveling the world of the Ancient Phoenix mystic realm, if any of the lower-ranked core disciples had died, it wouldn't mean much. However, if any of the current 16 direct disciples were to die, it would be a great loss to Divine Phoenix Island. After they entered the Ancient Phoenix main hall, Mu Dingshan wouldn't be able to protect any of them. So he could only repeatedly urge them to stay safe. Senior apprentice brother Mu, what will happen in the Ancient Phoenix main hall? A youth asked. This was the first time he had entered the Ancient Phoenix main hall and also the first time he had entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Everyone who enters the Ancient Phoenix main hall will have different encounters. The Ancient Phoenix main hall is a trial that the Ancient Phoenix clan used to test the experience and talent of their juniors. When the time comes, you will all be separated based on your talent and bloodline, and then sent to a smelting trial with a corresponding difficulty. Within the smelting trial, there is a chance that you can die. If anything happens, do not try to be brave. If you need to give up, then give up. As Mu Dingshan spoke, he deliberately glanced over at Lin Ming. Junior apprentice brother Lin, please do not be overly confident in your abilities and try to show off. Honorable Sect Master has bid me to mention this to you again and again. Her Highness the Saintess also has very high hopes for you. If anything happens to you at all, I will not have the face to return. Although Lin Ming was truly strong, the difficulty of the smelting trial depended on one's talent. When that happened, strength was useless. In terms of bloodline talent, Lin Ming was a bit worse. Although he had absorbed the vermilion bird blood essence, it was still far worse than Mu Qianyu or Mu Bingyun. Senior apprentice Brother Mu, please rest assured, I will definitely return safely. In the past 1 to 2 years, Lin Ming had experienced countless dangerous life or death situations. Compared to all of that, the ancient Phoenix main hall was comparatively safe. That's right. Senior apprentice Brother Mu, do you understand the reasons behind the murals and reliefs in the main hall? Lin Ming pointed to the walls and columns. He had a strange nagging feeling that these depictions were a record of earth-shattering events that had happened in ancient times. Oh, you're curious about these. The last time I came here I also saw them. I went back and asked Honorable Sect Master what they were, but Honorably Sect Master only said that they were scenes from ancient times. As for who these images specifically depict, Honorable Sect Master wouldn't know even if they were people from the Sky Spill continent. We can only vaguely speculate on possibilities. Mu Dingshan's answer wasn't too far from Lin Ming's expectations. The ancient Phoenix main hall had already existed for countless tens or hundreds of thousands of years. But Divine Phoenix Island only had a history of a mere 3,000 years. Naturally, Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't be clear as to what these images that were depicted meant. The passage of time was simply too long. The realm of the gods may have existed for hundreds of millions of years. As for the Sky Spill continent, he had no idea how long it had existed for. The ancient texts only recorded history that went back a few tens of thousands of years. Everything before that had already been destroyed or lost to the vast and endless flow of time, and was unable to be found again. Perhaps the martial world of Sky Spill continent had already been destroyed and reborn several times. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about these matters. If he wanted to further explore these things, he would have to wait until he obtained the strength to do so. Perhaps those majestic holy lands with deep legacies might have records concerning this. All right, everyone, let's get started and meditate. If you were lacking pills, just tell me. Mu Dingshan said to everyone. Before entering the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, everyone had come fully stocked with pills. But one couldn't rule out the possibility that someone had run into danger multiple times and had taken all their pills. The 16 individuals sat down and began to meditate together. Lin Ming hadn't consumed too much energy, but he still entered the ethereal martial intense state. Entering the deep ethereal state and absorbing the surrounding origin energy to make up for whatever energy he used would be the best way to restore his top condition. Time passed. Suddenly, the ancient Phoenix main hall's floor began to slightly tremble. Lin Ming opened his eyes. It was finally time to enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Ka-ka-ka. With the sound of a gears slowly turning, the ground in the center of the main hall began to lift, and a large altar dozens of feet wide appeared. On the outer ring of the altar, sparkling, crystal-clear jade platforms appeared. There was a total of 16. Good. Everyone come up and choose any jade platform. As Mu Dingshan spoke, he stepped onto the altar, selected a jade platform, and then stood in front. Lin Ming followed. Each of the 16 jade platforms had the same shape, but there were also subtle differences. Every jade platform had different patterns carved into it. There seemed to be mysterious array symbols that were etched onto the surface of the jade platforms. On the jade platform, there was a groove. Its shape just happened to match the key he had been given to enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. Lin Ming casually took the jade tablet out from his spatial ring. Place a drop of blood onto the jade tablet, and then place the jade tablet into the groove. Then the smelting trial will open. Every smelting trial will be different. Everyone, this is where we part from now. I hope that 7 days from now, I will be able to see the safe return of everyone here. As Mu Dingshan spoke, he cut his finger and let his blood drip onto the jade tablet. The jade tablet turned a dazzling blood red, and then Mu Dingshan placed it into the jade platform's groove. With a flash of crimson light, Mu Dingshan instantly vanished. The altar began to flash with sparks of light. The Vermilion Bird faction disciples were covered with a deep crimson red, and the Blue Luan faction disciples were covered with a light blue. Suddenly, there were only a few of the 16 disciples left. Lin Ming put a drop of blood on the jade tablet and then inserted it into the groove. In the next moment, he felt a warm light envelop him, and the space around him seemed to twist. After several breaths of time, he was warped to a fully enclosed chamber. Lin Ming could vaguely make out his surroundings in the dark chamber. The chamber was only 100 feet wide and long, and the walls were engraved with different sorts of reliefs, just like the columns and walls he had seen before. There were all sorts of saint beats, humans, and demons. Some seemed to be celebrating festivals, some seemed to be waging war. Who? A flame lit in the dark void within the chamber, and the fire origin energy of the room began to gather towards the flame, forming numerous radiant red dots. A moment later, these spots warped into human shape, and then began to substantialize into a red person. Its appearance was a bit fuzzy, and its build was about the same as Lin Ming. Its cultivation was at the peak pulse condensation period, and it held a spear in its hands. So, the red figure stabbed out a spear at Lin Ming. Is this the beginning of the test? Lin Ming raised his spear and calmly counterattacked. Although this red figure's cultivation was the same as his, its strength was far worse. Swiping away the red figure's thrust, Lin Ming pierced his spear through its chest. Pung! The scarlet person dissipated into countless red lights. But after several more breaths of time, these points of lights once again gathered together and condensed into a red figure. Its appearance was still fuzzy and it still wielded a spear, but its cultivation was at a half-step Hotian. A spear thrust forth. Too weak. Lin Ming acted without hesitation, not bothering to change his style. The purple comet spear thrust forth like before, and punctured the red figure's chest. Pung! The second red figure fell over and dissipated once again. In the next moment, another red figure appeared. Its appearance, build, and weapon were still the same, but not its cultivation. It had risen by another level. It was at the early Hotian realm. Testing my limit? The corners of Lin Ming's lips curved up in a grin. If these red human figures became stronger every time they were defeated, then next time it would be at the middle Hotian realm. These red martial artists were probably comparable to the level of someone like Zhang Yanzhao or Huan Xiaodai in terms of talent. They were weaker than Qin Wuxin and Jiang Lanjian. As for comparing to Lin Ming, the disparity was even greater. Slightly raising the true essence in his attack, Lin Ming thrust out like before, eliminating his opponent. At this time, in 15 other chambers, all of them were participating in the same test. Mu Dingshan expended a great deal of effort and finally cut apart a peak Hotian realm martial artist. But in the next moment, the scattered red light once again converged into a red figure. This time it was a half-step Xianxia martial artist. Mu Dingshan ruefully smiled. His cultivation was only at the peak of the early Hotian realm. As for the red figure, its talent was comparable to a third-grade sect's direct disciple. If they were on the same level, then Mu Dingshan would naturally be able to easily deal with such an opponent. But now his opponent had jumped stages yet again. It was at the point where he couldn't handle it any longer. Against a third-grade sect's direct disciple with a half-step Xiantian cultivation, Mu Dingshan was more likely to lose than win. Mu Dingshan's result was considered fairly good. Of the 15 other disciples, the majority of them had already been defeated. They could challenge a late Hotian realm martial artist, but not one at the peak Hotian realm. After they were defeated, these martial artists were all transferred to their smelting trial path, where they would begin their smelting trial. Mu Dingshan was finally defeated by the half-step Xiantian red person. After doing his best and cutting off the red person's arm, he was defeated by its sword. However, what shocked Mu Dingshan was that after he cut off the red person's arm, the section of the arm that was cut off burst into red lights. Some of the red lights scattered away and some of them flowed into his body, numbing him. Not only did his injuries heal, but the true essence in his body became increasingly pure. Mu Dingshan was astonished. The last time he had entered the ancient Phoenix main hall, he hadn't experienced such a scene. Is it possible that if I jump realms to a certain degree, I can obtain benefits? The ancient Phoenix main hall was a smelting trial that was created for the younger generations of the ancient Phoenix clan, so that they could enhance their strength through these tribulations. It wasn't strange that a situation like this would occur. As Mu Dingshan became aware of this, he felt a bit of regret. Unfortunately, cutting off that red person's arm was his limit. Although he had obtained a pure fire attribute origin energy, the amount was too little. It was not enough for him to break through to the middle Hotian realm. This benefit was something that he could only see, but not obtain. At this time, Mu Dingshan heard some icy sounds resound within the chamber, as if it were some sort of language. But Mu Dingshan didn't know what was being said. A moment later, a red light flashed and Mu Dingshan was sent out of the chamber to begin the smelting trial that corresponded with his talent. Oh! At this time, within Lin Ming's chamber, he was facing a peak Hotian martial artist. This red person was equal to a talent like Huan Xiaodai if she were a peak Hotian master. In truth, this wasn't weak. It was already better than a half-step Xiantian Xianxia. Lin Ming's purple comet spear glared with the blinding light of thunderfire. Each time he defeated an opponent, he would conserve as much true essence as possible. He would use the most ordinary move and absolutely no martial skills. He would defeat them in one move and not waste another. This was because he didn't know how many more opponents he had to face every time he defeated another red person. The red person's spear was a spear, but it also understood martial skills. It thrust out its spear, and the fire that wrapped around it manifested into the phantom of a phoenix. Lin Ming moved, golden rock shattering the void erupting as he instantly came up behind the red person, the purple comet spear shooting out. Avoiding a collision with the enemy and bypassing its attacks was the best way to save true essence. This peak Hotian red person was quite strong. It felt Lin Ming's spear behind it and turned around to block it. However, relative to Lin Ming, the red person was far too weak, especially after Lin Ming had broken through to the peak pulse condensation period. Now his strength had even surpassed Lei Mubai by a level. Azure true essence erupted. Lin Ming thrust his long spear towards the red person, and the spear stabbed through its dantian. Lin Ming twisted the spear and tore its dantian to pieces. The red person exploded into shining red lights again. But what surprised Lin Ming was that after some time, a part of these red lights began to flow into Lin Ming's body. This was an extremely pure fire origin energy. After it surged into Lin Ming, he felt his entire body pleasantly warm up as if the true essence in him was speeding up. This is... Lin Ming felt the red light flowing within him, and discovered that it was circulating through his meridians before gathering into his dantian and settling there. Dantian. Lin Ming was shocked, and then overjoyed. The difference between the pulse condensation period and the Hotian realm was that a Hotian realm master could save and condense true essence in his dantian. But a pulse condensation period martial artist could only contain true essence within their meridians. Naturally, the dantian could hold a much greater amount of true essence than the meridians. Only a very small amount of true essence flowed into Lin Ming's dantian. However, this small amount was still proof that he was taking great steps towards reaching the Hotian realm. There's too little true essence. There isn't much increase in my cultivation. But it still opened up the path leading from my meridians to my dantian. Later, when I step into the Hotian realm from the pulse condensation period, there won't be any barriers and it will be completely successful. This ancient Phoenix main hall is truly wonderful. As Lin Ming was thinking, the red lights in front of him began to condense again. This time, another red person holding a spear appeared, but their cultivation was at a half-step Xiantian. Half-step Xiantian. Lin Ming was excited. What would happen if he defeated this half-step Xiantian martial artist? With the purple comet spear in his hand, Lin Ming made a preemptive move. When the figure was still materializing, Lin Ming thrust towards its chest. Clang! Sparks scattered in the air. Lin Ming's spear had been blocked by the red person, and a wild true essence tore through the air. As the red person blocked the spear, it gripped its own spear with one hand and swept towards Lin Ming's neck. Lin Ming instantly drew backwards and the spear light erupted, 10,000 flames burning world. Hoo hoo hoo. Wind and fire began to pick up within the chamber and pillars of flame shot out like a blazing meteor. In that instant, the red martial artist had been completely surrounded by flames. But this red martial artist was agile. In this situation, it still managed to retreat as it stabbed out with its spear again, stabbing into the pillars of flame. There were several dozen pillars of flame, but in the blink of an eye, they were all scattered by the red martial artist. However, as the last pillar of flame exploded into nothing, a purple arc of lightning leapt out. This was the divine demon steel needle. Lin Ming had hidden the divine demon steel needle within 10,000 flames burning world, taking the red person by surprise. Pooh! With the speed of light, the divine demon steel needle pierced through the scarlet martial artist's neck and a rain of dazzling light showered out. The red martial artist burst apart into a deluge of red sparkling lights. If Lin Ming didn't use a sneak attack like this, he still would have been able to defeat the red martial artist. But he would have needed to exert a great deal of effort. The red light once again gathered onto Lin Ming, flowing into his body. The pure fire true essence spread through all the meridians of Lin Ming's body before finally converging into his dantian where it settled down. After the half-step Xianxia martial artist had died, the fire origin energy it left behind was several times richer and purer than the red person that had come before it. This fire attribute origin energy is extremely pure and dense. When it is gathered in my dantian, it can act like a seed and lay the foundation for me to break into the Hotian realm in the future. As Lin Ming was secretly rejoicing in his fortune, he saw the red lights begin to condense again. This time, Lin Ming's heart went cold. Without a doubt, the new red person that would emerge would be a Xiantian realm martial artist. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. The difference between a half-step Xiantian and a true Xiantian master was enormous. Without hesitation, Lin Ming used the strength of tempering marrow. Instantly, the true essence that was contained within his marrow began to violently gush out, and Lin Ming's momentum shot up. As the red person was forming, Lin Ming's figure flew forwards like the wind, the purple comet spear piercing outwards. Spear light shined, and the red person's figure suddenly distorted, completely avoiding Lin Ming's spear. The spear stabbed into the wall, causing the array formation on the wall to severely shake. So, the red person struck out with its long spear. With a sound like tigers and dragons roaring, a spear swept out at Lin Ming's waist. Pong! The red person's long spear collided with Lin Ming's purple comet spear, causing the shaft to bend. Lin Ming withdrew, and the red person closely followed him, striking out with the long spear in its hand like a serpent. With every spear thrust, spear light shined out, and the spear itself seemed to contain an intelligent will, making Lin Ming feel as if he were being overwhelmed by this barrage of attacks. What great spear skill! Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The red person was only a puppet that was formed from energy, but he never thought it would have such skills in spearmanship. Lin Ming's body began to emit popping sounds as he suddenly gave a loud shout. The phantom of an azure true dragon appeared behind him. Roar! The cry of a true dragon flushed into the sky. Lin Ming gripped his spear and swept out. With a nearly irresistible momentum, Lin Ming broke apart all of his enemy's spear lights. Heretical God Force. Lin Ming didn't plan on challenging the next opponent. Against a middle Xiantian realm martial artist, he had no confidence that he would win. It would be best to go all out and finish off the red person currently in front of him. As the heretical God Force opened, Lin Ming's momentum dramatically spiked up once again. He didn't have the exquisite and skillful spear skills that the red person had. What he could rely on to win was absolute subjugation by strength. With superior strength, he would break apart the red person's skills. Spear energy crashed in the same place, and suddenly a terrifying vortex of wind appeared in the completely airtight chamber. If a weaker martial artist was caught in this brutal vortex of wind, they would only meet a miserable death. Ka-ka-ka. The protective array formation on the walls began to fiercely shake. The spear lights were broken apart by Lin Ming one at a time. As he swept out his spear, his attack contained the power of thunder and fire. But at this time, the red person suddenly moved, and he disappeared like smoke. Without even looking, Lin Ming turned around and thrust out the purple comet spear. On the edge of the spearhead, the divine demon steel needle roared out. The red person lifted his spear to block. The divine demon steel needle struck above the red person's spear shaft along with the purple comet spear. Bang! A violent explosion followed. The red person was sent flying backwards by the power of thunder and brutally slammed into the protective array formation. A faint crack had even appeared in the spear that was formed by energy. This blurry spear was naturally unable to compare with a top high-grade Earth-step treasure like the purple comet spear. Lin Ming didn't let this opportunity pass. He rushed forwards, thrusting out. The power of thunder and fire intertwined, thunder-fire annihilation. Lin Ming only used 30% of his energy in this thunder-fire annihilation. After all, this chamber was a completely enclosed space. If a full energy thunder-fire annihilation had exploded within the chamber, then Lin Ming himself might not have been much better off. The red person didn't have any wisdom or thoughts. It only lifted its cracked spear to dodge this 30% thunder-fire annihilation of Lin Ming's. The result was unsurprising. Bang! The red person's spear was completely broken to pieces and the confined space began to violently shake. In the following true essence shockwave from the attack, the red person's body was broken apart, turning into a dense group of red lights. As for Lin Ming, even he had been injured. His blood vitality was roiling and his right hand was dripping wet with blood. Who? The red person dispersed into a mass of red lights that merged into Lin Ming's body. This light was much richer than anything that came before. Even the wound that Lin Ming had just received was beginning to regenerate at a visible speed. The condensed true essence within his dantian strengthened once again, paving the way for Lin Ming to reach the Hotian realm. As long as Lin Ming was able to fill his dantian with true essence, he would naturally break through to the Hotian realm. He wouldn't even need to stop at the half-step Hotian realm. Just what sort of origin does this ancient Phoenix clan have, that it can construct such a wonderful and unbelievable smelting trial? No wonder Divine Phoenix Island considered this Divine Phoenix mystic realm the basis of their sect, and why so many core disciples struggle for a spot to enter the ancient Phoenix main hall. As the wounds of his body healed, Lin Ming began to think about how to challenge a middle Xiantian master's moves. He wanted to take a good look and see just how great the disparity was between him and a middle Xiantian master. But to his surprise, a middle Xiantian realm red person didn't appear. Instead, the enclosed chamber suddenly quieted. As Lin Ming waited, nothing happened. He stood there puzzled, and as he was beginning to have some doubts, an icy voice rang out in the air. It was a language that Lin Ming had never heard of before, but seemed oddly familiar. After a few words, Lin Ming's heart began to shake. This was the language of the realm of the gods. Lin Ming didn't have a comprehensive understanding of the realm of the gods' language from the memory fragments in his mind. He carefully recalled them and was then just able to barely understand the meaning of the words. Talent is satisfactory for the general level requirement. You may continue on to the final general level smelting trial. Final general level smelting trial? Lin Ming was shocked. Who was speaking? This ancient Phoenix main hall had existed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Besides some supreme elders of the realm of the gods who had already thoroughly understood the profound mysteries and principles of life-death, no one should be able to live this long. There shouldn't still be anyone living in the ancient Phoenix main hall. Was this a message left behind by the one who created all of this? This was indeed a possibility. Of course, there were also some magic array formations that could record sounds and preserve them for an extremely long time. Just what was the final general level smelting trial? A light shined down, enveloping Lin Ming. In the next moment, he suddenly felt like he was being warped somewhere else. After several dozen breaths of time, Lin Ming slowly adapted to the strange and uncomfortable feeling of being spatially warped somewhere. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw that he seemed to have been warped away from the main hall. Behind him was a cave, and in front of him was an endlessly vast plain. There were no giant glaciers and no rivers of lava, only black, sparse land with scattered rocks and some vegetation. As Lin Ming looked closer, he could see that there were several broken swords, spears, and other weapons buried in the dirt. There were even incomplete skeletons. But after such a long time, these skeletons were brittle to the point of turning to dust if handled too roughly. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He gingerly extracted several bones from the ground and compared them to a human's anatomy. He wasn't able to find any differences between them. The ancient Phoenix clan was from the human race of the Sky Spill continent? Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder this. At this moment, a mass of hazy flashing lights appeared in front of Lin Ming. A second later, it merged into a human's face, just like a ghost. Is this also an opponent formed from energy? Lin Ming subconsciously took out the purple comet spear, true essence circulating through his entire body as he prepared to fight at any moment. However, What startled Lin Ming was that the human face opened its mouth and actually began to unbelievably speak. Smelting trial. It sounded monotone and cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. The language that it spoke in was shockingly from the realm of the gods.
Lin Ming stared in complete confusion. Was this ghostly thing some sort of remnant spiritual body left behind?
But what sort of spiritual body could live so long? Had it been protecting the ancient Phoenix main hall for the last tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years? Could live this long?
Who are you? Lin Ming asked. After he recalled the fragmented memories of the supreme elders from the realm of the gods, he managed to stitch the words together to compose this sentence.
This was the first time he had used the cumbersome language of the realm of the gods, and his pronunciation was awkward. But the ghost in front of him seemed to understand this. I am the palace spirit, the guardian of this land.
Palace spirit?
You're already dead, Lin Ming asked with a stunned expression. Within the Sky Spill continent, things such as ghosts, vampires, and zombies weren't anything new. In fact, there were even some martial artists that were able to separate their soul from their body, to the point where after they died their soul would become a completely separate ghostly martial artist that relied on swallowing the souls of others to cultivate. Dead? No, I've had this appearance since birth. I am part of the spirit race. Or to be more accurate, I am of the stone spirit race.
Stone spirit? Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. This was the first time that he had heard of the existence of such a race. Rocks have souls, mountains have souls, the world has a soul. Once a rock has passed through countless years, it can nurture a spirit.
This is my stone spirit race. My race's life is as long as a rock itself. When we sleep, we slumber among the rocks and can rest for 100,000 years at a time. This is nothing unusual.
Heavens! Lin Ming was speechless. Life as long as a rock's?
How long could a rock last? If a rock was placed in a spot, if it didn't crack or melt, it could weather almost eternity. A single period of sleep could last 100,000 years. From the very beginning that this ancient Phoenix main hall existed, this fellow could have been sleeping until now.
Lin Ming guessed that this fellow was the same sort as Yen Mo from the Sorcerer Holy Land. It was sent by its master to manage and watch over the smelting trial. Thus, he asked, I would like to ask, what is the meaning of the final general level smelting trial?
The ancient Phoenix main hall is the training grounds of the ancient Phoenix clan's army. Altogether, there are a total of 3 levels. The king level, general level, and sergeant level. Your companions that followed you in and participated are currently in the sergeant level smelting trial.
As for you, you were chosen for the general level smelting trial.
Lin Ming's mind was startled. He never imagined that this ancient Phoenix main hall was a training ground for the ancient Phoenix race's army.
For this place to exist on such a massive scale, just what kind of army was being trained?
What sort of war did they participate in? The words sergeant-level smelting trial meant that it trained soldiers. Thus, Mu Dingshan, Mu Shaoqing, and the rest could only be considered ordinary soldiers. As for himself, he could be considered a general or at least a military officer of some kind. And the so-called king? What rank was that? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, what kind of talent does a king-level participant need? A king level doesn't just need talent, but more importantly needs the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan. Although you have a small trace of a god-beast bloodline within you, it is not the same bloodline that my ancient Phoenix clan possesses. The palace spirit said without a trace of emotion. Lin Ming was shocked. The reverse scale blood within him had actually been noticed by this palace spirit. But it wasn't strange. The level of understanding concerning god beasts that this ancient Phoenix clan achieved naturally couldn't be compared with Divine Phoenix Island. What are the details of the final general level smelting trial? Will I die if I lose?
The content of the smelting trial is to fight an army. If you are defeated, you may retreat to this cave and try again. But if you die within the smelting trial, you will truly die.
Whether it is the sergeant or general level training trial, both need to undergo a baptism of blood in order to grow. Otherwise, it will be impossible to face the cruelty and brutality of the battlefield. After a period of time, I will return to assess your situation. What is the time period?
Is it 7 days? What happens if I cannot complete the tasks of the smelting trial within 7 days? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. He had heard from Mu Dingshan that the normal time period within the ancient Phoenix main hall was 7 days. But after listening to this palace spirit, it seemed it would be difficult to complete the general level smelting trial within that 7-day time period. 7 days is only the period of time laid down within the sergeant level smelting trial. Within the general level smelting trial, it will only end upon completion or upon your death. Until completion? How much time would that be? The time required is different for every person. If it is a short time, then around 2 years. If it is a long time, then even 10 years is possible. What? 10 years? Lin Ming was beyond startled. He himself had only lived for 16 years and had only cultivated for around 4 years. Yet this palace spirit had so casually tossed out a 10-year time period. If he really cultivated for 5 or 10 years here, just what sort of concept was that? Lin Ming was left completely speechless. To practice here in this sealed-off area for such a long time was absolutely no faster than cultivating outside and experiencing all sorts of other trials, let alone having to do so for such a long time. Maybe even Divine Phoenix Island would think that he had died here. Also, there were his parents that he had to consider. How would they feel if they thought he had died? I refuse, Lin Ming said without hesitation. I apologize, but I am only a messenger and do not have the ability to change how the smelting trial is managed. The array formation has already started. Now you have choice but to complete the smelting trial. It will not come to an end before you finish. But do not be so hasty in refusing. If you can complete the smelting trial, you will also receive rewards that you cannot imagine. The quicker you complete the smelting trial, the greater the rewards will be. What rewards? Lin Ming couldn't imagine any reward that would stir his heart and make up for several years of his life. But as he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and he began to run short of breath. He remembered the story that Mu Fengxian had told him. Divine Phoenix Island used to be a small ordinary sect. But 3,000 years ago, because of the rise of Silent Demon Emperor City, they had no choice but to depart for safer lands and relocate themselves within Divine Phoenix Island. At that time, the founder of Divine Phoenix Island had happened upon an accidental lucky chance and had entered the ancient Phoenix main hall. There, she had simultaneously obtained both the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird Saint Beast and the Blue Luan Saint Beast. This was the sole reason that Divine Phoenix Island managed to attain 3,000 years of glory. The bloodline of the Vermilion Bird and Blue Luan Saint Beasts could be inherited by future generations. There were many descendants of the founder that had managed to inherit these bloodlines, and there were even descendants that cropped up every couple generations whose bloodline was not diluted. For instance, Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun both had the bloodline of a saint beast within them, and this was because they had inherited it from the founder of Divine Phoenix Island. Although Lin Ming had the Vermilion Bird blood essence within him, this was still acquiring the bloodline through forcibly transplanting it. And the transplantation technique was devised by Divine Phoenix Island. It wasn't necessarily some great technique. With just a bit of Vermilion Bird blood essence, the bloodline within Lin Ming was very weak. But if he could obtain the transplantation of these two bloodlines from the ancient Phoenix main hall, and increase his bloodline purity to the level of the Divine Phoenix Island founder, it would be a tremendous help in his cultivation of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Blood of the Vermilion Bird. Blood of the Blue Luan. Are these rewards possible? Lin Ming urgently asked. Not just the blood of the Vermilion Bird or the Blue Luan, but even the blood of the ancient Phoenix is possible. But it is unable to be obtained by someone with your talent. The palace spirit blankly said, as if this was a statement of fact. Blood of the ancient Phoenix. Lin Ming's mind began to race and his heartbeat quickened. What is the ancient Phoenix? A phoenix god beast. This question may seem silly, but it was very important. There was simply too much at stake. Naturally, Lin Ming had to have complete assurance in this. Of course. What are the required conditions? Lin Ming impatiently asked. He had thought that there would only be the Vermilion Bird and Blue Luan bloodline. He never imagined that he could obtain the blood of a phoenix god beast. Even if it was only a tiny amount of the ancient phoenix, like an amount such as the reverse scale blood, it would still enough to give him a massive advantage. If he had the bloodline of the ancient phoenix, what would cultivating the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle be like? Lin Ming simply couldn't imagine it.
The blood of the ancient phoenix is usually a reward in the king-level smelting trial. Normally, a general-level talent would never be able to obtain it. There is one exception, and that is if you can complete the entire smelting trial within 1 year. 1 year. Lin Ming took a deep breath. If he fully thought about everything the palace spirit had said so far, completing this smelting trial training in 1 year was a nearly inconceivable matter. But he still couldn't help but ask, from when you started guarding the ancient phoenix main hall, how long has it been? Has there ever been a person who was able to complete the general level smelting trial within a year? My deep sleep has lasted too long. I no longer remember the passage of time. But over the many years, there truly was a person who was able to complete the general level smelting trial in 1 year. However, he was from the lineage of the royal family. It was just that he was relegated to the general level. The palace spirit's voice was a bit slow. It was as if too much time had passed, and it could no longer clearly remember the events of the past. Since someone can do this, it means that I can too. Lin Ming was confident in himself. This was an opportunity that he had to grasp with everything he had. Moreover, even if it wasn't because of the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming still had to pass this trial as quickly as possible to leave the ancient phoenix main hall. According to normal circumstances, he should only be in here for 7 days. If he was gone for too long, then Mu Qianyu would probably assume that he had died.